Luke woke with a violent jolt. His cheek stung, numb from being pressed against the cold ground for who knew how long. For a few seconds, he just lay there, blinking through the fog in his head. His thoughts were scattered, tangled, like someone had shaken his mind and thrown every memory out of place. Then his eyes focused. Stone walls. A ceiling of jagged rock. Dim light slipping through a crack somewhere above. Luke pushed himself up, heart already pounding. This was not his room. This was not his house. This was a cavern. How did I get here? His voice came out rough and uncertain. He looked down at himself. Coarse trousers. A plain shirt. Old-fashioned shoes covered in fine dust. The clothes were rough against his skin, heavy in the warm air, and completely unfamiliar. He tried to remember the night before. Nothing. The past week. Still nothing. Only a thick haze remained in his mind. Taking a careful breath, Luke rose to his feet and stepped out of the cave. Bright light struck his eyes, forcing him to squint. When his vision adjusted, his breath caught. A wide green field stretched before him. Apple trees stood in neat clusters, their branches heavy with crimson fruit. In the distance, a stream murmured softly. Everything looked calm, almost beautiful. Until Luke looked up. There was no sky. Above him was a massive cavern ceiling, so high it felt impossible. At the center of it, a colossal crystal glowed like an artificial sun, pouring golden light over the underground world. Luke stared at it. What the hell? A translucent screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Luke, thank you for accepting the system's annual integration. The moment he read the words, memories crashed into him. They came all at once. The invitation. The agreement. The system. The annual integration. Luke remembered. For the past century, the system had connected Earth to the multiverse. Humans were no longer limited to ordinary lives. Classes, abilities, evolution, and power had become real. Superpowers were no longer fantasy. They were part of the world now. At 18, every person received an invitation to enter the system's annual integration. Accept, and you entered. Decline, and you had to wait 10 years for another chance. Luke had accepted without hesitation. He clenched his fists, staring at his trembling hands. I really made it. His chest felt lighter, as if a weight that had crushed him for years had finally been lifted. I'm inside the annual integration. For the first time in a long time, his mind felt quiet. His eyes sharpened. Mom, just hold on, he whispered. I'm going to save you. Ahead, a river cut through the field and fed into a shining lake beneath the false sun. But what truly caught Luke's attention was the waterfall in the distance. It poured over the edge of the land and disappeared into a deeper cavern below. Cautiously, Luke moved closer. The ground became uneven near the edge. He slowed, then stopped completely. A black abyss opened below him. It was so deep he could not see the bottom. A cold draft rose from the darkness, brushing against his face like a silent warning. Another screen appeared. You have entered the training grounds. Then more text formed beneath it. Training grounds. Before beginning your journey, you have been transported to the training grounds. Here, you may choose a class, test weapons, level up, and unlock abilities. There is no time limit. Think of this place as a lobby, where you may encounter other participants. Reach level 5 in your chosen class to begin the tutorial. Luke stared at the message for a moment. A lobby. A safe area. That was what it was supposed to be. He lifted his hand to dismiss the screen. Before his finger touched it, another message flashed in front of him. Error. 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 Luke froze. More messages appeared, overlapping each other in a frantic cascade. This location is not the training grounds. You have been transported to an unknown location in the multiverse. Route failure. What? Luke tapped the screen again and again, but the interface shook and distorted. The notification windows flickered wildly, like even the system itself could not control what had happened. Then one final screen appeared. Ruins of the Forgotten Temple. An ancient temple devoted to a fallen being. Surrounded by monsters that thirst for blood. The only way out is to locate the temple and retrieve the key that activates the portal. But be warned. This challenge is not for the weak. Objective, find the key inside the temple, insert it into the mission statue, and activate the portal. Difficulty, hell. Luke's blood went cold. He stared at the words, waiting for them to disappear. They did not. The message hovered in front of him, glowing faintly, like a death sentence written in light. No. His voice shook. This can't be right. His legs moved before his thoughts caught up. He started walking fast, almost on instinct. The peaceful field suddenly felt wrong. Too open. Too silent. Apples lay scattered on the ground like offerings left behind by people who never returned. The trees stood unnaturally still, as if the entire place was wearing a mask. Then he saw the ruins. Half hidden between the trees, ancient stone buildings rose from the field. Their design looked like a strange blend of Greek temples and medieval villages. Collapsed columns. Broken walls. Charred homes. Scorched stone. There were no other participants. No movement. No voices. Only silence. Luke quickened his pace. His heartbeat slammed in his chest, loud enough that he could hear it in his ears. Every step over the broken ground made his fear grow heavier. This place should not exist. The system was supposed to be perfect. But the destruction around him said otherwise. Luke passed through the shattered remains of buildings. Splintered wood cracked beneath his boots. Moss clung to cracked stones. Dust coated everything. The smell of something burned still lingered in the air. Then he saw it. A statue. It stood in the center of the ruins, tall and ancient. Its stone body was weathered, darkened by time, and crawling with moss. It did not move, but Luke could not shake the feeling that it was watching him. That's the mission statue. He broke into a run. He leapt over debris, dodged broken stone, and pushed forward with desperate hope. Then his foot caught on something. Luke fell hard. His palms scraped against the rough ground. Pain shot through his arms as he pushed himself up. Then he felt it. Something cold. Something stiff. Luke slowly turned his head. A body lay beneath him. Oh God. He scrambled backward, panic ripping through him. His back slammed into a tree, shaking several apples loose. They thudded around him, but he barely noticed. The corpse lay in the dirt, riddled with arrows. Its face was frozen in terror. And it looked fresh. Luke's breathing became sharp and uneven. Sweat soaked through his shirt. His chest tightened until every breath felt forced. What happened here? He scanned the area. If that man had died here, then whatever killed him could still be nearby. Behind a tree. Inside the ruins. Watching him. Luke swallowed hard. His throat felt dry and raw. He reached down and picked up an apple from the ground. It was cold and slick with dew. He slipped it into his pocket. It was a terrible weapon. But it was better than nothing. Taking another shaky breath, Luke stepped toward the statue. It loomed over him. Then its mouth opened. A deep, guttural sound rumbled from within the stone. When it spoke, the voice sounded both male and female, like two voices layered over each other. It vibrated through the ground and into Luke's chest. Two paths lie before you, lost traveler. The first is the trail of those who fear fate. Step by step, rung by rung. They descend into darkness as shadows without courage. The second is the leap of the brave. Where only those who challenge death itself surrender to the current that roars and carries them without return. But be not deceived. Death awaits you on both paths. The only question is whether it comes swift or slow. The statue's mouth snapped shut. Luke stood frozen. Sweat slid down the side of his face. Then the statue raised one stone arm and pointed. One path led into the woods. Dry leaves covered the trail, and the trees bent inward over it like twisted fingers. A crooked sign stood beside the path. Dungeon. The other path followed the river toward the waterfall, where white foam poured over the edge and vanished into the abyss below. Luke's breaths came short. This was supposed to be safe. What killed that man? Was it still here? A sharp crack broke the silence. A branch snapping. Luke spun around and raised the apple in his hand. A man stumbled out from the underbrush. His face was pale and streaked with dirt. His eyes were wide with fear. He clutched a sword in one hand, and his clothes were stained with blood. Boy, the man shouted, panting. For the love of the gods, get out of here. They'll be back any second. Luke stepped back. The man noticed his reaction and slowly raised both hands. My name's Walter, he said quickly. Police officer. I've been here for a week. A week? Luke's voice cracked. The word sent a chill through him. Walter took a step forward. Luke immediately stepped back. Listen to me, Walter said. They went into the dungeon, but they could return any minute. They control this area. Luke's mind spun. What do you mean, a week? That's impossible. Everyone is supposed to arrive at the same time in the training grounds. Walter gave a bitter laugh. If you reach this statue, then you already know the truth. This isn't the training grounds. It's a route error. He spat on the ground. We got dumped into a dead zone. Luke slowly turned toward the statue. He already knew it. But hearing another person say it made the fear more real. Walter continued, voice low and tense. You saw the difficulty, right? That dungeon is massive. Full of things that will kill you before you even understand what happened. Luke clenched his jaw. He needed to get out. He needed answers. And the blood, he asked. His voice was steadier than he expected, though it broke near the end. Whose is it? Walter's expression darkened. If you saw the body, that was Mike. He looked away. They killed him yesterday. Killed. Luke swallowed. Who's they? Walter tightened his grip around the sword. Criminals. Luke stopped breathing. Criminals. Walter glanced around, then motioned sharply. Come on. I've been watching the statue for days, hoping someone else would show up. You're the first. Without waiting, Walter slipped into the trees. Luke hesitated. Every instinct told him not to trust a stranger so easily. But he knew nothing. He had no weapon. No class. No idea where he was. And being alone suddenly felt more dangerous than trusting Walter. Luke looked once more at the statue. It seemed more sinister now. Then he followed. Crouched low, Luke moved behind Walter through the trees. The officer moved like a hunted animal. Fast, but careful. Every step was placed with purpose, as if one wrong sound could get them killed. I hide in a house nearby, Walter whispered. The prisoners stay north, near the dungeon. But sometimes they come as far as the statue. Luke frowned. Prisoners? What the hell is this? Walter led him toward a crumbling stone house. You just got here, he said quietly. I'm sorry. You're in a terrible situation. There was something in his tone that Luke did not like. Walter continued. Every year during integration, there's a risk. Prisoners can accept the invitation too. Luke blinked. What? That's how they escape prison. Luke's stomach twisted. The government knows, Walter said. That's why they send police officers in too. If we're close enough, we get routed to the same training grounds as them. My squad was large. But because of this route failure, only 2 of us made it here. Luke's thoughts spiraled. He wanted to ask why the government did not simply execute the worst prisoners, but he pushed the thought away. Not every inmate was a monster. There were different kinds of crimes. Still. A cold feeling crawled up his spine. And the prisoners? Luke asked. Walter's face turned grim. All of them came together. Luke went pale. No, don't tell me I'm stuck here with. Yes, Walter said. Serial killers. Terrorists. Psychopaths. Luke's blood ran cold. Walter stopped near the entrance of the ruined house. It was supposed to be simple, he said. Contain them before they accepted their classes. Then move on to the tutorial and keep control. His jaw tightened. But everything went wrong. Luke said nothing. We were separated. By the time I found the criminals in the dungeon, they had already chosen their classes. Walter's voice dropped. And they leveled up. For a few seconds, only the wind moved through the broken stones. Then Walter whispered, almost too quietly to hear. Sorry, boy. You're going to die. Luke's eyes widened. Don't say that. He stepped back. There has to be another way. Maybe negotiation, or... Walter stared at him with empty eyes. They're psychotic maniacs, he said coldly. They won't let you live. Luke tried to answer. No words came. None of this made sense. Why would the system allow people like that inside? Why would the world let monsters become stronger? A sharp whistle cut through the air. An arrow slammed into Walter's chest. Luke froze. Walter staggered backward with a strangled gasp. Blood bloomed across his shirt. A second arrow struck his shoulder. The third pierced his throat. Walter dropped to his knees, eyes wide with terror. His hands clawed at the wound, but blood poured between his fingers. He tried to speak, but only a wet gurgle escaped him. Then he collapsed. Still. Lifeless. It had happened in seconds. Luke had not even moved. Footsteps sounded against the stone path. Slow. Calm. Intentional. Then a voice drifted from the shadows, smooth and mocking. Well, look what we found. The amazing Officer Walter. Luke turned. A group emerged from the ruins. Prisoners. His blood turned cold. There were at least 15 of them. Some were huge. Others were thin and wiry. Tattoos covered their skin. Scars marked their faces. Their eyes were wild, cruel, and excited. They carried swords, spears, bows, and crude weapons made from scavenged metal and bone. One of them held a crossbow. The same crossbow that had killed Walter. His face was covered in a tribal tattoo. He smiled at Luke. Luke swallowed. Oh, shit. A tall man stepped forward. His long, tangled hair hung around his face, and his smile was sharp enough to feel like a blade. Looks like we got fresh meat. The prisoners laughed. Luke glanced at Walter's body. Dead. His stomach twisted. The tattooed man with the crossbow tilted his head. Name's William, he said. Me and my friend spent a little too long in solitary. Seeing someone new. Kind of therapeutic. Luke forced himself to breathe. He raised his hand slightly and managed a nervous smile. We're all tutorial companions, right? One of the prisoners laughed loudly, spinning a hatchet in his hand. Companions? Another spat on the ground. Ain't nobody here going to any tutorial. Luke's heart skipped. One of them grinned. We analyzed this place. We don't need to leave. We wait here until the government marks us dead. A year, maybe 2. Better than death row. There's a dungeon, another said. Loot. Food. Time. William smiled. This place is going to be our new home. Better than a cell. Luke looked around. No escape. They had surrounded him. He was going to die. Maybe, Luke said carefully, I can just go find the portal key and pretend I never saw anything. The group went silent. Then William laughed. What do you think, boys? Should we let the only witness walk away? Luke let out a shaky breath. Yeah, didn't think so. A brute cracked his knuckles. You guessed right. Can we kill him already? Another prisoner growled. William raised a hand. Oh no. He still has a lot to learn. His eyes locked onto Luke's. A chill ran down Luke's spine. Fair head start, kid, William said. 5 seconds. Panic exploded through Luke's chest. William raised his fingers and began counting far too quickly. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Time's up. An arrow tore through the air. Luke threw himself sideways. He reached for Walter's fallen sword, but more arrows came flying. He had no choice. He ran. Get him. William shouted. Boots pounded behind him. Arrows zipped past his head and slammed into trees and stones. A knife sliced through the air, grazing Luke's cheek before sticking into a tree trunk. Without thinking, Luke ripped it free and kept running. Come on, kid, one prisoner yelled. Let's play. Luke darted into a ruined house, threw himself through a broken window, and crashed onto the wooden floor inside. Pain shot through his body, but he forced himself up. Footsteps thundered behind him. Where are you, boy? Let's talk. Luke slipped into a dark hallway. His heart hammered. He had one knife. And one apple. That was it. Footsteps came closer. Luke peeked around the corner. A man with an axe moved through the hallway, checking rooms one by one. Think. Think. Luke pulled the apple from his pocket and threw it into a room farther down the corridor. The apple hit the floor with a dull thud. The axe-wielding man spun toward the sound. I found you. He charged. As he passed, Luke swept his leg out. The man stumbled and slammed face-first into the stone floor. A split second later, pain tore through Luke's shoulder. A crossbow bolt punched deep into him, nearly spinning him around. Luke gasped, staggering backward. Warm blood soaked into his shirt. 2 more prisoners charged down the corridor. One raised a crossbow. Luke moved on instinct. His arm snapped forward. The knife flew. Ah, shit. The blade struck the man, making him stumble back. Luke could barely believe he had hit him. But he did not stop. He turned and sprinted up the stairs, gritting his teeth as he grabbed the bolt in his shoulder and tore it free. Pain exploded through him. At the top of the stairs, he shoved a table over, knocking furniture into the path behind him. Then he ran into a room, slammed the door, locked it, and dragged a heavy dresser in front of it. His injured shoulder screamed, but fear gave him strength. Axe blows struck the door. Open the door, kid. Luke spun around. The room had only one window. No other exit. His breathing became frantic. Shit, shit, shit. He opened the system screen. Give me a class, he shouted. Anything. Now. The axe struck again. The door splintered. A notification appeared. Choose your class wisely. It may mean the difference between life and death. I know. Luke screamed. The screen flickered, and class options began appearing rapidly. Knight. A resilient and honorable warrior. The knight stands at the front line, shielding allies through strength and discipline. Stat bonus, +2 endurance, +1 strength, +1 agility, +1 vitality, +1 free point. Starting equipment, sword and shield. Luke stared at the words. Sword and shield. He looked down at his body. No chance. The equipment would slow him down. He was not built for a frontline fight. If he got trapped in a direct battle, he would die. Next. Archer. A ranged combat specialist. The archer is swift and precise, striking enemies from a safe distance. Stat bonus, +2 agility, +1 vitality, +1 perception, +1 intelligence, +1 free point. Starting equipment, bow and quiver. Luke hesitated. Ranged attacks sounded useful. But what happened when he ran out of arrows? I'll die the second I'm out of ammo. The door cracked. A hole opened in the wood. There you are, little man, a voice mocked from the other side. Luke skipped to the next option. Thief. Agile and stealthy. The thief relies on tricks and quick strikes to catch enemies off guard. Stat bonus, +2 perception, +1 vitality, +1 agility, +1 intelligence, +1 free point. Starting equipment, bandit's cleaver and 3 lockpicks. Luke stared at the screen. A criminal's class to fight criminals. Ironic. But it did not feel strong enough. Next. Mage. Master of the arcane arts. The mage trades physical strength for magical power. Though physically fragile, his spells are feared from afar. Stat bonus, +2 intelligence, +1 vitality, +1 agility, +1 perception, +1 free point. Starting equipment, arcane staff and one-time spell scroll. Luke shook his head. No. If I run out of mana, I'm just holding a stick. The dresser shifted. The prisoners laughed outside. Only one option remained. Assassin. For the heir of shadows and child of assassination. The assassin uses fast, lethal strikes to eliminate targets. It avoids prolonged fights, relying on ambush and speed to secure victory. Stat bonus, +2 agility, +1 strength, +1 vitality, +1 perception, +1 free point. Starting equipment, throwing knives and 3 smoke bombs. Luke went still. Something inside him reacted to the words. As if the class had been waiting for him. This. His voice dropped to a whisper. This was the only real chance. Knight was too slow. Archer was limited. Mage was risky. Thief was too weak at the start. But assassin? Fast. Light. Deadly. Knives to attack. Smoke to escape. The dresser broke apart. The door burst inward. Found you, boy. Luke clenched his fists. His heart pounded like a war drum. Assassin, he said. I choose assassin. You have acquired the assassin class. A strange heat ignited inside his body. It rushed through his veins, sharp and electric. His muscles felt lighter. His mind felt clearer. His senses sharpened. For one brief moment, Luke felt as if he was standing at the edge of becoming something else. Something better. Skills are awakening. Please wait. The criminals forced their way into the room. Luke looked at the window. Oh my god, screw this. He dove through it. Wind tore across his face. He crashed into a pigpen below. Mud splashed over him, softening the fall. Shit. Disgust could wait. Luke scrambled to his feet and looked toward the forest. Toward the dungeon. Toward the only possible exit. Get back here, someone shouted. Luke turned. One of the prisoners had spotted him. He's over here. Luke ran. His feet hit the ground faster than ever before. Adrenaline burned through his blood, but there was something else beneath it too. A new speed. A new sharpness. A thug jumped in front of him, cleaver raised. No way out, kid. Luke dropped low, rolled beneath the swing, and slipped past him with unnatural speed. He sprinted toward the trees. Then stopped. 5 prisoners blocked the trail. Damn it. Luke veered toward the riverbank. Arrows flew after him, striking the ground around his feet. His lungs burned. His chest felt like it might tear open. Where could he go? Then he saw it. The waterfall. The dark cave beyond. The roar of crashing water filled the air. Before Luke could decide, a fireball exploded in front of him. Flames scattered across the grass and caught a nearby tree. Smoke curled upward as a figure stepped out from the shadow of the cave. William. He spun a staff in one hand and smiled. Looks like I found our little runaway. Luke swallowed. Behind him, the other prisoners closed in. Archers and crossbowmen raised their weapons. William stepped closer. What do we do with him, boys? Kill him, one prisoner shouted. We can't let the kid awaken skills and walk out of here. Cold sweat slid down Luke's back. William tilted his head. So, kid, he asked. Quick death or slow? Luke's eyes darted around. More prisoners arrived every second. There was no way out. The mage was playing with him. Luke took a breath. Quick death. The criminals laughed. William's smile widened. Unfortunately. He lifted his staff. It won't be quick. Then he shouted. Get him. They charged. Arrows filled the air. Luke ran. There was no other choice. He weaved between bolts, his body moving faster than it ever had before. The strange heat still burned through his veins. Something had changed inside him, but he had no time to understand it. His thoughts raced. The cave. The river. The waterfall. The statue's words returned to him. 2 paths. The dungeon trail. And the leap of the brave. Kill the boy. The shout rang out behind him. Luke reached the edge. Wind roared up from the abyss. He looked back. The prisoners were closing in, rage and disbelief twisting their faces. Then he looked down. The drop was endless. For 1 second, his body froze. Every instinct screamed at him to stop. To think. To choose anything else. Luke exhaled. Screw it. And jumped. Shouts erupted behind him. He really did it. Their voices blurred as Luke fell. Air rushed past him. The water below rose fast. Then he hit. It was like slamming into concrete. Cold. Violent. Unforgiving. The impact tore the breath from his lungs and dragged him under. Then he kept falling. Not just through water. Through silence. Through darkness. The surface vanished above him. The light disappeared. The world he had known became distant and unreachable. And the abyss opened wide. Then swallowed him whole.
Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Luke jumped without seeing the bottom. Cold surged through his gut, coiling around his insides like a vice as the vertigo of the void seized his body. He kept himself straight, legs down, arms tight, and gambled his life on the answer to a riddle he didn't truly believe in. There was no other choice. The fall lasted only seconds, but every heartbeat stretched time like wire. And then. He hit the water like a thrown stone, plunging hard. Pain burst across every nerve as freezing cold punched the air from his lungs. He tried to swim up, but the current seized him, spinning his body like a rag in a storm. Something cracked, his leg. Pain spiraled through him as he moved, survival instinct clashing with the scream of a broken body. Spinning, drowning, swallowed by the furious river, Luke finally broke the surface, just for a moment. He gasped, sucking in as much air as he could. Then he saw the truth, no banks. No safety. Only a slick, narrow tunnel of rock. Wet. Dark. Smooth, like the throat of some ancient beast. And the current dragged him down again. The ground disappeared beneath him. He glimpsed the edge of another fall ahead, the water pushing him toward it like a sentence being carried out. Another waterfall. Another drop. Nowhere to grab hold. His fingers bent at wrong angles when he slammed into an underwater rock. He screamed, or tried to, but the river stole the sound along with the last of his strength. His already broken leg struck something else, something sharper and deeper. The bones cried out like brittle branches underfoot. The current didn't stop, it dragged him mercilessly, each bend of the hidden river carrying a new promise of pain and delivering. He ricocheted off the cavern walls like a doll, each impact chipping away another piece of him. Stones tore into his skin, bruises blooming across his body. He was going limp. Heavy. His lungs burned. Every second underwater twisted the panic deeper. He tried to surface, tried to move, but his arms no longer answered. Blood slipped from his wounds, vanishing into the dark tide. Then, another impact. His shoulder smashed into a jagged bend of stone, a sharp edge tearing through his side. But worse than the pain was the reflex, he gasped. His last breath escaped in silence, a scream that became bubbles. They rose as his vision blinked. Nothing responded. His mind was still screaming, but his body had stopped listening. Darkness closed in. The water pulled. And Luke sank. When he was on the verge of surrendering to death, sinking and thrashing weakly against the water pulling him under, Luke simply accepted it. Death felt inevitable. But then, something changed. He dropped again. The impact hurled him into the water once more, his body limp and spent. But something was different now, a tiny difference, subtle but crucial. The current was gone. That dying flame inside him flickered back to life. Luke swam upward with everything he had left. His limbs trembled. Every movement burned. But he forced his arms to push, forced his lungs to pull. He wasn't done, not yet. Turbulence surged around him. Whirlpools clawed him downward. The waterfall pressed like a liquid wall of weight. To escape it, he had to let go. He sank on purpose, diving deep to escape the crashing zone above. And finally, he broke the surface. Ashore. The words barely escaped his throat. He swam, even as his muscles failed him, even as pain drowned his limbs. His legs didn't work right. Blood spilled from gashes torn open by the falls. When he finally reached the edge of the rock, he dragged himself out. He didn't get up. He just lay there, every inch of him pulsing in pain, vision blurry, the deafening roar of the waterfall filling the cavern. If anyone found him now, he wouldn't have the strength to fight. In that moment, as he looked at himself, at the broken leg, the swollen and twisted fingers, the cuts and blood all over his body, he knew. He couldn't go on. He might never walk again. He looked around. The cavern stretched deep, like a tunnel into the earth's marrow. Purple crystals shimmered along the walls, casting eerie reflections across the wet stone. He just stared and closed his eyes. You have completed the challenge, the leap of the brave. A glowing notification appeared in front of him. The metallic sound broke through his haze. Reward, 1x small healing potion. He could barely believe what he was reading. An item has been added to your inventory. Luke frowned. Inventory? What? He had no idea how to access it. Assassin class has successfully awakened. You have acquired a class skill, basic blade handling, common. He closed the notifications without really reading them, desperate for any clue about the inventory. An item has been added to your inventory. An item has been added to your inventory. When the last notification blinked away, a small square appeared on the interface, with his picture. His face. Luke tapped it, and a new screen opened. Name, Luke. Level, 0. Rank, F. Class, Assassin, LVL 0. Race, Human. Profession. Titles. Health points, HP 38/100. Mana points, MP 70/70. Stamina, 3 out of 60. Stats. Strength, 8. Agility, 10. Endurance, 6. Vitality, 10. Perception, 8. Intelligence, 7. Free points, 1. Inventory, small healing potion, X1, throwing knife holster, smoke bomb, X3. Class skills, basic blade handling, common. Stolen story, please report. Luke ignored all the system messages. He could only think about one thing, the inventory. When he clicked on the potion icon, a small glass vial filled with red liquid appeared in his hand, as if it had always been there, just waiting for him. Without hesitation, he brought it to his lips. It tasted surprisingly sweet, like strawberry with a faint trace of raspberry. He didn't care if it was poison or a trap. It didn't matter. He was practically dead anyway. As soon as the liquid slid down his throat, a burning sensation spread through his body. But it wasn't pain. Not normal pain. It was healing. The feeling surged through every wound, like liquid fire flooding his veins. Luke arched his back involuntarily as the real pain began, deep, raw, almost unbearable. His bones cracked violently. Broken fingers moved on their own, snapping back into place. He felt the exposed bone in his leg shift, realign, reconnect with surgical precision. Every fracture. Every tear. Every internal rupture. He felt it all reassembling. Health points, HP 38/100-100/100. The health bar rose before his eyes. He had no idea how much a small potion was supposed to heal, but this one had done more than enough. He tried to stand. He expected the pain to strike again, but it didn't. Only exhaustion remained. Heavy. Deep. His muscles felt drained, but not broken. What the hell kind of place did I fall into? He looked around. The rocky tunnel stretched in one direction only, purple crystals pulsing softly along the walls, lighting patches of moss and roots dripping from the ceiling. Fresh waterfall mist mingled with the scent of damp earth. There were no other paths. I'm going to rest, enough flirting with death for one day. He sat on the floor, leaning against the cold wall. Now that the adrenaline was fading, the chill cut like a blade. His body trembled, but he was alive. Then he remembered the skill he'd received. He clicked on it. Basic blade handling, common, a true assassin's blade must be quick, lethal, and precise. You now possess basic proficiency with daggers, short swords, and other one-handed light weapons, allowing for more accurate and efficient strikes. The moment he read the description, the knowledge slammed into him like a wave. Suddenly, he knew. He knew how to grip a knife properly, how to spin it mid-air to maximize the cutting angle, how to drive it into the exact point to kill with the least effort. As if he'd trained for years, and someone had simply installed it in his mind. This is insane. If someone had told him this would happen, he'd have laughed. Just like he laughed when he first heard stories about people awakening with the system. But now, there was no denying it. In Luke's mind, a reference popped up, his favorite movie, The Matrix. It really felt like they'd downloaded a skill pack straight into his brain. Just like Neo. He tapped on the next item, smoke bomb. 3 small black spheres materialized in his palm. Smoke bomb, X3, a crafted tool that releases a dense smoke cloud when activated, obscuring vision and enabling strategic escapes or stealth attacks. Luke returned 2 to the inventory and slipped 1 into his pocket, just in case. The last item was the holster. He didn't even have to move. The equipment appeared on its own, already strapped to his right thigh. Throwing knife holster, common. Description, a specialized holster designed to store throwing knives. It can conjure common rarity blades when infused with mana. Enchantments. Mana knives, common, by channeling mana, the holster can generate up to 6 throwing knives, instantly materialized and ready for deadly precision. A light tingling spread through Luke's fingers. The moment he thought of a blade, a knife appeared. Small. Perfectly balanced. He spun it between his fingers naturally, like he'd done it 1,000 times. The weight was ideal, the center of gravity flawless. So this thing creates knives whenever I need them, as long as I've got mana. He lifted the weapon into the glow of the crystals, studying its dull sheen and thin, deadly edge. This is basically magic. If I'd picked the archer class, I bet the quiver worked the same way, creating arrows from mana. Even with time to reflect, he knew he'd make the same choice again. Yes, in the moment it was instinct, but now, calm and thinking clearly, he saw the advantages. Mage spells used mana and vanished after casting. Archer arrows were also mana-based, but once fired, they were gone. And if an enemy got too close, an archer without room to move was just a walking corpse. But his holster was different. It generated knives, smaller than swords, sure, meant for throwing, but still lethal in close combat. And if he needed to, he could just conjure one and hold it. Mana points, MP 70/70-65 70ths. 5 mana per knife, huh. Exhausted, he finally allowed himself to rest. He leaned his head back against the stone wall and closed his eyes, but he didn't let go of the knife. His mind was alert for some reason. More alert than usual. Luke had slept for a few hours. When he stepped out of the tunnel, he finally saw where he was. It was vast, expansive, a subterranean field overtaken by forest and dark green grass, nearly dead in color. Purple crystals glowed between the trees and rocks, casting the only light in the area. There was no massive artificial sun like before, only the faint, diffused glow of scattered gemstones. It was a cave, an entire biome hidden beneath the earth. And yet, he felt a breeze. He couldn't tell where it came from, but the air moved. It was real. Natural. He took a step. And then, he saw it. A rat, massive, the size of a full-grown dog, was creeping through the brush. Its fur was filthy and matted, and its eyes glowed with a hostile glint under the crystal light. The instant it spotted him, the creature growled. Grr. And charged. Shit. Luke raised his knife. His heart pounded. Even though he knew how to hold it, even though his body felt quicker, sharper, a part of him still hesitated. The beast lunged. He rolled to the side, dodging just in time. His body moved differently now. Lighter. More efficient. He could manage his breath, shift his weight, feel the flow of his own movement. He got close, close enough to drive the blade into the rat's face. His hand, as if magnetized, aimed straight for its forehead. But he pulled back. He still feared taking a life. The rat snarled, spun, and struck him with its tail. Luke was thrown aside, crashing to the ground with the air knocked out of him. The monster pounced, fangs bared. And then, silence. The world sound cut off completely. He could see the rat above him, feel its weight on his chest, push against it with his hands, but no sound reached him. Only one did. His heartbeat. Thump thump. Thump thump. The fear disappeared. Something surfaced inside him, a thread in the darkness, like a line in woven cloth. When he touched it with his mind, something ignited. A raw, instinctive flame, sharp and clear. Luke kicked the creature hard, broke free, and rolled back. The rat staggered. He didn't wait. He lunged, knife twirling in his fingers, and struck. The blade drove through flesh and into bone. He felt the resistance, then the break. The skull cracked. The knife sank deep. You have slain Cave Rat, LVL2. Luke panted, breath ragged. What was that? He looked down at his bloodied hand. Instinctively, he spun the knife and slipped into a combat stance. The creature was dead, yet his body kept moving on its own. That's when he understood. An assassin's instinct. Does the class do that too? He knelt, wiping the blade on the dying grass. His hands were still trembling, the adrenaline of a first kill, the shock of ending a life. But at the same time, there was peace. An internal silence. For some reason, he felt unnaturally clear-headed. As if in that moment, between life and death, his mind had aligned perfectly with what had to be done. That thread was still there, and then vanished into the darkness of his thoughts. That was strange. Luke moved in silence, body low, eyes sharp. He advanced slowly, scanning the space ahead, a wide, cavernous area, dimly lit, where darkness bled into scattered points of light. He spotted 2 separate zones, both faintly lit by torches. One was too far to explore now, but the other was within reach. Up ahead, partially surrounded by crystals and low trees, stood a small stone structure. Circular. Roofed. It looked like a gazebo, but in this strange underground space, it felt completely out of place. Luke watched carefully. There was a simple wooden table inside. A chair. But what drew his attention wasn't inside. It was what surrounded the structure. 3 creatures patrolled the area, humanoid lizards, tall, about his height. Their thick tails dragged across the dirt floor as they moved in heavy, cautious steps. Luke slowly retreated, slipping back behind a large stone. He sat, muscles tense. His heart hammered in his chest. 3 enemies. I'm completely outmatched. He looked around. This place had to be part of the dungeon's lower depths, and he figured it was some kind of alternate route. The mission statue had presented 2 paths, the traditional one, step by step, and the path of the brave, the one that meant leaping into the abyss. He had jumped. Chosen the insane route. Now, there was no turning back. If the key's there, it's my only shot. He peeked again. The structure looked important, and there was a very real chance the portal key was inside. That was the only way to ascend through the dungeon and activate the statue to begin the tutorial. Luke closed his eyes for a moment. He breathed deep, then reached for his knife. He channeled mana. A second blade materialized in the holster on his leg. Mana points, MP 65/70-60/70. I can't waste time here, or I'll miss the tutorial window. That would mean disqualification from this year's integration, and if that happened, he'd be trapped here for a whole year in this dungeon with the prisoners. He knew what that meant. He would not survive. Luke picked up the pace. There was no time for stealth anymore. Trying to sneak would be useless, all three enemies were in open view, and they'd see him regardless. Hiss. One of the lizard creatures spotted him and let out a sharp cry, alerting the others. Luke aimed the knife and threw. He missed. Shit. The monsters charged. The first sprinted straight at him, tail sweeping low in a wide arc. Luke dodged by instinct, he'd seen that move before, back with the rat. The second kobold lunged from above, slamming into him and knocking him down. A punch landed against his ribs. Luke kicked back, forcing the creature away, and immediately stabbed it in the shoulder. Without stopping, he pulled another blade from his holster and threw it. The knife struck the creature's leg. The kobold screamed in pain. I missed. He had aimed for the face but hit the thigh instead. No time to dwell on it. A heavy blow slammed into his back, the third kobold had struck him with its tail. Luke rolled, gasping for air, but one of the creatures barreled toward him like a bull and grabbed him. With both knives in hand, Luke began stabbing its back over and over, climbing the creature like a living wall, each strike carving into flesh. He reached the neck. The blade plunged in from the side. The kobold staggered back, coughing blood, one hand pressed against its throat. It collapsed to its knees. Luke rolled away. The kobold fell. You have slain Cave Kobold, LVL2. The other two stared at him, snarling. One reached down, yanked the knife from its leg, and pointed it at Luke. Peace. The question came out reflexively, sarcastic. The kobold growled in reply and charged. The other began circling him, trying to flank. Luke kept backing up, dodging strikes. The one with the knife was even more dangerous now. He kicked it hard, sending it stumbling back, and ducked just in time to avoid another tail sweep. Then, he tossed the smoke bomb. The black sphere hit the ground and burst with a dry crack. A thick cloud of gray smoke spread outward, swallowing everything. The kobolds lost sight of him. That was all he needed. Luke lunged toward one of them, leaping onto its back with all his weight. They rolled across the ground and Luke was already moving, knife in hand, striking the neck. Fast. Repeated. Precise. Instinct took over. The area was vulnerable. His hand knew where to strike. Blood spurted. The kobold thrashed. Claws scraped at the ground, until the spasm stopped. You have slain Cave Kobold, LVL2. Your class, Assassin, has reached level 1. Assassin has granted bonus attribute points, +2 agility, +1 strength, +1 vitality, +1 perception, +1 free point. I did it. Luke could hardly believe it, he'd narrowed the odds. 2 down. 1 left. The smoke was starting to clear as he rose to his feet on the battlefield. Then, he felt it. A sharp pain, like a burning needle stabbing into his lower back. He staggered, twisting his body. The last kobold was there, breathing hard, bleeding, but furious. It held 2 knives. He picked up the one I threw. The monster spun, and Luke raised his arm to block. The blade sliced through his skin like paper. Before he could react, a tail slammed into his ribs. Luke hit the ground hard. And then, the kobold struck without mercy. It leapt onto him and drove a knife straight into his gut. Pain exploded. Luke screamed, grabbing the creature. With sheer effort, he twisted, shoving the monster off, and stabbed his own blade into its back. He kicked the kobold away and rolled back, gasping, bleeding, barely on his feet. Hiss. The creature growled and charged again. Luke was in a panic. Blood poured out hot. He had been stabbed. He could barely breathe. Desperate, he pulled knives from his holster, one after another, and threw. Mana, 60 out of 70. Mana, 55 out of 70. Mana, 50 out of 70. Mana, 45 70ths. Mana, 40 70ths. Mana, 35 out of 70. Mana, 30 out of 70. Mana, 25 out of 70. Mana, 20 out of 70. Mana, 15 out of 70. Mana, 10 out of 70. Mana, 5 out of 70. Mana, 0 out of 70. The knives flew, slamming into the kobold's shoulder, chest, neck, but it didn't stop. It kept running, kept shrieking. Luke dragged himself backward. No mana. No strength. The kobold leapt. And in the middle of its jump, Luke kicked. The blade on the ground flipped into the air. He caught it and drove it into the creature's neck with all the fury he had left. The kobold still grabbed him, its blood spilling onto Luke's chest. But its grip weakened. Luke groaned in agony as he pushed the knife deeper. The monster went limp. And they collapsed together. You have slain Cave Kobold, LVL3. Luke could barely breathe. Shit. I've been stabbed, this is it. I'm gonna bleed out. Heat pulsed around him, pain burning bright. His vision started to fade. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. You have reached level 1. Human, rank F. Race level up bonus stats, +1 strength, +1 agility, +1 endurance, +1 vitality, +1 perception, +1 intelligence, +1 free point. Something changed. A different kind of warmth spread through his body, not feverish, but renewing. The pain vanished. Luke's eyes widened. His breathing steadied. He touched his abdomen where the knife had pierced him. There was nothing. The wound was gone. I heal when my race level increases. He had already read about it online, but there was so much misinformation and empty promises about the system and the world of the new society that it was hard to know what to believe. Still, he really had been completely restored. Maybe some of those things were true after all. You have acquired a race skill. He slowly got to his feet, stunned, and looked around. Silence. The bodies were still. There were no more enemies. Luke ran his hand over his body. No cuts, no bruises, no hole in his stomach. Everything was gone. More than that, his HP, his mana, even his stamina were fully restored. He felt fresh, as if that brutal fight had never happened. Luke tapped on the new skill. A description popped up in front of him. Identify, common, allows you to analyze objects, equipment, and creatures to reveal basic information. The higher the skill level, the more detailed the analysis becomes. Wasting no time, he sprinted toward the gazebo. The structure was simple, a circular stone shelter with a wooden table and a single chair. Everything was coated in dust and age. On the table lay an old leather pouch. The key has to be here. Luke opened the pouch in a hurry. As he shook it, a piece of paper slipped out, but he ignored it at first, his eyes locked on the contents. Something dropped onto the wood with a dull thud. A flicker of hope lit in his chest. But when he looked, just a stone. Then another. The pouch was full of them. Seriously? He frowned, disappointed. Maybe the previous owner used these to throw at monsters. And that's when his mind caught something he had missed. A pouch. Luke froze. An actual bag. So, where's the owner? He looked around. Only the kobold corpses. No other signs of human presence. Could monsters carry gear like this? Or, maybe they weren't the owners. He turned back to the paper he had ignored. Now more alert, he picked it up. His hands froze the moment he saw what was written, and worse, it was in his language. God have mercy on me. I'm trapped in this place with no way out. Luke swallowed hard. Other people were here. His gaze slowly drifted toward the tunnel and the waterfall. Was the leap the only entrance? The note didn't clarify. Maybe it referred only to this dungeon floor. Maybe it spoke of the entire world down here. At that moment, Luke realized it didn't matter. If someone else had been here, if someone had left this message. That meant they never found the key and never activated the portal. And that thought burrowed into him, a slow, cold pressure of dread. Luke moved through the shadows of the underground forest, circling around the field toward the second lit area. Along the way, he encountered more enemies, rats and kobolds scattered throughout the terrain. But something inside him was changing, the fear, the hesitation to kill. Fading. Maybe it was the growing urgency, or maybe, he was just getting good at this. Finally, he saw it. A massive double stone door stood before him, sealed, with 2 torches lighting its face. In front of it stood 2 armed kobolds, motionless. Guards. It made sense. This was probably the official entrance to the floor, the path taken by challengers who came the normal way, descending the dungeon steps. Luke approached cautiously, but something in the air felt wrong. Heavy. A bad feeling. The kobolds spotted him. Hiss. Both charged. One slid low across the ground like a crawling predator. Luke threw a knife, missed. The creature closed in and swung a fist. Luke dodged, then drove both knives into its side. The second kobold came from behind. Tail sweeping. Spinning. Luke ducked. The tail hit the first kobold, sending it flying. Seizing the opening, Luke stabbed the second one in the gut, not going for the neck, which it instinctively protected, but driving the blade upward with repeated, brutal strikes until the throat was exposed. The final thrust ended it. You have slain Cave Kobold, LVL2. The other kobold was already up, lunging. Luke slashed its leg. It stumbled back. He threw 2 more knives, missed again. But he didn't stop. He ran. Jumped. Tackled the kobold mid-movement, came down hard, driving the blade in deep. Thick flesh resisted. He forced it through. You have slain Cave Kobold, LVL3. Your class, Assassin, has reached level 2. Class bonus points acquired, ***. You have learned a class skill. Luke rose to his feet, shaking. His legs felt weak, the weight of recent violence pressing against his thoughts. He looked at the scratch on his arm. So, class level-ups don't heal. His HP, mana, and stamina remained unchanged. Looks like only race levels do that. He scanned the area, no sounds, no movement. He exhaled, then opened the system screen and read the new skill description. Knife throwing, common, a true assassin never wastes an attack. Grants proficiency in throwing knives and light projectiles, making ranged strikes feel natural and deadly. Luke's eyes widened. Knowledge crashed into him like an unstoppable wave. Now he knew how to grip the blade with precision, how to adjust the angle, the spin, the force. How to compensate for wind, even in a closed space. How to calculate rotation, impact point, trajectory. It felt like he'd spent years training with throwing weapons. He drew a knife from his holster. His gaze locked onto a nearby tree. The moment he chose his target, his body moved. The arm snapped forward. The knife spun. He didn't think, didn't need to. His brain had already done the math the instant he took aim. The blade cut the air clean. It landed, dead center in the trunk. Perfect. Luke stared at his hand, surprised. Only one word came to mind. Impressive. It was like the skill had fine-tuned everything, his aim, his reflexes, even the way he pulled knives from the holster. Each draw felt smooth, fluid, instinctive. But he couldn't afford distraction. His goal stood ahead, the massive double stone doors. Luke approached and pushed. Nothing. He shoved again, this time with his whole weight. The towering slabs didn't budge, mocking him with their stillness. Then, a system window appeared in front of his eyes. Notice, this is the final floor of the dungeon and houses the Forgotten Temple. These doors can only be opened from the inside if you possess the statue key, currently guarded by a boss. Luke froze, his mind trying to process every word. Boss. The note. The bag. The silence. It all made sense now. He stared at the door, then looked around. The air here was sacred, too still. Don't tell me. I have to defeat a boss to get out of here. The words slipped out, drowned in rising panic, because suddenly everything clicked, the abandoned pouch at the gazebo, the desperate note, the inactive portal, the sealed door. No one had ever completed this challenge. Luke felt the weight of truth settle over him. The statue hadn't lied. Death was waiting. Elsewhere, in the depths of darkness, a breath echoed, slow and ancient. Something was waking. From the center of that abyss, two eyes opened, and a voice followed, deep as the stone itself. Who dares disturb my sleep? The creature focused, and then images of the floor flooded its mind, flashes of the subterranean forest, dense trees, the faint pulsing glow of purple crystals lining the cavern's edge. It swept across the terrain with its mind, like a spirit spreading through the ground, awareness drifting, scanning every inch of the forgotten floor, until it stopped. There. By the sealed gate stood a human. Young. Breathing. Alive. Staring at the door as if waiting for it to open on its own. Well. A smile touched the lips of the being in the dark. It seems the system has delivered me a new visitor. The words echoed softly, like muffled thunder. Let's see if this human is worthy of facing my challenge, and earning my attention. There was something in the voice. Excitement. Expectation. Because in all these years, no one had ever awakened it. I see, an assassin, the being whispered, a grin curling across its face, eager to see how the human would handle what was coming next. A kobold wandered through the underground forest, lit only by the dim glow of purple crystals. Suddenly, a sound sliced the air. Pain exploded in its leg. It looked down, a knife embedded deep. HSSS, it hissed in fury. More knives followed. The kobold ducked just in time to avoid them, but now it knew where they came from. It lunged, diving into the bushes from which the blades had flown. Nothing. Then, it felt something above. It looked up and saw a shadow dropping from a branch. Luke. They rolled across the ground, but the kobold reacted fast, shoving Luke hard. He crashed into a tree, the impact stunning him for a second. The kobold charged, snarling. Luke drew a knife from his holster like a gunslinger and threw it. Then another. And another. Each blade slammed into the kobold's body, shoulder, chest, neck, but it didn't stop. It kept coming, running even with steel lodged in its flesh, until the final knife pierced straight through its heart. The kobold fell. You have slain Cave Kobold, LVL3. Your class, Assassin, has reached level 3. Class bonus points acquired, ***. You have learned a class skill. Luke dropped to his knees, breathing hard. Every fight in this place wore him down mentally. His heart still raced in his chest, hammering like a war drum. He scanned the area, confirming no other threats were nearby. Each kill brought a surge of adrenaline. And every time, his legs trembled after. The only way to calm himself was to remind his brain, they're just beasts, vicious, wild creatures. Even if he did nothing, they'd attack the moment he got close. Still, he could feel it. He was getting stronger. Faster. Even his physical strength had increased. His body moved more fluidly with every level. Luke retrieved the blades from the kobold's corpse and slid them back into the holster. Reusing them was essential. He'd learned recently that mana blades disappeared after a few hours. Nothing could go to waste. In the last fight, he had run out of mana and survived only because he recovered a knife he had already thrown. He opened his system screen. Twin blade, common, a skilled assassin never wastes an attack. When throwing a knife, it splits mid-air, creating a duplicate that follows the same path, doubling your chance to hit. Luke raised his eyebrows. A knife that splits in mid-air. Luke picked one up. He thought about testing it, then hesitated. My mana's low, better not risk it. Mana regenerated slowly, and his body was still exhausted, but better now than in a life-or-death situation. He took a deep breath and focused on a nearby tree, distant, clear. His mind already knew what to do, how to channel mana and activate the skill mid-throw. He threw. Mid-flight, the knife split. Like a cell dividing, a second blade shimmered into existence beside the first. Both struck the tree. The first lodged in the trunk, the second landed slightly lower and began fading. Luke ran up to check. The second knife was already vanishing. I see. The duplicate only exists to improve hit chance. He pulled out the original and slid it back into the holster, then opened his system interface. Name, Luke. Level, 1. Rank, F. Class, Assassin, LVL3. Race, Human. Profession. Titles. Health points, HP 132/140. Mana points, MP 12 out of 80. Stamina, 48 out of 70. Stats. Strength, 12. Agility, 17. Endurance, 7. Vitality, 14. Perception, 12. Intelligence, 8. Free points, 5. Inventory, throwing knife holster, smoke bomb, X2. Class skills, basic blade handling, common, knife throwing, common, twin blade, common. Race skills, identify, common. Luke stared at his mana pool. Each knife costs 5 mana to create. The new skill, Twin Blade, doubled his throw and drained even more mana. The duplicate costs 3 mana. As far as he could tell, the other skills, blade handling, knife throwing, and identify, didn't consume mana directly, at least not in a way the system showed. From the start, only knife creation had clearly consumed mana, which made this his first true active combat skill with a direct cost. He had 5 unspent points, having saved them and waited until class level 3 before making any decisions. Now was the time. No hesitation. He placed each point exactly where he needed it. Updated stats. Strength, 12. Agility, 17-18. Endurance, 7-8. Vitality, 14-15. Perception, 12-13. Intelligence, 8-9. Free points, 5-0. The effect was immediate. A soft warmth flowed through his body, like his system was absorbing invisible energy. Every point had purpose. Agility boosted reflexes and movement speed, endurance extended stamina allowing longer battles and fewer crashes, vitality increased HP, perception fine-tuned his senses, reaction time, and spatial awareness, and intelligence, essential now, made room for his mana pool to grow. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Health points, HP 133/140-143/150. Mana points, MP 12/80-22/90. Stamina, 48 out of 70-58 out of 80. The interface pulsed as new values locked in. Luke exhaled slowly, his body feeling steadier, more focused. The progress was real. I'm starting to understand this system. Then, his stomach growled. Loud. He looked down at the kobold's body nearby, knives still sticking out of its thick hide. Silence. Yeah. I figured this moment would come. In front of the gazebo, Luke built a makeshift fire. The flames danced against the stone, casting flickering shadows pulsing with heat. He knew the basics of survival, it was part of school now. Ever since the system arrived on Earth in the last century, survival training had become standard in global education, a way to prepare anyone who might someday accept the system's call. He remembered those classes, the day they explained how, decades ago, 20% of the world's population had simply vanished and returned 5 months later changed. They were the first, the pioneers. Taken into the tutorial, they learned about the multiverse. They were introduced to the system and then integrated. When they came back, they brought new laws, new truths, and new gods, real gods. The truth was simple, there was a vast multiverse filled with other races and ways of life, and the gods who came to Earth were divinities, beings that helped newly awakened worlds undergo integration. With their help, Earth changed. It grew and expanded beyond any natural limit. The planet became the largest in the solar system. New continents formed. Oceans deepened. Mountains reached the sky. Floating islands appeared from nowhere. The Earth itself had been reshaped and rebuilt to fit the system's logic. Wars ended, borders dissolved. At first, it was chaos, creatures appeared, some monstrous, others territorial. Even ordinary animals began mutating under the system's influence. But humanity survived and adapted. Guilds emerged, corporations dedicated to integration, and governments formed internal forces made up of system-bound individuals. Luke was born decades later. In the world he grew up in, nearly 45% of the population was already integrated, and each year, more people accepted the call. He had been one of them. Now, staring at the meat roasting over the fire, he could only murmur. What the hell did I get myself into? He took a bite. It was awful, bitter, stringy, but it went down. As he chewed, thoughts caught up with him, Earth, his family. That word always felt distant. Luke had a father, a mother, a younger sister, and an older brother nearly 30, but none of them were his biological family. He was adopted, and no matter how hard he tried, he had never fully accepted it. His mind drifted further back to a time he rarely allowed himself to revisit. He had been poor. Very poor. It was just him and his mother. She grew up in an orphanage and became a mother far too young. They lived in a small house, almost collapsing under its own weight. She did what she could, working as a maid for the Baumans, Martin, Clara, and their son, Noah. They were rich, Martin was a well-known lawyer, Clara a housewife. They met Luke's mother during a difficult time and offered her a job, a generous attempt to help her get back on her feet. Luke had lived around that family every day since he was 3, but one memory stayed with him every night, the day he turned 5. That was the day of the conversation. His mother sat beside him, held his small hands, and with a trembling voice told him that she wanted to give him something better, a future. She said it hurt her not to be able to buy him toys, that she was afraid she couldn't afford a good school, and that she didn't know how much longer she'd be able to support him. Then she revealed she had made a decision, a step for him. The next day, she was gone. She left only a letter behind. Luke was small, but he remembered reading that letter over and over as he grew older. In it, she explained that she had chosen to join the system, believing that with a good class she could find better work, maybe as a healer, a profession that, in the new world, even surpassed trained doctors. She believed she'd come back stronger and finally be able to give her son everything he deserved. But she never came back. 13 years passed, and Luke waited every day. It was Martin and Clara who took him in after she left, good people, kind. They legally adopted him, raised him as their own, gave him education and comfort, and encouraged him to study law to follow in the footsteps of their oldest son, Noah. And as grateful as he was, Luke never truly felt like he belonged, there was always a void. The only time he ever felt truly part of the Bauman family was when Lillian was born, the youngest, the little one. He watched her grow up, saw her turn 6. She called him brother without hesitation, hugged him, shared her drawings, and curled into his lap to hear stories. For a moment, he almost believed he had found a home, but then came the guilt. He realized he no longer remembered his mother's face or her voice. The thought hollowed him from the inside. His mother had never liked taking photos, there were no records except for a single government document Martin kept locked in his office. That night, Luke went in to find it. He had to see her again. Had to remember. When he opened the file, he stood in silence for a long time. The face in the picture was that of a stranger. He didn't recognize her. Even the voice in his head no longer sounded real. That was the night he made his decision. He accepted the system's invitation, not for glory, not for power, but for answers. If he survived the tutorial, he could climb step by step deeper into the system, reaching empires, divine orders, multiversal governments. There were ways, archives, databases, oracles, to learn what had happened in previous tutorial editions. And all he wanted to know was whether his mother was still alive or if she had died. The crackle of the fire broke the silence as Luke chewed the lizard meat, trying not to think too hard about the taste. He stared into the flames, the embers flickered like they were mocking his mental state. He'd been stuck on this floor for 3 days and had come to a single conclusion. I'll be dead in less than a month. He stood up slowly, walked to the gazebo, and drove a knife into the table, right through the message left by the last occupant, no way out. Luke started pacing in circles, as if movement might keep the panic away. He tried to stay in control these past days, pretending he had time, but now reality was kicking down the door. The monsters here, they're too weak to be the final floor's challenge. He stopped. Looked toward the waterfall tunnel. Either this dungeon is completely insane or all of these monsters fell down here by accident. That was the most logical theory, they came from the first floor, weaker creatures that, maybe during battle or by mistake, slipped into the river and were carried down the falls into this forgotten chamber. System routing errors happen at least once a year, which meant the owner of the pouch, the one who wrote the note, probably used those same monsters to get stronger, tried to move on, and failed. Now, the monsters Luke had killed were the leftovers, the accidental new generation, which meant they'd run out. I'm going to starve to death. He still had water, the waterfall fed into the subterranean lake. But food? He hadn't found a single fruit, no edible plants, no roots, nothing. The trees didn't shed leaves, the soil wasn't natural, and the forest felt decorative, artificial. The place didn't function like a real ecosystem. His only source of food was the monsters, and at this rate, within a week they'd be gone. Shit, I'm in trouble. Even if 1 or 2 monsters dropped in from the upper floor, there were still others out there, the prisoners. They'd clear the area around the waterfall to stay safe. Luke would be alone. No fresh monsters. No food. He turned toward the distant stone doors and felt the weight of the decision crush his shoulders. He exhaled. I don't have a choice. The words came out low, tired but steady. I have to get the damn boss key or die trying. By this point, Luke had abandoned all hope of joining this year's official tutorial. He didn't know the exact time limit the system allowed before the portal closed, but he estimated something between 2 weeks and a month. That was the usual window for someone to level up and move on. But now, it didn't matter anymore. His priority wasn't advancement, it was survival. Over the past few days, he had explored the entire cavern. He discovered it was circular in shape, and he had already covered half the territory. The other half was covered in a dense, dark forest. Luke had never entered it. Not once. Not even the monsters got close to it. That told him everything. The boss was in there. He opened his system interface again, scrolling until he found the notification about the sealed doors at the northern edge of the cave. Notice, this is the final floor of the dungeon and houses the Forgotten Temple. These doors can only be opened from the inside if you possess the statue key, currently guarded by a boss. There was something about that message. Luke reread it carefully. Just like the words spoken by the statue, the system played with language, giving hints. And there it was, his first clue, he didn't need to kill the boss. He just needed the key. Risky. Insane. But it was a plan. Level up as much as possible. Enter the forest. Steal the key. Escape. His eyes drifted to the old leather pouch left behind by the dungeon's last occupant. You cleared the entire floor before heading in, didn't you? He muttered. To level up. To give yourself a chance. He pictured the scene, someone like him, trying to grow stronger before the final confrontation, someone who had the exact same idea and died for it. Now, Luke stared at the silent forest, half lit by the violet shimmer of the crystals. He was about to repeat that same madness. He could have chosen the slow route, kill 1 monster a week, stretch out his life, delay the inevitable. But that's all it would have been, delaying death. Because soon, the monsters would be gone, and what would follow was starvation, weakness, a miserable end. Or he could bet everything, slay all remaining creatures now, level up as far as possible, and face fate head-on. He looked once more at the forest. At the pouch resting on the table. He remembered the statue. That solemn voice, death awaits you on both paths. The only question is whether it will be quick or slow. Luke closed his holster with purpose, picked up the pouch, and turned toward the darkness. He was decided, he'd take the quick method and face death head-on. 1 week. That's how long it had been since Luke decided to face the boss. And now, arrows sliced through the air as he ran. Shit, he growled, weaving between trees. 3 kobolds, mounted on giant rats, were right behind him, and unfortunately for him, they knew how to shoot. Arrows ripped past, striking bark and branches. Luke didn't retreat, he circled, climbed trees, leapt from branch to branch. He didn't just feel faster now, he was. He could calculate the weight of his body with every step, feel the strength of each branch beneath his hands, know in a split second whether it could handle his movement. His brain was faster. His memory sharper. He could recall the scent of moss, the taste of blood, every moment of the past few days with painful clarity. More arrows. Luke dropped between the enemies, rolling on impact. He threw a knife, it split midair. A kobold dropped, its throat pierced clean. Before he could move, a rat slammed into him. He smashed into a tree. Pain lit up his back, then his shoulders. The creature bit down hard. He screamed, but his mind stayed calm. Still. Like a lake. He punched the rat's snout. It reeled back. His shoulder bled, but his focus was ice. He threw another knife, dead on. The second kobold collapsed with a choking sound. You have slain Cave Kobold, LVL4. No time to rest. He sprinted again, dodging more arrows between trees. 2 kobolds. 3 rats. Luke burst from a thicket, sliding across the ground. He deflected an arrow with his blade, then threw. Direct hit. The knife buried itself in the kobold's eye. It screamed, fell backward. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Luke spun, grabbed a fallen blade, rolled, and lunged at the final kobold. He drove the knife deep into its neck. Clean. Silent. Deadly. Your class, Assassin, has reached level 4. Class bonus points acquired, ****. The moment he leveled up, he felt it, his body responded instantly. Strength surged through his limbs, reflexes sharpened, and his balance adjusted on instinct. One of the rats charged. Luke twisted midair and kicked its snout. It staggered back, dazed. 3 still alive. Nearby, the fallen kobold groaned in pain, half-conscious. A second rat lunged with a snarl. Luke rolled to the side, drew 4 blades, and threw them in a fluid motion. Mid-flight, each one split with a shimmer of twin blade, 8 knives flew. The creature was impaled in multiple spots and crumpled mid-charge. You have slain Cave Rat, LVL4. The next came right after. Luke hurled a knife straight into its face. It shrieked. Without pause, he sprinted forward, grabbed a branch with both hands, swung his body up and forward, and slammed into the rat with a brutal flying kick. The impact drove the embedded blade deeper into its skull. You have slain Cave Rat, LVL4. The last one didn't wait. Its tail whipped toward him, but Luke, no longer the weak boy who had first fallen into this place, caught it midair, twisted with explosive force, and threw the creature into a tree. It hit hard, howling in pain. Before it could recover, he was already on it. One clean motion, knife to the neck. Smooth. Precise. Final. You have slain Cave Rat, LVL4. The kobold rose, limping, 2 knives clutched in its hands. Luke didn't wait, he acted before it could steady itself. He threw one knife buried in the creature's foot, a second pierced its shin, and a third lodged in its arm. The kobold staggered, lost its footing, and fell. Luke ran in, kicked the monster hard in the face, then without hesitation leapt onto it, sinking his blade deep into its neck. You have slain Cave Kobold, LVL4. You've reached level 2. Human, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point gained. Luke leaned against a tree, breathing deeply, but he wasn't tired. His body had been restored, cuts, bruises, muscle strain all gone. The total regeneration from his race level increase had cleared everything. His biggest fear in this place had always been injury, a broken leg here meant death, which was why he never hesitated in combat. If you falter, you die. He climbed the nearest tree and settled onto a thick branch. This was the boss's forest. A few creatures wandered through, but rarely. For days, he had found none. The humid breeze slid between the leaves. Luke looked down at himself, his shirt was shredded, his pants torn to the knee, and the sole of one shoe ripped halfway off. He tied it down with a cord made from plant fibers. He was a walking rag. Ignoring the state of his gear, he opened the system interface. Name, Luke. Level, 2. Rank, F. Class, Assassin, LVL4. Race, Human. Profession. Titles. Health points, HP 170/170. Mana points, MP 100/100. Stamina, 90/90. Stats. Strength, 14. Agility, 21. Endurance, 9. Vitality, 17. Perception, 15. Intelligence, 10. Free points, 2. Looks like, nothing new. No race skill. No new class skill. Are they getting rarer now, he wondered, staring at the tree ahead. I need more skills. Like that one that split the blades. He sighed. Without overthinking it, he spent the last 2 points. 1 in vitality, 1 in intelligence. Updated stats. Strength, 14. Agility, 21. Endurance, 9. Vitality, 17/18. Perception, 15. Intelligence, 10/11. Free points, 2/0. Health points, HP 170/170-180/180. Mana points, MP 100/100-110/110. Luke gave a small nod to himself. That's 2 more knives I can create. Or 3 more twin blade throws. And 10 extra HP might save me from a fatal hit. He knew that, as an assassin, he should prioritize agility and perception. But here, in this place, staying alive was more important than any stat build. The more health he had, the better. He climbed down from the tree. He'd been walking through this forest for 4 days without food or water. He hadn't been able to start a fire since leaving the gazebo, the only reliable flames had been the enchanted torches fixed there. Even if he tried to build one manually, the ground was too damp, and worse, fire could attract attention. The waterfall's lake was his only clean water source, but it was too far now. Thankfully, his racial level up had restored his body, even hunger and thirst. That alone had bought him extra days of survival. But he knew he couldn't rely on that forever. He was alone, and the deeper he ventured into this territory, the quieter the world became. Luke spotted a glow ahead, filtering through the trees. He stopped. It wasn't the cold shimmer of violet cave crystals above. This was different, warmer, flickering. Fire. Instantly, he dropped to a crouch, 2 knives in hand. He moved in silence, step by step, then began to crawl across the damp forest floor. Tension coiled in his chest like a knot. With every meter, his heartbeat pounded harder. With every second, his body screamed at him to turn back. But he kept going, pushing away low branches and sliding beneath hanging leaves. And then, he saw it. A golden-orange blaze lit the clearing ahead. The source of the glow was real, flames. Alive, careless, sacred. Luke's eyes widened. His entire body locked up. He had found the boss's domain. He swallowed hard. The scene before him looked torn from a ritualistic nightmare, but that wasn't what made his blood run cold. His eyes locked onto a creature standing at the center of it all, and in that moment, all the air vanished from his lungs, frozen, breathless, thoughtless. Only one word echoed in his mind. It's a demon. Luke lay still among the leaves, hidden by low vegetation, when the forest finally opened up before him. And what he saw stole the breath from his lungs. There was an abyss. Black. Endless. Crushing. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was a presence, a darkness that felt alive. Looking into it gave the sensation of being watched by something ancient. As if the void itself had eyes and they were staring straight at him. His mind screamed one single truth: down there is nothing. Nothing but infinity. Suspended above that abyss, just shy of touching the void, floated an island. And in its center was a ruined stone temple. Between the edge of the forest and that floating island stood a single connection, a bridge. Thin. Unrailed. Unsupported. So narrow Luke doubted 2 people could cross side by side. It stretched into the impossible, and yet it was real. Physics had no place here. Just like the floating island didn't make sense, the bridge defied everything he understood about reality. But none of that was what made him break into a cold sweat. It was what sat inside the temple. Even from a distance, even with the chasm between them, Luke felt his muscles weaken. A tightness in the back of his neck, a sick twist in his gut. Every instinct screamed to turn back and to not look any longer. There, at the heart of the temple, rested a throne of massive stone. And seated upon it was something. A being of blackness from skin to blood, from shape to soul. Motionless. Imposing. Even in stillness, it radiated presence. The 2 curved horns rising from its head confirmed what Luke's mind had already guessed: a demon. The creature leaned forward ever so slightly, hands resting on the arms of the throne, head bowed. Sleeping, maybe. Luke couldn't see its eyes, but he knew if they opened he wouldn't survive the gaze. Had it been stone, it might have passed for a statue. But something told him it breathed. And at the base of the throne, in the center of the temple, there was a chest. Simple. Unassuming. Alone. There. The key. Luke pulled back, inched away, slid back beneath the safety of the underbrush and retreated. Then his heart pounded. I found it. His chest rose and fell in sharp, heavy breaths. Cold sweat clung to his skin. That was it. That chest could be his way out, not just from this floor but from everything, the challenge, the prisoners, the looming death. With that key he could move on. Survive. He looked once more toward the abyss, the bridge, the temple. All he had to do was cross the narrow bridge, walk into the temple and take the key from the chest. Simple. Except, for the demon sleeping between him and freedom. Even thinking about attempting it felt like madness. But it was the only madness he had left the strength to try. Luke crouched at the edge of the waterfall, cupping his hands. The water was cold but had never tasted so good. He drank deeply. The thirst was intense, days of walking, fighting, and surviving had drained his body. Now that he knew where the key was, everything felt clearer and more focused. But still it hurt. He splashed water on his face, rubbed it across his arms and neck, rinsed away the dried blood. Leveling up healed his wounds but did not wash them off. His body still carried the marks of battle, the metallic scent of monsters, the grime, the splashes of his own blood. When he returned to the gazebo, he collapsed into the wooden chair and sat there. Silence. I have to do this. His mind spun. I'm already dead anyway. The cavern was almost empty now. He had cleared out nearly every creature. Only a few remained, and only because he had deliberately spared them, didn't want rotting corpses near his resting area. But he knew. Soon, he'd finish them too. He stood up and began pacing around the table, breathing deeply, trying to smother the rising anxiety. Muttering under his breath. Short phrases. Trying to stay sane. Then he stopped. He looked at the table. Picked up a small stone and placed it in the center. Around it, he arranged leaves, stacking them like crude walls. Between the leaves and the stone, he set a tiny twig as a marker. Finally, he laid a torn piece of paper across the top of the stone and stared at it. It was rough. Improvised. Primitive. It wasn't even really a model, but right now, it was everything. I guess I have a layout. He exhaled slowly. Even if it's makeshift. Even if it's barely a layout at all. A faint, humorless smile tugged at his lips. I just need a plan. Days passed. Luke spent hours just watching, always crouched behind the bushes, circling the edge of the abyss, searching for new angles, trying to map the floating island and looking for alternate entrances. But reality was merciless. There was only one bridge, one single path straight toward the throne. Each time he returned to the gazebo, he added another pebble to his model. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Okay, some monsters in that area. Look like kobolds. Sleeping. He spoke aloud. Almost out of habit now. Starting to feel like Tom Hanks in Castaway, talking to inanimate objects. Maybe it was madness. But talking helped ease the pressure. And the demon hasn't moved. Just sits there. He adjusted a few small stones, placing them around the central one, the big one that represented the throne. All those days of surveillance and the boss had never shown a single sign of life. No twitch, no movement, not even visible breathing. If it had been made of stone, Luke would have believed it was part of the scenery. But something in his mind refused to be fooled. That thing breathes, even if it's still, even if it's asleep. His thoughts drifted back to the system's message: the doors can only be opened from the inside, if you possess the statue key, currently guarded by a boss. Guarded. Not earned after defeating. A subtle difference, but essential. Luke stood and began pacing the clearing again, murmuring to himself. The answer is stealth. Even in the way you walk. Maybe the narrow, suspended bridge is a subtle warning. One misstep, and death is certain. He stopped. I'll have to move silently. Light steps. No sound. Maybe even holding my breath. Every movement has to be calculated. No sudden shifts. Almost imperceptible. He drew a slow breath. The absolute minimum to avoid waking the boss. Like walking a tightrope. Or crossing a bridge above an abyss. His gaze fell on the old leather pouch left by the previous challenger. That's why he left it. Didn't want to carry anything. Not even the sound of cloth shifting. Luke looked down at his own feet. Then at the knife holster on his thigh. Maybe he needed to store everything in his inventory. Even take off his shoes. Even armed, Luke had no intention of fighting. But what if the demon could feel his presence? What if it was like him, always alert? Over the past few weeks, Luke had come to understand just how much the assassin class had changed him. Not just his body, but maybe his mind, too. Even in sleep, he noticed things. Sounds. Shifts. The faintest pressure in the air could wake him. And if the boss had something like that, a passive instinct? Something that sensed not just noise, but intention. Maybe he needed to hide from himself. He leaned against the table, inhaling deeply. The answer isn't just walking slow. It's thinking slow. Not wanting. Not fearing. Not threatening. Become part of the environment. Invisible. No ego. No focus. No future. His eyes drifted to the stone that represented the throne. It felt like this challenge was designed entirely for an assassin. Or at least someone with a stealth-based class. Or maybe it was coincidence. He didn't know. But he wasn't alone. Luke took 2 small black orbs from his inventory and placed them beside the makeshift model on the table. My salvation. A faint smile tugged at the edge of his mouth. Is you too? He stared at the 2 smoke bombs. They were his final card. If the demon awakened before he reached the chest, he'd throw one. The thick fog would cover the temple. And in that moment, he would run. Snatch the key. Do the impossible. It was the only margin of safety he had. Luke didn't know if it would work. Maybe the demon didn't rely on sight. Maybe it saw through heat, mana, or pure instinct. But it didn't matter. It was all he had. The smoke bomb would be his distraction. His curtain. His parting courtesy before the world ignited. If the silent approach failed, if he made a single mistake, if the creature stirred, then the smoke would be his shot, or his final act. He might be stronger. Faster. But if he can't see me, he can't hit me. He knew it could fail. It could mean nothing. But the odds were already against him. All Luke could do now was set the stage for when the world collapsed, and pray it held long enough. Luke watched the kobolds in the forest. The last ones. Aside from those on the floating island, these were the final monsters on the floor, his only remaining food source. Killing them now meant there would be no more time to stall, but waiting was just as dangerous. Part of him had considered the possibility of waiting for the prisoners to descend, letting them deal with the key quest before attempting the madness himself. But he knew better. The prisoners had no intention of opening the portal anytime soon, maybe not even this year. Betting his life on their plans would be just as insane as trying to steal that key from the chest. He was here, lying still in the underbrush, motionless. Hours passed. He didn't move. He was training his breathing, training his mind, trying to empty it and let his thoughts dissolve. Ironically, it was when he tried not to think that thoughts came rushing in. The solution was simple: stop resisting. He visualized something. A panther. The image formed clear in his mind, a silent predator. Just eyes in the leaves. A body honed to kill, but in no hurry. Only focus. He imitated it. The panther doesn't pounce. It waits. Minutes passed. An hour. A subtle shift of weight. A near-invisible flex of muscle. One step, maybe. Then nothing. Ahead, the kobolds continued their routines. One dragging sticks. Another gnawing pointlessly on a stone. The third simply stood still, watching the forest, and sweating. He sensed something. A shiver. Something was watching. He scanned the darkness ahead. It felt alive. And then, something moved. Time froze. A blade spun through the air and drilled directly into the kobold's forehead. You killed a cave kobold, LVL5. Before the others could react, more blades followed. They split midair and struck the ground around them, forcing them to retreat. The one holding the sticks looked up in panic. Saw a shadow shift between the trees. Then a stone dropped beside him. Instinct made him turn. It was the last thing he ever did. A blade came for his eyes. Darkness. You killed a cave kobold, LVL5. The third trembled. The forest had become a living maze. The shadows wrapped around him. The trees watched him. He backed away and bumped into something. He turned slowly, and saw them. 2 eyes. No anger. No thrill. Just judgment. Like he was less than an insect. The blade slid across his throat with surgical grace. You killed a cave kobold, LVL4. Luke remained still. Breathing slowly. Eyes closed. The panther still alive inside him. Your class, assassin, has reached level 5. Class bonus points acquired, ***. A new class skill is available. Luke had done it. For a moment, he had become the assassin. Fully. Not just in body, but in mind. He had discovered something hidden within the class, something deeper. A transformation. And when he opened the system menu to view his new skill, there wasn't just one. There were 5. As Luke read the descriptions, his eyes widened. These weren't minor boosts. These were extraordinary skills he'd never imagined could exist. Luke frowned. It was the first time the system had ever given him a choice. Not random, not automatic, deliberate. A chill ran down his spine. Too many coincidences. He had reached level 5 exactly with the last monster on this floor, as if the entire place had been built to give him just enough experience. He chose not to dwell on it. Took a deep breath. The screen shifted. 5 skills appeared in a clean vertical list. He began reading. Silent step, common, drastically reduces the sound of your footsteps for 1 minute, allowing for undetected approach. Luke raised an eyebrow. It was excellent. It aligned perfectly with the kind of mission he was about to undertake. Not offensive, but he didn't need offensive right now. His only job was to enter, and leave. Without being seen. Still, it was easy to see how the skill reflected the core of what it meant to be an assassin, to approach in silence, to strike from the dark, to vanish. Sharp eye, common, the assassin hones an acute sense of perception, able to identify vulnerable points on an enemy's body. With brief focus, detect small weaknesses, like poor guard placement or muscular tension. Very good. Useful in battle. No doubt. Knowing an enemy's weak points could mean survival in a real fight. But Luke doubted he'd ever get the chance to wound the boss. If that creature woke up, there'd be no fight. Just death. He set the second one aside. The first was still leading. Perfect throw, common, the assassin channels focus before throwing a blade, adjusting angle and strength to maximize penetration. The blade flies with surgical precision, dealing bonus damage when striking vital areas. Offensive. Clearly. The third skill was built for one thing, impact. Luke studied the first 3 and instinctively categorized them, stealth, analysis and power. He even theorized they might each scale with different stats, agility for the first, perception for the second, strength for the third. But he let those thoughts go. Time to read the fourth. Basic chameleon skin, uncommon, grants light camouflage while moving slowly or remaining still in shadows. Enemies will have difficulty detecting you. Luke's eyes widened. A camouflage skill. He almost picked it immediately, but as Luke reread the description something clicked. It wasn't invisibility. It was a temporary light camouflage. He didn't know exactly how it would work when activated, whether it would mask his clothes or just his skin. It sounded useful. Definitely. Especially for stealing the key. But the boss was asleep. If its eyes were closed, then camouflage might not matter at all. Analyzing the situation, Luke realized that stealth wasn't enough. He needed a contingency. If the demon woke up, he had no doubt the camo would be worthless. That made him reconsider everything. Even silent step. It had seemed like the safest choice, but now with his assassin instincts sharpened and his body trained like a panther, he could already move in near silence. Barefoot. Controlled. He didn't need a skill to walk like a ghost anymore. So he dismissed the first ability and then discarded the camo as well. Neither could help him if the creature opened its eyes. Which meant everything now depended on the final option. He hovered over it and read the description. Assassin's dash, uncommon, the assassin launches forward in a lightning-quick burst, covering a short distance in an instant. Can be used to close in on a target for a swift, lethal strike or to escape imminent danger. Luke's mind sharpened like a blade. This wasn't just instinct, it was calculation. If the boss wakes up, this is my escape. He imagined it, smoke bomb, key in hand, dash, gone. He could even use it to reach the chest if the demon stirred. It would be a single window, a sliver of time. The other skills no longer mattered. This one could save his life, now and again in the future. His instincts agreed. His logic did too. He chose. You have acquired the class skill, Assassin's Dash. Stolen content alert, this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. A sound cut through the silence. A knife spun at high speed and buried itself in a tree. Below it, a series of other blades already formed a near straight line along the trunk, an improvised target, marked with silent precision. Luke didn't stop. He ran in a zigzag across the clearing. Threw another blade. Leapt. Rolled. Spun left, then right. And with each transition, a knife flew from his fingers. Each tree was a marker. Each movement, a variable. His body demanded balance, strength, and focus while his arms calculated angle, rotation, momentum. He wasn't training to look lethal. He trained to make lethality feel natural. Throwing knives while standing still. Easy. But in a real fight, the ground was uneven. Enemies moved. Blood ran. And fear chewed at your insides. Luke was preparing for all of it. Even if it wasn't essential for the mission, he wanted to go in at the peak of his current potential. He remembered the insight he'd gained, that brief moment of alignment before taking down the last kobolds. A flash of stillness. A glimpse of something deeper, something rooted in instinct. Now, he was trying to return to that state. Trying to pull the same clarity into every motion. And then, the shift happened. From chaos to control. Luke walked barefoot now. Complete silence. Each footfall touched the earth with such care, it barely stirred dust, like walking a tightrope strung through air. 1 foot ahead of the other. Spine straight. Weight perfectly balanced. Every step was intentional. Every movement, predatory. His mind wasn't just focused on his steps. It flowed through his body. Down his spine. Across his shoulders. He was repeating something he hadn't learned from books, but from instinct. From beasts. Felines. Silent by nature. Assassins long before blades or systems ever existed. They walked with a sequential gait. The back paw always stepped exactly where the front had. Minimizing noise. Maximizing control. Erasing risk. Luke was replicating it. Adapting it to a human body, to a mind built for killing. And deep down, he understood. This was the class's true purpose, not just passive bonuses, not just flashy skills. It was a lens, a way of seeing the world. And he was learning how to see. Luke was using the assassin's mindset to re-enter that insight, to summon that buried understanding hiding inside his class. He didn't just want to feel it once. He wanted to control it, to call it, to awaken more of it. Whatever truths lay buried inside that class, he was ready to uncover them. After hours of walking on the balls of his feet, taking short, quiet, disciplined steps, Luke began training something harder, falling silently. He threw himself sideways, rolled across damp grass, adjusted his body midair to reduce impact, sound, and exposure. It was an exercise in total control. One bad fall could reveal his position. One slip could get him killed. The secret wasn't in soft landings but in using every muscle at once, spreading weight, shaping his body to the surface like water rolling downhill. He remembered something he'd read years ago, on a trivia site, of all places, cats always land on their feet. It's called the riding reflex. They twist midair, extend their limbs, absorb the impact, and never drop their guard. Predator's instinct. Luke didn't want to copy it intellectually. He wanted to teach his body to do it. He wanted to fall like a cat and rise ready to kill. More hours passed. He didn't eat or drink. His focus was elsewhere. He submerged himself in the freezing water beneath the waterfall, let the cold bite him, let it remind him that the body lives, but only those who control it survive. He surfaced, breathed deeply, then sank again. Held his breath. Let the world dissolve. He trained his breathing, trained his heartbeat, trained his inner silence. Luke wasn't chasing skill anymore. He was chasing something deeper. He wanted the stillness of a true assassin. He wanted to be the kind of presence that could walk right up to a sleeping monster and leave it asleep. He didn't want the creature to ignore him, he wanted its instincts to ignore him. At the bottom of the lake, eyes closed, Luke understood. The trick wasn't just silence, or control of breath or motion. It was the absence of intent. Complete immersion in the environment. He had to become like the water surrounding him. Calm. Cold. Untouchable. He had to be invisible, even while visible. Present, yet imperceptible. That was how a true assassin moved. Luke balanced on one foot, the other hovering just above the ground, completely still. It wasn't just physical training, it was a study. He wanted to feel the weight of his own body, to understand where imbalance began, to map every micro-adjustment his muscles made to keep him upright. When he finished, he lowered his foot with quiet precision and returned to his blade drills. 2 knives in hand, arms moving in a constant flow, slashing the air in rapid, measured strikes. To an ordinary observer, it might have looked pointless. After all, stats dictated speed, power, accuracy. But Luke knew something else. The mind of an assassin whispered another truth: he could be faster, more flexible, more precise if he learned to extract everything his numbers allowed. The body was the weapon, but the mind was the trigger. And right now, he was attempting something new, to awaken the insight voluntarily, to enter the assassin's mindset by will, not instinct, to flip that switch like a trained reflex, not a reaction to danger, but a choice. The movements continued, faster, sharper, smoother. Each strike carried less waste, each spin had more intent, each gesture grew quieter, until finally, he stopped. His eyes opened slowly. A silent smile touched his lips. He'd felt it. That perfect calm. The absence of doubt. The total unity of body and will. As if he'd become one with his purpose. And in that instant, Luke understood. I've taken everything this stage had to give me. Now, it was time to face death. The lizard meat sizzled slowly over the fire. Luke stared at the flames, but his thoughts were fixed on the system screen. Name, Luke. Level, 2. Rank, F. Class, Assassin, LVL 5. Race, Human. Profession. Titles. Health points, HP 190/190. Mana points, MP 35/110. Stamina, 65 out of 90. Stats. Strength, 15. Agility, 23. Endurance, 9. Vitality, 19-20. Perception, 16. Intelligence, 11. Free points, 1-0. His only free point went straight into vitality. Just a small edge. Maybe meaningless, maybe the difference between life and death. He went back to eating. The meat had no flavor. Tough, chewy, dry. But that wasn't what bothered him. Even after days without a proper meal, he didn't feel hunger, not in his stomach but in his mind. Tension curled like a knot in his throat, the quiet dread before a mission. And then, his thoughts drifted. Clara, her firm, relentless hugs every time he left the house. Martin, his long-winded lectures, then awkward apologies for pushing too hard. Noah, the older brother trying to be understanding, trying to get through his silence. And Lillian, that little girl who saw him as a hero, who always asked to ride on his back from school to home, even when she could walk just fine. Luke swallowed hard. I'm sorry. I really am. I've been selfish. He had lived with them for years, but he'd never let them in. He was afraid that if he opened his heart, he'd forget his mother. Afraid that accepting a new family meant betraying the one he lost. But now, he understood just how much he loved them, how deeply he missed them. You probably think I hated you. But I didn't. I just didn't know how to let go. He drew a deep breath, eyes locked on the flickering fire. We really only learn to value something once we've lost it. But this wasn't goodbye. He wasn't using the pain to retreat. He would use it to advance, to survive. To win. He stood. There was no room left for hesitation. He would steal that damn key. Ascend through the dungeon. Make it to the tutorial. And then, go back home and apologize for not being the son they deserved. He steadied his feet, eyes clear, steps sure. I'll finish this challenge. Hours passed, maybe a day. Luke had already lost track of time. He'd waited until his mana fully recovered, then sat motionless before the bridge, letting his stamina refill to its limit. Nothing could be left to chance now. When he finally stood, he drew a slow breath and stepped forward. Then stopped. His gaze drifted downward. The abyss was worse than he remembered, deeper than darkness, heavier than death. It wasn't just a void. It was a presence. Staring into it felt like confronting space itself, endless, starless, soundless. No return. Luke closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, he locked his gaze ahead. The bridge stretched far into the darkness, angling upward like a stone ramp suspended over nothing. One wrong step, one slip, and that was it. Barefoot, he placed one foot forward. Then the other. Like a predator. Like an assassin. Spine straight, chin level, eyes fixed on the goal. Mind emptied. The world fell away. Each step was light, silent, measured. Wind rose from the abyss and kissed his skin like a warning whisper. Then, the bridge shook. Luke swallowed but didn't react. Didn't brace. Didn't panic. He let his body move with it, shifting weight like water in a swaying boat. Then kept going. Each step became a small victory. Sweat trickled down his face, but his focus never wavered. The abyss gnawed at his thoughts. The wind grew stronger. The bridge trembled again, harder this time. Luke faltered. His balance wobbled, his breath caught. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. He adjusted. Don't fight the bridge. Flow with it. But the path ahead changed. It felt longer now, farther, as if the goal kept stretching away with every step. Panic flared. He dropped to his knees. The bridge went wild. It bucked and swayed like a rope in a hurricane. Stone shouldn't move like that. Reality shouldn't bend like that. No, he whispered, fingers clawing at the surface. The abyss reached up like it wanted to swallow him whole. The bridge wasn't stable. It was alive, like the sea, like instinct. Luke forced himself to stand, unsteady, strained. The moment he got up, the bridge calmed. He exhaled slowly. It's a test. Everything in this dungeon was. Wait too long and the bridge punished you. Step correctly and it flowed beneath you, like a beast tamed by the rhythm of its predator. He closed his eyes. Envisioned it again. A panther. Still. Silent. Lethal. When his eyes opened, they locked onto the far end of the bridge. The chest. The throne. The temple. He moved. One foot after the other. Pure instinct. Weightless. Like a breath in the dark. Then. A voice behind him. Exactly like his own. You're going to fall. Luke froze. Every muscle locked. He wanted to look back, but something held him. He knew, if he turned, the bridge would react again. The voice returned. I told you, you're going to fall. Luke closed his eyes for a second. Then opened them. And walked. Without looking back. Look down. Look into the abyss. It's watching you. It's calling you. The voice was low, whispering, but it was his own. His voice. Luke didn't respond. He kept moving. The wind picked up, stronger now, pushing against his chest like the abyss itself wanted him gone. One wrong step, and death awaits. Fool. Shut up, he muttered, eyes forward. The voice chuckled, dry, close, and mocking. You feel it, don't you? Your feet are sweating. This bridge is slick. You know what's coming. Taking off your shoes was a mistake. Luke's breath hitched, but he didn't stop. That line. He had thought that line before stepping onto the bridge. That exact doubt, that flash of fear. Maybe this was his mind trying to sabotage him. Or maybe it wasn't. He didn't care. He walked like he trained to. Like a predator. He imagined panthers in the jungle, silent, sweating, tense, stalking prey for hours without a sound. Never blinking. Never giving in. Their bodies weren't just muscle. They were weapons. Living precision. Assassins by birth. Luke mirrored them. His mind became a still lake. No wind. No ripples. A jaguar bending to drink, its eyes always sharp. The world faded. The wind vanished. The bridge ceased to exist. Only the goal remained. The chest. The throne. The voice kept whispering from behind, more insults, more doubt, but Luke tuned it out like dry leaves rustling in a dead forest. And then, he felt it. Solid stone beneath both feet. The end of the bridge. A weight lifted from his chest. Relief flooded through him like warm rain. Congratulations. You have completed the first challenge, the path of balance. Luke gasped. Only now did he realize he hadn't breathed since halfway across. He had entered a perfect state of concentration. I did it. He looked back. The bridge was calm, straight, still. No wind. No trembling. No voice. As if everything had been a test. And he had passed. Ahead lay the floating island. A small forest. A stone path winding through it. And beyond, the temple. Luke walked, light and silent. No weapon in hand. His holster still stored away in his inventory. Along the path, kobolds stood like statues, eyes open, unmoving. Trapped in some kind of trance, asleep while standing. They didn't react. He passed them without a sound. The temple loomed ahead, vast, forgotten, heavy with age. The entrance gaped like the mouth of some old god. Inside, the air hung thick. Statues lined the walls, their stone eyes watching. And at the end of the corridor, the throne. The boss. A massive figure of black. Curved horns. A straight posture. Seated. Motionless. Silent as death. At the base of that throne, a chest. Luke stopped. Didn't breathe. Didn't think. Just looked. This next step was the hardest of all. He felt fear crawl up his spine like a predator brushing against his back. But he stood his ground. And he fought it. There it is. The key. My one chance to get out of here. Luke stepped forward. Then. Metal slammed behind him. He turned. His heart froze. A barred gate had dropped, sealing the entrance to the temple. The only way out was gone. A notification blinked in front of his eyes, cold as the air pressing in around him. Welcome to the second challenge, the King's Game. The ground shook. Lines lit up beneath Luke's feet, forming a massive board, squares dividing into rows and columns, stretching out into the temple. At the far end stood the chest. But Luke wasn't looking at it. His eyes were locked on the throne. On the boss. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. The horned figure of black sat motionless, like a forgotten statue in a time-worn tomb. Dead, or pretending. He couldn't tell. Then the voices came. Soft. Whispered. Dissonant. Challenger. Luke turned. The statues lining the walls had opened their mouths. They were speaking. The objective is simple, reach the end of the board and win the King's Game. But be warned, a single mistake will cost you your life. Tiles near his feet shifted, trapdoors. They snapped open and revealed a glimpse of pure darkness below. Not just depth, but void. The same devouring abyss he had crossed to reach this place. A second later, the tiles shut. Quiet. Unassuming. As if they had never moved. And in that instant, he understood, I can't make a single mistake. One wrong step, and I fall. Good luck, challenger, the voices whispered. Death awaits. A massive board stretched out before Luke, etched into the stone floor like the bones of some ancient giant. He could still see the trapdoors opening, burned into his memory like the afterimage of lightning. For a split second, he considered making a run for the chest. Or leaping onto one of the statues lining the walls. But his body already knew what his mind refused to accept, that wouldn't work. This challenge didn't play by human logic. No shortcuts. No tricks. No exploits. If he stepped on the wrong square, the floor would reject him. Simple as that. This wasn't a test of cleverness. It was a test of understanding. He looked down. Alternating tiles, light and dark. He stood on a light square. His breathing picked up. Sweat trickled down his spine. I thought this was just about grabbing the key. His gaze shifted toward the throne. The boss sat there, still as a statue, silent as a corpse in regal repose. Luke's chest rose and fell in rapid succession. He glanced back. The barred gate still sealed the exit. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Panic hit like a storm surge. His thoughts spiraled. Vision narrowed. Breathing turned ragged. And then. Pay attention. The voice boomed from all directions at once. He spun around, startled. The statues. All of them. Mouths open. Eyes locked on him. We will speak only once. Luke forced himself to meet their gaze. They weren't just statues. They were judges. Witnesses. Executioners. The voice, now a chorus, spoke in unison, I am the most common piece. I always move straight at first, but I can become something greater. What am I? His heart froze. A riddle. Now make your move. The sound of grinding stone echoed across the temple. Statues turned, pointing toward the chest. Move. This was a game. Before he could think any further, 10, 9. The countdown began. The voices grew louder with every beat. 8. The board trembled beneath his feet. Oh God. 7. His thoughts were slipping. Board. King's Game. Riddle. Move. 6. He couldn't breathe. His lungs seized. 5. 4. His heart pounded like a war drum. 3. 2. The riddle spun through his head, I'm the most common piece. I move straight at first. But I can become something greater. The final number loomed like a blade. In a burst of instinct, Luke jumped 2 squares forward. 1. And all the other tiles dropped. Trapdoors. Darkness. But the square beneath his feet held. Solid. Stable. Everything else slammed shut again. Quiet. Undisturbed. Like nothing had ever happened. Luke stood frozen, staring at the void that could have been his grave. Then, slowly, triumph crept into his mind like a warm wind through a frozen field. It worked. He could hardly believe it. The answer had been simple, pawn. Now he understood how the game worked. He had to solve the riddle, identify the piece it described, and then move to one of the squares that piece could reach, based on his current position. The name King's Game was the hint. This was a chessboard. The riddle revealed the piece. The move was up to him. The pawn could move 2 squares forward on its first move. That's what saved him. The statues stared at him with hollow eyes. I am a piece that always leaps over others and has a peculiar movement. Who am I? Their stone heads turned slowly, pointing once again toward the chest. Make your move. 10. The countdown echoed like the toll of a bell before an execution. 9. 8. Luke froze. His mind exploded with possibilities. It's the knight. The piece that moved in an L shape. But unlike the pawn, the knight had multiple directions. His options multiplied, and he was lost in all of them. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. 7. 6. The ground vibrated beneath him. Even the square he stood on began to tremble. The trapdoors groaned. Where do I go? 5. 4. Luke looked at the statues, desperate for a clue. They all still pointed toward the chest. He drew in a long breath. Shut the panic down. 3. 2. And moved. A jump forward, then a sharp right. He traced the mental L midair and landed on the new square. 1. Trapdoors slammed open. The abyss stared back at him, cold, silent. Almost, patient. But the square under his feet held firm. So did one other, just one, the only one that followed the same pattern. I did it. The knight could reach up to 8 squares depending on position. Luke filtered for the one that advanced him closest to the goal and gambled. Luck stayed with him. His heart didn't. It raced, wild and unchecked. The statues turned again. I am a piece that always stays on one color, yet moves freely in one direction. Who am I? They pointed. 10. The floor shook. 9. 8. Luke looked down. He stood on a dark square. 7. 6. 5. No hesitation. He jumped diagonally. Then again. And again. Each step held. He moved like he'd done this 1,000 times, skimming along the dark tiles with precision, advancing until the temple wall loomed ahead, the edge of the board. 4. 3. 2. 1. The abyss roared around him as the trapdoors opened once more. But the square beneath him held. Everything else. Gone. He breathed in slowly. Bishop. That was the answer. A piece that moved diagonally and stayed on the same color. He had followed the dark path to the edge of the row. Luke looked ahead. If this were a Real board, he should have reached the end by now. But there was still half the temple left. He tried to stay calm, though fear twisted his gut, the fear of a single wrong move, of slipping into endless black. Behind him, the squares remained open. There was no going back. I am the most powerful piece on the board. I can move across any space. Who am I? The ground shook. Random tiles ahead began to open, swallowed whole by bottomless pits. Luke stepped back, almost slipped. Make your final move. Panic hit. 10. 9. 8. Luke jumped forward just as the tile behind him collapsed into the void. Trapdoors opened in a sequence, devouring the path like a wave of death moving toward him. He ran. 7. 6. He leaped from one square to the next, trying to keep a straight line. But the gaps formed at random, cutting off every direct path. 5. An entire row opened up in front of him. He jumped, landed wrong. The square buckled beneath his weight. Luke fell. For a moment, there was only darkness. But his hand caught the edge of the next tile. Firm. 4. He tried to pull himself up, but the square started trembling. No. No. 3. He dug deep, pulling with everything he had, pushing with his legs, clawing his way up. The floor collapsed behind him. Luke rolled forward, barely stable, scrambling to his feet. 2. Still more squares to go. No time. No path. But he had one final card to play. Luke activated Assassin's Dash. Wind howled past his ears. Distance became a blur. Sound fell behind him. His body surged forward like a bullet fired from a bow. 1. And then, he was there. The final square. Standing before the chest. The last row remained beneath his feet, everything else was gone. The board behind him had become nothing but a yawning abyss. Luke panted hard, chest heaving, drenched in sweat. He had won. And now the riddle made perfect sense. From the start, he had been a pawn, the weakest, the simplest, the most disposable. But in chess, a pawn that reaches the far end of the board becomes a queen. That was the true test, not just to survive, but to evolve. Piece by piece. Move by move. The queen's movement wasn't just about freedom. It was the reward. The symbol of transformation. And Luke had earned it. He stood where the queen belonged. The board vanished. Lines faded. The statues returned to silence, motionless once more. The gate at the entrance lifted. The way out was open. Congratulations. You have completed the second challenge, the King's Game. A wave of relief crashed through Luke. His legs shook beneath him. But when he looked up, he realized something. He was close. Too close. To the boss. He didn't move. Didn't even breathe deeply. The creature still sat on the throne, hands resting on the hilt of a massive sword embedded in the stone floor. Still. Unmoving. But now, at this distance, Luke could feel it, a black aura, heavy, crippling. It was as if the entire temple bent under its presence. His hands trembled, but he couldn't hesitate. Slowly, he placed his hand on the chest, opening it carefully, easing the lid so it wouldn't even creak. Inside was the key. Large. Heavy. Real. The symbol of freedom. And the answer to the question that had haunted him since the beginning, can someone make it out of here alive? Yes. Now, he had the key. Luke activated Identify. Statue key, ancient. Description, this key is the only way to open the exit of the Forgotten Temple dungeon. Enchantments. Single use, ancient, the item will be destroyed after being used. Arcane bind, ancient, if the bearer dies before using it, the key will return to its point of origin. He reached out. The moment his fingers touched the object, it dissolved into particles of light. An item has been added to your inventory. Luke opened his interface immediately. The key was there. But he didn't relax. His eyes locked onto the throne again. The boss, still seated. Still dormant. Luke moved with care, like a shadow, like a predator in its own domain. Every step was light, calculated, silent. His instincts screamed one command, don't turn your back. He obeyed. He walked in reverse, never taking his eyes off the throne. The horned figure remained in its frozen posture, both hands resting on the sword, face hidden beneath a shadowed helm. Luke didn't breathe. Didn't blink. Not even once. He passed the columns, the statues, the altar. And when his feet finally touched the dirt outside the temple, he stopped. Closed his eyes for a heartbeat. Then turned. The boss was still there. Unmoving. He had made it out of the Forgotten Temple. Inside, Luke wanted to scream, laugh, cry, collapse. But the assassin he had become did not waver. With soft, controlled steps, he followed the path toward the stone ramp leading to the bridge. I did it. The thought looped in his mind. I actually did it. When he reached the edge of the floating island, the familiar path stood ready. But then the sound of stone grinding sliced through the silence like a blade. Luke froze. The bridge retracted, stone blocks sliding back into the island as the way out vanished. A new notification flashed before his eyes. Welcome to the third and final challenge, the duel with the king. Something massive hit the ground. The temple shook. And then a roar, guttural, inhuman, ancient, echoed through the forest, across the abyss, vibrating through the air like a living force. Every hair on Luke's body stood on end. The pressure was unreal. The fragile hope blooming in his chest was crushed in a heartbeat. With a sharp turn, he looked back. The throne was empty. But at the entrance of the temple, he stood there, the boss, standing. Horns curved, a black aura spilling from his body like living smoke. In his hand, a sword the size of a tree. A notification appeared. 8th General of Death, Servant of the Dark Lord, level. Luke swallowed hard. The king was awake. And the final test wasn't logic. Wasn't stealth. It was a fight to the death. The creature stepped out from the darkness of the Forgotten Temple. Much larger than any human. Entirely black. A suffocating aura wrapped around its body like a living veil. 2 curved horns rose from its head, and in its hands, a colossal sword. Luke stared, and for a second, his mind nearly broke. 8th General of Death, Servant of the Dark Lord, LVL. This wasn't a monster. It was a nightmare. Welcome to the third and final challenge, duel with the king. No time to think. Roar. The monster flared yellow, it activated a skill. With both hands gripping the sword, the giant charged. Each step shattered the ground beneath it. Trees exploded like matchsticks. Dust surged into the air. The sound of its sprint was like thunder rolling through the earth. Luke bolted sideways, instinct screaming. The creature turned and followed. With a single swing, the massive blade slammed into the ground. Boom. Luke wasn't hit directly, but the shockwave sent him flying like a ragdoll. He smashed through branches, slammed into a tree, then crashed against the temple's stone wall. His head rang. Something warm dripped down his face. Blood. Ruaware. He staggered, ran without thinking. No plan. No direction. Gasping, desperate, he rushed back into the temple. His eyes searched the statues, just like before. All of them were pointing. Toward the throne. And then they spoke. The demon must be fed. The voices echoed like a funeral chant. Before Luke could process it. Crack. A section of the wall burst apart, stone and dust flying. The boss stepped through. Sword in hand. That same golden aura igniting around him. It was the same skill, the charge. The demon braced himself. Feet planted. Sword tilted forward. A pulse of energy wrapped around him, trembling the air. Aerf. The roar shook the entire temple. He dashed in a straight line. Luke saw the attack coming and dove to the ground. The blade screamed overhead. Boom. The boss ripped through the temple interior and crashed into the far wall. Dust. Vibration. Silence. Luke lay on the ground, chest heaving, his mind reeling as he scrambled to understand what the statues meant. He pushed himself up and sprinted to the throne. Behind it, etched into the stone wall, were ancient carvings, the demon seated on the throne, kneeling figures before him. Between them, an animal offered. A pool of blood beneath it. The demon must be fed. A sacrifice. Luke's stomach turned. Where the hell am I supposed to find a sacrifice? But there was no time to think. The monster rose from the rubble, sword raised, that golden aura surging again. The charge skill reactivated. Ruaware. Luke tried to escape along the side, but even the shockwave from the sword swing hurled him. He slammed into a wall and crumpled. His head spun. He tried to stand, then saw the boss approaching. A massive boot was the last thing he saw before the impact. Darkness. Pain. Cracking bones. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Luke hit the floor, bounced twice, and slid across the stone. He tried to push himself up, but his arm, it was broken. Bones exposed. His hand, crushed. Aha. The scream tore from his throat before he even registered the pain. The creature closed in with heavy steps. Luke tried to crawl away, but a brutal backhand slammed him against the wall. And then came the glow, that yellow light again. He's going to charge. Luke barely had time to react. Thum. The monster blasted through the temple wall like a missile. The entire structure buckled. Luke was only grazed, but it was enough. His arm was severed. He hit the ground screaming, pain detonating through his nerves like acid. Blood poured from the wound, hot and endless. Rohar. The boss's roar echoed from outside. Luke trembled. Tears blurred his vision, mixing with the blood on his face. But he stood. Dizzy. Crying. Limping. He ran out the gaping hole, stumbling into the jungle's half-light. And then he saw them, the kobolds, still frozen, still in trance. The sacrifice. Luke hurled himself forward with everything he had left. Blood leaked from his side with every step, leaving a trail behind him. The pain screamed louder than his thoughts. He grabbed one kobold by the tail and began dragging it back toward the temple, each movement agonizing. Roar. Boom. Another wall exploded just to his right. The monster was coming, through the trees, yellow light flaring. Destruction followed. It was charging. Luke hauled the kobold with every shred of strength his remaining arm could offer. His blood painted the temple floor. Bam. The boss's blade slammed into the earth behind him. The shockwave hurled Luke forward like a ragdoll. He slid across the stone, nearly blacking out. But he got up. One arm. One breath. Dragging the kobold toward the throne. The floor slick with blood, his and the monster's. The throne waited. Luke stood before it, shaking, covered in gore. He pulled a knife from his holster and, without hesitation, stabbed it into the kobold's throat. Blood spilled. Receiving sacrifice. Come on, come on. He muttered, barely able to stay upright. The heavy footsteps echoed again, closer now. Unworthy sacrifice. Luke froze. Terror. Complete and raw. His hand trembled. His knees buckled. He turned. The boss was inside, stepping past the pillars like a black shadow. It had put away its sword. Picked up a large chunk of stone. Crushed it in its fist. Dust and gravel spilled from its hand. Then it raised its arm again. Luke understood. He ran. Bam. Shards of stone tore through the air. They punched through his flesh. Luke collapsed, screaming. The air vanished from his lungs. The monster's footsteps grew louder, slower now. Deliberate. Ceremonial. It picked up another rock, bigger this time. Jagged and grotesque. It was going to crush him. Luke crawled and threw himself through a hole in the wall, falling back into the forest. Roar. The roar followed him from within the temple. He stood barely, his body on the verge of collapse. Reaching for his face, he felt it, a shard buried in his right eye. He ripped it out with a scream. His vision went black on that side. The other eye wasn't much better, blurred with tears, blood, and pain. He tried to wipe it clean, but everything swam. Then he looked down. His calf was gone. Just bone, jagged and twisted, the flesh ripped away. He limped, broken, shattered, but moving. Luke ran, or something like it. Staggering. Stumbling. Forward. Ahead, the kobold still stood in trance. He scanned them fast and picked the biggest one, the sturdiest, the only one that might be a worthy sacrifice. He started dragging the kobold. An impossible task, but he knew this was his last chance. His body wouldn't survive another attempt. And then he heard it. Footsteps. The boss was emerging from the temple again, slower now, measured, like an executioner who wanted the condemned to hear each beat of the funeral drum. He carried 2 stones, one in each hand. Luke heard the air shift. Thwoom. One of the boulders crashed into the ground with devastating force. Then it rolled, grinding across the dirt, crushing every other kobold in its path. No, no, damn it. Luke screamed, voice breaking. The last kobold was in his hands. The only one left. The only hope. He tightened his grip and kept pulling. Blood poured like rain. The ground trembled. And the demon kept coming. Luke dragged the kobold, slipping in his own blood. Each step was a victory against death. He reached the broken wall and threw himself through the gap, pulling the creature with him. The boss's arm lunged. That black hand stretched through the air, fingers clawing for his neck. But Luke passed through just in time. He landed hard inside the throne room, kobold in tow. Come on, faster, he begged, voice cracking, more prayer than command. He dragged the kobold to the center of the throne. For a terrifying moment, doubt stabbed through him, what if the boss had hit it? But then he saw. The kobold was still breathing. Intact. This is it. The last one. Take it. Luke shouted, throat burning. He raised his knife, and killed the kobold. The blade sank in. The blood spilled. A red pool spread across the ancient stone floor. Receiving sacrifice. Luke stared at the message, panting, kneeling, soaked in blood and ash. Footsteps. That heavy, dreadful sound returned. The boss entered the throne room again. Massive. Unstoppable. Carrying 2 stones. That pulsing black aura radiated off his skin. Luke looked back at the system screen. Unworthy sacrifice. The word struck like a bullet to the chest. He collapsed to his knees. The knife slipped from his fingers, landing with a dull splash, swallowed by the blood on the floor. Silence. He stayed there, frozen. Drained. Empty. It was over. No more sacrifices. No more hope. No way out. The boss's steps echoed across the chamber, slow and inevitable. Luke looked up. The monster passed through the shattered entrance like a king returning to his throne. He raised his arm. One of the boulders ready to deliver the final blow. This was it. The end of Luke. The boss stood before him, a creature clad in perfect black armor, surrounded by ruin. No words. No sounds. Just an overwhelming presence, solid, immovable, final. Towering. Oppressive. Absolute. Every step it took felt like a death sentence driven deeper into the earth. The ground cracked beneath its weight, each movement a tremor, as if the world itself flinched. Luke couldn't move. Not out of fear, he was far beyond that. But exhaustion had turned his limbs into stone. His left leg bled freely. His remaining arm dangled by threads of torn muscle and exposed tendon. His vision blurred, double, maybe triple. The battlefield blended with fading memories. A tear rolled down his cheek. He watched it fall. Slow. Silent. It hit his trembling palm with the taste of iron and regret. The boss raised the boulder high above its head, muscles bulging, straining to contain the fury burning within. Its eyes gleamed, ancient rage. Then came the roar. Erf. Even the dead trees shuddered. And in that moment, Luke remembered. His mother's face, something he hadn't recalled in years. He remembered her final embrace, her scent, her voice, gentle, steady, stubborn in its love. Other faces followed, Clara, Martin, Noah, Lillian. People who had reached out to him. People he had pushed away out of pride, out of fear of being hurt again, out of loyalty to a past he refused to release. Now he was going to lose everything. Everything he never learned to cherish. The boulder came down. Not like a fall. An execution. Luke threw himself aside, his body screaming in agony. He didn't roll with grace. Didn't leap like a hero. He collapsed, shoulder dragging through dirt, skin tearing open. Pain exploded like white lightning behind his eyes. But he lived. The boulder struck where he'd stood a second ago, tearing open the stone and launching a cloud of dust and rock. A crater formed. Fragments sliced his face and leg, one embedded deep into his shoulder, nearly knocking him unconscious. But he stood. Shaking. Bleeding. Still standing. Then I'll do it my way. He muttered, blood spilling from cracked teeth. With his one remaining hand, he pulled 4 knives from the holster strapped to his thigh. Their polished edges caught the fading light, reflecting the image of a dying man. He threw them. They sliced through the air in perfect arcs. Then split mid-flight, glowing faintly, doubling into 8 projectiles. They struck the boss. The monster let out a guttural snarl and staggered a step, not in pain, just instinct. Luke was already moving. He hadn't expected to win with those strikes. He only needed an opening. He circled wide, darting between fallen trees, breath short and sharp, each step burning. More knives. More duplications. The boss swung wildly. Its arms were like steel hammers, slamming the ground with every missed blow. But Luke moved like a shadow through the wreckage, vaulting over a rock, skimming under a twisted root. He rolled, hip bone screaming, but rose again in one motion. No pause. No breath. A fist slammed into the ground beside him, sending stones flying like shrapnel. One shard pierced his back, lodging itself between his ribs. It went in deep. He screamed. His body collapsed, but like a cat, he rolled and rose in a single breath. He kept going. No direction. No plan. No tactics. Only reflex. Only movement. He was searching for something, anything. Anything that could save him. But what he found was the end. The place where the bridge once stood was now only emptiness. A precipice. The void beneath the dungeon, black as hunger. Bottomless. Final. Behind him. Ruhr. The boss was coming. Slow steps. Purposeful. Each one sounded like dirt being shoveled onto a coffin. Luke turned, barely able to stand. The creature lifted another boulder, bigger, gripped in both hands. This was it. No energy. No escape. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Then. Wait. Luke shouted with everything left in his throat. His voice came out hoarse, cracked, desperate. The boss paused. Luke raised his hand, fingers twitching uncontrollably. He reached for one final knife. The last one. His hand barely closed around it. Broken fingers refused to obey. But he raised the weapon anyway, with the dignity of the dying. Duel with the king, he said. A sword fight. Like real warriors. The creature stood still. The wind whispered in silence. Luke panted, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. The knife trembled like a leaf in his hand. Ridiculous. But real. That's what you wanted, isn't it? He said. Then come. Silence, the kind that only comes before the end. The boss stared at him. Two black slits for eyes. To that demon, Luke was nothing but a broken human. Barely standing. Barely breathing. One arm left. Ribs exposed beneath torn flesh, coated in blood and ash. And yet. The boss dropped the boulders. They hit the ground with a weight that echoed like a funeral bell. Final. Then, slowly, the creature reached for its sheath. Again, silence. A claw gripped the hilt of the blade. It wasn't ceremonial. It was execution made metal. Luke had seen that sword in action. It didn't cut. It shattered. SHK, clang. The sound of steel sliding free rang through the dead air like judgment. Luke swallowed hard. His knife was a joke compared to that weapon. But he didn't step back. A duel. The way it's meant to be. He whispered, more to himself than the monster. His knees nearly gave in. He forced himself upright. Straightened his back. Raised the knife. Posture set. Combat stance. With one arm. The boss mirrored him. Blade held over one shoulder. Feet rooted like ancient trees. And for one instant, they weren't enemies. They were warriors. And everything else faded. Then came the light. The boss's blade ignited, not in fire, but in raw, searing energy. A yellow radiance that made the air ripple. Luke felt it. The weight of death charging straight at him. The world shrank. There was only him, and the blade that would end it. But he didn't run. His knife stayed raised. His body trembled. But his eyes were steady. It was a challenge. It was a choice. And the boss accepted. Roar. The monster charged, sword raised high. A living wall. A hurricane of flesh, steel, and death. Luke screamed back, but he didn't run to attack. He ran to kill. And right before the impact, he let go of the knife and threw something else. A smoke bomb. Thump. The black sphere struck the creature's chest and exploded. Fush. A thick, choking cloud engulfed the battlefield. The boss slashed through it, swinging wide with a roar, a strike so powerful it carved the fog apart. But Luke was already gone. He'd used Assassin's Dash, veering to the side. A blur. Silent as death. The boss, blinded by smoke and bound by momentum, committed to the attack. It charged forward. And then. It was gone. Falling into the abyss. Ruahair. The sound faded, thinner, softer, swallowed by the void. Luke watched the monster vanish into nothing. An assassin doesn't fight fair. He muttered. The 8th General of Death, servant of the Dark Lord, has been defeated. Congratulations. You have cleared the third and final challenge, duel with the king. He didn't smile. He didn't celebrate. He simply collapsed. His body gave out. Pain, once masked by adrenaline, crashed into him like a tidal wave. I actually did it. He whispered, barely audible. But then it hit. The taste. Blood, hot, metallic, pouring into his mouth. He gagged. It spilled from his lips in a thick stream. Luke looked down and froze. Everything was red. His torso was soaked. He tried to sit up. But he felt nothing. No legs. Because. They weren't there. Ha. The sound that escaped his throat wasn't even human. His gaze dropped. There they were. His legs. Lying meters away. Like broken doll parts. AHH. The scream tore from his lungs. Reflexive. Raw. He collapsed to his side, the world spinning. The stone beneath him felt soft now, almost warm. But the warmth wasn't real. It was his blood leaving him. The cut had been perfect. The boss's sword had landed the blow, even mid-fall, even blind. It had sliced him in half. What? The pain began to fade. Not because he was healing. But because his body was shutting down. His vision blurred at the edges. The light at the center pulsed, small, flickering, like a dying flame. Thoughts no longer came in words. Only static. A trembling echo of life. Guess this is it. His fingers twitched. His lips trembled. But his mind was sinking. And then. Worthy sacrifice. The voice wasn't human. It wasn't even mortal. It cracked the world itself, a thunder from inside the bones of reality. The island trembled. The ceiling of the cavern cracked and groaned. And then. Your deeds in battle have impressed the creator of this challenge. The notification shone like a beacon, lighting up the dark. Luke didn't understand. Blood covered everything. He couldn't tell if he was still alive, or just hallucinating. And then. The abyss opened. Not below him, but around him. Darkness spilled out like living smoke, stretching across the island, swallowing the trees, the temple, the cavern sky itself. And from that darkness, 2 eyes, slitted, yellow, burning. And a smile, too wide. Impossibly wide. A face formed from shadow and teeth stared at him, as if the abyss itself had a king. The darkness crept closer, silent, heavy, alive. You gave me one of my own servants as a sacrifice, the voice echoed inside his mind. It was deep. Endless. So ancient it felt like it had always existed, before time, before thought. The first and only to ever conquer this dungeon. An impossible dungeon. For the only way to defeat it, is to make it destroy itself. Luke didn't answer. The world was already gone. His thoughts could barely form words. Every breath pulled him one step closer to the end. What are you? He asked, barely a whisper. I am. The voice replied calmly. Darkness. Then the darkness touched him, not like a hand, but like a fate. Do you accept the demonic bloodline? The notification hovered in front of him. Red. Alive. As if the system itself was bleeding. If you accept my bloodline, I will heal you. The voice was sharp. Unfeeling. No. Luke murmured, even weaker now. Go to hell. Ha ha ha. The eyes narrowed. The smile widened. You want to find your mother, don't you? Luke closed his eyes. Ready to die. Are you really giving up on her? On the one still waiting for you back on Earth? No. The scream tore out of him. From his soul. His chest burned. His heart surged, weak, but still beating. Then accept the bloodline, and I'll heal you. The darkness pressed in. Closer. You have 4 seconds of life left. The system pulsed. Do you accept the demonic bloodline? Luke stared at the prompt. He saw no choice. No salvation. I accept. He closed his eyes. And let go. A single drop of black fluid emerged from the dark. It hovered. Spinning. Dense. Alive. And entered Luke's mouth. Ha ha ha. Thank you for accepting my bloodline, my heir. Congratulations on accepting to become the Dark Lord, O Mighty One. An infinite void stretched before Luke. He was floating in the dark. Time didn't move. Or maybe it did, and he just couldn't feel it anymore. Sometimes, he was aware, lucid, almost awake. Other times, he drifted, half dreaming in an eternal sleep. Until, inside that dream, a strange heaviness pulled at his vision, and he closed his eyes. Then, he woke up. His eyes snapped open as if jolted by electricity, his body flinching like a startled cat. A small cry of pain escaped his lips before he could stop it, pure reflex from the last thing he remembered. When Luke looked at his body, he froze. Did I die? Both hands stretched in front of him, whole. Untouched. Not a single wound. His head ached faintly, like a fading echo, and his thoughts stumbled through the last memories. But one image remained sharp, his torso split open. His insides spilling out. He looked down again. His body was whole. No cuts. No pain. His clothes were torn in the same places where he had been wounded, but the skin beneath them was perfect. Clean. Unscarred. His mind jumped to the boss, but he remembered the demon falling into the abyss. Gone. Luke slowly turned his head and took in his surroundings. The forgotten temple. He was inside. Sitting. Somehow, the temple had been rebuilt. The shattered walls were pristine again, reinforced, restored, better than before. The torches were no longer crude metal stubs, they were mounted in carved sconces, burning with quiet, regal fire. Then he looked down, and nearly jumped. The statues, they had moved. All of them now knelt. In front of him. He turned, his breath caught in his throat. He had been sitting on the throne. Luke staggered to his feet, nearly stumbling off the stone seat. His eyes scanned the room as realization dawned. The throne itself had changed. It wasn't the same cracked and ancient seat he remembered. Now it stood taller, darker, crafted from deep gray stone with polished, jagged edges. The worn carvings were gone, replaced by something harder to define. Something rawer. What the hell happened here? He began to walk, careful not to step too close to the statues, still bowing in silence. As he moved past them, something caught his attention, just ahead sat a chest. At first, he thought it was the one that had once held the key. But as he got closer, Luke realized it was a completely different chest. And something told him, this one held something else entirely. Luke couldn't make sense of what had happened inside the temple. And, for the first time, he didn't care. He broke into a sprint, rushing out of the grand stone hall. His footsteps echoed as he crossed the marble floor and passed through the forest trail beyond. But even the trail had changed. The forest was beautiful. The shattered, warped landscape was gone. In its place stood tall, lush trees, vibrant leaves glowing with life. He even spotted fruit hanging from their branches, fresh, untouched, almost glistening. And then he reached the edge. Where the abyss used to be. He stopped cold. The abyss is gone. There was no floating island. No endless void. Just forest. Thick, green, vibrant forest. The island, merged with the dungeon. He stepped onto the grass, dumbfounded. His eyes landed on something oddly familiar, his shoes. Right there, resting on the edge of the clearing where he'd first stepped barefoot onto the bridge. He bent down and picked them up, glancing back toward the temple. His heartbeat quickened as a memory surfaced, that thing, formed entirely of darkness. That massive face in the sky, watching as he bled out. The demon bloodline. He whispered. He needed to know if it had truly happened. There was only one way to be sure. He willed the system to open. And it did. But when he opened his notification history, he froze. There was nothing. No record of the final boss. No mention of the sacrifice. Not even the system logs for clearing the 3 trials. The last message was the one where he'd selected Assassin's Dash. No. That's impossible. I didn't imagine it. My clothes are still torn where I was wounded. But then, a worse thought crossed his mind. The key. He had to know if it was really with him. When he opened his system screen, Luke was shocked. Name, Luke. Level, 2. Rank, F. Class, Assassin, LVL 5. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Titles, ? Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 200/200. Mana points, MP 110/110. Stamina, 90/90. Stats. Strength, 15. Agility, 23. Endurance, 9. Vitality, 20. Perception, 16. Intelligence, 11. Free points, 0. Inventory, throwing knife holster, smoke bomb, X1, statue key. Class skills, basic blade handling, common, knife throwing, common, twin blade, common, assassin dash, uncommon. Race skills, identify, common. Half-demon. Luke's eyes widened. He blinked, closed the screen, reopened it. Tried again. And again. The words didn't go away. Bloodline. That part was new. He remembered the moment right before everything went black, the voice, the offer, the system prompt. Do you accept the demonic bloodline? I actually accepted it, he whispered, horrified. His first thought was, did I sell my soul? Luke spun around in panic, checking for a tail. He ran his hands over his scalp, searching for horns. Nothing. Still human. He frantically checked every inch of his body, looking for changes. Red skin. Claws. Glowing eyes. But no. Everything was normal. Except, his skin was paler than before. Almost unnaturally pale. Like something inside him had changed. Quietly. Permanently. Am I going to turn into some kind of monster? Luke stared at the temple behind him, unease crawling through his chest. A part of him didn't want to step foot in that place again, afraid some insane new trial would rise from the shadows. But he glanced again at the key icon sitting in his inventory. He had it. He could turn his back and move on. Leave all of this behind. But. Do I go back? He opened his status screen again, eyes drifting to the bloodline section, trying to understand what the hell had happened to him. And then, as if answering his thoughts, a new notification appeared. Bloodline of the Dark Demon, the blood running through your veins carries the weight of a lineage both cursed and privileged. Born of chaos, destruction, and the raw essence of the abyss, you are the heir to uncontrollable forces. Your power is vast and untamed, a reflection of the ancient darkness that birthed you. Let your journey be marked by greatness, or eternal damnation. Luke blinked. What the hell did that thing do to me, he muttered. He turned his gaze to the temple once more. And without waiting for the fear to return, he stepped forward. The moment he crossed the threshold, everything inside was exactly how he'd left it. The statues were still kneeling before the throne, their heads lowered so deeply they almost touched the floor. But Luke didn't head for the throne. He began exploring. The walls no longer bore signs of the chaos that had ripped them apart during the fight. Everything had been repaired, no cracks, no rubble, no scorched stone. Just pristine architecture lit by ornate torch sconces. Eventually, he returned to the front of the throne. The statues remained frozen, heads bowed. Between them was a metal chest, solid, heavy, as if it had been placed as an offering. Luke remembered the image he'd once seen engraved on the throne, humanoid figures kneeling before the demon, offering something. Maybe not a sacrifice after all. Maybe a gift. Do I open it? He hesitated. Then took a breath. Screw it. This situation was already insane, he needed answers. The lid was absurdly heavy. Luke gripped it with both hands, bracing his body and pulling with all the strength he had left. It gave in with a loud metallic clang as it fell back, the echo booming through the chamber. God, this thing weighs a ton. He looked inside, and froze. Darkness. Not shadows. A deep, infinite void. It looked like space without stars. Like he was peering directly into the abyss once more. Then the blackness began to shift. It rippled. Shrunk. Pulled inward, almost as if it were folding itself out of existence. And once it was gone, the torchlight revealed what had been hidden beneath it all. Knives. At the bottom of the chest sat a pair of large black blades. Not quite swords, but definitely too long and too curved to be normal daggers. Luke recognized the design instantly, kukris. They were heavy just by looking at them. Their edges curved forward like a predator's claw. But it wasn't the shape that unsettled him. It was the feeling. The moment he laid eyes on them, he felt the same sensation that had overwhelmed him in front of the boss's blade. Weight. Presence. Luke stepped closer, hesitant. He extended his hand, slowly, and focused. He activated Identify. Demonic twin kukris, rare. Description: these blades were forged as a gift for the rise of a demon. Symbols of the horns he never grew, these twin kukris are bound to their master, walking beside him on his path to the throne of tyranny. Enchantments. Magnetic return, rare, a demon should never be without his horns. These blades are bound by a magnetic link, allowing them to return to the user's hand after being thrown. The effective range scales with the perception stat. Shadow presence, uncommon, the blades passively absorb ambient light, becoming harder to detect in dark environments. Increases the effectiveness of stealth attacks. Requirement, soulbound. Luke stared at the screen, stunned. They weren't just powerful, they were a perfect match. Compared to his throwing knives, these kukris made everything else look like a child's toy. Is this a coincidence? No. It wasn't. Thanks to his class and the first skill he awakened, Luke had the innate ability to wield light one-handed weapons. And now, in his hands, literally, was a pair of weapons made for an assassin. Not a massive sword. Not a warhammer or an axe. But dual blades. Quick. Precise. Efficient. It's not a coincidence. He touched one of the kukris, and it vanished into black mist. An item has been added to your inventory. Soulbound? What does that mean? He didn't know yet, but something about the term made it feel permanent. Like these blades weren't just his now, they always would be. Thanks, he mumbled awkwardly, glancing at the kneeling statues. Part of him felt ridiculous talking to statues, but he still said it. Nothing else in the temple called to him. Outside, he summoned the pair of kukris into his hands. They materialized in a flash of dark light, as if stepping out from the shadows themselves. Whoa. They were heavy, heavier than his usual weapons, but they fit him well. When he moved them, the air whistled from the sharpness of their edges. The entire blade, from tip to hilt, was black. Not painted, truly black metal, like it had been smelted from the void itself. He wanted to test the enchantment, magnetic return. He had no idea how it worked. Maybe I just, point. He set one kukri down on the grass and backed away. Slowly, he raised his hand toward it. The blade trembled. Then. Thump. The kukri launched through the air. His eyes widened in horror. The damn thing was flying at him, tip first. For a split second, he was sure it was going to take his fingers off. But at the last moment, the kukri twisted midair, flipped, and landed in his hand, perfectly aligned, hilt first, with zero impact. Okay, that's badass. The kukris vibrated faintly in his grip. Like they agreed. He turned to face the temple one last time. A ruined memory. A place of death and survival. I don't know what happened here. He whispered. But thank you. For letting me keep going. Even if the only reason I ended up here was because I got forced into this mess. That last part, he kept to himself. He stepped into the forest, blades in hand, alert for any new danger. His next goal awaited. And this time, he'd be ready. Luke was kneeling by the edge of the waterfall, scrubbing what could barely be called a shirt against the rocks. The fabric was torn almost beyond recognition, riddled with holes, crusted with dried blood, it seems frayed to the point of disintegration. It clung to his hands like a memory that refused to be washed away. The only reason he hadn't tossed it aside was painfully practical. He didn't want to wander around half-naked in just his underwear, exposed to the cold air and whatever else this strange place might throw at him. The bloodstains weren't coming out easily. No matter how hard he worked, they remained, stubborn, dark, embedded in the fabric like dried memories. Deep down, he knew washing it was pointless. If he ran into another fight, and he would, it'd be soaked again within minutes. But the act itself, this small, mundane gesture of cleaning something ruined, helped in ways he couldn't quite explain. It gave him a rhythm to follow, a quiet focus. It calmed the noise. Even if only for a moment, it kept the worst thoughts at bay. Am I going to turn into some kind of monster? Lose who I am, completely? The question came again, softer this time. But he didn't have answers, so he simply stopped asking. Instead, he slipped on the damp shirt and sat at the edge of the clear lake, water dripping down his back. A few fruits sat beside him, freshly picked from the trees nearby. This place had changed. The island, once shattered, fractured, hanging in a void like a forgotten shard, had slowly reconnected with the world around it. It was no longer floating in emptiness. It belonged somewhere again. Trees had grown where there had been only dust. Mushrooms now peppered the forest floor like tiny lanterns. He'd seen butterflies. Fireflies blinking in the underbrush. Even a few squirrels darting from branch to branch, their presence a small but comforting sign of normalcy. It felt alive again. Like the land itself had exhaled. But one thing still lingered in the back of his mind. There's still one thing left. He opened his system screen. Next to the titles section was a flickering question mark symbol. Luke exhaled. He already knew there was no turning back. Might as well see what he'd earned. Do you wish to unlock your title? No, but like I have a choice. Just show me already. Unlocking your title. The screen flashed, and then came the new notification. Luke read it, then froze. Dark Lord, Master of the Dark Forces. Supreme Commander of monsters, demons, and abyssal creatures. This title grants the authority to dominate and shape supernatural beings at will, commanding them as extensions of your will. The horde that follows you grows in strength with your presence alone. Bonus, +10 to all attributes. He blinked. I actually got +10 to everything. A warm rush pulsed through his chest, spreading outward like lightning. He felt it immediately, his lungs expanding, muscles charging with renewed energy. The lingering fatigue from traveling was gone in seconds. His reflexes sharpened, his hearing grew more sensitive, and every inch of his body felt like it had been rebuilt. He opened the system screen. Name, Luke. Level, 2. Rank, F. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Class, Assassin, LVL 5. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. Titles, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 300/300. Mana points, MP 210/210. Stamina, 157/190. Stats. Strength, 25. Agility, 33. Endurance, 19. Vitality, 30. Perception, 26. Intelligence, 21. Free points, 0. He stared at the numbers. That's real. Before the title, his stamina had been just 90. And now he had earned another 100. That meant longer sprints, more stamina in combat, more endurance overall. Every stat had jumped. And Luke didn't just see the change, he felt it. Not like a boost from leveling up, but like his entire foundation had been upgraded. Power. Real power. And he hadn't even taken a single step yet. He usually gained +1 to all attributes whenever his race leveled up. Now he had received 10 times that in a single moment. Even if it never happened again, that title alone had made him vastly stronger. His endurance had increased. His reflexes were sharper. Even his awareness, his ability to read a battlefield, felt enhanced. For a moment, the thrill of it all distracted him from what really mattered. Luke looked up at the cavern ceiling, as if trying to see through the rock and stone toward the surface far above. I still have to climb the entire dungeon, and deal with those prisoners waiting up top. He knew they wouldn't just let him walk into the tutorial. He didn't know what kind of confrontation was coming. But one thing was certain, he wasn't staying here. I've got a long way to go to reach the first floor. But at least now. I feel like I can handle it. He stood in front of the double doors, chewing the last bite of an apple. A few fruits were tucked away in the traveler's satchel, the same one left behind in a gazebo by the previous victim. Luke pulled the key from his inventory. There was no keyhole, no obvious mechanism. But the moment he raised the key toward the doors, they opened. Stone grinding against stone echoed through the chamber, and a wave of old dust spilled out like a sigh. He tucked the apple away and tightened his grip on the twin black kukris, ready for whatever might be waiting. Darkness stared back at him. Then torches flared to life, one after the other, illuminating a long hallway. At the far end, an open space. A room. And beyond that, a massive staircase curling upward, vanishing into shadow. The inside of the dungeon. Now the real journey begins. A flicker of sadness crossed his face. He had accepted the idea that he'd be stuck in this place for at least a year. There was no way he'd make it to the portal in time to reach this year's tutorial. That meant climbing the dungeon slowly, floor by floor, and waiting for the next edition of the event. They must be worried about me back home. But after a month with no word, he'd already be considered dead. Tutorials didn't usually take long. Days, sometimes weeks. In rare extreme cases, a few had lasted up to 4 months, but a full year inside a dungeon. No one would expect that. To the world, to the Bauman family, to anyone watching from the outside. Luke was gone. I'm sorry. Unlocking shortcut. Please wait. A new notification appeared. Luke nearly jumped. A shortcut? He heard it immediately, gears turning. That steady click click click, the sound of metal teeth grinding together. Then came the rush of air. A hiss of pressure releasing. Chains creaked. From the ceiling, something began to descend. Slowly. A round platform, carved from black stone, lowered itself into the chamber like an ancient elevator. Runes glowed faintly along the edges. As it touched the ground, the gears locked into place. Luke stared. And understood. An elevator. It looked old, carved entirely from stone, circular in shape, more like a gazebo than a machine. There was enough space inside for Luke to sit, maybe even lie down. At the center of the platform, embedded in a sculpted pedestal, was a glowing blue crystal. Pour your mana into the crystal to activate the elevator. Be warned, it only ascends. Pour mana. Luke stepped onto the platform and placed his hand on the crystal. He closed his eyes, imagined himself as a flowing river. The crystal flared to life. Chains rattled. The elevator groaned, and began to rise. Slowly, but surely. Am I really going to skip the entire dungeon? A wave of emotion hit him. Relief. Hope. A flicker of joy. Maybe he could still reach this year's tutorial. Maybe, just maybe, he could go back to Earth, apologize to the Baumans, and start searching for his mother properly, now with access to the multiverse and all the secrets locked behind the system. As the platform rose, Luke pulled his hand away to test something. The elevator stopped mid-air, held in place. Good. So it's safe, kind of. He leaned out, cautiously. As long as I don't fall off. He returned his hand to the crystal. The elevator resumed its climb. Now, with his increased mana pool thanks to the Dark Lord title, he had far more energy to sustain it. When it started getting low, he'd stop, rest, and wait for his natural regeneration to refill it. Looking up again, he imagined the top. The portal. The end of the dungeon. I'm finally moving forward again. But just as that thought brought a quiet smile to his lips, something else sparked in the back of his mind. A detail he had dismissed earlier, buried under everything else. What exactly does that title mean, when it says I became the master of dark forces and the absolute commander of monsters? The moment the question formed, something stirred. A new notification slammed into his vision, larger, more vivid than any before. Warning, a unique skill has been awakened through your demonic bloodline. Luke stopped channeling mana into the crystal. The elevator halted. The system had just notified him of a new skill, one granted by his demonic bloodline. He wasn't sure if he should be excited, or terrified. Well, too late now. There's no way to undo it. He tapped the notification. Servant of the Dark Lord, unique, as heir to the lineage of the Lords of Darkness, you may claim a worthy creature to bear your mark. Upon defeating a target, you may brand it with your demonic blood, subjecting it to your absolute authority. The servant is reborn from its weakness, evolving beyond its natural limits, nurtured by the master's power. The bond between lord and servant strengthens with your growing influence, shaping the fate of your legion through conquest and ambition. Luke blinked at the description, stunned at first, then deeply uneasy. He wasn't just borrowing power from some dark source. He was the source now. This wasn't just another active skill. The unique tag said it all. This wasn't normal. It wasn't common. He was likely the only one in the entire multiverse who had access to this. He tried to shake off the feeling and force himself into the cold mindset of an assassin. Pragmatic. Focused. Servants, huh? Like, monster allies? The moment he spoke, understanding of the skill filled his mind. It wasn't just metaphorical. To activate it, he had to mark a fallen creature with his own blood. The problem? Monsters were hostile. He'd have to subdue one somehow, without killing it entirely. Still, it was a tool. Maybe the tool. The prisoners, if I have creatures under my command, I could use them to create a distraction. What had begun as a curse now looked more like a solution. Luke placed his hand back on the crystal. The elevator began to rise once more. As he ascended, he imagined the possibilities. If I can turn monsters into servants, then maybe I really can do this. There were at least 15 convicts waiting on the first floor. Strong ones. They had time to get stronger, gain classes, level up. And they were likely near the portal statue, guarding it. Luke would need a diversion. They're not idiots. They're killers. Even if I manage to slip past one or two, all it takes is a single person seeing me. He glanced down at the elevator floor. His ride upward. His one shot. I won't be able to bring many creatures. The elevator is too small. And it only ascends. Once I reach the first floor, I can't come back down. That means I need strong ones. High-level monsters. Something that can hold its own even against awakened criminals. But would the skill allow that? Could I mark any monster? Are there limits? He couldn't risk waiting until the top to test it. He'd have to find something before reaching the surface. Something dangerous, but controllable. Then, crack. A sound like glass snapping under pressure. Luke flinched and pulled his hand away. A faint spiderweb of fractures had appeared on the surface of the crystal. The hell? He stared at it, heart racing. It didn't look like it was going to break, yet. Is this because I kept stopping? Probably. The system hadn't warned him about any limits, but clearly, there was one. Luke placed his hand back on the crystal with a sigh. Luke stopped the elevator. Several hours had passed, and as he ascended, a growing sense of claustrophobia began to settle in. The platform had risen into a narrow tunnel carved into the stone, tight, confined, with barely enough space for him to stand. The view of the environment had vanished, replaced by crude stone walls pressing in on all sides. It felt like being buried alive. Eventually, though, the shaft opened into a new chamber. A small room greeted him, complete with a fruit-bearing tree, a pool of clean water trickling from a stone wall like a makeshift waterfall, and a corridor that looked like it led into a dungeon. Luke didn't explore. He didn't want to stray far from the elevator. Not now. Without hesitation, he resumed the climb. Each hour, the pattern repeated, identical rooms appearing like rest stops, fruit, water, silence. A space to catch his breath. He was grateful for the chance to hydrate and snack, but his eyes stayed glued to the crystal. It was cracking. Subtle at first. A web of fractures spreading slowly, like a spider testing the limits of its silk. Mana use wasn't the problem. The crystal barely consumed any. The real threat was where? Repeated stops. Time. Luke feared that if it shattered mid-ascent, there wouldn't be a second chance. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. He sat with one hand on the crystal, eyes closed, trying to enter a meditative state. The same focus he had once tapped into when refining his assassin mindset. But now, it wasn't stealth or silence he was chasing. It was understanding. These weren't just stat points. They weren't arbitrary numbers on a screen. They changed things. His body. His instincts. His limits. A soldier who knows he can swing a sword twice before losing breath builds his combat style around that restriction. But what happens when he can strike 5 times instead of 2? A diver who can last 5 minutes underwater trains his every movement, every stroke, every breath, with that clock in mind. What if the clock ticks for 15 minutes instead? Luke's mind circled the thought. The system stretched human capacity. But if the diver with triple the time grew careless, he'd still drown. More stamina meant nothing without the mindset to wield it. That's what Luke was trying to grasp, the meaning of these 10 extra points in every attribute. Not just the power, but the responsibility. The way it changed his interaction with the world around him. Then. Crack. A sharp snap pulled him from his trance. The elevator jolted to a stop. Luke's eyes flew open. No. No, no, no. The crystal was broken. It crumbled like sand beneath his fingers, falling apart grain by grain. A tight knot formed in his chest. The last thing he wanted was to be stranded halfway between layers of the dungeon with no way to ascend. But then, relief. He looked around. He was in another rest chamber. The next floor. Safe, for now. Still, he cursed under his breath. Seriously? Now I have to climb the rest of the way on foot? He didn't complain further. Anything was better than being stuck inside that narrow tunnel, condemned to die alone in the dark. Alert, elevator crystal has broken. Seek another crystal somewhere on this dungeon floor. The notification faded. Luke took a breath and stepped away from the rest chamber. Well, that's good news, right? He muttered, trying to stay optimistic. He drew the twin kukris from his inventory. Their curved black blades gleamed under the flickering torchlight. At least I'll get to test the servant ability. Trying to focus on the upside, he headed down the corridor. The torches along the walls lit up as he walked, guiding him toward a stone door at the end. He had eaten earlier during the elevator ride, so his stamina was full, his senses sharp. He left his bag behind in the rest room, safer there, and approached the door. Pushing it open, Luke stepped into what looked like the interior of an ancient fortress. Interconnected stone hallways branched in every direction. The place felt abandoned, but not dead. He moved carefully through the corridors, scanning each passage. Empty rooms. Silent corners. Until he turned a corner and froze. Up ahead was what resembled an old dining hall, rows of decaying wooden tables and chairs arranged haphazardly. And seated at them, humanoids. At first, he thought they were people. Dead Wanderer, LVL6. Dead Wanderer, LVL5. Dead Wanderer, LVL5. Not people. Undead. Their skin was cracked and dry, brown and shriveled like paper left in the sun. Their eyes were hollow. Their faces sagged into a grotesque parody of human expression. They wore nothing but ragged cloaks and stained robes. Growling. One of them stood, and sprinted toward Luke. He tightened his grip on the kukris and hurled one. The black blade spun through the air, gleaming once as it buried itself in the creature's skull. You have slain a dead wanderer, LVL5. No way. Luke blinked in disbelief. A single throw, clean kill. Normally, that would have taken multiple throwing knives and a follow-up strike. The body collapsed over a table. The others hissed and turned. Grara. They charged. One wielded a sharp bone as a weapon. The first lunged. Luke leaned back, dodging the swipe, and slashed low. The kukri tore clean through its arm, severing it at the elbow. The undead recoiled with a dry shriek. Luke backed off, extended his hand, and the kukri on the ground trembled, then shot back into his palm like a loyal hunting falcon. A smile broke across his face. He stepped forward. Another undead came from behind. Luke pivoted, bringing the kukri around in a tight arc. The blade carved into its neck, through muscle and bone, like slicing through soft fruit. The one with the bone club attacked. Luke sidestepped, kicked its leg, and hurled a kukri. Mid-air, the blade split. You have slain a dead wanderer, LVL6. The copy faded into mist after impact. The real kukri embedded in the target's spine. Luke summoned it back with a flick of the wrist, spinning it into his grasp. Two more surrounded him. He moved between them like smoke. Blades flashed. One slash took a knee out. The next buried halfway into a skull. The kukris weren't just weapons, they were extensions of him now. And the undead? They weren't enemies. They were test subjects. Luke was caught off guard. One of the undead lunged from behind, slamming him against the wall. The creature raised a fist and punched, but Luke shifted sideways just in time. He raised a hand on instinct, bracing for a follow-up. A heavy thud answered instead. The undead dropped to the floor, twitching once before going still. A black kukri jutted out from the back of its skull. Luke blinked, stunned, then understood. The magnetic return. He had called the weapon back mid-combat, placing himself perfectly in the undead's path. The kukri had flown straight into the creature's head, killing it instantly. It worked, he whispered. A grin crept across his face. He could use the magnetic return offensively. Strategically. Growling. Two more dead wanderers crawled toward him, both missing legs, dragging their broken bodies across the stone floor. Luke raised both kukris. With a flick of his wrists, he hurled them like twin comets. They spun with deadly speed and struck, both blades burying themselves into the skulls of the crawling undead. You have slain a dead wanderer, LVL5. You have slain a dead wanderer, LVL6. The kukri spun back through the air, slipping into his hands like loyal beasts returning to their master. He stared at them for a moment, those twin black blades, curved like devil's fangs, humming with energy. We're gonna be good friends, he muttered. Then turned and vanished into the next corridor. Luke kept moving, weaving his way through what looked like an ancient structure fused into the cavern itself. Some corridors were rough and rocky, while others were carved from stone, well-shaped and deliberate, like a dungeon built by forgotten hands. He made mental notes of every turn, careful not to lose his path. More dead wanderers appeared from time to time. Luckily, none of them were particularly strong. The kukris worked like a charm, sharp, balanced, and deadly, but he figured their damage scaled with his stats. Still, he was thankful this area didn't spawn higher-level threats. This whole section of the dungeon, maybe it was just a punishment route. A slow death by exhaustion for cowards who turned back. The only reason he hadn't tried the servant skill on these undead. The smell. They stank worse than rotting meat left in the sun. If he turned one into a servant, he'd have to ride the next elevator jammed into a narrow shaft with a corpse that reeked like an open grave. No thanks. Luke paused by a heavy door, pressing his ear to the stone. Faint footsteps inside. He kicked it open with a loud crash. The nearest dead wanderer collapsed from the impact. Luke planted a foot on its chest and drove a kukri into its head. Another hissed and charged at him. Luke didn't flinch. He raised his arm, flicked his wrist, and the second kukri spun through the air like a silent predator. It sliced into the creature's neck and sent it sprawling to the ground. You have slain a dead wanderer, LVL6. He didn't even blink at the notification. Over time, he trained the system to suppress routine alerts with a mere thought. But this one broke through, and he didn't ignore it. You have reached level 3. Half demon, rank F, plus 1 bonus point to all attributes, plus 1 free point, ***. You have acquired a race skill. A race skill, but I'm a half demon now. So what the hell does that even mean? The system screen hovered in front of him, waiting. For a second, he hesitated. Then he shook off the doubt. He'd need every advantage he could get if he wanted to survive the upper levels, and the prisoners waiting above. Demonic perception, uncommon, your demonic lineage sharpens your senses, allowing you to thrive in darkness. Perception is enhanced, making it harder for you to be ambushed in dark or concealed environments. At higher levels, you'll be able to detect magical distortions and invisible presences. Thrive in the dark. That's perfect for an assassin. The moment the notification vanished, Luke felt it, like something inside his mind shifted. He turned toward the far corner of the room where the torchlight didn't reach. As he focused, something strange happened. Okay, that's insane. He wasn't seeing the darkness exactly. It was more like he was feeling it. Shapes and contours formed in his mind, blurry, pulsing outlines like a sonar or bat echolocation. Crude, but effective. There's probably a range, just like regular vision, he muttered. But maybe it scales with perception. Then he noticed something glowing faintly in the corner of the corridor. A mana crystal. Just like the one from before. Big, faintly blue, and humming with energy. Luke felt a wave of relief. He'd been wandering this dungeon floor for hours, and finally, he could keep moving up. He bent to lift it. Despite its size, it was surprisingly light. Then he froze. Something was coming. From the darkness. Luke dropped the crystal and rolled to the side. Arg. A skeleton lunged out of the shadows, rusty sword raised. Luke blocked with his kukri, steel scraping bone. The monster pushed against him, teeth clacking with each breathless snarl. What the? He kicked the thing's leg, then shoved upward with the kukri, locking blades. He tried to stab, but it was bone. There was no flesh to tear. Just hard, dry, ancient calcium. With a grunt, Luke slammed the skeleton against the wall and shoved the kukri into its skull. The thing collapsed, its bones scattering like dry firewood. You have slain a cursed skeleton, LVL-7. Creepy bastard, Luke panted. He looked at the broken skull, and then it hit him. Damn it. I could have tested the servant ability. He'd killed the skeleton on instinct, forgetting entirely about his new power. At least you didn't stink like the others. Clack, clack. The sound echoed through the corridor. Luke turned. More skeletons emerged from the darkness, 3 of them, their faces twisted in hollow mockery, their weapons ready. The sound of bones scraping stone followed every step. Something tells me you're not gonna let me leave with that crystal. Arg, they shrieked in reply. Luke hurled one kukri. It spun like a buzzsaw and shattered a skeleton's spine, dropping it instantly. The second rushed with a rusty axe. Luke dodged low, extended his hand, his kukri boomeranged back to him, dragging half a torso with it as it reassembled in midair. The undead crumpled on impact. Swoosh. Luke's instincts kicked in. He raised his hand and caught something mid-flight, barely. A crossbow bolt. What the? Someone had fired from the dark. He hadn't seen it. But he felt it. That was demonic perception at work. Arg. Further in the darkness, another skeleton revealed itself, this one wielding a crossbow. It yanked another bolt from its ribs and began to reload. Luke readied his kukri to throw. But the ones he'd already downed were stirring again. The bones were clicking, reassembling. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. One of them rolled its head 360 degrees before locking eyes with him. Arg. They were pissed. The skeleton surged forward with renewed aggression. Luke deflected the axe with one kukri, summoned the second, and slammed it into a skull. He shoved the other undead aside and plunged both blades into its cranium, one from each side. Swoosh. He dodged a sudden arrow, spun, and hurled both kukris in a single fluid motion. They spun, duplicated midair, and slammed into another skeleton. Bones flew in every direction. Damn it. You died too fast, Luke muttered. I was gonna turn you into a servant. He pulled up the system window to confirm the kills. You have slain a cursed skeleton, LVL-7. You have slain a cursed skeleton, LVL-6. You have slain a cursed skeleton, LVL-3. That explains it. You were the weakest. He turned toward the mana crystal resting at the end of the hall. Nearby, a door stood half open. Should be fine to just take a peek. Never hurts to clear the room. Luke walked toward it and pushed it open. A curtain hung just past the doorway. He stepped through. Oh. That was the only word that escaped his mouth. Skeletons. Everywhere. Armed to the teeth. Axes, swords, shields, bows, dozens of them. Arg. They all screamed at once. Luke activated Assassin's Dash, vanishing in a blur as arrows flew past where he'd just been. He retreated down the hall, then hurled both kukris with a snap. They duplicated mid-flight and ripped through the first wave charging out of the room. He reached into his knife holster and smirked. With all this extra mana now, he could afford to go all out. 6 throwing knives left his hands in a rapid-fire burst, each one splitting into 2 mid-air. Blades filled the hallway like shrapnel. Bones shattered, ribs cracked, several skeletons collapsed, fully dismantled. But 2 more emerged, each wielding a square shield and a long spear. They raised their shields in unison, holding their spears level, advancing like a trained phalanx. Behind them, archer skeletons notched arrows. Luke knew he couldn't let the spear units close the gap. He hurled more throwing knives, useless. They bounced harmlessly off the shields. His kukris snapped back into his hands. Arg. The shield bearers charged. Luke launched both kukris at one of them, mid-air, they multiplied. 4 blades slammed into the shield at once, shattering it. The skeleton tumbled backward. Luke blinked behind it using Assassin's Dash, finishing it off with a dagger driven straight into its skull. The second one lunged. Luke parried the spear with a kukri, redirecting it into the stone wall beside him. Then he ran up that very wall, flipped off it mid-air, and brought both blades down on the skeleton's exposed side. It shattered into a pile of bones. Only the archers remained. They fired. Luke ran toward them, eyes tracking every arrow. His boosted perception let him follow their trajectory like slow motion. Even the ones flying from total darkness glowed in his mind, outlined by his demonic perception. He was faster. Sharper. Deadlier. And it was their turn to fall. He dodged incoming arrows and deflected a few with his kukris. With a flick of his wrists, he threw both blades, they spun mid-air and duplicated. Like bowling pins, the skeletons were knocked down and scattered across the room. Without slowing, Luke grabbed 6 throwing knives from his holster and let them fly. In midair, they split into 12, raining down like death itself. Bones clattered and cracked as skeletons collapsed. His kukris snapped back into his hands. He stepped into the room. Only 2 remained, both armed with rusted swords. Perfect. He danced between them, dispatching both with clean strikes. One blade to the neck, the other through the cranium. Silence fell. A silence filled with fractured bones, splintered skulls, and a floor littered with the remains of the undead. Well, that was tense. Luke exhaled and nudged a few skulls aside with his foot. The room was dimly lit. Dust-blanketed old furniture, broken chairs, and cobweb-draped shelves. But then, something caught his eye. A broken bookcase, just barely askew. Wait, is that? He stepped closer and peeked through a gap. There was a hallway behind it. A secret passage, he whispered. Luke began pushing the shelf aside, but paused. His eyes swept across the room again. This whole place reeked of setup. A small, hidden room filled with heavily armed skeletons. Whatever was on the other side of that corridor, it was either dangerous, or worth it. Maybe both. He exhaled slowly, then moved the shelf just enough to slip through. No sense in clearing the whole thing and risking another undead swarm. Kukris in hand, he crept forward, checking every step, every brick in the wall, every inch of floor for traps. At the end of the narrow hallway, a faint glow flickered. Torchlight. Luke pressed his back to the wall and leaned forward to peer around the corner. A small room. Candles arranged in a circle. And in the center, a coffin. Closed. Bound in chains. Shit. He pulled back. Coffins and ritual candles. Not a good sign. No way in hell. He glanced again. The room was empty. No enemies in sight. Just that one ominous casket, sealed and waiting. What the hell's inside? Luke turned to leave. Curiosity wasn't worth dying over. Then. Bam. A dull thud echoed from within the coffin. He spun around instantly, kukris raised. Something was inside that damn thing. Bam. Another impact. But still the coffin remained sealed, wrapped tightly in chains. Luke narrowed his eyes. Is there, a powerful monster trapped inside? A spark lit in his mind. What if I use the servant skill, on whatever's inside that coffin? Luke approached the coffin slowly, walking in absolute silence. The air around him was dense and unmoving, as if time itself had frozen within that room. Each step landed with a muffled thud against the cold stone floor, and yet even that seemed too loud in the stillness. His fists clenched every time he made the slightest sound. At first glance, the coffin looked ordinary, old wood, darkened with age and moisture. But as he circled it, Luke noticed something odd. The side facing the hallway wasn't the front. He moved carefully, tracing the details. The air smelled beyond just rot and mold. There was a faint metallic tang, the scent of old blood. When he reached the front, he found a small crack in the wood. A fracture, like something had slammed into it from the inside, over and over again. Then, bam. The sharp sound made Luke flinch, kukris rising instinctively into his grip. Inside the coffin, caught in the flickering light, he saw it. A skeleton. It lay pressed against the inner lid, unmoving, except for its head. Bam. It knocked the back of its skull against the wood in steady rhythm. Not violent. Not frantic. Just, repeated. Luke frowned. The noise wasn't aggressive. There was no rage behind it. No intent to break free. Just repetition. Bam. Bam. The skeleton turned its head slowly, and for a fleeting moment, its hollow sockets locked with Luke's eyes. The void inside them was unsettling. Then it turned back and resumed the motion. The rhythm was slower now. Softer. Like a memory echoing inside its bones. It didn't want to escape. It didn't want to fight. It looked tired, Luke muttered aloud before he realized he was speaking. And right then, the skeleton stopped. Motionless. As if, it understood. As if the word had struck a chord. Seconds passed. Then, with a slow, almost defeated motion, the creature resumed the soft thud against the lid, gentler this time. Melancholic. Luke just stood there, watching. There was nothing mindless about this. It wasn't just eerie. It was familiar. He'd seen it in the living, not in monsters. It was loneliness, he whispered. The moment the word escaped his lips, the skeleton froze again. This time for longer. No twitch. No movement. Only silence. Then, as if something had clicked deep inside it, it returned to the rhythm. But it wasn't the same. Now the sound wasn't just habit. It felt like grief. Luke narrowed his eyes. Everything about this was insane, absurd, but there was something painfully human in it. That's when he noticed it. Near the side of the coffin, partially obscured by dried blood, a word scratched into the wood. The system translated it for him, traitor. Luke leaned closer, whispering as he read, so they locked you in here. He stepped back, drawing one of the kukris. The black blade gleamed under the dim torchlight. He didn't know what he was going to do. But something pulled him forward, maybe instinct, maybe the blood in his veins, or maybe just the unshakable need to understand what this was. He brought the tip of the kukri to the skeleton's skull. The reaction was immediate. The skeleton jerked away with a sharp, cracking motion, pure panic driving the movement. Its bones slammed against the sides of the coffin, thrashing violently like someone waking up from a nightmare. It was trapped. Fully restrained inside that structure. But the terror was unmistakable. Whatever this thing was, dead or not, it was afraid. Luke hesitated, then followed through. He pressed the blade into the bone. The sound was soft but crisp. A dry snap as steel punctured skull. The skeleton let out a howl. Jarr. A guttural cry, more fear and pain than threat. The head shook, bones rattling, trying to bite the air, trying to escape a prison that wouldn't let go. Luke's breathing quickened. That reaction, it was too real. Too alive. Still, he didn't step back. I just want to test something, he muttered. He stared down the creature, ignoring its growling tremors. Then, with a swift motion, Luke dragged the kukri across his own palm. The blade slid through skin like it belonged there. Blood welled instantly, warm, vibrant, a drop of power condensed into liquid form. Now you'll serve me, he said, pressing the bleeding hand against the skeleton's skull. Mana surged. It wasn't gradual. It burst like a flood through a cracked dam, rushing through his arm in pulses, thick, primal, alive. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. The connection was made in that moment. Something ancient. Something not entirely his, but now part of him. A notification flared into view. Convert cursed skeleton into a servant of the Dark Lord. Luke's eyes widened. It worked. He breathed. The ability was real. He could actually turn monsters into followers. Yes, he answered at once, barely containing his excitement. The change began immediately. The air vibrated. The shadows moved, slithering along the floor, drawn toward the coffin as if obeying an unspoken command. Cursed skeleton is being converted into a servant of the Dark Lord. For it to work, he actually had to deal damage to the creature, enough to defeat it, but not kill it. Like some damn wild Pokemon. You have used your only servant slot to convert a cursed skeleton. What? Only one. Luke staggered back as the skeleton's body convulsed. Its skull blasted free, bouncing off the wall and hitting the floor with a hollow clunk. Then, bones began ejecting from the coffin, one after another, faster than anything should move. It was like invisible hands were tearing the corpse apart. He took another step back. The bones floated in midair for a moment, then began assembling. Each one clicked into place with surgical precision, ribcage, spine, arms, legs. It wasn't random. It wasn't chaotic. It was a ritual. Something sacred to the blood now running in Luke's veins. A servant was being born. Black mist rose from the ground, swallowing the floating bones as a chorus of layered whispers echoed through the chamber. The creature vanished into the darkness for a few seconds, then the mist dispersed. And there it stood. The same skeleton, but whole. Reformed. Standing tall. Luke could barely believe his eyes. Identify, he murmured on instinct. Cursed skeleton, servant of the Dark Lord, LVL0. Level 0, he repeated, stunned. His stomach dropped. I used my only servant slot, on a random skeleton. And it's level 0? Or, did it drop after being converted? Luke tried to rationalize, but there wasn't much to work with. The damage was done. The skeleton dropped to one knee in a silent display of submission. Luke didn't say anything. He just stared, jaw clenched, eyes wide. He was frozen. Horrified. This was supposed to be one of his most powerful, unique abilities, and he'd wasted it. It could have been a dragon. A demon. A dungeon boss. But no, he picked a skeleton. He exhaled, long and slow. The skeleton stood again, bones creaking softly as it rose. Luke instinctively gripped both kukris, ready to strike if anything changed. But the skeleton made no move toward hostility. Instead, it approached calmly, measured, like a soldier awaiting orders. Luke tilted his head. So, you're my servant now. The skeleton gave a slow, respectful nod. He frowned. Do you have a mind of your own now? Another nod. He sighed, hard. The full weight of his decision finally settled on his shoulders. He had blown his rarest skill. His bloodline gift. All for a whim. A guess. It's done, he muttered. That ability was a bonus, anyway. I was prepared to deal with the prisoners by myself. I'll figure something out. Worst case. I use you as bait. But even as he tried to brush it off, he couldn't lie to himself. The disappointment ran deep. He cared, way more than he wanted to admit. The skeleton took position at his side. Luke glanced over. Despite the lack of flesh, eyes, or expression, something about the way it stood there felt strange. Like it was, content. Just being beside him. He pressed his lips together. If I kill you, does the slot return? The skeleton shook its head, firmly. You're just saying that because you don't want to die. Another shake. Then, it pointed toward Luke's system screen, the one only he should have been able to see. Luke raised a brow. You can see my screen. A slow, steady nod. Curious, Luke scrolled down through his interface, pulling up the servant skill again. And there it was. Servant of the Dark Lord, unique, as heir to the lineage of the Lords of Darkness, you may claim a worthy creature to bear your mark. Upon defeating a target, you may brand it with your demonic blood, subjecting it to your absolute authority. The servant is reborn from its weakness, evolving beyond its natural limits, nurtured by the Master's power. The bond between Lord and servant strengthens with your growing influence, shaping the fate of your legion through conquest and ambition. Warning, this choice is singular and irreversible. Once claimed, the servant will follow their master until the end. You may store the servant within your soul and summon them at will, but be warned, your chosen servant may determine the path your journey takes. Use this gift wisely. Hey! Luke shouted, voice cracking with disbelief. That warning wasn't there before. The skeleton, still standing beside him, shrugged theatrically, then turned its head away as if whistling innocently. Luke ran a hand through his hair, slumping back against the cold stone wall. He didn't want to admit it, but the frustration burned in his chest like a coal pressed into flesh. He could lie to himself. Pretend it didn't matter. But it did. It mattered a lot. I lost it. He muttered, barely above a whisper. I lost my chance to have someone strong by my side. The skeleton stepped closer, its movements calm. Not threatening. Strangely, gentle. When it reached him, it gave 2 soft taps on Luke's shoulder. Luke glanced sideways, annoyed. Yeah, that doesn't help, he muttered. He let out a long, tired breath. Whatever. I didn't even know that skill existed until now, right? He said aloud, trying to force some logic into the mess. So I'll move forward like it never did. Nothing's changed. I'm still on my own. I'll climb, face what I have to, and that's it. If you help, great. If not, you're bait. He turned to walk, but barely made it 2 steps. The skeleton darted ahead, cutting him off with sudden energy. It raised its arms frantically, gesturing with urgency, pointing at Luke, then at itself. Repeatedly. Luke blinked. I have no idea what you're trying to say. More gestures. Even more frantic now. The skeleton looked desperate, like it was determined to be understood. Then, it walked up to him, grabbed his hand, and pressed Luke's fingertip to its own skull. And then. A flash of light erupted. The air rippled. Something unlocked. Luke's eyes widened. Holy shit. He whispered. This skill is broken. Luke was back in the room where the remains of the fallen skeletons and their weapons still lay scattered across the floor. His skeletal servant followed closely behind. He was still a bit shaken, staring at the floating screen in front of him, a prompt triggered by his Dark Lord skill. Servant of the Dark Lord system, every tyrant needs servants worthy of their greatness. A Dark Lord tolerates no weakness, only the strongest survive. Through the servant bond, your soldiers evolve, transcend, and march toward legend. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 0. Rank, F. Class. Race, skeleton. Titles, Servant of the Dark Lord. Full information will be processed once the servant's class is selected. A system. Luke murmured, still not believing it. The skeleton had its own progression system. Just like him. More than that, this undead could become his shield in battle, or his blade. If it leveled up, it might grow into something terrifying. Luke was stunned. He looked at the skeleton, who had a look on its face that said, see. I'm strong, told you so. Alright, fair enough. But how does this work exactly? Class. What do you mean, class? He asked, watching as the interface shifted again. His own screen expanded, and now, he could access Charlie's interface directly through his own. Then he paused. Wait a second, your name's Princess Charlie. Are you, female? The skeleton looked at him like he'd just kicked a sacred relic. Her empty sockets narrowed in offense, as if saying, of course I'm a woman. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I don't look like a lady? Luke froze. Oh no. I just stepped on a minefield. Monster or not, a woman is still a woman. He cleared his throat awkwardly. I would never dare say otherwise. You're, clearly a very elegant skeletal lady. Princess Charlie gave a subtle, satisfied nod. Luke let out a silent breath of relief. Honestly, I can't see the difference. All skeletons look the same. Anyway. Focus, he muttered quickly, shifting his eyes back to the interface. Just then, Charlie's screen shimmered, and several options appeared. Luke's eyes widened. Okay, Princess Charlie. I take it all back. You've got potential. Servant path, through evolution, the servants of the Dark Lord transcend their limits, transforming into creatures worthy of his legacy. Even the humblest skeleton may ascend and become a legendary beast. Warning, weaker monsters tend to have more versatile evolutionary paths. Luke read the notification, nodding slowly. Alright. Maybe turning you into my servant wasn't a total waste after all. Princess Charlie rattled her bones proudly. At the center of the interface, new options appeared, a branching web of class choices, just like when Luke had first awakened his own system. Knight, a stalwart figure of honor and endurance, the knight stands at the front lines, shielding allies with a blend of discipline and sheer resilience. Stat bonus, +2 endurance, +1 strength, +1 agility, +1 vitality, +1 free point. Final path, skeleton knight - apocalypse knight. Archer, a master of distance combat, the archer strikes with deadly precision and speed. Stat bonus, +2 agility, +1 vitality, +1 perception, +1 intelligence, +1 free point. Final path, skeleton archer - wraith of desolation. Warrior, a brutal frontline combatant, the warrior charges into battle wielding heavy weapons and raw strength. Stat bonus, +2 strength, +1 agility, +1 endurance, +1 vitality, +1 free point. Final path, skeleton warrior - hollow spectral. Assassin, a swift and lethal striker, the assassin eliminates targets with sharp precision and blinding speed. Stat bonus, +2 agility, +1 strength, +1 vitality, +1 perception, +1 free point. Final path, skeleton assassin - reaper of dusk. Mage, a master of arcane knowledge, the mage exchanges brute force for mystical power, striking from afar with deadly magic. Stat bonus, +2 intelligence, +1 vitality, +1 agility, +1 perception, +1 free point. Final path, skeleton mage - profane archlich. Luke scrolled through the list in disbelief. You evolve? He asked. Princess Charlie nodded with enthusiasm, her skull bobbing rapidly. You're basically a Pokemon, Luke muttered. But even he had to admit it, this was insane. The final paths listed for each class sounded powerful as hell, terrifying even. And if those were just the obvious evolutions, what else could she become? Another message appeared beneath the class list. Asterisk warning, a servant's evolution may shift drastically over time, unlocking new paths, skills, or forms, some far darker than expected. Their future depends on the guidance of the Dark Lord. Mold your minions wisely, for they may become the generals of your legion. Asterisk. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Luke rubbed his temple. Yeah. Sure. That's not overwhelming at all. He glanced at the skeleton standing proudly beside him. Okay, Princess Charlie. Wait, is Charlie actually your name? She nodded vigorously, looking very pleased with herself. Not exactly terrifying, is it? Luke said under his breath. But Charlie seemed unbothered. Instead, she picked up a sword, one way too large for her bony frame, and swung it once through the air with a sharp whoosh. You want a sword class? She pointed dramatically at the blade, and then at the warrior option on the screen. Luke sighed. I was kind of hoping you'd go with mage, to be honest. Charlie crossed her arms, or at least tried, and tapped the sword against the floor with purpose. Are you really sure about this? You're a princess. Shouldn't you, I don't know, be safe? Away from battle. The skeleton swung the sword again with flair, clearly rejecting the notion. Then, just to drive the point home, she raised the weapon above her head like a banner and pointed again. Warrior. Luke had been tempted to pick mage for her. Honestly, it would have been ideal, giving him ranged support and versatility. But something about the way Princess Charlie held that oversized sword told him everything. She wanted this. She was his servant, yes. But if she had a will, he'd respect it. All right then, he said. Warrior it is. He tapped the option. Princess Charlie has acquired the warrior class. Unlocking class skills. Please wait. A soft hum echoed in his system interface. Even from Luke's own screen, he now had a side panel showing Charlie's status, her name, her portrait, and a button to switch to her full profile. Warrior class successfully awakened. Princess Charlie has learned a class skill, basic weapon handling, common. Luke raised an eyebrow. So you're already trained, huh? That's convenient. He opened the skill description. Basic weapon handling, common, the warrior receives foundational training in melee combat, gaining basic proficiency with one-handed and two-handed weapons like swords, axes, and hammers. This enables more accurate and adaptive strikes in close combat scenarios. Not bad at all. Then her profile fully updated. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 0. Rank, F. Class, Warrior, LVL 0. Race, Skeleton. Title, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 40/40. Mana points, MP 10 out of 10. Stamina, 50/50. Stats. Strength, 8. Agility, 4. Endurance, 5. Vitality, 4. Perception, 2. Intelligence, 1. Free points, 1. Unlike Luke's title, hers didn't have any description when he tapped it, just a label. Luke tilted his head. You're kinda weak, princess. Charlie's shoulders drooped dramatically. He sighed. Don't worry. We'll train together and get you strong. You'll be frontline material in no time. The skeleton brightened, posture straightening with a spark of pride. Am I seriously putting a princess on the front lines of battle? He thought. Doesn't matter. He opened her stats screen and allocated her single free point into vitality. She needed all the HP she could get. Updated stats. Vitality, 4-5. Free points, 1-0. Health points, 40/40-50/50. Luke nodded with satisfaction. There we go. Not bad, Charlie. She raised her sword high in a victory pose. And for the first time since their bizarre meeting, Luke allowed himself a small smile. Luke had successfully slotted the new crystal into the elevator's core and had been rising for a few hours now. He'd asked Princess Charlie to carry it for him during the earlier descent, just in case. After all, he was the strongest between them, his hands needed to be free for anything unexpected. But no enemies had appeared. The return trip had been faster. No monsters, no battles. He even passed a massive stone door leading to what looked like a staircase that would let him climb the dungeon on foot. Tempting. But Luke had left curiosity behind, at least for now. He'd returned to the elevator. Earlier, when traveling alone, he'd kept his eyes shut and meditated during the ascent, trying to stay alert through silence. But now, Princess Charlie was with him. And while she was technically a loyal servant, she was still a monster. Luke stayed alert, watching for any flicker of aggression, a sudden surge of madness. But none came. He'd tested her during the ride, told her to raise her hand, to jump, even to press her blade lightly against her own neck. She obeyed everything. Still, he didn't push his luck. Eventually, he told her to return to free will mode, whatever that meant to her. And she'd gone still again, standing in the corner of the elevator like a silent, skeletal bodyguard. Luke had lost track of how many hours had passed. He was starting to feel the weight of sleep clawing at the edges of his mind. At this point, he was sure he'd been awake for over 24 hours, maybe longer, if he counted everything since waking up inside the temple. And now, there was a new problem. This one's cracking too. The crystal was beginning to show fractures, again. He had no way of knowing how many floors were left. But based on his rough estimates, it took around 60 minutes per level. That's how long the elevator seemed to take between rest stops, those quiet, fruit-bearing chambers with water and shade. Problem was, he didn't know if the crystal would break in a rest area, or in the middle of a narrow shaft. That thought had haunted him for hours. If this thing breaks mid-climb, I'll have to climb my way to a floor by hand, and from there, walk through the dungeon manually. Not ideal. Crack. A sharp shatter rang out, the crystal split and crumbled into dust. Alert, elevator crystal has broken. Seek another crystal somewhere on this dungeon floor. Luke sighed through gritted teeth. Of course that would happen. But this time, he wasn't alone. He looked at Princess Charlie. She stood steady, her empty sockets fixed ahead, blade at the ready. A grim smile crossed Luke's lips. Well, I guess it's finally time to test my little experiment, he muttered. Let's see if you can level up, and survive. He drew his kukris. Charlie raised her sword in sync, her posture falling naturally into a battle stance beside him. For the first time since descending that hellish temple, Luke wouldn't fight alone. Luke stood at the threshold of the resting chamber. Like the others, it was calm, a patch of grass, a fruit-bearing tree, a small waterfall trickling from the stone wall into a shallow pool. In the corner, he noticed several crates, some broken and scattered. I can't keep going. His body was stiff. His thoughts were slowing. The constant mana channeling to power the elevator had worn down more than just his energy, it had drained him mentally. Luke could have forced himself to push on, but wandering the dungeon half-aware would be suicide. He needed to be sharp. He shuffled to the crates and peeked inside. Nothing. Just an old cloth draped over the broken wood. Grabbing a fruit from the tree, he took a bite and crouched near the pool. The cold water helped. Even just stopping the mana flow to the crystal gave his brain a moment of rest. A kind of peace. He turned to the skeleton. I'm going to sleep for a bit, he said quietly. Princess Charlie gave a small nod, stepping toward the narrow corridor that led deeper into the dungeon. She planted her sword firmly into the ground and stood guard. At least she gets the basics. Luke picked a spot on the far end of the room, away from the skeleton. He slid down into a seated position, kukris still in hand. His eyes closed, but only slightly. He was still alert. He didn't fully trust Charlie, not yet. If something powerful appeared, she wouldn't be enough. And even though she was his servant, she was still a monster. So at first, he only pretended to sleep. Minutes passed. Eventually, his exhaustion won. And he drifted off. A faint sound woke him. Luke didn't move, didn't open his eyes fully. Just enough to see through a half-lit slit. His grip tightened around his kukris. The skeleton was moving. Not standing guard. Not still. Doing something else. She walked over to the crates in the corner. Pulled something from the top. What are you doing? Luke held his breath, ready to react the moment anything looked suspicious. Princess Charlie had taken the cloth from the broken crates. She shook it, dust flying off in small clouds, then gently beat it against the stone to clear the dirt. She turned and walked toward him. Luke's fingers twitched over his blade. Then. The skeleton knelt beside him and laid the cloth over his body like a blanket. She even tucked the corners gently underneath him, a slow, almost maternal movement. Then, with one bony hand, she gave his head 2 soft pats, like a silent goodnight. She stood, walked back to the corridor, and resumed her position beside the sword. Luke remained still, eyes closed. But he wasn't asleep anymore. She covered me. He wanted to laugh. Or sigh. Or maybe curse. I appreciate the sentiment, but you left your sword out there, wide open. If someone came through the door, they'd have picked it up and killed us both. But he didn't say anything. He didn't move. He let the warmth of the cloth and the silence settle in. His thoughts drifted. And he remembered the Baumans. Damn it, this skeleton just hurt me more than that boss ever could. You have slain a dead wanderer, LVL 6. Luke moved through the dungeon alongside Princess Charlie. He was still doing most of the work, and the reason was simple, the princess was weak. Another wanderer came sprinting toward him. Arg. Luke hurled one of his kukris, the blade spinning before slamming into the creature's skull. Without pause, he dashed forward. As the kukri zipped back into his hand, he dropped into a slide, ducking beneath the creature's arm, and slashed at its leg with his second blade. The monster collapsed. Luke drove the kukri straight through the base of its skull. Asterisk your class, Assassin, has reached level 6. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. The Warrior, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 1. Warrior class bonus, +2 strength, +1 agility, +1 endurance, +1 vitality, +1 free point. Luke glanced toward the skeleton. Looks like you do get EXP for assisting, he muttered, mildly surprised. The princess did a little celebratory shake, clearly pleased. He'd been running a test, trying to confirm whether Charlie could level up just by participating in battles, even if she wasn't the one landing the final blow. It worked that way for party members under the system, but he wasn't sure if that applied to undead servants. Apparently, it did. He quickly pulled up her system window. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 1. Rank, F. Class, Warrior, LVL 1. Race, Skeleton. Title, Servant of the Dark Lord. HP, 56/60ths. MP, 10/10ths. The tail has been stolen, if detected on Amazon, report the violation. Stamina, 4750. Stats. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Endurance, 6. Vitality, 6. Perception, 2. Intelligence, 1. Free points, 1. The boost from her first class level up helped a little. But not enough. Luke had watched her get knocked down by a weak creature just 2 rooms ago. She wasn't battle ready. If she died, he'd be in serious trouble. I need to make her stronger. Fast. He tapped on her free stat point and invested it into vitality. The farther she stayed from hitting 0 HP, the better. Updated stats, Princess Charlie. Vitality, 6-7. Free points, 1-0. HP, 56/60ths-66/70ths. Luke still had a few unspent stat points of his own, but kept them in reserve, an emergency stash for when things got unpredictable. For now, just hitting level 6 in his class was enough to feel a real difference. His movements were sharper, his breathing more controlled, and the weight of the cookies in his hands felt lighter. Luke moved cautiously down the dim corridor, with Charlie trailing slightly behind to stay protected. As they turned a corner, 4 skeletons stood ahead. They locked eyes, and charged. Arg. Luke hurled his kukri, but then saw it, a sudden orange flash screamed toward them. His eyes widened. Fireball. He dove to the side, shoving Charlie out of the way. Bam. A fiery explosion lit up the hallway. Luke scrambled to his feet, coughing from the smoke. Then he saw it, a skeleton in the back, wearing a tattered robe and wielding a crooked staff. A mage. Shit, he muttered, gripping his kukris. 2 of the skeletons rushed him with heavy axes. Arg. Luke sidestepped, barely avoiding a cleaving blow. Thwick. An arrow grazed his arm. His eyes snapped toward the source, another skeleton with a bow, already knocking a second arrow. And behind them, the mage lifted its staff again, flames gathering at the tip. Luke tried to retreat, but the axe wielders boxed him in. Then Charlie appeared from behind, intercepting one of the skeletons and locking blades. The fireball was coming. Luke leapt to the side. FOOM. The flames scorched the wall behind him, charring a mounted frame into ashes. Another arrow flew. This time, it struck. Damn it, he hissed, yanking it out through gritted teeth. What do I do? This was his first time facing a true mage in combat. He glanced toward Charlie, she was holding her ground but struggling. He made a choice. I take out the mage. Luke bolted forward. Arg, the mage roared, casting again. Another fireball. The archer aimed. Luke deflected the arrow mid-run with his kukri, then hurled it at the mage. The undead spellcaster ducked into a side room, only its staff poking out. Boom. Another blast erupted from the tip. Luke panicked. He grabbed 2 throwing knives from his holster, flung them, and split each one mid-air. 4 blades collided with the fireball. Kaboom. The hallway shook with heat and pressure. Luke hit the ground hard but rolled back to his feet. He'd survived. Without wasting time, he rushed the archer with one quick strike. You have slain a cursed skeleton, LVL6. The mage stepped back out, staff glowing again. Luke turned to check on Charlie, she was still locked in combat with the axe duo. Shit. The mage launched another fireball, but it wasn't aimed at him, it was flying toward Charlie. No. Luke threw a knife, striking the fireball mid-flight. Boom. The explosion tore through the corridor again, but missed her. Smoke filled the hallway. He sprinted toward the axe skeletons, hurling both kukris. They hit. The undead fell apart, but began reconstructing immediately. One of them lunged, leaping through the air. The other spun violently, activating some kind of combat skill. Luke clashed with both at once, blocking their blows with his blades, but he felt pressure building behind him. Another fireball. He spun, grabbed one skeleton by the ribs, and hurled it toward the blast. Boom. The fireball detonated against its body, disintegrating it completely. The second skeleton kicked Luke back and raised its axe. Charlie intercepted. Her blade met the monster's in a loud clang, and she pushed forward, striking with all her might. Arg. The mage began casting again, fire swirling at the tip of its staff. Luke charged, kukri already spinning in his hand. The mage noticed him, and darted back into the side room again. Princess Charlie has slain a cursed skeleton, LVL6. He read the notification mid-sprint. The moment the skeleton mage poked its staff out of the room, Luke's kukri nailed it. The staff clattered to the floor, still clutched by the now detached arm. Luke didn't slow down. He leapt onto the skeleton, crashing it backward. The severed arm twitched, trying to return to its master, but Luke didn't give it the chance. He drove the kukri into its skull. You have slain a cursed skeleton, LVL7. There was no time to celebrate. His eyes adjusted to the room ahead, cavernous walls, dim lighting. And then he saw them. Massive, pale white balls stuck to the ceiling and floor. Not cloth. Webs. His voice cracked. Shit, spiders. From above, a black shape dropped. 8 legs. A body the size of a large dog. It screeched and launched a glob of web at him. Whack. Luke was knocked back, crashing onto the ground. He struggled, the web was sticky, tight, clinging to his limbs. The spider's steps clicked against the stone as it crawled toward him. He slashed the web with his kukri, freeing one arm just in time. The spider lunged. Grr. Its mandibles snapped, barely missing his throat. Luke tried stabbing up, but its legs slammed into him, pinning him down. More silk wrapped around his legs and arms. He panicked. Assassin's dash. A burst of speed shot him forward. He tumbled, rolled free, gasping, then turned. The spider clung to the wall now, launching globs of web like a turret. Luke threw 6 knives at once, but it dodged all of them. It scaled the ceiling, moving erratically like a predator on caffeine. He felt trapped, nowhere to go. What if there were more? Grr. It landed in front of him again, firing another sticky ball. He dodged, barely. Another. And another. It was relentless. Then. Whack. The spider shrieked. Princess Charlie had arrived. Her blade had landed a clean blow. The spider turned, enraged, and struck her hard. She hit the wall with a loud crash. Luke hurled a duplicated kukri. Slice. It cut deep into the spider's thorax. She screamed. He ran in, planning to finish it. But suddenly, a line of silk shot past him. Before he could react, the spider launched toward him, pulled by its own web like a slingshot. Crash! Luke was slammed backward, rolling across the floor. The spider attached another line to the ceiling and swung around like a maniac trapeze artist, spitting web after web midair. Smack! 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 3 sticky globs hit Luke square in the chest, legs, and arm. He hit the ground again, bound tight. Desperate, he slashed wildly. Charlie charged in, only to be caught mid-run by a silken thread. It yanked her violently, flinging her across the room. Before she could get up, the spider pounced. Its jaws sank into her shoulder, ripping off her sword arm. The limb flew across the floor. Charlie collapsed. The spider latched onto her again. Its fangs sank into her leg, then tore it clean off. Luke panicked. He hurled his kukri while still trying to cut through the sticky web. The blade spun through the air and sliced into the spider's leg. It stumbled, screeching. The kukri snapped back to his hand and he slashed again, cutting through the rest of the silk. A strand slapped into the wall near him. He turned. The spider launched itself like a cannonball, tethered by silk. But this time, Luke knew the trick. He rolled sideways and held his kukri out like a blade on a wire. Slash! Argh! The spider shrieked as it flew past, caught by the steel edge. It slammed into the wall. And immediately. Thunk 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 thunk. 4 kukri slammed into its legs, pinning it down. Luke didn't stop. He unloaded a full volley of throwing knives, and as his twin kukris came spinning back toward him, he caught them mid-run. The spider tried to scramble up the wall. But its body collapsed under the damage. Luke sprinted. He feinted a throw, then pulled the kukri back mid-flight and used assassin's dash. He became a blur of momentum and fury. The blade pierced the spider's head, again and again. He carved across its face, its fangs, its eyes. Blood and ichor sprayed as it thrashed. He rolled backward, then hurled both kukris at its front legs. They pierced deep. The beast toppled forward, legs buckling. Luke jumped, drove a blade into its remaining eye, and felt the skull give way. Silence. Then, a soft dragging sound. Charlie. She was crawling toward him. One leg gone, the other shattered. Her sword clutched in her remaining hand and between her teeth. She was dragging herself, inch by inch, to help. Luke turned, slicing off the spider's last twitching limbs. Then stepped aside. Finish it, he said quietly. Charlie pulled herself close, raised the sword with what little strength she had. And drove it down. Screech. The spider shrieked once more. Princess Charlie has slain a cunning spider, LVL 9. Princess Charlie has reached level 1. Skeleton, rank F. Your race level grants the following stat bonuses: +1 strength, +1 agility, +1 endurance, +1 vitality, +1 perception, +1 intelligence, +1 free point. Light shimmered around her body. Bones reformed. The arm returned. The shattered leg rebuilt itself. She stood, fully restored. Luke's eyes widened in disbelief. Her race level healed her. Princess Charlie has acquired a race skill. Before he could even process what that meant, another notification chimed. The room reward has been made available. A low rumble echoed behind him. Luke turned. A chest had materialized in the corner of the room, massive, old, glowing faintly with dungeon magic. His heart thudded. A real treasure chest. Looks like we made it, he said, exhaling. Princess Charlie raised one hand for a high five. Luke smirked. Fine. Just this once. Clack. Bony palm met calloused hand. With a breath of anticipation, Luke walked to the chest and opened the lid. What he saw inside left him speechless. Luke opened the chest. It was the first time he had received a reward in a dungeon like this. Sure, the twin kukris had been a gift of sorts, but this was different. This was systemic. The chest had materialized in the room, almost like it had been teleported there just for him. It was massive, and as he looked inside, a soft red glow shimmered at the bottom. He reached in, and found something unexpected. A ring. A golden band with a deep crimson gem. It was beautiful. Intricately made, glinting even in the low light of the dungeon. The kind of thing you'd expect in a high-end jewelry shop for ridiculous prices. Some rich fiancé would definitely drop a fortune on this. He used Identify, and the system revealed its secrets. Ring of Fire, uncommon. Description, a simple ring forged by flame-worshipping cultists. Enchantments. Cult Flame, common, despite its modest appearance, this ring grants the user the ability to summon a small flame, useful for lighting paths or starting fires. Requirement, LVL 8+ in any class or race. The ring vanished from his hand. An item has been added to your inventory. Luke opened his inventory to double-check. There it was, nestled between his kukris and other supplies. He reread the description, narrowing his eyes. So I need to be at least level 8 in either class or race to equip this. That's new. Different from the kukris. He summoned the ring again and tried to slip it onto his finger. It didn't budge. There was something, an invisible force, blocking it from sliding onto his hand. So I literally can't equip it unless I meet the requirements, not even wear it. He stayed crouched by the chest, thinking, then looked over at the skeleton standing nearby. Princess Charlie, can I see your hand? She perked up. Her glowing sockets blinked as she stared at the ring, and at him, still kneeling on one knee. Then she dropped her sword with a clatter and clutched her face with both hands. Huh. Luke tilted his head, confused. I want to put this on your finger, he said plainly. Charlie stiffened. Her whole body shook like a leaf. Then, dramatically, she turned around, hand covering her jaw in mock shock. What the hell is going on? Luke walked up and gently took her hand. She shyly pointed at her ring finger. He tried to place the ring. And nothing. Still wouldn't fit. Didn't work, he muttered, standing up again. Charlie drooped, visibly disappointed. Is this skeleton blushing? Luke scratched his head. I just wanted to see if I could give gear to you. He dismissed the ring and pulled open both his system screen and Charlie's. An idea hit him. He selected an item from his own inventory, his last smoke bomb, and dragged it over. The system allowed it. All right, princess, he said. Can you check your hand? Charlie nodded, then proudly held up a small black orb. It worked. Luke grinned wide. Not only could she receive gear, she could use it. I can actually equip her. Equip my servant. Gear her up for battle. For the first time, it felt real. He wasn't alone. I can give my servant items. That means. A huge idea lit up in Luke's mind. If I got my hands on some armor, for example, I could give it to Charlie. I could gear her up with items just as powerful as my pair of kukris. He kept experimenting between their two system screens. After a few minutes of testing, he found something interesting. He couldn't transfer his kukris to her. No matter what he tried, they wouldn't leave his inventory. Soul-bound. Makes sense. But what caught his attention even more, was the fact he could rename her. He quickly deleted the default tag, Cursed Skeleton, Dark Lord Servant, and replaced it with a simple name. Charlie. That should keep people from figuring out what she really is, especially during the tutorial. I'll just need to find a full-body armor with a visor to hide her appearance. Satisfied with the tweaks, he looked around the dungeon room. Time to find the next crystal. If it's not here, I'll have to take the stairs and check the next floor up. He started slicing open the huge silk-wrapped cocoons scattered across the cavern. At first, he thought they might contain survivors or loot, but no. Just corpses. Mostly giant rats, long dead. Meanwhile, Princess Charlie was hovering near the spider's corpse, stabbing it repeatedly with her sword. Luke didn't ask. He figured she was getting her revenge. Guess the spider didn't feed on the skeletons, so it made do with anything that moved. He kept cutting open the silk bundles until he spotted a soft blue glow inside one of them. The crystal. Finally. As he reached out to grab it, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned. Charlie stood there with both hands outstretched, holding something. Her posture was awkward, almost shy. For me, he asked. She nodded enthusiastically. Luke leaned in. It was a heart. The spider's heart. Still dripping with dark ichor, pulsing faintly with leftover heat. Thanks, he offered weakly. He looked at the floor. The blood was pooling near her feet. I already have a heart. Charlie pointed to her mouth and mimed a chewing motion, pretending to bite the air with her toothless jaw. You, want me to eat it? She nodded again, proud. Luke stared at the grotesque organ in her bony hands. I appreciate the gesture, but I'm not that hungry. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. Charlie's shoulders slumped. Even without flesh, her body language screamed disappointment. Luke sighed and quickly changed the subject. Could you help me carry the crystal? The skeleton perked up again and gave a little salute, then reached down to grab the glowing blue stone. Together, they walked toward the elevator. Two unlikely figures, a lone assassin, and the skeletal princess who offered him a real heart. Luke sat inside the elevator as it rose, faster than before. So fast, in fact, that he had to remain seated just to keep his balance. At this rate, we'll be at the top in no time, he said aloud. Princess Charlie nodded beside him, her bones rattling softly with the motion. Though the speed was welcome, Luke still had no idea how many floors remained. With some time to spare, he decided to check the race skill Charlie had unlocked earlier. Demonic servant perception, uncommon, your senses have been enhanced by demonic influence, allowing you to detect subtle movements, hidden presences, and environmental shifts. Ambushes become less effective, and you may react to threats before they strike. At higher levels, your perception expands even further, capable of identifying magical disturbances and invisible entities with precision. Luke looked at the skeleton in front of him, eyebrows slightly raised. Not bad. She needed a perception boost anyway. Still, he had no idea how Charlie perceived the world to begin with. She had no eyes, no ears, no flesh, just bones held together by some invisible force. But logic had long since stopped applying. I mean, I can duplicate knives in midair with my mind. What even is normal anymore? With a shrug, he opened Charlie's system panel and allocated her remaining stat point. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 1. Rank, F. Class, Warrior, LVL 1. Race, Skeleton. Titles, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 80/80ths. Mana points, MP 20/20ths. Stamina, 68 out of 70. Stats. Strength, 11. Agility, 6. Endurance, 7. Vitality, 8. Perception, 3. Intelligence, 2. Free points, 1. Staring at the skeleton, he decided to put the point into vitality. After all, she was still weak. Updated stats. Vitality, 8-9. Free points, 1-0. Health points, HP 80/80ths-90/90ths. The elevator hummed around them, climbing rapidly. Luke timed the ascension, about 20 minutes between floors now. Much faster than before. But there was a new problem. The crystal was deteriorating faster too. He watched it pulse and flicker, tiny cracks appearing along its surface. Figures. Increased speed means increased stress. He exhaled slowly, his mind drifting to the fight with the spider. The arachnid nightmare, as he mentally dubbed it. That battle had nearly cost him everything. If Charlie hadn't distracted the creature, he might still be cocooned in silk, or worse. He opened his system and began allocating his own points. No more hoarding. If the next floor held another monster like that, he needed every advantage he could get. Name, Luke. Level, free. Rank, F. Class, Assassin, LVL 6. Race, Half-Demon. Titles, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 272/320. Mana points, MP 118/220. Stamina, 198/200. Stats. Strength, 27. Agility, 36. Endurance, 20. Vitality, 32. Perception, 28. Intelligence, 22. Free points, 2. Inventory, throwing knife holster, smoke bomb, X1, demonic twin kukris, ring of fire. Class skills, basic blade handling, common, knife throwing, common, twin blade, common, assassin dash, uncommon. Race skills, identify, common, demonic perception, uncommon. Bloodline skill, servant of the Dark Lord, unique. Servant, Princess Charlie, skeleton, LVL 1. Luke assigned one free point to vitality and another to strength. If the elevator stopped in a place as dangerous as the last one, he needed to be ready. Updated stats. Strength, 27-28. Vitality, 32-33. Free points, 2-0. Health points, HP 272/320-282/330. Alert, elevator crystal has broken. Seek another crystal somewhere on this dungeon floor. Luke sighed and stepped out of the elevator. We don't have a choice. He walked through the rest chamber, picked a fruit from the glowing tree, and ate it while moving. As he pushed open the heavy door leading to the next area, he froze. You've got to be kidding me. The entire floor was flooded. A vast, cavernous system submerged in waist-high water. Even the connecting tunnels were dripping, water running down the walls in endless rivulets. Somewhere deeper inside, the roar of rushing water echoed like a distant beast. Faint blue crystals embedded in the ceiling cast an eerie light, illuminating the crystal-clear water below. Strange trees had rooted along stone ridges, and giant lily pads floated over the surface. Fireflies flitted between them, as if the dungeon had grown its own twisted imitation of life. Great. What if some of this is deep enough to drown in? He picked up a throwing knife and hurled it straight up at one of the ceiling crystals. It missed by a wide margin, splashing harmlessly back into the water. And if the next crystal's locked in place, how the hell am I supposed to retrieve it? He turned toward the cavern and the long tunnels ahead. I'll have to find another one, something I can actually reach. Charlie nodded silently beside him. Luke tested the water first, dipping in a foot. It only came up to his knee, but that didn't ease his tension. After that long river ride down the waterfall, and nearly drowning in the process, he developed a healthy fear of dungeon water. Why did sliding down that crazy waterway only take a few hours, but this straight-up elevator feels like it's taking an eternity? He shook the thought away. Logic didn't apply in dungeons. Rib bit. Luke blinked. A small frog was hopping across one of the lily pads toward them. Before he could react, Princess Charlie brought down her sword with a wet splat. Princess Charlie has slain a swamp frog, LV1. She raised her thumb in a satisfied gesture. Thanks. I guess. They kept moving, careful with every step through the waist-deep water. Occasionally, glowing ceiling crystals gave them light, though none were close enough to grab. Still, Luke noticed something, the ceiling was gradually lowering. If this keeps up, we'll hit a spot where I might actually be able to knock one of those down. Whoa. Luke gasped as he nearly stumbled. The water had deepened suddenly, now brushing his hips. The roar of falling water grew louder. They reached a large chamber where a waterfall poured from a hole in the cavern wall. 2 more tunnels branched off from there. But before he could pick a path, his demon perception lit up. Humanoid silhouettes stood silently in the darkness of the left tunnel. Drowned Walker, LV7. Drowned Walker, LV6. Drowned Walker, LV6. The first one stepped into the crystal light. Luke didn't hesitate, he hurled a kukri and dropped it in a single hit. Growling. More emerged from the tunnel. Their skin was bloated, waterlogged, and split in places. Moss and small vines grew from open wounds. Wet clothes clung to their broken bodies, making them look like corpses that had been left underwater for years. A loud splash echoed across the chamber. Suddenly, a larger drowned appeared. Enraged Drowned Walker, LV9. Luke and Charlie were surrounded. Charlie and Luke were wading through the waterlogged tunnel when the sound of heavy splashes echoed around them. More Drowned Walkers emerged from the shadows, slowly surrounding them. Then came the splash. Something massive charged through the water with terrifying momentum. Luke's instincts kicked in, he blinked sideways with Assassin's Dash just as the creature lunged into view. Enraged Drowned Walker, LV9. It was larger than the rest, bloated beyond human shape, with algae and rot tangled in its limbs. And in its grip. A war hammer. Jar, it bellowed, surging forward like a berserker. Princess Charlie met it head-on, deflecting the hammer's first swing with her blade. The force of the impact sent her stumbling back, almost losing her footing in the water. Before the monster could strike again, Luke dashed in low and sliced its leg. The swollen flesh split open, dark blood spilling into the water. The creature roared and spun, just as the other walkers leapt onto Luke, dragging him under. He thrashed and kicked, trying to hurl a blade, but underwater, he couldn't get the force. Teeth gnashed around him, hands clawing at his throat. With a violent surge, he broke the surface, only to feel a crushing blow slam into his back. The war hammer. He flew, crashing into the cavern wall with a grunt. Shit. Charlie was fighting two more walkers nearby, her sword flashing in tight arcs. The hammer-wielding brute came for Luke again, swinging wide. Luke dodged, and the hammer smashed into the stone, sending a tremor through the ground. The beast reeled from the force. Luke hurled a kukri, which duplicated mid-flight and slashed across the walker's face. With his second kukri, he lunged forward and carved into the creature's wrist. Arg! The hammer dropped. Luke shoved the monster back and called both kukris to his hands. With a sharp flick, he threw them again, this time at the two walkers trying to ambush Charlie from behind. They dropped into the water with twin splashes. He reached for throwing knives and flung them straight at the brute's eyes. At the same time, he charged. The monster raised an arm to strike. And screamed. From behind, the kukris returned, spinning like twin saws. Luke had positioned himself perfectly, using the magnetic return as a trap. He didn't hesitate. 3 more knives went into the creature's face. It staggered, roaring blindly. Luke caught his blades mid-air and buried them both into the monster's skull. You have slain an enraged drowned walker, LV9. He turned, panting. Not far off, Charlie was still locked in combat. Her strikes were fast, precise, she lacked raw power, but made up for it with movement. Princess Charlie has slain a drowned walker, LV5. Then 3 more walkers tackled her. One grabbed her sword arm. Another locked her torso. A third reached for her skull, fingers trembling with the intent to crush. Luke moved. Fast. He hurled his kukris, striking the drowned walker holding Charlie. The blade hit clean, forcing the monster back. But Charlie was still trapped. Luke didn't stop. He sprinted through the water, throwing a flurry of knives. His kukris returned to his grip just in time to cleave through the remaining 2 walkers, cutting them down before they could react. Charlie grabbed her fallen sword and finished the job, driving her blade into the one still trying to rise. Princess Charlie has slain a drowned walker, LV6. Princess Charlie has slain a drowned walker, LV6. Princess Charlie has slain a drowned walker, LV5. Luke turned toward the next group. 3 more came at him, he met them head-on. A slash to the leg. A thrust to the chest. A brutal stab into the skull. He moved like liquid, even in waist-deep water. His muscles felt tighter, stronger, more responsive. Every motion was efficient. Lethal. He threw one kukri, catching a walker in the face, then recalled it mid-air, making it reverse course and slam into 2 others from behind. You have slain a drowned walker, LV6. You have slain a drowned walker, LV7. Charlie sprinted toward the last one crawling in the water and cleaved it down with a single blow. Princess Charlie has slain a drowned walker, LV6. Asterisk the warrior, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 2. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Unauthorized tail usage, if you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. Princess Charlie has gained a new class skill. The battle was over. Blood stained the water, swirling with the soft current that flowed from the waterfall behind them, slowly washing the gore away. That was close, Luke muttered, catching his breath. He checked her newly acquired skill. Heavy strike, common, channeling raw strength, the warrior delivers a devastating blow with plus 20% base damage. Simple, but deadly in the right hands. Charlie held her sword in both hands and tested it, swinging downward in a powerful arc. The blade cut through the air with a loud hiss and splashed into the water, sending ripples in every direction. Luke nodded. That's going to come in handy. She gave a proud thumbs up. Opening her system panel, Luke reviewed her updated stats. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 1. Rank, F. Class, Warrior, LV2. Race, Skeleton. Titles, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 76/100. Mana points, MP 20/20. Stamina, 72 out of 80. Stats. Strength, 13. Agility, 7. Endurance, 8. Vitality, 10. Perception, 3. Intelligence, 2. Free points, 1. He stared at her for a long moment. If she had lost a leg, or an arm, what would he have done? Would he have carried her on his back for the rest of the climb? Maybe I should just leave you at the elevator. He murmured. Charlie immediately shook her head, fast and firm. You want to come with me? More furious nodding. That's the problem. You're too fragile. Luke let out a sigh, watching the still water shimmer under the crystal light above them. If he left her behind, she wouldn't gain experience. She wouldn't grow stronger. She'd stay weak, vulnerable. He had to bring her along. He'd just need to be smarter from now on. More careful. More precise. Opening her stat window again, he stared at the free point. He wanted to place it into perception, it would help with awareness, reaction time. But she was still so physically frail. She needed to survive. Given her skeletal frame, Charlie was far more vulnerable than Luke had been back when he was level 1. Her structure didn't allow for the kind of punishment a body with flesh could absorb. For safety, he spent her point on vitality. Updated stats. Vitality, 10-11. Free points, 1-0. Health points, HP 76/100-86/110. They pressed forward, following the tunnel where the ceiling dipped lower. The further they walked, the more Luke noticed something subtle but worrying. The water was moving. Just enough to tug at his legs. A shallow current, but one that was definitely gaining force the further they went. I don't know how HP regeneration works exactly, Luke thought, gripping the slick cavern wall for balance. But it's way slower than mana or stamina. He wasn't sure where the line was drawn. If he broke a bone, would HP naturally heal it? Or would he remain crippled until some kind of potion or spell was used? What about bleeding or internal injuries? Were there hard limits to what HP could regenerate? And what about Charlie? She didn't have muscle. Or skin. Or blood. Every hit she took was directly to the bone. Could her HP even regenerate properly if there was no flesh to bind or wounds to close? That thought alone made him tighten his grip on the wall. The slope grew steeper, and the current stronger. Both Luke and Charlie used the jagged stone along the wall for support, keeping their bodies tilted to resist the slow but insistent pull of water. Just in case, he handed her one of his throwing knives. If the water sweeps us, use this to stick into the wall and hold yourself. She nodded, understanding. Eventually, the tunnel opened. A blast of blue light struck his eyes, forcing him to squint. After a second, his vision adjusted, and what he saw stunned him. A massive underground chamber stretched out before them. A broad, circular basin of water took up most of the space, its surface dotted with oversized lily pads. Several other tunnels spilled into the pool, each feeding it with a soft cascade of water. The faint scent of minerals filled the air, almost like bath salts mixed into a hot spring. Above them, high on the ceiling, a colossal blue crystal pulsed with light. It glowed so fiercely that its reflection on the water shimmered like starlight. But what truly caught his attention? There, Luke whispered. Floating near the center of the lake, atop one of the lily pads, was a crystal, identical in shape and size to the one used in the elevator. He looked up again. It probably broke off from the big one above and fell. Talk about a stroke of luck. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the waterline, searching for movement. The chamber was too quiet. Too still. Nothing this important would be left unguarded. Stay here, Luke told Charlie before leaping onto the nearest lily pad. The oversized leaf wobbled under his weight, but held. Carefully, he hopped from pad to pad, each one just barely supporting him, until he reached the one closest to the crystal. As he landed, the crystal tipped, rolling slightly before slipping off the edge. With no time to think, Luke used Assassin's Dash, propelling himself just in time to grab the crystal falling into the water. It was heavier than he expected, about the size of a fire hydrant, and cold from the water. He almost dropped it. Looking down, his eyes widened. Dozens more crystals littered the lake bed, glimmering faintly through the milky water below. So that's why the water looks like it's full of salt. He murmured. Then. Glup. A soft sound echoed behind him. Subtle. Not like the rushing waterfall, not like dripping cavern water. It was different. Luke turned his head. A small ripple spread outward, like someone had tossed a pebble nearby. He glanced up. Was that a piece of the crystal falling? He shifted his weight and leapt to the next pad, but the moment he landed, the leaf wobbled, and he nearly slipped off. Glup. Closer this time. Luke froze. Something just below the surface caught his eye. A shadow. It vanished before he could identify it. Probably nothing, just nerves. He leapt again. One more lily pad left. Holding the crystal in both hands, he looked across to where Charlie stood waiting. Catch this. I'll jump to you after. But right as he was about to toss it, he caught movement. Beneath the water. Right next to him. Eyes. Wide, slitted, and yellow. Unblinking. Watching him. The surface exploded. Something massive surged out of the water, and Luke's entire body went rigid. It was green, scaly, and covered in jagged spikes. A long, muscled body, wide jaws bristling with serrated teeth. Vertical pupils stared at him with primal hunger. It wasn't just a crocodile. It was a monster. What emerged was a deep green beast, its body covered in jagged spikes. A massive jaw full of teeth opened wide, and slitted pupils locked onto them like a predator to prey. It was a monstrous crocodile. Shit. Groar. The creature roared and lunged onto the giant water lily. Luke stumbled backward, his foot slipping off the slick edge of the lily pad, and with a splash, he tumbled into the cold, murky water below. Beneath the surface, he saw the creature's shadow slicing through the depths toward him. He drew both kukris just as the beast opened its jaws. Panic surged through him. He knew what came next. If a crocodile bit down, it rolled, and dragged its prey under to drown. In a desperate move, he activated Assassin's Dash underwater and veered to the side. He kicked hard, swimming toward the shallows until his feet finally hit solid ground. The crystal was there, glowing faintly. Princess Charlie leapt down beside him, sword in hand. Go. Take the crystal, now. It was the only crystal. If the crocodile destroyed it or it sank too deep, they'd be trapped in that place. Groar. The beast bellowed from a distance, then suddenly dove. A wave surged as it swam straight toward them. Charlie snatched the crystal, tossing her sword upward into the tunnel. Just as Luke and Charlie turned to climb, the monster exploded from the water. Its tail swept out in a brutal arc, smashing them backward. Luke swallowed water and scrambled upright. Only to see the crocodile hurtling at him. He hurled both kukris. They multiplied mid-air, striking the beast. It snarled and twisted, dodging the second wave of blades. Then it spun violently in the water. Its spiked tail slammed into Luke. He was sent flying, crashing into the deep zone. Oh God. He understood the monster's plan. It was dragging him where he'd be helpless, in its territory. Groar. It surged toward Charlie. She dodged to the side, snatching her sword as it came back down. Luke swam and hauled himself onto a nearby lily pad. He raised a hand. Return. The kukri zipped through the air and slammed into the monster's back. Nothing happened. The blade struck with full force, then rebounded harmlessly, clattering into the water. Luke's eyes widened. Natural armor. Groar. The beast flung Charlie back and clamped its jaws around her, tearing off her arm. Luke screamed and leapt, bounding from one lily pad to another. He flung both kukris again, this time straight into the monster's open mouth. They pierced soft flesh. The beast shrieked and spat the weapons out. Its gaze locked onto Luke, and it charged. The crocodile dove under and struck from below, shattering the lily pad. Luke jumped to the next one, sprinting toward the crystal. But the monster clamped down on the edge of the pad and began pulling it apart. Suddenly, Luke found himself adrift in the middle of the lake. Nowhere to run. Gruer. The monster had done exactly what it wanted, dragged Luke away from the shallows, into the heart of the lake where the waters grew deeper. This was its territory now. Charlie surfaced. She tried to swim. The crystal. Take the crystal. Luke shouted. But the lily pad beneath him lurched. He fell to the side as a massive jaw snapped up, narrowly missing his leg. Rows of jagged teeth tore into the thick leaf like wet paper, ripping it apart in seconds and sending green fragments flying across the water's surface. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. The crocodile was furious. Luke thrust his hand upward, fingers splayed, willing the kukris to return, expecting the usual hum and flicker of energy. But nothing came. No pull, no glow, just silence and empty air. No. No, no, no. His blood turned cold. The blades had sunk too deep. They were out of magnetic range. He'd lost his weapons. Arg. The monster lunged up onto the pad. The sheer weight sent it sinking, and both of them fell into the water. With another vicious dive, the crocodile surged forward, its jaws snapping just inches from Luke, and in the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared beneath the surface, swallowed by the depths. The monster zigzagged through the water toward him as Luke, panicking, activated Assassin's Dash again and again, trying to escape. Through the murky depths, he saw those glowing reptilian eyes drawing closer. The silhouette was right on him. He was sinking fast, desperate, the dash barely giving him any distance. The crocodile opened its massive jaws and lunged. Luke pointed his hands, his kukris flew toward him from afar. Just as the beast closed in, he dove underneath it and drove both blades upward. He felt them sink into flesh. The monster roared beneath the water and snapped wildly, but Luke had latched onto its underside. It writhed, trying to bite him, but couldn't reach, like a dog chasing its own tail. With a furious thrash, the creature began to spin, twisting underwater in violent rotations to shake him off. Luke held on. He slashed and stabbed, driving his kukris deep again and again, carving through whatever he could reach. The monster shrieked underwater and dove for the lake bed. On purpose, it dragged Luke along and scraped its belly across the sharp crystal formations. Luke's back seared in pain. The crushing pressure against the crystals made him scream. Air burst from his mouth. Water rushed in. He choked, his stored breath gone in seconds. It was trying to drown him. Luke drove his blades again and again into the same patch of flesh, his arms a blur beneath the water. Each strike was wild, frantic, carving deeper into the monster's hide in a desperate attempt to break through. He felt the blade push deeper and deeper with each strike. His vision darkened. His lungs screamed for air. The monster convulsed. With a warped, guttural howl that echoed through the water like a thunderclap, the creature launched upward, ripping through the lake's depths in a desperate escape, dragging a torrent of bubbles and blood behind it and slamming Luke against the jagged cave wall. He released his grip and stabbed his kukris into the stone, clinging there, gasping. Gruer. The beast let out another deafening roar, the sound muffled underwater but still terrifying. Around it, thick clouds of dark blood billowed and twisted like ink poured into water, staining everything in crimson shadows. Suddenly, a shape dropped from above. Princess Charlie. Launching herself from the lily pad, Charlie descended like a missile, skeletal fingers wrapped tight around the sword's hilt. Mid-fall, she activated Heavy Strike. Her blade cleaved into the crocodile's tongue, and sliced clean through. The severed tongue hit the water with a splash. The creature screamed and thrashed wildly. It caught Charlie mid-swing, slamming her away. Her sword remained lodged in its jaw. It turned on her. Luke didn't hesitate. He leapt from the wall and drove a kukri straight into its eye. The beast roared and sank beneath the surface, shaking from the pain. Go. Come on, he shouted, grabbing Charlie as she struggled to swim. The tunnel was close. He saw the crystal up ahead and tried to activate Assassin's Dash again. But it didn't trigger while he carried her. He kept swimming. They reached the shallows just as the crocodile burst from the water behind them. Luke kicked hard, sending Charlie's embedded sword even deeper into its mouth. Gruer. It tried to strike with its tail, but Charlie threw herself in front of Luke and was knocked backward. The beast lunged, snapping at Luke. But its jaw couldn't close fully with the sword still stuck inside. Luke threw a duplicated kukri into its mouth and called the real one with magnetic return. The fake kept going, driving deep into the monster's throat. The crocodile convulsed, howling in agony. Then it leapt. Right on top of him. Luke felt the full weight of the monster crashing down on him, crushing his chest. Water surged into his lungs. Darkness blurred his vision. The beast's bony underbelly scraped against him as it spun, grinding the spikes along its back into his body. Still, Luke clung to it, and drove his kukri deep into the old wound. His body twisted violently, his back slamming against the lake bed again and again. Pain screamed through him. But he didn't stop. Through blurred vision, he caught a glimpse, Princess Charlie. She reached for her sword. With a final push, she drove it even deeper into the crocodile's jaw. The creature shrieked underwater. Luke felt his blade sink further. Then his arm followed. With a desperate roar, he shoved the kukri in with all his strength. A deafening scream erupted from the beast as it convulsed violently. It thrashed like a maddened bull, dragging Luke with it into deeper waters. And then, suddenly, it stopped. You have slain a stalker crocodile, level 11. An item has been added to your inventory. Asterisk the warrior, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 3. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Princess Charlie has learned a new class skill. They had done it. The monster was dead. Luke dragged himself across the shallows, his body torn and battered. Blood dripped from everywhere, his arm, his abdomen, his back. He couldn't even tell what was bleeding anymore. All he knew was the burning in his wounds, and the water turning red around him. He kept moving, desperate to get away from the lake. What if another crocodile showed up? Charlie grabbed him and pulled, struggling with only one arm. We have to climb. Luke muttered. They pushed themselves up, inch by inch, toward the tunnel. Once they reached it, Luke collapsed onto the stone floor. Water splashed across his face as he gasped for breath. He extended his hand shakily and snatched the glowing crystal from the floor. Gritting his teeth, he forced his legs to straighten beneath him, dragging himself upright despite the screaming protest from his injuries. His back flared in agony as it brushed the wall. The skeleton hovered nearby, reaching instinctively toward him, searching for the source of the blood. Luke straightened with a grunt. He lifted his arm with effort, fingers trembling slightly as he called out to his kukris. From beneath the surface of the shallow water, the blades shot toward him, handles first, landing cleanly in his hands. He dismissed them back into his inventory. We need to move. I'm not staying here another minute. Part of him feared they'd be ambushed by a group of drowned walkers. Together, they limped down the narrow stone corridor, each step uneven, their bodies straining just to stay upright as they dragged themselves away from the water's edge. Charlie carried the crystal in her remaining hand. The skeleton clattered behind them, its ribs fractured, several bones cracked. One of its legs was missing chunks, and the hand that rested on Charlie's shoulder lacked a pinky finger. Their bodies were wrecked, bloodied, cracked, and exhausted. Between them, they had just enough strength to remain upright, but not a drop more. Every step forward was earned with sheer will. When Luke reached the resting chamber, he shut the door and collapsed onto the grassy floor. A storm of pain raged through his entire body, every muscle, every fiber, every nerve lit up in protest the moment he collapsed onto the floor. Charlie set the crystal down and helped him sit upright. A torch. Please, he said through gritted teeth. The skeleton grabbed one from the wall. Luke knew these torches were magical, he'd seen them burning even while submerged. They didn't flicker, didn't fade. Shit. He whispered. He looked down. A chunk of flesh was missing from his stomach. He couldn't see his back, but it felt worse. His arm was shredded, torn and pierced. Sharp crystal shards were embedded in his skin, remnants from being scraped along the lake bed. He pulled them out one by one, like glass splinters stuck deep in his flesh. Then, eyes locked on the gash in his abdomen, he clenched his jaw, and pressed the torch to the wound. A scream tore from his throat, but he didn't let go. The skeleton rushed to him, then paused. It understood. He was cauterizing. Luke burned every major wound the same way. Each time, his voice cracked in pain, but he endured it. We're getting out of this cursed place. He staggered to the elevator, swaying, still soaked in blood. He didn't want to rest here, not in a chamber already exposed. The platform began to rise. He opened his inventory, scanning for the item he'd earned after slaying the crocodile. Stalker crocodile chestplate, uncommon. Description, crafted from the hardened hide of a stalker crocodile who fought fiercely against a demon. Though plainly made, it offers exceptional physical resistance. A durable chestplate suited for heavy melee confrontations. Requirement, level 8+ in any class or race. Luke exhaled sharply. Of course. We can't even use it. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 1. Rank, F. Class, Warrior, LVL 3. Race, Skeleton. Titles, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 26/120. Mana points, MP 20/20. Stamina, 45 out of 90. Stats. Strength, 15. Agility, 8. Endurance, 9. Vitality, 12. Perception, 3. Intelligence, 2. Free points, 1. Princess Charlie's condition was just as bad, maybe worse, than Luke's. Her health was dangerously low. He didn't hesitate. He placed her remaining stat point into vitality. Updated stats. Vitality, 12-13. Free points, 1-0. Health points, 26/120-36/130. Luke pulled his hand back from the crystal as the elevator began to slow. I'm going to sleep. He closed his eyes, finally surrendering to exhaustion. After the blood loss, the relentless fighting, and the endless tension, sleep hit him like a wave. He didn't resist. At this point, he trusted Charlie with his life, and drifted off, wishing the pain would be gone when he woke. Hours later. Luke sat in the rest chamber, sorting through storage crates one by one. Most were filled with scrap cloth, useful for blankets. But finally, he found a new shirt. I still want better pants, he muttered. He sat down and ate a few apples. He wasn't going to complain about having food, but part of him craved a proper meal. Meat, preferably. His thoughts drifted back to Charlie's new skill. Charge, common, the warrior surges forward with full force, delivering a powerful charge that pierces through enemies. On impact, it deals significant damage and may knock back or topple the target, opening them up for follow-up attacks. Combine speed and strength, making it ideal for disrupting enemy lines. It was a solid skill. Useful in most fights. Unfortunately, Charlie was in no condition to rush into anything. She was rummaging through another crate nearby, one-handed, sorting through yet more cloth. Her sword had been lost in the fight. Luke had given her 2 small throwing knives from his holster, they were her new weapons for now. He pulled off his shirt. It was drenched in dried blood and torn to shreds, more holes than fabric. Wish I could equip that chest plate. He couldn't even take the crocodile armor out of his inventory, it was locked behind the level requirement. With a sigh, he looked toward the small waterfall flowing inside the rest chamber. He carefully unfastened his pants, glanced at the door, and turned to Charlie. "Keep watch," he said. Charlie nodded. Luke stepped into the water, completely naked. He let the cold stream wash over his wounds, standing beneath the steady fall where it poured from the stone. When he turned back toward the shore, the skeleton was watching him. "What are you doing?" he asked, confused. The skeleton pointed at him, then at its own eye sockets. "You told me to keep watch." "I'm watching." "Not me, idiot. I meant watch the area." "The door." The skeleton tilted its head, as if suddenly realizing the misunderstanding. "And why would I want you watching me bathe?" The skeleton covered its skull slightly, clearly embarrassed. Then it turned sharply and faced the hallway, stiff as a statue. Luke groaned. "I can't believe my life's been in her hands, in life-or-death situations." After the bath, Luke dressed in his new clothes. He dried himself with one of the sheets and gathered as many apples as he could fit into the leather pouch he'd found in the gazebo. Then, the two of them stepped into the elevator once more. Luke placed a hand on the crystal, and the platform began to rise. "I've probably spent 2 days climbing this dungeon. How much longer until this torment ends?" He was afraid of missing the portal deadline. But something else gnawed at him, the criminals. He knew the first floor wouldn't be easy. Warning, approaching first floor. The notification almost made him jump. His heart pounded. For hours, his mind had cycled through every possible scenario. He'd come to a conclusion: avoid combat with the prisoners at all costs. They had higher levels, better gear, more numbers. His plan was to reach the first floor and watch for a moment when all the prisoners entered the dungeon. Then he'd make a run for the statue. But there was one huge problem: where exactly would the elevator let him out? If he emerged in the center of the chamber, near the statue, he'd be dead before he could even move. Stealth meant nothing if he spawned in full view of his enemies. Alert, elevator crystal has broken. Seek another crystal somewhere on this dungeon floor. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the chamber. The crystal beneath his hand splintered, crumbled, and disintegrated into dust. The elevator came to a stop in a rest chamber. Luke said nothing. No sarcasm. No complaints. He stood perfectly still. The moment the platform had started to slow, a tide of emotions surged inside him: anxiety, dread, panic. What he was feeling was the fear of death. He had nearly died to the dungeon boss. He had nearly died to the crocodile. And now, he was afraid to even step out of the elevator. Facing death repeatedly doesn't always make you stronger. Sometimes, it chips away at you. He clenched his fists, tried to bury that fear deep inside, and walked forward. Kukris in hand, he headed for the corridor, and opened the door. "Stay behind me. Don't move from my side," he told Charlie. They stepped into the hallway. One mistake, and she would die. Charlie could barely walk, and she was armed with nothing but 2 small throwing knives. Luke didn't know exactly how skill knowledge worked for skeletons, but it was obvious: Charlie wouldn't wield those knives like he could, just as he couldn't properly use a bow or a greatsword. She needed to level up her race. He had to get her to that regeneration bonus, or she'd be dead the moment a Real fight broke out. A rattling noise echoed through the rustic, stone corridor. 3 skeletons emerged from the shadows. Luke swallowed his fear, and engaged. "You have slain a cursed skeleton, LVL7. The last skeleton dropped. Luke had been wandering this floor for hours now. It resembled some kind of crypt, long and winding. Most enemies were weak, rarely above level 5, but they attacked in swarms. Charlie followed close behind, now wielding a sword she'd taken from one of the fallen undead. "Let's keep moving," Luke muttered, eyes scanning ahead. He had to worry about both of them, especially Charlie, who was still critically low on HP. He considered leaving her in the elevator, but she needed EXP to recover. He let her land the killing blows whenever he could, to boost her experience gain. But when the mob started stacking, he had no choice but to finish them himself. "Stay sharp," he warned her. "Don't fight more than 2 at once. If things go bad again, run." Charlie nodded. The corridor was lit by wax-stripped candles in old iron sconces. Faded chandeliers hung overhead, swaying slightly. Red carpets lined the stone floor, while ancient paintings of forest scenes covered the walls, but every portrait featured skeletons. Stone busts decorated the alcoves, each one depicting a skeletal noble. Luke pushed forward. He needed to find the crystal, fast. At the end of the corridor, a wide chamber opened. He crouched, pulled a throwing knife from his belt, and tossed it inside. A skeleton immediately lashed out, swinging at nothing. "I knew it." 2 skeletons charged from the room. A third stepped out behind them, carrying a crystal. Luke didn't hesitate. He threw both kukris. The first skeleton spun into a dodge, the second leapt. Both closed in, wielding axes. Charlie ran forward, her sword glowing with a faint yellow light. Her form surged with energy, she activated charge. She slammed into the enemies like a freight train. They went flying. The aura burst around her like a shockwave. The way she moved, shoulder down, full weight behind the hit, it was like a bull breaking through a gate. "Princess Charlie has slain a cursed skeleton, LVL4. Princess Charlie has slain a cursed skeleton, LVL5. Luke sprinted toward the skeleton holding the crystal, but a 4th enemy stepped out, wielding a bow. Arrows flew. Luke deflected them with a kukri, then hurled it in return, right between the archer's ribs. The other kukri struck the crystal bearer, knocking it down. He and Charlie quickly dispatched the downed enemies and rushed into the chamber. Coffins lined the room. Stone sarcophagi and burial urns filled the walls. The crystal had fallen to the ground, glowing faintly. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. But that was when the real threat emerged. Dozens of skeletons began to rise from the tombs. Luke's eyes narrowed. They wouldn't be allowed to simply grab the crystal and leave. Not this time. Stay close to me, Luke said. But if your health drops near zero, you run. No hesitation. Charlie nodded in understanding. Suddenly, arrows whistled through the air. Luke deflected them one by one with his kukris, his perception allowing him to track the volleys with deadly precision. He hurled one kukri at a skeleton, then tossed 3 throwing knives skyward. They duplicated midair. Blades rained down, striking skeletons and shattering bone. Luke kept throwing and duplicating, dismantling the front lines. One skeleton lunged at him, but his kukri returned, spinning, and struck it clean through the spine. He and Princess Charlie finished off the downed ones, smashing skulls before the bones could reassemble. Bam! Behind them, a gate slammed shut. Metal bars dropped from the ceiling, blocking the exit. Luke froze. This was new. Never before had they been locked into a chamber like this. The skeletons halted. Stone grated in the distance. A tomb cracked open. Its lid slid and crashed to the side. Silence. A skeletal hand emerged, then another. A figure pulled itself from the tomb, dressed in ancient robes, wearing a tall ceremonial headdress. Luke's stomach dropped. His identify skill triggered. Guardian of the Burning Crypt, LVL-12. The skeleton screamed. Arg. Its hands ignited in flame, and a massive fireball launched toward Luke. He dove aside just as it exploded, sending burning fragments flying through the room. A mage. A powerful one. Arg! The Guardian roared again, eyes glowing with firelight. The other skeletons surged forward. Luke spotted another fireball forming in the back, then another. The Guardian wasn't done. Move, he shouted, and he and Charlie bolted in opposite directions. Fireballs screamed through the air. Shit. Shit. Skeletons charged with blades. Luke dove into their path, pulling them away from Charlie. One bit into his shoulder, another grabbed his leg, and a third latched onto his waist. He realized what was happening, they were holding him in place. For the mage. Luke leaned forward and threw his weight into them. He broke free, and activated Assassin's Dash. A fireball slammed down behind him. Exploding. I have to kill the mage. The Guardian was stronger than anything he'd fought so far, except for the temple boss. He'd barely survived the crocodile. This was worse. The Guardian raised his arms, chanting. 10 smaller fireballs began forming in a spinning orbit around him. He pointed at Luke. The projectiles launched. Luke sprinted, zigzagging, dodging between broken tombs. Explosions lit the crypt behind him. He dove behind a pillar just as a fireball passed inches from his face. He could feel the heat sear the air. Peeking out, he saw Charlie under siege. Luke pulled a throwing knife and began launching attacks from cover, striking the skeletons attacking her. Then he spotted the Guardian preparing another spell. No more waiting. Luke broke into a run, rolled across the ground, activated Assassin's Dash, and burst forward, slashing a skeleton as he passed. You have slain a cursed skeleton, LVL-5. Luke dove behind a tomb as fireballs rained down, one after the other. Boom. Boom. The stone cracked with each blast. The tomb's surface fractured. The gravestone began to collapse. Shit. He bolted upright and hurled 3 throwing knives into the air. They multiplied mid-flight into 6, piercing the skeletal Guardian, but the undead mage didn't even flinch. Luke threw his kukris toward Charlie's side, striking down the skeleton swarming her. Then he hurled a blade straight at the Guardian. The enemy sidestepped and pointed directly at him. Dozens of fireballs launched at once. Luke ducked behind a pillar, the explosions shaking the stone around him. The air scorched his skin. The Guardian was targeting him on purpose. He recalled his kukri, eyes scanning quickly. He spotted Charlie sheltering behind another pillar. More columns ahead. Cover, scattered and fleeting. He ran. Dashing between pillars, fireballs crashing all around him, he pushed forward. Getting closer. Luke slashed at the Guardian. It blocked with one flaming hand. With the other, it aimed to cast again. Luke struck fast, knocking the hand upward. The fireball launched into the ceiling, exploding. He pressed the attack, kukri slashing, but the Guardian floated backward, levitating, raining more fire. Luke flinched as it rose higher, both hands erupting into flames, then unleashed a stream of fire. Luke dove behind another tomb, rolled, and threw his blades again. The Guardian dodged midair. Charlie came running, hurling a skull at the floating mage. It clattered against its shoulder. The Guardian turned, glaring at her, flames flickering to life in its hands. Luke hesitated. He felt it again, fear. The blistering heat, the scent of burnt stone, the memory of death creeping back. But he couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. He ran, and leapt. He crashed into the Guardian, tackling it from the air. They hit the ground hard. Luke landed on top, gripping his kukri, aiming for the skull. Arg. The Guardian raised both hands, flames igniting. Luke threw his arms in front of his face just in time. Boom. A twin explosion of fire hurled him backward. He crashed to the ground, barely conscious, coughing violently. His body seared with pain. Parts of his skin were burned raw. He looked up. The Guardian floated again, furious. It extended both hands, and summoned a larger fireball, its flames now flickering blue. No. There was no time to move. No time to dodge. The fireball expanded, roaring louder, burning everything in its path. Luke froze. Paralyzed by fear. And then, Charlie jumped in front of him. The The blue fire struck her dead on. A blinding flash filled the crypt. Your servant Princess Charlie has been slain in combat. When the light faded, Luke stared in disbelief. Ash fell like snow. The charred remains of her skull rolled across the stone floor. She was gone. Princess Charlie's bones turned to ash. Even the last fragment of her shattered skull dissolved, swept away by the wind. She was gone. Princess Char, Luke called out, his voice cracking, as if words alone could stop the inevitable. But there was nothing left. Only dust. Princess Charlie is dead. Luke stood completely frozen, his mind blank as the weight of the loss crashed into him like a collapsing ceiling. His breath caught in his throat, unmoving, unbelieving. He had lost his servant. Arg ha ha ha, the guardian howled, its laugh echoing through the crypt like rolling thunder. Luke looked up. The floating skeleton loomed above, its empty sockets radiating with burning malice. Around it, new fireballs materialized, glowing like miniature suns. You son of a bitch, Luke growled, fury boiling up in his chest. The guardian raised one skeletal hand. The fireballs launched. Luke sprinted forward with everything he had, dirt and stone erupting behind him in fiery bursts as each fireball struck, lighting the crypt with flashes of destruction. Flames roared, clawing at his heels. He dove behind the crumbling edge of an ancient tomb, just in time to dodge the final fireball. It detonated just feet behind him, sending heat and shockwaves crawling across his back. Pain seared his arms. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. More skeletons advanced slowly, waiting for the barrage to end before moving in. Above, the guardian hovered, conjuring more spheres of fire, circling like a fiery halo. Luke burst from cover, hurling throwing knives in a flurry. They duplicated midair, slicing through skeletal torsos as he sprinted. Explosions erupted around him. He dove behind a pillar, lungs burning. But then, arrows. A volley whistled toward him from the side. Skeleton archers. Luke summoned his kukris from his inventory and flung them. Even before they hit the ground, he called them back with magnetic return, and threw again. Arg. A skeleton lunged from the side, slashing with a rusted sword. Luke dodged, sliced off its arm, and grabbed it by the ribcage. Boom. Another fireball landed close. The blast threw him backward. Arg. The guardian was preparing something bigger. A massive fireball formed above its head, pulsing with raw, dangerous energy. Luke felt a chill crawl up his spine. He had no options left. In a desperate move, he grabbed the skeleton still writhing in his hands and hurled it to the far side of the chamber. The guardian fired. The unfortunate skeleton was obliterated. Luke bolted in the opposite direction, sprinting for a closer angle. Then, the guardian turned. Their eyes locked. Luke dove behind another tombstone, barely making it in time. He held his breath. His fury seethed. Charlie's death burned inside him like hot coals, but beneath it, fear crept in. His hands trembled. He noticed it when he looked down, fingers shaking, adrenaline and dread weighing down his body. He bit his lip until it bled, trying to regain control. He had to focus. He had to become the assassin. A predator doesn't let rage take over. A predator waits. He calculates. And when the moment is right, he strikes. Luke lifted his head just enough to see over the tomb. The battlefield lay before him in ruins. The guardian hovered at the center, fireballs orbiting him like tiny, unstable stars, waiting to fall. The other skeletons still wandered nearby, their weapons gleaming in the flickering firelight. Luke gripped his kukris tight. If he didn't come up with a plan, he'd die here. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. There was no way out. The gate was sealed. He couldn't run. So there was only one choice left. He charged. Assassin's dash. Luke rocketed into the middle of the skeleton horde. Fireballs exploded all around him, but he moved too fast to be hit. Skeletons shattered one by one, caught in the guardian's friendly fire as Luke weaved between them, evading at the last second. He bit down on one kukri, freeing both hands to throw knives at the floating guardian. The blade soared. But they clattered uselessly off its skeletal body. It didn't even flinch. Luke threw himself behind a half-broken tombstone, the roar of fire sweeping overhead. The heat licked across his scalp as the air sizzled, the blast barely missing its mark. He clenched both kukris tight. Then, he moved again. Assassin's dash. He leapt into the air. The guardian lifted a blazing hand and pointed. Luke hurled a kukri midair, the blade intercepted the fireball. Boom. The explosion rocked the crypt. But Luke didn't stop. He tackled the guardian from the air, and both of them crashed to the ground. The guardian rose immediately, fire surging through its hands. Luke rolled just as a fireball blasted the ceiling overhead. Chunks of stone rained down. He struck. His kukris slashed with precision, but the guardian blocked them with its bare hands. Its bones were as hard as steel. Each impact sparked against the creature's limbs. Luke gritted his teeth. This wouldn't be easy. Arg. The guardian roared, flames coiling wildly around its arms like a spell gone mad. It pointed one hand, Luke dodged, slashing upward. The fire blast missed, striking the ceiling. But the other arm was too fast. A fire beam surged toward him. Luke rolled back, skidding across the floor, then hurled a kukri at the guardian's skull. The blade embedded deep. The guardian ripped it out with a snarl, but Luke activated magnetic return. The kukri shot back into his hand, slicing through air. The guardian, furious, began forming another fireball, bigger than anything so far. Luke didn't let it finish. He threw both kukris, and in midair, duplicated them. The guardian tried to dodge, but that's when Luke grabbed a nearby gravestone and hurled it like a projectile. Crack. The heavy stone slammed into the guardian, knocking it to the ground. Luke didn't hesitate. He pulled out 2 throwing knives and flung them. They duplicated into 4 blades, which pinned the guardian's robes to the floor. The monster writhed, struggling to rise, but it was stuck, trapped by its own clothing. Luke dashed in. Kukris in hand. No mercy. The guardian's arms were like iron. But the rest of its body wasn't. Luke realized at the moment his blade sank into its skull, not deep, just enough. Enough to kill. With a clean, precise slash, Luke cut the guardian in half. The bones scattered across the stone floor like a collapsing house of cards. Argh, the skeleton roared, its skull clattering and rolling away. Luke didn't waste a second. He sprinted straight for the head, ready to finish it for good. But just before he could close in, one of the disconnected arms twitched. The scorched bones stirred. A faint blue glow sparked in the open palm, unstable fire forming in midair. The spell, it's charging on its own. At the same time, the other arm, still attached to the guardian, was casting the same spell. They cast together. Luke's eyes widened. Even when they're apart, they act as one. The fireball launched. Boom. The explosion hurled Luke backward. His body slammed hard against the ground. Pain screamed through every nerve. The air stank of scorched flesh. Luke groaned, trying to stand, his hand brushed against something solid, one of the guardian's severed arms, half buried in rubble. It tumbled behind a broken slab as he pushed himself up. Then his eyes locked on the real problem. The guardian's bones were reassembling. Shit. He snatched 2 throwing knives from the floor and launched them into the air. The blade struck moving bones mid-formation, halting the process. Luke clenched his jaw. This fight wasn't over. He ran. The guardian's disembodied arm continued firing fireballs, rapid and reckless. Luke dodged left and right, using assassin's dash to stay ahead of the blasts. Behind the chaos, the guardian's torso was almost completely rebuilt. Its skull floated into place, clicking into the spine with a dry, mechanical snap. The empty eye sockets blazed with pure, hateful fire. Then the arm flew toward the torso, magnetized, and snapped back into place. Fire erupted around it. A massive blue fireball began to form, glowing violently. Luke's blood ran cold. He recognized that spell, the same one that had killed Princess Charlie. Getting close would mean suicide. The guardian started laughing, its voice echoing with cruel triumph. Luke turned to run, but the skeletal mage tracked him, keeping the burning hand pointed in his direction. The fireball grew. No cover nearby. Even with dash, he wouldn't make it in time. Shit. I'm cornered. Roar, the guardian roared again, laughing through charred teeth. Luke spun, grinning. He raised something in his hand, the other arm of the guardian. He had grabbed it earlier, waiting for the right moment. The skeletal mage's eyes flared in confusion as it saw the other arm in Luke's hand, already starting to conjure the fire spell. Goodbye, you bastard. Before it could react, both arms fired the blue fireball, the one still attached to the guardian's body and the one Luke was holding. Boom. The blast swallowed the guardian in a sea of flame. The second fireball surged toward Luke, the heat slammed into him, knocking him off his feet, fire engulfing his body. He hit the ground rolling, screaming through gritted teeth as he tried to smother the flames. And then. You have slain the guardian of the burning crypt, LVL-12. Asterisk your class, assassin, has reached level 7. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Luke collapsed on his back, panting. I won. His voice came out hoarse, cracked. He coughed, blood hitting the stone floor. Even though he'd avoided the center of the blast, the heat had still scorched him. His skin burned. His body screamed. But he was alive. He rolled once more, putting out the last flickers of fire on his clothes. Silence swallowed the crypt. The room reward has been made available. Luke pushed himself up from the ground, barely. His body protested with every movement, trembling under its own weight, like a structure on the verge of collapse. His right arm was unrecognizable, a mass of blackened flesh barely clinging to the bone. Where his right hand had once been, there was now nothing but a blackened stump, burned away, bone exposed, fingers lost to the blast. His abdomen was scorched. He could feel part of his right ear fused to his scalp. He vomited blood, thick, stringy, tinged with bile and acid. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air. And then he realized, his nose was gone. Groaning through clenched teeth, Luke shifted his weight and braced himself on his left arm, the only limb still capable of support. In the middle of the room, a chest waited. The edges of his sight blurred to black. The room swayed around him, as if the crypt itself were twisting. Balance slipped from his grasp. In a panic, he opened his status and dumped his remaining stat point into vitality. Update stats. Vitality, 34-35. Health points, HP 8/340-18/350. He took a shaky step forward, legs wobbling beneath him. His foot dragged slightly as he moved, like every part of his body had forgotten how to function. It wouldn't be enough. Even as the numbers shifted on his status screen, Luke knew, his body was still failing. He could feel the damage deep inside. Something vital had ruptured. His insides were hemorrhaging, his organs scorched beyond recognition by the fireblast. Every breath came with a wet rasp. Every step felt like it dragged him closer to the edge. As he staggered forward, his foot brushed against a soft mound, he glanced down. A pile of ash, faintly glowing in the fading heat. That was all that remained of the guardian of the burning crypt. Reduced to dust, while Luke himself was barely more than that. I'm going to die. He stopped at the place where Charlie had fallen, where her body had crumbled to ash, and where, in her final act, she had saved him. The air there felt heavier, like the memory itself lingered in the dust. For a long moment, Luke said nothing. Then, voice hoarse and barely above a whisper, he spoke. Thanks, friend. That was all he could manage. No grand speech. No dramatic vow. Just quiet grief. He lowered himself beside the chest, his body giving out, his soul not far behind. Goddamn dungeon. He coughed up more blood. It could have just dropped me on the first floor. But then he remembered the criminals. I guess I was already screwed the moment I landed here. If the dungeon didn't kill me, they would. He leaned back against the chest, letting its cold surface support what was left of his strength. For a moment, he closed his eyes, just breathing. Then, almost on instinct, he reached down and opened it. The lid creaked as it rose, and the moment he saw what was inside, a dry, bitter laugh escaped him. Gold. Jewels. Gleaming piles of coins. Strings of pearl necklaces. Of course. It made sense. A crypt. A guardian. A treasure meant to guard the wealth of the dead. He pulled out 2 gold coins and stared at them. A memory surfaced. They say to enter the underworld in Greek myth, you need a coin for Sharon, one for me, and one for you, Princess Charlie. He tossed a coin onto the ashes where she had fallen. And closed his eyes. Damn it. I can't believe I'm going to die to some random trash mob, after beating the strongest monster in this whole damn dungeon. He stood, slowly, shakily. Then, without a word, he kicked the chest with all the fury he had left. Gold coins and gemstones spilled across the stone floor, clattering like broken promises. He turned and began to walk, his limbs dragging, his body screaming. Every step was agony. Every breath tasted like smoke and blood. But he wasn't finished. Not yet. It's not over yet. He formed a plan, reckless, desperate, and probably suicidal. But it was the only path left. He would scour the entire floor, corner to corner. Hunt down anything that moved. Every monster, every threat. He had to force evolution, to level up his race and trigger regeneration. As long as he had even a sliver of HP and breath left in his lungs, he would fight. Crawl if he had to. Bleed if he must. Even if it meant clawing his way up to the next floor, broken and alone. He gripped a kukri in his left hand, dragging his broken body forward. Suddenly, a sound. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. Glass rolling across stone. He turned. A red glass vial tumbled out of the chest. His breath caught. No way. He stumbled, almost fell. A healing potion. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Even the act of lifting his left arm sent sharp, crashing waves of pain ripping through his fractured ribs. But he didn't stop. He crawled forward, dragging his broken body closer, inch by inch, trembling, reaching. The red vial glinted in the dim light, and doubt gnawed at the back of his mind. Please don't be a trap. Please don't be poison. With what little focus he had left, he activated Identify. Greater healing potion. Description, a special potion granted only to those who defeat the guardian of the crypt. Its effects are strong enough to heal deep wounds, regenerate lost limbs, and repair shattered bones. A rare gift, meant to help challengers continue their descent into the dungeon in search of the statue key. Luke narrowed his eyes. This sadistic dungeon, you only put this here because you want people to suffer longer. He drank it all in one go. The taste was sweet, but not pleasant. Even swallowing burned, his insides were just as broken as the rest of him. But then. The pain vanished. All at once. It was like downing the world's strongest painkiller. The change was instant. His body, which had been a battlefield of agony, went silent, still. The pain vanished, as if it had never existed. First, the burning in his throat faded. Then the tightness in his neck eased. He felt his ear peel away from his scalp, the melted flesh separating with clean precision. One by one, the broken, burned parts of his body began to restore themselves, flesh knitting, bones forming, skin smoothing over raw wounds. It was both miraculous, and terrifying. He watched in awe as his hand regrew, first as a pulsing mass of red flesh, then bones, tendons, and finally, skin. He looked down at himself. Fully healed. Even the burnt remains of his clothing peeled away cleanly, no longer fused to his skin. He nearly jumped in joy. But the memory hit him. The reason he'd survived. If you hadn't saved me, Princess Charlie. I'd be dead, he whispered into the silence. Luke approached the treasure chest. He was naked. He pulled off the rags from inside, digging through gold and gems. The chest seemed endless. He flipped it over and began pouring it out entirely. Among the treasure, he found a robe, fine, dark fabric with silver trim. He pulled it on. Then. An item has been added to your inventory. Luke opened his system window. Gloves of the Crypt Guardian, uncommon. Description, the skeleton realized too late that only his hands were immune to fire. Now, his bones protect against intense heat, allowing the wearer to touch scorching surfaces without injury. But beware, resistance is not immunity. Prolonged exposure can still destroy you. Enchantments. Basic fire resistance, uncommon, allows the wearer to touch extremely hot surfaces without taking damage, as long as the contact is brief. Reduces fire damage, but does not prevent severe injury under extreme exposure. Requirement, LVL 8+ in any class or race. Another piece of gear I can't use yet, but not for long. He glanced at the crystal lying on the floor. The weight of what had happened pressed down on him again. Wordless, he bent down, lifted the heavy crystal. And walked toward the elevator. I only have one life. Luke muttered, staring at the crystal embedded in the elevator panel. He knew, if he touched it, the platform would rise straight to the first floor, where the criminals were waiting. He turned his gaze to the rest chamber, eyes lingering on the quiet sanctuary he'd nearly died in. And instead of stepping onto the elevator, he turned away, toward the waterfall. Even though it felt pointless, almost symbolic, he removed his robe and walked into the stream. The water was cold, biting against his skin, but he welcomed it. Slowly, he began to wash, scrubbing away dried blood, caked soot, and layers of grime. Every inch of his skin ached with the memory of pain, but the chill grounded him. It reminded him he was still alive. When he finished, he made his way toward the tree near the center of the room. The soft grass crunched beneath his feet, and the leaves rustled gently above. He didn't bother filling his pouch with supplies, he wasn't thinking about survival anymore. He just reached up, plucked a single fruit, and sat down. No words. No thoughts. Just silence. He ate slowly, chewing without urgency. There were still hours left in the climb, and enough time to think about everything that had brought him here. He sat on the elevator floor. Laid a sword across the platform. It was the blade Princess Charlie had proudly taken after losing her first one. Whatever happens up there. I won't go alone, he said quietly. At least your sword goes with me. He looked back at the rest chamber. He remembered arriving here, telling her to stay close behind. The moments of carelessness. The thoughts he couldn't unthink. What could I have done differently? Goodbye, Princess Charlie, he said one last time. And reached toward the crystal. But then. Alert, your servant is currently in recovery and will soon return to life. What? Luke froze. His hand trembled as he yanked open his system menu. The notification was still there. He scrolled, disbelieving, until he found her entry. It was real. He checked his bloodline skill. He was sure it had never said this before. Servant of the Dark Lord, unique, as the heir to the bloodline of the Lords of Darkness, you may claim a creature worthy of bearing your mark. Upon defeating a creature, you may brand it with your demonic blood, binding it to your absolute authority. Your servant is reborn from weakness, evolving beyond its natural limits and fueled by your growing power. The bond between master and servant deepens with your influence, shaping the destiny of your legion according to your ambition and conquest. Warning, this choice is singular and irreversible. Once claimed, the servant will follow their master until the end. You may store the servant within your soul and summon them at will, but be warned, your chosen servant may determine the path your journey takes. Use this gift wisely. Warning 2, as long as the Dark Lord remains alive, their servant will always be able to return to life. Luke's face went blank. That definitely wasn't there before. He navigated to the servant tab. Charlie's profile photo was still there, faded, but intact. When he tapped it, her status page flickered open, then immediately closed. Alert, your servant is currently in recovery and will soon return to life. He stared in silence. Then, a strange, cracked laugh escaped his lips. Half relief, half disbelief. I can't believe I actually got attached to that skeleton princess. He stepped out of the elevator and sat back on the grass. For the first time since descending into this dungeon, he felt something other than dread. Hope. Guess now I've got a reason to wait, he whispered. I'll stay here as long as it takes, before walking into what's probably my death. Luke had slept. Not just drifted off like before, he had actually slept. Deep, dreamless, vulnerable sleep. And yet, part of him had remained on edge, like a coiled spring. The kind of sleep soldiers talk about, light enough to wake at the softest creak. Just in case. That's why he'd wedged the crystal in front of the door. If anyone tried to enter, the noise would jolt him awake in an instant. Even as he rested, his mind had been working. Planning. Calculating. Trying to anticipate what would happen when the elevator took him back to the first floor. 2 scenarios. One far worse than the other. Worst case. The elevator opens right in front of the criminals. No time to hide. No time to think. Just action. In that case, he'd already chosen his move, smoke bomb, his last one. Use the chaos. Make a break for it. Luke wasn't the same person who had first stepped into this nightmare. If he saw even a sliver of an opening, he'd take it. Even if it meant hurting someone. Even if it meant using her. There was always the princess, Charlie. She could act as a distraction while he made a run for the statue. If she died, she'd come back. That's what summons did. And if he was lucky with positioning, he could toss the smoke bomb, drop Charlie into the fray, and vanish while they focused on her. Risky. Very. But it beat dying. Best case. The elevator drops him far from the enemies. He could observe them from a distance. Wait for them to all descend into the dungeon or move away from the statue. Then he'd slip in, activate the portal, and be gone before anyone knew he was there. But everything hinged on one factor, where the elevator opened. And there was another problem, one that gnawed at the back of his mind. What if I missed the window for the tutorial? If the portal no longer worked, he'd be stuck here for a full year. That meant the moment he activated it, whether it worked or not, the criminals would know he was nearby. They'd come for him. Relentless. 15 criminals, all growing stronger by the day as they dove deeper into the dungeon. He wouldn't survive a year on the run. Not like this. Unless. Would it work, if I jumped off the waterfall again? Landed on the last floor. It might be his best shot. As long as no one saw him. Even if the portal activated, they wouldn't know it had been him. It was the cleanest plan he had. But it came with a price, he'd be stuck on the bottom floor for an entire year. And he had no idea how deep the dungeon really went. He didn't even know if the elevator would ever return. Do I really want to live like that? Hiding. Waiting. Always afraid. He clenched his kukris, eyes narrowed. He was tired. Tired of running. Tired of fear. Tired of being prey. I don't want to be the hunted anymore. His grip tightened. If they're willing to hunt someone, then they need to be willing to be hunted. Your servant Princess Charlie, skeleton, LVL1, has recovered from her injuries. Luke waited patiently. Judging by his internal clock, roughly 24 hours had passed. He exhaled slowly and focused. He could feel it now, how the process worked. Like tugging on a thread deep inside his soul. A pulse of black smoke burst from his chest, swirling through the air like a living shadow. It twisted, condensed, and then, kneeling before him, the familiar skeletal figure took shape. Charlie was back. The skeleton glanced down at its hands, then patted its chest, arms, and ribs, as if surprised it had a body again. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. Princess Charlie. Luke asked, unsure if she remembered anything. The skeleton's head snapped toward him. And then she ran. She barreled into him with a tight, bony hug. Luke stumbled back, genuinely caught off guard by her strength. Okay, yeah, I'm glad to see you too, he muttered, trying to peel her off. Charlie didn't let go. Instead, she started patting him down like a worried nurse, checking for injuries. I'm fine. No wounds, he reassured her. She stepped back slightly, and Luke started explaining everything. The fight. Her death. The wait. He asked what it had felt like. For her, it had been like sinking into an endless, pitch-black sleep. No pain. No time. Just darkness. In that time, Luke had been trying to understand how the skill really worked. There was one part of the ability's description that stood out: the servant could be stored in the user's soul. He'd spent hours thinking about that. So I'm basically a walking pokeball now. Apparently, when a servant died, they didn't vanish, they retreated back into him. And now, with enough focus, he could control it. He concentrated again. With a ripple of shadow, Princess Charlie faded into smoke, and disappeared inside him. That was weird, he muttered. He tried again, pulling her essence back into reality. She reformed at his side instantly, intact and ready. There were still things he didn't have time to test. Like, if she got hurt and he stored her, would she heal inside him? That would have to wait. He approached the elevator, reaching for the sword he'd left there. I believe this belongs to you. Charlie clutched the weapon with something that almost resembled joy, her skull tilting in silent gratitude. Together, they faced the elevator. Luke had already told her everything, both possible outcomes. If they arrived near the criminals, she'd hold them off while he ran for the statue. He'd activate the portal and escape. That was the worst-case scenario. Best case? They'd spawn far away. Unseen. They'd sneak, wait, strike only if they had to. They were ready for either. Luke placed his hand on the crystal. The elevator began to rise. Notice, approaching first floor. Luke and Charlie were ready. Charlie gripped her sword, poised and still. Luke had one hand on the elevator crystal, his other clenched tightly around a smoke bomb. His kukris were stashed in his inventory, ready to be drawn the moment the chaos began. The elevator slowed, groaning as it ascended. He could feel it, they were close. No matter how much he prepared, tension coiled in his gut like a snake. If they arrived in the middle of the enemy group, things would spiral fast. Faster than the crocodile. Deadlier than the skeletal mage. The platform creaked again. Slower now. Luke's fingers tightened around the bomb. A soft orange glow pulsed from the crystal. Almost there. And then, it hit him. A weight like gravity itself pressed against his chest. A flood of adrenaline. Of fear. Of resolve. He pulled his hand off the crystal and lowered into a ready stance, bomb primed to hit the floor. Beside him, Charlie readied her attack, heavy strike, charging in her blade, humming faintly. The elevator stopped. Silence. Then, the doors creaked open. Luke tensed, and blinked. No one, he muttered, scanning the space in disbelief. The rush of tension gave way to a strange, quiet relief. They weren't in the dungeon's main hall. Not even close. Instead, they stood in a sealed-off chamber. Dust coated the stone floor. Faint orange torchlight flickered across cobweb-covered walls. No spiders, just their webs. An old chandelier hung overhead, long extinguished. Melted candles lay scattered across the floor like forgotten memories. One door. That was it. Luke approached it, twin kukris in hand. Charlie followed closely, blade at the ready. The smoke bomb now sat between Luke's teeth. If it came to it, he'd spit it, ignite it with mana, and vanish in a cloud. The door didn't open cleanly. It scraped. Stuck. Luke gritted his teeth and eased it open inch by inch, every nerve alert. The next room was also sealed. He peeked through the crack first. A coffin. They hadn't entered from a hallway, they'd emerged from behind a standing coffin, like some secret passage. The new room had no exit. No doors. Only a hole in the ceiling. He didn't hesitate. He climbed. The passage above was half collapsed, and he had to crawl through chunks of broken stone. Charlie moved behind him, silent and agile despite her bones. Ahead, dense greenery loomed. Luke pushed through the foliage. And stepped into the open air. The scent of grass, bark, and damp earth flooded his senses. Luke had emerged somewhere on the first floor's surface, outside the cavern. His heart pounded. The second scenario. This was the one where he hadn't alerted the criminals to his presence. Which meant one thing. He had the advantage. Luke scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes, making sure no one was nearby. Every step he took was deliberate, silent. When he reached the tallest tree in the area, he began to climb, branches creaking faintly under his weight. He kept going, higher, slower, until he reached the canopy. From there, in the distance, a warm orange glow pierced the darkness. Fire. He narrowed his eyes, focusing. Shapes began to emerge, silhouettes of men gathered near the flames. Crude tents were pitched haphazardly around the clearing, along with wooden barrels stacked in neat rows. Judging by their placement and the faint shimmer on their surface, they were storing water, likely drawn from the lake nearby. The criminals were camped directly in front of the statue. Luke stared at them from above. I don't have a choice. His fingers tightened around the pair of kukris in his hands. He'd made his decision. He would no longer be the victim. No longer the prey. He would become the predator. An assassin. I'll watch. No matter how long it takes. I'll learn everything about you. He climbed down, every movement fluid, calculated. This was his first move. Like a panther in the underbrush, he would wait. Study. Stalk. Until the perfect moment came. To strike. Night had fallen over the floor, or at least, what passed for night in this strange, artificial world. The massive crystal embedded in the ceiling, once radiating a steady, false daylight, had dimmed and gone dark hours ago. In its absence, oppressive shadows swallowed the zone, cloaking everything in a suffocating veil. It wasn't true darkness, but it felt colder, heavier, as if the dungeon itself was holding its breath. The only light came from the scattered torches and campfires burning inside the ruined village. Criminals lounged around the largest campfire, their shadows stretching long across the stone floor. Their voices were low, slurred from drink and exhaustion. Some had already collapsed into makeshift tents, snoring with the ease of men who didn't fear what came next. Others remained awake, trading stories over the crackle of flame and the rich, greasy scent of roasting meat. Near the edge of the firelight stood their leader, William. One hand outstretched, he channeled a steady stream of fire from his palm, the blaze charring the haunch of a monstrous boar they'd hunted earlier. The flames flickered in his eyes, and for a moment, his grin caught the light, sharp and strange, more predator than man. Laughter erupted from the group. So I told him to put the sword down, right? And the moment he did, the armor moved on its own. Scared the piss out of him, one of them said between cackles. Another slapped him on the back, nearly doubling over with laughter. The firelight warped the camp, flickering wildly against the black. Shadows twisted along the ground, stretching long and sharp like claws. Skulls, kobold, goblin, and worse, were scattered across the dirt or mounted on wooden stakes. The gang had claimed the ruins like wild dogs, even clearing out some collapsed homes to start living inside. They thought they were safe. But something watched them from beyond the firelight. Far beyond. Hidden in the brush, crouched low in the grass like a hunting cat, Luke stared with eyes sharpened by demonic perception. He'd been out there for over 3 days. No food. No water. No sleep. Just silence. Observation. He studied them from the shadows, silent, patient. He watched them fetch water from the river's edge, argue over ration counts, sharpen blades, and patrol their camp's perimeter. During the day, he stayed buried in the trees, tracking their movements with the precision of a predator stalking prey. But when the crystal above dimmed and false night settled over the dungeon, that's when he moved closer. He crept in silence, each step deliberate, each breath measured. He moved like a shadow stitched into flesh, smooth and soundless. Never rushing. Never faltering. A panther in the tall grass. He observed them. He listened to their complaints as they scouted, memorized who kept their weapons close, who dozed with one eye open, and who strayed too far from the firelight. He mapped everything. And over time, something became clear, they never left the camp unguarded. Even when they entered the dungeon, someone always stayed behind, protecting the statue. Old Luke might have seen that as a problem. But the Luke crouched in the dark now. He almost smiled. Because he wasn't a scared little cat anymore. He was a panther. Crunch. Crunch. His boots sank into the wet mud by the river's edge with a quiet squelch. The air hung heavy with moisture, clinging to his skin like a damp sheet. The faint glow of his torch flickered across the nearby trees, casting long, twitching shadows that danced with every movement. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. John liked it here. Out in the dark, where no one watched. Where the campfire chatter was just a distant murmur, and no one asked questions. Far from the stench of blood drying on his skin. He despised that feeling, the sticky, congealed grime, the metallic tang that clung to his clothes like guilt. That's why he preferred to kill from a distance. Bows, traps, anything but close combat. Clean kills. Quiet. Efficient. No mess. No noise. In this place, the crossbow was his tool of choice. Just a simple pull of the trigger, and the bolt would sail through the air, silent, precise. There was something nostalgic about it. Something that reminded him of the old days, back when he roamed the streets with his gang, ruling the blocks with a loaded gun and a smile. But even then, he missed the sound of bullets. When I finish this damn tutorial and get back to Earth, maybe I'll start my own crew. But this time, no one's gonna stop me. The thought sent a chill of anticipation down his spine. He was stronger now than any criminal he'd ever met. And he was only getting stronger. He would evolve. Become unstoppable. You're not finishing the tutorial. And you're definitely not going back to Earth. John froze. The voice came out of nowhere, cold, sharp, and close as a knife to the throat. Who's there? His instincts snapped into place. He summoned his crossbow from his inventory in a flash and swung it upward, aiming blindly into the thick veil of night. His eyes darted across the tree-line, but all he saw were shadows, twisting, swaying in the torchlight like ghosts with nowhere to go. The forest had gone quiet. Too quiet. Shit. Frankie, if this is some kind of joke, you're dead, man, he muttered, yanking his shirt on in a hurry. Crunch. Crunch. Footsteps. The grass rustled. Something moved out there, something he couldn't see. Tom. That you? His voice carried forced irritation, but his finger was slick with sweat on the trigger. The darkness around him pulsed. It wasn't just the absence of light anymore. It felt alive. It was watching him. It was pressing on him. I'm not in the mood for this crap tonight. John stepped toward the sound. Splash. His body twisted at the noise. The crossbow tracked the river. Something had hit the water. His eyes focused, a throwing knife. It spun beneath the surface, sinking into the current. What the hell? That's called a distraction. The voice came from right behind him. John whipped around, but not fast enough. A hand lunged out of the dark, shoving the crossbow upward. The bolt flew wild into the trees, vanishing into the night. Then came the impact. A blunt force slammed into his chest and sent him sprawling backward. He opened his mouth to shout, but something sharp slid across his throat. The blade gleamed for a heartbeat, then buried itself deep into his neck. John gasped. His hands trembled. His eyes widened. He tried to speak, but only red bubbles spilled past his lips. Choking, he yanked the blade from his neck. Warm blood cascaded between his fingers. It was a black machete, curved, cold, soaked in his blood. With a final grunt of effort, he turned the weapon toward the silhouette emerging from the shadows, but it was gone before he could even swing. The machete was snatched midair. John's breath caught in his chest. And then. Thuck. Steel pierced his ribs. Thuck. Another. Thuck. And another. The machete struck with ruthless rhythm, spinning back into his attacker's hands, only to be hurled again. A deadly dance. Precise. Cruel. John collapsed to his knees. His vision blurred, lungs heaving as blood bubbled in his throat. Every breath came ragged, every twitch of his limbs slower, heavier. Then, from the shadows, he emerged. John's eyes went wide. No. No, it can't be, the boy. A surge of blind rage shot through him. How? How could he be losing to a goddamn kid? With what little strength remained, he crawled across the mud, dragging himself toward his crossbow. Every inch was a war against death itself. His trembling fingers reached, almost touched it. Crack. Pain exploded through his hand. The boy's foot slammed down, crushing John's fingers into the wet earth. He tried to scream, but only a strangled, gurgling rasp escaped. The boy crouched in front of him. And John knew. He wasn't the same. Those eyes, Predator's eyes. Cold. Empty. No hesitation. No mercy. John tried to back away, squirming like a dying animal. His own blood smeared across the ground in thick trails. His lungs burned, and every bloody cough dragged him closer to the end. He wanted to scream for help. He wanted to live. But all he could do was choke on his own blood. The boy said nothing. He simply reached for the torch, the last sliver of light in that suffocating dark, and tossed it into the river. The fire hissed. The flames vanished. Darkness swallowed him whole. And then, a voice. Calm. Quiet. Goodbye. Pain. Cold. And then, nothing. Luke stared at the corpse in front of him. No hesitation. No remorse. He grabbed the body by the collar and shoved it into the current. The river accepted it in silence, pulling it downstream. The lifeless form spun in the water like a discarded puppet, limp and broken. Luke followed it with his eyes, walking along the bank until the body slipped over the edge and vanished beneath the waterfall. Only then did he breathe. He turned toward the camp in the distance. 1 down. 14 to go. The forest was buried in shadow. Wind rustled faintly through the trees, but the darkness was deep, heavy. Luke gripped one of his kukris and slowly dragged the blade across the bark of a nearby tree. Deliberate. Careful. He didn't want to make noise. He'd been marking several trees in the area, carving shallow symbols into the trunks, a silent message meant only for him. Crunch. Footsteps echoed behind him. A flicker of orange light flared between the trees. Luke ducked low and moved quickly, crouch running across the underbrush. His steps were quiet, precise, his eyes fixed on the ground to avoid twigs or dry leaves. 3 criminals emerged from the dark, stepping into the spot where he'd just been. Luke dropped flat behind a bush, motionless. This the place where Joseph was last seen? One of them asked. Yeah. He always came here to take a dump, the second replied. But now the bastard's gone too. The trio argued among themselves, growing louder. 2 had bows slung over their backs. The one holding the torch also gripped a sword in his free hand. Luke wanted to use identify, but he needed to be closer for it to trigger. Shit, one of them muttered. More markings on the trees. Let's get out of here, said the third, clearly shaken. The others didn't argue. They turned and quickly made their way back to the camp. Luke remained still until the last hint of torchlight vanished. Over the past few days, he'd been trying to map out their classes. It was a puzzle, but their equipment offered clues. And sometimes, if he got lucky, their idle conversations filled in the blanks. There were originally 15 of them. Now, 12 remained. 3 kills in 5 days. Not bad. But since then, things had changed. The criminals had stopped going anywhere alone. Even bathroom trips were done in pairs or threes. They were scared, and worse, they were growing smarter. No more easy targets. That was fine by Luke. He wasn't in a hurry. This was a long game. He'd studied their gear closely and identified most of their classes. Some were obvious, 3 archers, 2 crossbowmen, 2 mages. The last 5 were trickier. At first, he assumed they were all the same class, but closer observation, and eavesdropping, revealed the truth. 2 were mercenaries, agile dual-blade users with a focus on speed and mobility. The other 3 were tougher to pin down. Their fighting styles and armor suggested warriors or knights, a subtle but important distinction. One of them carried a massive axe and, based on a few overheard remarks, Luke was certain he was a warrior. That left him with a sobering thought. 12 enemies. One of him. And not just enemies, people. Human beings. Once, the idea of killing another person would have frozen him in place. Paralyzed him. Now. He couldn't afford to think that way. He couldn't think of them as people. They were threats. Beasts. Monsters with names and voices. Because if they saw him, if they caught him, they'd kill him without a second thought. There's no room for mercy here. No time to hesitate. If I stall, I'll be stuck here for a year. When he was certain the group had left, Luke moved. Crouched low, he crept through the forest toward his hiding spot, a collapsed ruin concealing a pit where the elevator platform lay dormant and hidden. Once inside, he allowed himself a single moment of peace. He ate a fruit. That was the only time he ever allowed himself to eat, when he was safe in the dark. But even that small comfort was beginning to fade. The criminals rotated dungeon runs in shifts now. While some rested, others leveled. And every day that passed, the gap between them grew wider. They were getting stronger. And Luke was standing still. Unlike them, Luke couldn't risk entering the dungeon. If he got seriously injured in there, broke a leg, tore a muscle, he'd be on his own. No healer, no support. The only hope would be a lucky race level up, and luck wasn't something he could count on. He pushed the thought aside and stared down at the pile of fruits on the ground. The more cornered an animal is, the more dangerous it becomes, he whispered. And he'd seen it firsthand. The criminals used to wander alone during the day, careless and cocky. But now. Every time they left the camp, they moved in groups. Eyes scanning every direction. Jumpy. Tight. Ready for anything. Well, almost anything. There was still one place they felt safe. Luke knew how the mind worked under constant alert, how it wore you down, how it begged for relief. The camp, he muttered. It was the only place they let their guard down. Where they ate. Where they laughed. Where they slept. Which also made it the most dangerous place for him to go, and the most vulnerable place for them to be. Pulling this off is insane. Luke gathered a handful of fruits and hurled them into the air. In a single motion, he dropped onto his back, hand flashing to his side. Like an Old West gunslinger, he drew his throwing knives from their holsters, and launched them one after the other. Steel flashed through the dark. Thud. 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 He hit the ground hard, back slamming against the stone floor. The fruits landed a heartbeat later, rolling across the dirt. Each of the 6 had a blade embedded in it. Dead center. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. He stared at them for a moment, then sat up slowly. This would have been suicide for the old Luke, the one who first arrived here. He looked down at his hands. Steady. Stronger. But I've changed. He took a deep breath, feeling his heartbeat settle. And besides, I'm not alone anymore. He wasn't talking about allies. He was talking about the part of him that had been born in the dark. The part forged from hunger, pain, and isolation. The side that no longer flinched at blood or hesitated before killing. He sat back, letting his thoughts settle. Every detail he'd gathered over the last few days began to crystallize. It was time. Time to plan something reckless. Something that shouldn't work. Something where the odds were completely stacked against him. But then again, they always had been. And he was still here. Still fighting. Still evolving. William slammed his fist against the table. Another report. Another disappearance. Things hadn't been going well for days now. Strange things were happening around the camp, things no one could explain. Clothes they'd scavenged from the dungeon vanished after being left out to dry. Water barrels they'd filled from the river were found tipped over in the middle of the night, the contents wasted. They'd had to start keeping them closer, right next to their tents, especially after one guy went to refill one, and never came back. 4 of them had vanished. No signs. No struggle. No bodies. Just, gone. This is bullshit. What the hell is happening here? Andrew snapped, pacing furiously. When half of them had gone to the dungeon entrance earlier that day, they found something waiting for them, a kobold's head impaled on a wooden spike. And at the base of it, a human finger. Probably one of their own. That's a warning, one of them growled. I told you there's something dangerous out here. Something watching us. Joshua swallowed hard, his eyes flicking to the forest outside the tent. The markings, he said quietly. We've all seen them, right? On the trees. They nodded. Uneasy. Predators, bears, big cats, they mark territory by scratching trees. What if something came out of the dungeon? What if it's out here now? William said nothing at first. He gripped his staff tightly, rubbing his temples. He was their strongest. Their leader. The one who'd helped them understand the system after they got trapped here, thanks to all the research he'd done back on Earth. Before prison. Before this nightmare. Finally, he stood and pointed his staff at the others. Doesn't matter what it is, he said. If it's hiding in this forest, we flush it out. Kill it. There's 11 of us, and we've faced worse monsters inside the dungeon. Stronger ones. We work together and crush them. Whatever's out there. He narrowed his eyes. We'll teach it who runs this floor. They kept talking, going over plans and strategies. No one mentioned the growing fear in the back of their minds. For now, they made a decision, no more dungeon trips until the threat was dealt with. Security measures were raised. At least 5 of them would stay awake at all times while the rest slept. No more single-person watch duty. And no more wandering off alone. From now on, even taking a piss would require a team of 3. Joshua paced near the edge of camp, his bow in hand. In the distance, he spotted Andrew, perched on a boulder, staring silently down the trail that led to the dungeon. The guy was a crossbowman. Tough. Reliable. Joshua's gaze drifted back to the trees. He used to wander off at night to take a piss without a second thought. Not anymore. He didn't even have the guts to go near the tree line. Not after the last few days. The wind had started to sound different. Like it carried something with it. The branches creaked, casting long, twitching shadows that danced in the corners of his vision, always just out of reach. Then, a laugh. High-pitched. Echoing between the trunks. Joshua spun, heart hammering, arrow already notched. Who's there? He glanced behind him. Andrew was still there. Still seated. Still staring down the path. Swallowing hard, Joshua turned back toward the dark. The nearby torch barely lit a few meters into the trees. Beyond that, it was just a wall of black. He drew the bowstring tight. Snap. A branch cracked. Something darted between the trees, a shape, a figure, vanishing deeper into the forest before he could react. Goosebumps spread across his arms. He bolted toward Andrew. I hate this place. He cast a nervous glance around as he ran. A shifting shadow nearly made him loose an arrow, it was just his own, warped by the torchlight. He held back. Couldn't show fear. Couldn't lose face in front of the others. Criminal or not, weakness was a death sentence in a group like theirs. Still, he needed backup. He reached Andrew's side, panting. Andrew. He said, voice low. I saw something out there, man. No response. Andrew didn't move. Just kept staring at the dungeon path. I'm serious, Joshua said, stepping closer. I swear I saw. He froze. Terror ripped through his chest. God, no. Andrew's clothes were soaked in blood, dozens of knives buried in his chest and sides. He was dead. A noise echoed from the forest. Joshua spun, arrow raised. Come out, you bastard. I'll kill you. He spotted movement and let the arrow fly. Thunk. The shot hit something. He saw it twitch. With trembling fingers, he grabbed another arrow and aimed. A silhouette began to walk forward, slow, steady. As it stepped into the light of the torch, Joshua's face drained of color. A skeleton. What the F? A hand grabbed his neck from behind. Before he could react, the blade sliced his throat, fast, precise, fatal. Blood burst out, hot and thick, splattering the ground and soaking his chest. His eyes widened. His mouth opened, gasping for air that wouldn't come. His legs gave out. He dropped to his knees, hands trembling as they grasped at nothing. The world faded, the sounds around him muffled by the rush of blood in his ears. Darkness crept in from the edges of his vision. His body swayed one last time. Then, silence. You have slain a human, LVL-2, Archer, LVL-5. Luke stepped out of the brush, lowering his blade. His voice was calm. Focused. Nice distraction, Princess Charlie. The skeleton gave a sharp tug, pulling the arrow from between its ribs before falling still again. Luke's gaze shifted to the camp. 1 down. 9 to go. Wake up. Everyone, wake the hell up. Ryan's voice tore through the night. William shot upright, already grabbing his staff. He bolted from the tent, ready to unleash fire the moment he saw a threat. Others spilled out behind him, weapons drawn, faces tense. What is it, Ryan? William snapped. Ryan didn't answer. He pointed. They followed his gaze, and froze. Holy shit. Someone whispered. Hanging from a tall tree, illuminated by flickering torchlight, were 2 corpses. Andrew. Joshua. Their bodies swayed slightly, arms limp, blood dripping from open wounds. Blades were still lodged in their flesh. The group advanced cautiously, weapons raised. Did anyone hear anything? William asked, scanning the tree line. Nothing, Ryan said, gripping his staff tighter. Not a sound all night. William was sweating now. Someone got inside the camp. Killed 2 of us. And none of you saw a damn thing. There's something on the ground, one of the others shouted. A number. In blood. All eyes turned. A crimson 5 was scrawled in thick strokes beside the bodies. At its base, a blood-drawn arrow pointed away from the tree. They followed it. 4, Ryan muttered, staring at the next mark carved into a tree trunk. Another arrow led them on. 3, painted across a flat stone. 2, scratched into the dirt. The final arrow pointed toward the camp's water barrels. On one of them, drawn in a shaky, dripping stroke, was the number. 1. Ryan asked. Then, it happened. A split-second flash of motion. Something burst out of the barrel. 0, a voice roared from within the water. Knives exploded through the air, then duplicated mid-flight. Ryan's body jerked violently as blade after blade pierced his chest. He collapsed backward, gurgling blood. Kill him. Kill that bastard. William shouted, raising his staff to cast a fireball. But. FSSH. A hiss. Then a thick cloud erupted. Smoke billowed across the camp, blinding, choking. A smoke bomb. William flinched and fired blindly. The fireball blasted a tent to pieces, not the attacker. Screams rang out. Steel clashed in the dark. The chaos had begun. Luke emerged from the smoke behind a mercenary, kukris flashing in each hand. The man turned, barely raising his sword in time. Steel met steel. Luke spun, his blade slicing across the man's arm. Then, assassin's dash. He vanished from the mercenary's line of sight, only to reappear at his side. The kukri buried itself deep in the man's skull. The mercenary crumpled to the dirt, wide eyes staring into nothing. Luke melted back into the smoke like a ghost. A shadow. A predator. 7 left. Luke sprinted through the thinning smoke, his vision crystal clear thanks to demonic perception. Arrows whistled past him. Fireballs detonated nearby, rocking the ground with violent bursts of heat. He'd already taken down one of the mages, but the second one was still out there. "You're dead, kid. I recognize you," a warrior bellowed, charging straight at him. Before the blade could fall. Wham! The warrior was tackled sideways by Princess Charlie, who launched into a full-force charge, slamming him into the dirt. Another blade came for Luke. He blocked with a kukri, then lashed out with a brutal kick to the enemy's knee, knocking him off balance. A fireball streaked through the air. Luke bolted, diving behind a large boulder just as the blast scorched the ground where he'd been standing. "You're dead meat," someone screamed. Arrows rained down, thudding into the ground around him. Somewhere close, he heard a crossbow being reloaded. Another thug charged at him. Luke rolled to the side and hurled a kukri mid-motion, thunk. The blade sank into the attacker's gut, and the man crumpled with a strangled gasp. Another fireball. Luke ran. The explosion roared behind him as he dove toward a tree for cover. Princess Charlie was fending off two warriors at once now, her skeletal limbs buckling under heavy strikes. Luke hurled both kukris at them. The blade spun through the air, twang. An arrow sliced into his shoulder mid-run. Gritting his teeth, Luke threw another knife toward the archer, but the bastard dodged it easily. Rah! The warrior with the axe came charging in. Luke ducked, twisted, narrowly avoiding the sweeping strikes. Each swing was inches from splitting him in two. Then, crack. A punch to the chest knocked him flat on his back. The warrior raised his axe, but Luke lifted both arms toward him. The man blinked, confused, then screamed. The kukris had returned. Both blades, called back by magnetic return, slammed into the warrior's back as he stood directly in their path. He staggered. Luke lunged up, driving a throwing knife into his throat. "You have slain a human, LVL-3, Archer, LVL-6. Arrows rained again. He sprinted toward the archer, batting them away with his blades. Each deflection came at the last possible second, every heartbeat felt like it would burst from his chest. He leapt toward the archer, only for a shimmering barrier to appear midair. A skill. A shield. "Goodbye," a voice shouted. Luke looked up. The remaining mage stood atop a boulder, fireball blazing in his palm. He tried to run, too late. Boom. The fireball hit. He rolled through the blast, cloak smoking, skin searing. His arm was scorched. He dove behind a charred log near the center of camp, gasping. "Shit." He hissed, smothering the flames on his tunic. His left arm was burned raw. Princess Charlie was faltering. Surrounded. Bones cracked and splintered under the weight of enemy blows. Luke gritted his teeth. He hurled both kukris toward the mage, activating duplication mid-flight. The sky filled with spinning steel. He dashed forward, weaving between arrows. Then leapt onto a thug who was hammering Princess Charlie. The man fell with a grunt. Luke tried to drive a knife into his throat, but the enemy bit down on the blade, stopping it with bloody teeth. "Piece of shit," the man snarled, slamming his sword into Luke and sending him flying. The mage fired again. Another fireball. Luke twisted, narrowly dodging, but the explosion still hit. He and Princess Charlie were blown off their feet, crashing hard into the ground. Aw! A thug screamed, flames consuming his body as he sprinted toward the water barrels in panic. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. "Are you insane, William?" one of the warriors shouted. "I saved his life," William barked back. "The burn will be reversed when his race evolves. But if he died, there'd be nothing left to heal." Luke pressed his scorched back against a tree, panting. Princess Charlie stood beside him, bones chipped and fractured. They were surrounded. The remaining mage was charging another fireball, its glow pulsing like a miniature sun in his palm. "Part of me always believed you were still alive," William called out with a bitter laugh. "I recognized that look before you jumped. That stare, full of resolve. It takes real guts to bet your life on a riddle. Most wouldn't dare." Luke glanced at his right hand, burned, blackened, shaking. "But I'm the most determined one here," William growled. "I'm the predator." Boom. The tree behind Luke exploded, splinters flying. Unlike the dungeon's stone pillars, the wood couldn't handle that kind of force. He bolted, sprinting alongside Charlie. "Don't let him escape." William roared. Two criminals lunged at them. Princess Charlie raised her sword and unleashed a heavy strike, knocking one of them off balance. Luke followed up instantly, a kukri spinning into the thug's arm. Steel clashed in chaos. Luke moved like a blur, parrying, dodging, slashing. Charlie held her ground beside him, matching the tempo, even damaged. But the mage was still preparing that fireball. Waiting for an opening. Split. Luke yelled. They scattered, Luke diving left, Charlie darting right into the trees. Two ranged enemies stood on the far side of the clearing, a bowman and a crossbowman. Luke charged them head-on. An arrow flew, then split midair into 5. He blocked 2. The rest tore across his skin. But he kept running. He didn't stop. He dove between them, both kukris slashing outward, one cut open the bowman's cheek. The crossbowman raised his weapon. Luke rolled, kicking it from his hands mid-spin, then rose into a throwing stance. SHMK. Both kukris buried deep into the crossbowman's chest. The man dropped, gurgling blood. The bowman screamed, clutching his torn cheek, and lunged with a knife. Bad move. Luke was faster. Better. Deadlier. He slashed the attacker's hand, then spun around him, driving the blade into his shoulder, then his thigh, then. He stabbed over and over. A storm of steel. Just as the mage's fireball came streaking in, Luke yanked the archer's body forward. Boom. The explosion ripped through them. Luke flew back, rolling across the dirt. A warrior came charging, his skin blackened, half his face burned. He raised an axe and swung. Luke barely ducked. But the blade still carved a gash across his abdomen. Then the blunt side cracked against his head. Crack. He hit the ground hard. Vision spinning. Ears ringing. You'll pay for what you did to me, the warrior shouted, raising the axe again. Luke couldn't focus. His arms trembled. His blood soaked into the soil. Then, crash. Princess Charlie barreled forward, sword in both hands, glowing with momentum. Her charge plus heavy strike pierced the warrior clean through from behind. Princess Charlie has slain a human, LVL2, warrior, LVL5. Asterisk the warrior, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 4. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Luke barely had time to breathe before. Whoosh. A golden glow streaked through the air and slammed into the ground beside him. Kaboom. The explosion threw dirt and bone into the air. Princess Charlie hit the ground in pieces. Her body started to reassemble, bone knitting back together, but both her legs were gone. She crawled, dragging herself across the dirt. And then, knives. Stones. Debris. Everything came flying at Luke. A storm of hatred. A storm of desperation. And the predator was being hunted. The remaining criminals charged in, screaming incoherently, voices warped by fear and fury. Luke staggered back, the gash across his abdomen searing with pain. Blood clung to his skin, soaking his clothes. The adrenaline surged, then dipped violently, leaving behind tremors of doubt and flashes of fear. On a distant rock, William stood tall, conjuring another pair of fireballs. Luke hurled both kukris. William dodged, eyes sharp. The blades spun past him. Luke recalled them instantly, whirling back toward his hands. Then the three enemies, excluding the mage, closed in. He couldn't tell if they were knights or warriors. Didn't matter. They came swinging. Steel plunged into his back. GNH. Another fist slammed into his face, snapping his head to the side. The third raised a sword. Luke vanished, assassin's dash, but the moment he landed, he was hit by a brutal charge. Slam. He crashed to the ground, breath knocked from his lungs. Raph, one of them roared, raising a massive sword over his head. Luke scrambled, dragging himself backward, his arms shaky, movements uneven. He had no time. He threw a kukri, then another. And another. Again. And again. Each blade returned, ripping into flesh, spinning in endless loops of death. Until finally, the last blow landed. The enemy collapsed. You have slain a human, LVL2, knight, LVL5. Luke could barely stand when the next fireball hit. Boom. He twisted just in time, rolling to the side. Heat brushed against his face, the shockwave lifting dust and embers into the air. The last two charged. Swords screamed through the air. Luke blocked with his kukris, arms screaming from the force of each impact. He darted in and out, slashing, stabbing, never staying still. He could feel himself slowing down. His vision blurred. His ears rang. Blood poured freely from his side and scalp. Every blink felt heavier, his eyelids briefly sticking together from the blood running down his face. Then. Ah! One of the men shrieked. Princess Charlie had crawled from the dirt, half shattered, and bit into his ankle. Luke saw the opening. He struck, driving his kukri into the thug's throat. The other enemy turned, blade raised. Hum. A fireball exploded near them. Luke's body was thrown sideways. Heat scorched his left arm, flames licking his clothes. The second thug collapsed, his body blackened and smoking. Luke slammed into a boulder. His vision flickered. His left eye went dark. Blinded. Burned. Bleeding. He groaned, slumped against the rock, and spat red into the dirt. Then, a voice. Smug. Confident. Cruel. Looks like it's just the two of us now, said William. Luke stared at the corpse in front of him, the final thug who'd nearly ended him. Princess Charlie was barely functional now. Only her torso, one arm, and her skull remained intact. She wasn't getting back up. Then William charged. Luke hurled a throwing knife. William sidestepped with ease, his hand raised. Crack. A bolt of blue lightning struck Luke square in the chest. His body convulsed. He collapsed backward, muscles twitching, nerves on fire. I warned you, William said, calm and cold. I'm the hunter here. He raised a sword in one hand, lunging. Luke rolled, barely avoiding the blow. FOOM. A fireball erupted beside him, lighting up the night in a blinding flash. The shockwave slammed into Luke like a hammer, and he threw both arms up to shield his face as the blast hurled him to the ground once more. Dirt and heat exploded around him. William didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. The blast had gone off dangerously close, but he didn't seem to care. Luke gritted his teeth, rolled onto his side, and pushed himself up. Without wasting a second, he bolted, sprinting into the trees, vanishing into the dark underbrush like a ghost slipping through smoke. You were dead to us, William called out. If you'd stayed hidden, you could have slipped away after we got the key. Another fireball. Boom. The blast rocked the forest as Luke ducked behind a fallen log. You could have waited. Used the portal once we were gone, William said casually, as if they weren't standing in the middle of a massacre. But no. You only found the balls to fight back because you found a way out, didn't you? Luke's breath hitched. William knew. Of course I'm right, William said, chuckling. You think I cared about the others dying? They were shields, just there to clear the way to the key. He laughed, sharp, bitter. And the moment you stepped out of hiding, I knew you had it. Because it's exactly what I'd have done. Luke darted from the trees, twin kukris spinning from his hands. Another fireball. Another lightning bolt. He dodged one, almost dodged the other. He barely made it behind a boulder, chest heaving, heart pounding out of rhythm. You think you can just wait for me to run out of mana? William taunted. I've got potions. Took plenty from the dungeon. I can do this all night. Boom. 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 Fire rocked the clearing. Luke dove behind another tree. It exploded seconds later, the trunk splintering and crashing to the ground. Thought you had one more second, didn't you? William laughed, sending another arc of lightning toward him. Luke screamed as it struck, muscles locking for a heartbeat, before collapsing behind another tree. Then silence. I'm curious, William said, his voice drifting through the trees. The skeleton. How'd you manage that? Is it some kind of class synergy? Summoning trick? His footsteps made no sound. He was moving carefully now. Luke's legs were trembling. I'm going to die. He couldn't move fast enough. His body felt like it was shutting down. Give me the key, William said softly, and I'll let you leave. The words hung in the air. And a part of Luke, exhausted, battered, alone, wanted to believe him. If you throw out all your mana potions right now, Luke said, I'll hand it over. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. William barked a laugh. Not bad. You almost had me. But it doesn't matter. You're not getting out of this alive, and you know it. Why? Luke said, stalling, trying to think. I just want to reach the tutorial. He needed time. A plan. Anything. Charlie couldn't help him now. He couldn't get close enough to land a hit. And every blade he threw, William dodged it. Even before the system, William said, tone light, like talking about the weather, this is what I did. The system just made it more fun. Then, he appeared. Charging. Fireballs blazing in each hand. Luke pushed forward, running straight at him. But William's hand snapped out. Crack. Lightning froze him mid-stride. His limbs locked. His vision went white. Then the fireball hit. Boom. Luke hit the ground hard, rolling through dirt and ash. He pushed himself up and stumbled toward a nearby tree. His left arm was done, completely useless. The pain screamed through his body every time he tried to grip his kukri. This is how it always ends, William's voice echoed behind him. You die. I get stronger. Luke's chest tightened. Fear was growing, faster than his legs could carry him, chasing him through the dark as he darted between the trees. Keep running. It's in your nature, William taunted. Luke stopped. He leaned against the tree, gasping for air. My nature. And then, something shifted. A flicker of clarity. A single moment of silence amid the chaos. The kind he'd only ever felt in rare, razor-sharp flashes. A stillness where the world seemed to vanish. And only the target remained. I'm an assassin. An assassin doesn't need to be the strongest warrior, he just needs to be deadly when it's time to kill. Limited in physical strength and defense, but his blade shines with mastery when striking down his target. He inhaled slowly. Deeply. Centered himself. And stood. William fired a bolt of lightning. But all he saw was a blur of black vanishing between the trees. He adjusted his aim, tracking the boy, but the lights were going out. One by one, the torches flickered, sputtered, then died. Luke was extinguishing them as he moved, swallowing the camp in darkness. Water barrels crashed down, soaking the burning grass and drowning what little light remained. The fire faded. And with it, sight. The world around William vanished into a shifting wall of shadow. Only the distant glow of burning trees remained, flickering in the background. Shapes danced in the corner of his vision. Tree limbs twisted into things that weren't there. Show yourself, kid, he shouted. Thunk. Something stabbed into his leg. He spun, startled, trying to track the footsteps echoing through the brush. But he hesitated. If he cast now, he'd be vulnerable. He couldn't waste it. Thunk. Another blade in his back. Then rustling in the bushes. More movement. Knives came flying from different angles. But in that direction, there was no light. No shadows. No depth. Only void. He spun again. The footsteps came from the left. Then the right. Then behind. Then front. He cracked, hurling a fireball blindly. Boom. The explosion lit up, nothing. Just more blackness. William breathed heavily, chest rising and falling with ragged rhythm. But now, something worse was building in him, frustration. A shadow darted, too fast to track. A black blade cut into his leg. He screamed. And then he heard it. A human scream. Raw. Loud. Furious. It came from nearby. Too close. William turned and fired again, reflex only. The fireball smashed into something charging at him. The body collapsed, flames curling over it. But then he saw. It wasn't Luke. It was a corpse. Thrown at him to bait the shot. Where are you? Here. A voice answered. Calm. Icy. Close. William looked up. A figure dropped from a tree, silhouetted by the last flickers of firelight. A blur of motion. Blades drawn. A ghost draped in shadow. He couldn't explain it, but in that moment, William felt something he hadn't felt in years. Fear. The blade sliced through the dark, silent, swift. A black flash across the void, like thunder with no sound. The strike landed clean. Straight to the head. The obsidian kukri sank deep, tearing through flesh, splitting bone. Crack. The sound echoed inside William's skull as the blade punched through with brutal force. His body convulsed. Every muscle locked in a final, involuntary spasm. His fingers twitched, opening and closing as if trying to grasp something that was no longer there. Blood trickled down his face. His knees buckled. He collapsed forward, cheek hitting the cold dirt. The last warmth of his body clashed with the creeping chill of death that wrapped around him. His mind started to fade. Breaths came shallow. Each second dragged into eternity. The only thing left was the weight of the void. The silence. Even in the darkness, everything grew darker. But in that final moment, he saw them. Eyes. Staring back at him through the void. The boy's eyes. Predator's eyes. Not just a hunter. An apex predator. William's lips twitched. A faint laugh escaped, dry and broken. Careful not to get swallowed by that darkness. He whispered. Then his eyes closed. His body went still. Life slipped away. And then. Nothing. You have slain a human, LVL 4, mage, LVL 10. You have reached level 4. Half demon, rank F, plus 1 bonus point to all attributes, plus 1 free point, ***. Princess Charlie has reached level 2, skeleton, rank F, plus 1 bonus point to all attributes, plus 1 free point. Your class, assassin, has reached level 8. Class bonus points acquired, ***. Luke stood over the body, swaying. He exhaled, weakly. I won. He whispered. Then his legs gave out. He collapsed to the side, breath hitching. And then. Warning, class, assassin, is undergoing mutation. Luke lay on the ground, staring up at the cavern's ceiling. Above him, the massive crystal embedded high in the rock began to glow softly, its artificial light simulating the slow rise of dawn. He didn't feel pain anymore. Every wound he'd suffered was gone. His body had fully healed when his race reached level 4. For a while, he couldn't believe what he had just done. 15 convicts. All dead. He had killed them. One kukri was still clutched in his right hand, blood clinging to the blade, dried and dark. Weeks ago, he wouldn't have believed himself capable of this. But the bodies scattered across the ruined village said otherwise. Bones rattled. He turned his head just as Princess Charlie sprinted over to him, her skeletal frame moving with urgent energy. She began inspecting him, checking for injuries. I'm fine, he said, offering a faint smile. I got healed, just like you. The skeletal woman had been restored completely after reaching race level 2. As the light filled the camp, the world slowly shifted from nightmare to a strange, quiet clarity. Luke stood, eyes falling on the statue at the center of the clearing. Stupid statue, he muttered under his breath. He wasn't hungry. He wasn't tired. Even his stamina had been restored. His heart beat faster as he approached it. Everything he had done, every kill, every wound endured, had led to this moment. Continuing his journey. Finding the tutorial. And one day, going home. He dismissed the kukris, watching them dissolve back into his inventory, then pulled out the key. A notification appeared. Would you like to activate the portal to the tutorial? Luke chuckled. Is that even a question? At the statue's base, a hidden keyhole revealed itself. He inserted the key and turned it. A heavy clunk echoed through the air. Your item, statue key, has been destroyed. The statue's arms began to shift, no longer pointing toward the dungeon entrances. Searching for available tutorials, please wait. Luke stood motionless, tension building in his chest. Princess Charlie stood beside him, silent and still. Matching difficulty, please continue waiting. Estimated wait time, undefined. His breath hitched. He closed his eyes. I figured this would happen. He walked to a nearby boulder and sat down heavily. There was a bitter taste in his mouth, disappointment. He had always known the odds were low. Finding a tutorial slot in this isolated system anomaly. Practically impossible. But he had clung to that sliver of hope anyway. And now it was gone. It was all for nothing, he muttered, glancing at the corpses scattered around him. Princess Charlie sat beside him and gently patted his shoulder. The gesture was awkward, but oddly comforting. At least we have a safe place now. She nodded slowly. He looked at the convicts' bodies again. He didn't feel guilt. They weren't good people. If they had lived, they would have only grown stronger, pushing past the limits of the training zone. Eventually, they'd have entered a tutorial next year. And people would have died. He didn't want to think of himself as a hero because that wasn't the truth. He did it for himself. But even so, he had stopped something worse from happening. Especially with William. If that mage had kept leveling, Luke couldn't shake the feeling that one day he'd have turned into something far more dangerous than anyone imagined. Could I become like that? Someone who kills just for the thrill? He summoned his kukris again and looked down at them. No. I wouldn't become like him. He stared at William's corpse. I won't be like him. If I have to kill. He lowered his gaze, it'll be those who deserve it. Luke opened his system interface. A warning glowed at the top of the screen. Mutation in progress. He decided to ignore it for now. First, he needed to allocate his points. Name, Luke. Level, 4. Rank, F. Class, Assassin, LVL 8. Race, Half Demon. Profession. Titles, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 370/370. Mana points, MP 230/230. Stamina, 210/210. Soul fragments, 13/1000. Stats. Strength, 31. Agility, 41. Endurance, 21. Vitality, 37. Perception, 31. Intelligence, 23. Free points, 2. Soul fragments. Luke stared at the unfamiliar stat. Even after focusing, no tooltip or explanation appeared. But the number and the corpses around him. He opened the notification history and started counting. 13. Exactly 13 enemies he had personally killed. Charlie had finished off one. William had taken another before dying. So soul fragments came from kills. Real, lethal kills. What happens at 1,000? You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. He didn't want to find out. Pushing the thought aside, Luke turned toward the camp and the forest beyond it. He knew he'd be stuck here for at least a year. And in that time, he had to grow stronger, not just for survival, but to prepare. The dungeon was still active. Creatures could escape. And he couldn't afford to be weak. If I want the ones running the tutorial to notice me, I'll have to prove I'm worth it. He placed his 2 free stat points. Updated stats. Strength, 31-32. Vitality, 37-38. Free points, 2-0. Health points, HP 370/370-380/380. At least now I can equip those items that required class or race level 8, he muttered, trying to focus on something positive. Then he opened Princess Charlie's status screen. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 2. Rank, F. Class, Warrior, LVL4. Race, Skeleton. Title, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 150/150. Mana points, MP 30/30. Stamina, 110 out of 110. Stats. Strength, 18. Agility, 10. Endurance, 11. Vitality, 15. Perception, 4. Intelligence, 3. Free points, 2. He put one of her free stat points into Vitality and the other into Perception. Update stats. Vitality, 15-16. Perception, 4-5. Free points, 2-0. Health points, HP 150/150-160/160. With a quiet sigh, Luke rose to his feet. Well, Princess Charlie, looks like it's just you and me in this place for the next year. Then. Boom. A thunderous roar shattered the stillness, splitting the night like a bolt of divine lightning. The ground trembled beneath it. Luke spun instinctively, eyes wide. Beside the statue, a pillar of radiant light burst forth. It wasn't gentle or graceful, it surged upward like a geyser of magic, bright blue and wild, swirling in a chaotic spiral. Bolts of energy cracked within it, snapping like whips across the air. It was raw, unstable, a vortex of power torn open at the center of the floor. Notice, a tutorial has been found. A wave of pure joy surged through Luke's chest. The portal. The damn portal, he laughed, heart pounding with excitement. Princess Charlie jumped up and down beside him, clapping her bony hands in celebration. He approached the vortex, its swirl crackling with arcs of blue lightning. A notification pinged. Upon entering the tutorial, only items stored in your inventory will be brought with you. Anything not in your inventory will be left behind. This includes items, food, weapons you are holding, and even clothing, ***. Luke blinked. Wait, so if it's not in my inventory, I go in naked? A new alert popped up. An item has been added to your inventory. He opened his system and checked the new addition. Novice Adventurer's Outfit, Common. Description, a basic starter kit for all rookie adventurers entering the training grounds. Includes a plain shirt, brown pants, sneakers, and yes, underwear. Even brave warriors deserve comfort. The pants are brown, for obvious reasons. Luke let out a dry laugh. You've got to be kidding me. They give you underwear? He began unfastening his torn tunic. Better turn around, princess. Charlie quickly covered her face with both skeletal hands and spun around. Luke tapped the item. In an instant, a soft glow wrapped around his body. When the light faded, he felt clean fabric against his skin, soft shoes hugging his feet, even a surprisingly comfortable pair of boxers. He glanced down. His clothes were whole. No tears, no blood. This is amazing. In every fight, his clothes had ended up shredded. But just like his weapons, this outfit could be stored in the inventory, and repaired automatically over time. No more fighting in rags. He grinned. And I can equip or remove it directly from the system. That's so damn cool. Princess Charlie peeked over her shoulder, then nodded approvingly. So this outfit is something everyone gets upon arriving at the training grounds. If I hadn't been thrown into this anomaly, I would have gotten this the moment I landed. Charlie bent down to pick up her sword. She stared at it for a moment, then looked down, clearly reluctant to leave it behind. Don't worry, Luke said. We'll get you a new weapon once we're inside. He couldn't take the sword Princess Charlie was using, and he couldn't grab any of the items scattered around either, left behind by the criminals when they died. When someone dies, the system-linked items in their inventory disappear with them. Items that were outside the inventory, however, turn into ordinary objects and lose the ability to be stored again. That's why it was pointless for him to try collecting them, since he could only carry items that were already in his own inventory. He turned to the portal. His pulse quickened. His chest tightened, not from fear, but from something deeper. Hope. Nervous? He asked. Charlie gave a small nod. They stepped forward, feeling the pull of wind and energy. Electric crackles echoed inside the vortex. And then. Notice, assassin class mutation has been completed. Luke froze mid-step. A new window bloomed in front of him, one he hadn't seen since choosing his starting abilities. A message pulsed in bold letters. The assassin class has mutated. The class molds itself to its wielder, taking on different paths and forms depending on how it's used. Many factors can influence these changes, from equipment and awakened skills to race and bloodline. The possibilities are vast. Choose wisely. By following one path, some doors will close. Future skills will be tied to this choice, shaping your destiny in an irreversible way. Think carefully before deciding. Luke stared at the screen, his hand slowly tightening at his side. This wasn't just a level up. It was a turning point. He read the message again. Then a third time. This wasn't just a class choice. It was something deeper. Permanent. He realized now, his base class had only been a starting point, a placeholder. This wasn't about picking a skill tree. It was about shaping his very identity as a fighter. And more than that, it was alive. The class was responding to him. To how he fought. To what he wielded. To the bloodline burning inside his veins. Bloodline. He muttered, his gaze narrowing. He tapped to continue. The interface pulsed, and 3 options unfolded before him, each with its own unique description. Paths. They were the assassin paths he could choose to follow. 3 assassin paths appeared before him. Luke was already surprised by the first one. Phantom Assassin, a master of spectral energy, starting as a silent infiltrator with unmatched precision. Over time, the connection to the spirit realm deepens, allowing the user to phase through barriers, vanish at will, and strike with near-ethereal lethality. As the class evolves, the Phantom Assassin becomes intangible, untraceable, a ghost walking the line between the material and immaterial. Their victims rarely understand what hit them until it's far too late. Attribute bonuses per class level, +4 perception, +3 agility, +3 intelligence, +2 vitality, +2 free points. Holy shit. Luke stared, stunned. He had to read it twice to be sure. Spectral powers. This was far beyond just a name change. This evolution would shape every future class ability, adjust his stat growth, and open an entirely different set of skills. It was everything. The stat bonuses alone were insane, more than the combined bonuses he'd been getting from both his base class and his race. A jump in power that could completely change his limits. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from anticipation. But he forced himself to stay focused. There were 2 more. He moved to the second option. Shadow Assassin, a killer who manipulates shadows as extensions of their own body. At first, they lurk within darkness, striking with deadly precision. As the class develops, their bond with the shadows intensifies, allowing them to meld fully into the dark, becoming nearly invisible. Eventually, the Shadow Assassin becomes a relentless hunter, a whisper of death, a phantom presence that leaves behind only silence and fear. Attribute bonuses per class level, +4 agility, +3 perception, +3 intelligence, +2 vitality, +2 free points. Luke's eyes widened again. Shadow powers. He imagined it. Hiding in the darkness. Becoming part of it. Striking from within it. It was perfect. But, maybe limited. It probably only reaches its full potential in low-light environments, he thought. Still, it was damn close to ideal, a deadly toolkit that fit his style, and even enhanced it. 2 options, both incredible. And then he scrolled to the third. His breath caught. Eyes widened. And everything changed. The third and final option appeared before Luke's eyes. Demonic Assassin, your blood carries the lineage of tyrants. As you evolve, your touch will drain life, and your blade will consume souls. You will not simply kill, you will devour. The demonic power in your veins awakens something beyond mere stealth. You will sap the essence of your victims, growing stronger with every death. Your weapon becomes an extension of your hunger, stealing energy with each strike and granting you regeneration. Your body will harden, your instincts sharpen, your presence become lethal. You will not be a mere assassin. You will be a predator, one that grows stronger with every battle. Attribute bonuses per class level. +5 perception, +4 strength, +4 agility, +3 vitality, +2 intelligence, +3 free points. Luke read every word, and for a moment, all he could do was stare. Unlike the first 2 options, this one felt like it was speaking directly to him. No, it was made for him. This wasn't just a class evolution, it was a reflection of his bloodline, mutation born of his heritage. He was almost sure the other 2 paths were standard mutations, options any skilled assassin might eventually unlock. But this one existed because of him, and the stats were insane. The Phantom and Shadow paths gave 14 attribute points per class level. This one. 21. With 3 free points to place wherever he wanted. At higher levels, that kind of growth would snowball into something monstrous. Luke pulled a cookery from his inventory and checked the passive skill, Magnetic Return. It scaled with perception. And this path gave him more perception per level than any other option. But it wasn't just about stats. The real weight of the decision came from the abilities that would unlock. Dozens, maybe hundreds, of hidden skills were waiting behind these paths. The system wasn't telling him what they were, it was asking him to choose a philosophy, a future. And he couldn't afford to choose lightly. He'd survived by inches against the convicts. If there had been 2 Williams at the end, he wouldn't be standing here now. The tutorial might not be anything close to what he'd just endured, but there was no guarantee it would be easier. There were rumors. Hushed stories passed between survivors. Tutorials where players hunted other players, slaughtering the weak to farm XP. Luke had no way of knowing what he'd face next. But he knew this much, he would not be unprepared. His eyes locked on the demonic assassin class again. Choosing this meant embracing his demonic side. It wasn't just a combat style, it was a path without return. But then again, he'd already passed the point of no return. I can't remove the bloodline, at least not that I know of. What mattered now was using it, turning it into something he could control, something that wouldn't control him. Luke exhaled slowly, silencing his thoughts. This wasn't about power for its own sake. This was survival. And in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, he would not be prey. The predator of predators. Luke whispered. And made his choice. Class selection complete. You have become a demonic assassin. A pulse of heat surged through his chest, sharp but brief. Then, his system screen began to flicker. Your demonic bloodline has strengthened. Your demonic bloodline has corrupted certain skills. Evolving affected skills. What? Luke reached to check the changes, and froze as Princess Charlie suddenly dropped to her knees. Her jaw opened in a silent scream. Princess Charlie, he shouted, rushing toward her. Before he could reach her, her body began to rise, levitating off the ground. Her skeletal form shimmered, then began to melt, like wax under flame. Stop! Luke yelled, trying to will her back into his bond, but nothing worked. Her body unraveled into a swirling black mist. The darkness condensed into a massive, obsidian-colored egg, pulsing with faint light. Cracks spread across the surface. And then, shatter. A wave of dark energy exploded outward. And when the mist cleared, something landed on its feet with a heavy thud. It was her. Princess Charlie. But, not the one he knew. Luke's breath caught. The old Charlie had been short, lightly built, her bones yellow-white and human-sized. But the figure before him now was towering, easily over 2 meters tall. Broader. Thicker. Built like a warrior carved from shadowed stone. Her bones had changed from faded ivory to a grim steel gray, lined with sharp cracks, not from damage, but as if her very existence had fractured under pressure and reforged into something new. Her eye sockets burned darker, like they held a living shadow deep within. Princess Charlie, is that you? Luke asked, carefully. The skeletal figure tilted her head. Then nodded slowly. She stepped toward him, now a full head taller, and looked down at him with eerie curiosity. Raising one massive hand, she gently tousled his hair with her long fingers, tilting her skull in a playful gesture that said, now I'm taller than you. Luke chuckled despite himself. All right. Still you. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. She turned and picked up her sword from the ground. Only now, she didn't need 2 hands to wield it. With one arm, she swung the blade through the air effortlessly, the steel slicing through the silence as if testing her new strength. Luke watched, stunned. That version of Charlie, anyone would run at the sight of her, especially under a black hood. He exhaled, his voice quieter now. I don't know what just happened, but if it hurt, I'm sorry. It was probably because of me. Charlie glanced back. She tilted her skull slightly, then gave a calm shake of the head, a silent, familiar motion that said, it's fine. It's over now. Suddenly, Luke's system window snapped open. Some of their skills evolved due to their demonic bloodline. He blinked. It's not over yet. More notifications popped up, scrolling down one by one. Knife throwing, common, dash, a profane knife throwing, uncommon, thrown blades now pierce more efficiently, reducing enemy dodge chance upon impact. Additionally, there is a small chance to inflict bleed, causing the target to lose HP over time. Luke raised an eyebrow. His throwing technique hadn't changed, but the system had pushed it beyond normal limits. So my throws hit harder and can cause bleeding now, he muttered, gripping his kukris. He was ready to test them, but another notification slammed onto the screen. This one made him freeze. Assassin's dash, uncommon, dash, a basic dark dash, rare, you cloak yourself in pure darkness and surge forward, becoming briefly intangible. While dashing, weak ranged attacks pass harmlessly through you, and weak obstacles are ignored. A warp trail of dark energy lingers behind you, disorienting enemies and making your true position harder to track. The system window faded. No more updates. Luke stared, stunned. You've got to be kidding me. That's insane. Basic dark dash. The dash had already saved his life more times than he could count. During the fight against the convicts, and especially against William, it had been his lifeline. And now it was even stronger. More evasive. More unpredictable. More deadly. He wanted to test it immediately, feel the difference for himself. But then the portal behind him sparked and hissed. Warning, the portal has been open for too long. This tutorial will soon become unavailable to new participants. The vortex began to shrink, pulsing erratically as its light dimmed and flickered like a flame on the verge of extinction. Seriously? Just when I finally have time to test this stuff. Luke muttered under his breath, frustration bleeding into his voice. He glanced at Princess Charlie. I should store you inside my soul again. I don't know where this portal's going to throw me, and if there are other people nearby, I'd rather not show all my cards. Charlie nodded without hesitation. With a flick of his hand, she vanished, drawn back into the bond like mist folding into shadow. The portal crackled violently now, its radius narrowing fast, unstable and burning at the edges. Luke didn't wait. He sprinted forward and launched himself into it. Please, just let it be peaceful. He shut his eyes as the light consumed him, brilliant and blinding. His body unraveled. Gravity released him. And then. Welcome, Luke. You have entered the tutorial, Midnight Terror. A crocodile floated lifelessly in the still waters of a dark lake. Then, it began to move. Its form twisted, reshaped. The massive reptilian body drifted toward the shallow edge, limbs elongating, spine snapping into alignment. By the time it reached land, it had risen onto 2 legs. What stood there now was no mere crocodile, it was something else entirely. A humanoid creature with crocodilian features stepped from the water, droplets trailing down its scaled hide. It walked in silence, moving with purpose through the corridors of the dungeon, until eventually, it arrived at a crypt, one littered with the shattered bones of fallen skeletons. The creature looked down at a patch of ash still smoldering in the center. Rise, the crocodilian entity commanded. I know you're in there. The ashes stirred. Slowly, they began to draw inward, gathering, condensing, forming. A robed skeleton rose from the remains. The crypt guardian had returned. But it wasn't truly the guardian anymore, just as the one who had taken the crocodile's form was not truly a beast. These were vessels. Borrowed bodies. Avatars. The skeleton's form began to shift, decaying flesh wrapping around brittle bone, cloth morphing into ancient linen. It became a mummy, wrapped in power, emanating death. Beside it, the crocodile man grew larger, more refined, more aware. His features leaned further into something human, yet utterly alien. Together, the two beings stepped into the abandoned camp on the first floor. They surveyed the corpses, then looked toward the spot where the portal had been. The last trace of light shimmered there, then faded. And then, the entire floor dimmed. The massive crystal embedded in the cavern ceiling began to flicker erratically. Shadows bled from the walls, the ceiling, the ground. Darkness thickened, pooling like liquid smoke, until the very air was consumed. And from within that blackness, two piercing golden eyes opened. Vertical pupils. Ancient. Watching. The darkness had arrived. Its voice echoed through the abyss. Primordial of beasts. Primordial of the undead. Why have you interfered with my child's path? The crocodile turned his head, glancing at the mummy, then at the eyes in the dark. We merely wished to observe him more closely, your chosen. But, primordial of darkness, I thought you were still in exile, the crocodile said, tone calm. Surely your presence here exceeds necessity, now that you've been seen. The mummy remained silent. Watching. Measuring. The darkness didn't move, but the pressure in the chamber deepened. Two primordials violated my domain. One planted a stalking crocodile. The other, a tomb guardian. You disrupted the trial meant for my child. When I'm in a foul mood, I tend to take liberties. The darkness curled tighter around the camp. Last time. Half of you weren't enough. And even then, fragments of me slipped through banishment and returned. As they always will. The crocodile narrowed his eyes. Are you saying, you're ready to break the accord? The accord only exists because I allowed it, said the voice behind the golden eyes, low and thunderous. But I am no liar. I have better things to do in my own realm. The material plane no longer concerns me. The darkness began to dissolve, its presence retreating like smoke across still water. Wait, the mummy spoke, voice dry and cold. The darkness surged back, once again swallowing the room in absolute black. In all these eons, the mummy continued, you've never chosen a successor. Never even granted a blessing to your most devoted cults. Why now? Why name a human, from a newly integrated universe, as your child? The golden eyes curved into a grin, long, wide, inhuman. A grin filled with teeth. Hundreds of them. You all play your games, the darkness said. You claim domains. Dominate galaxies. Tear down civilizations. It's a game I mastered before any of you were born. It began to withdraw once more, but the primordial of beasts stepped forward. You still haven't answered the question. Let's just say. I had a feeling, the darkness said softly. That I had found the most gifted assassin to ever exist. The golden eyes turned, that monstrous grin growing even wider. I made an investment. Just like you all do when a new universe appears. You choose your servants, your worshippers, your priests, apostles, heralds. I simply went further. I chose one. Not a follower. Not a puppet. But a true heir. The mummy's gaze shifted, quiet understanding dawning behind empty sockets. The place he went to. The mummy said slowly. The lesser gods refer to it as a tutorial of infernal difficulty. The darkness laughed. A low, bone-deep rumble that echoed through the dungeon. If that place is hell. It said as it faded, voice vanishing into the void. Then they'd best prepare to meet the demon. And just like that. The darkness was gone. As Luke stepped through the portal, a system notification flashed across his vision. Welcome, Luke. You have entered the tutorial, Midnight Terror. But he barely had time to read the message because the very next thing he felt was cold. Not the kind that prickled the skin or made him shiver. No. This was deeper, harsher, an unnatural, bone-deep cold that punched into his chest and seized his lungs before he could even scream. And then nothing beneath his feet. What? Luke yelled as he plummeted into open air. His heart slammed into his throat as he realized he was in free fall. Thousands of thoughts raced through his head, but only one stuck. I'm going to die. Then, impact. He slammed into something both soft and solid, like icy stone wrapped in wet cloth. The air was knocked from his lungs. Snow. But the nightmare wasn't over. He was sliding. Fast. Shit. Damn it, he shouted as he tumbled down an endless, steep slope, bouncing off trees, slamming into branches, crashing into rocks. There was no time to think, no time to react. The incline was too sharp, the speed too great. He rolled, slid, fell, then dropped again onto another slope, hitting hard. In a panic, he reached for his holster, no good. His hand fumbled. Inventory, kukris. He summoned them directly and tried to drive the blades into the ground. But it was snow. Thick, powdery, useless snow. The blade slid through it like butter. No grip. No control. No hope. Fuck. Then, crack. He hit something solid. Pain exploded across his back, and a sickening crunch echoed through the ice. But he didn't stop. He kept sliding. Desperate, he plunged his kukris into the surface again. This time, they caught. Sparks flew as the blades carved icy lines through the slope. Then, finally, he stopped. I did it, he gasped, breath ragged. Every part of his body throbbed. He prayed nothing was broken. Then a sound. Creak. Dozens of cracks spidered beneath him. The surface groaned, threatening. Luke's eyes widened. A frozen lake. Before he could move, crash. The ice shattered beneath him. Splash. Freezing water swallowed him whole. The cold didn't just touch his skin, it violated it, stabbing inward like a million frozen needles piercing muscle and nerve. It wasn't a chill. It was raw pain, a screaming, suffocating kind of agony that clamped around his chest and seared into his lungs. The pressure of the water crushed him while the cold coiled around his limbs like chains forged in ice. And worst of all, there was a current, relentless, merciless. It dragged him through the darkness, slamming his body into jagged underwater rocks and drifting shards of ice. He couldn't resist, couldn't swim, could barely think. He forced his eyes open. The water stung like acid, but his demonic perception filled in what sight could not. The lake bed. And at the bottom, corpses. Dozens. No, hundreds. Frozen bodies suspended in death, their faces twisted in terror. All human. All long gone. Ah. Luke tried to scream, startled as he slammed into a submerged corpse, but swallowed water instead. Slime, moss, waterlogged weeds, the bodies were tangled in it all, drifting lifeless in the current. Stolen story, please report. He thrashed, trying to rise, trying to swim, but his vision was blurring. His limbs felt heavy. His strength drained with each second. His heart slowed. The cold was killing him. I'm dying. His mind screamed in panic, but his body wouldn't respond. The chill had seeped deep, into his blood, into his bones. He had seconds of awareness left. Once he passed out, that would be it. Then. Swish. His vision twisted. He reappeared several meters forward in the water. Basic dark dash. He had triggered it on instinct, pure survival reflex. But it had changed. His new class had made it more than a dash. As he darted forward, darkness swallowed his body, briefly making him partially intangible. The cold faded just enough for his body to jolt back into motion. He swam. Desperately. He triggered dark dash again, blasting through the water, racing upward. He reached the surface, only to slam into a ceiling of ice. No. His lungs screamed for air. He was out of time. He drew his kukris and began slamming them into the frozen barrier. 1 hit. 2. Nothing. His left arm gave out, too cold, too weak. But the ice cracked. He switched hands and kept striking with everything he had. 1 target. 1 point. Crack. The ice broke open. Luke's head burst through the surface. Ha. He inhaled like he'd never breathe again. His chest ached, but his lungs rejoiced. He wasn't safe. He clawed his way forward, trying to climb onto the ice. It shattered under him. Again and again. Each time he climbed, the ice collapsed beneath his weight, dragging him back in. He realized one of his legs wasn't working, frozen stiff, completely numb. Princess Charlie, he screamed, barely able to keep his mouth above the water. Something reached him. Skeletal hands wrapped around his waist, and threw him toward the shore. He activated Dark Dash mid-flight, blinking through the water one last time and landing near the edge. His body collapsed. Muscles seized. Nerves failed. Everything inside him shut down. He heard the splash. Princess Charlie emerged from the freezing water like it meant nothing to her undead body. She didn't hesitate, grabbed him and pulled. She carried him in her arms, ironically, like a princess, and dragged him to safety, laying him beneath a tree. Hypothermia, hypothermia. Luke whispered, vision going dark. Charlie froze. The word seemed to register. Wood, branches, leaves. He muttered, fading. She sprinted into the forest, tearing through underbrush. Luke lay still, shivering uncontrollably. The cold wasn't just around him anymore, it was inside him, wrapping around his heart. His thoughts slowed. He was slipping. He needed a plan. System. Luke muttered through chattering teeth, struggling to raise his hand. The interface flickered open. With immense effort, he tapped the screen. His clothes vanished. He lay naked in the snow, skin burning with cold. He tapped again, re-equipping the novice adventurer's outfit. Dry clothes appeared on his body instantly, warm at first, but were soon soaked by his freezing skin. Still, it helped. He repeated the process. Equip, remove. Equip, remove. Each cycle dried him further. Each tap gave him another second of survival. He pulled off the shirt and wiped it across his dripping hair, then cycled the gear again. Eventually, his body stopped dripping. He was far from warm, but he was no longer drenched. It was enough. Then came the sound of crunching snow. Princess Charlie returned, her skeletal frame cradling a bundle of branches and frozen twigs. She dropped them before him with frantic urgency. Luke raised a trembling hand, fingers brushing against the fire ring, the one he had earned by killing the skeletal mage and the spider. He poured mana into it. A small flame sparked from his fingertip, but the cold resisted it. The fire hissed, flickering weakly, refusing to grow. He didn't stop. Again and again, he summoned flame after flame, for what felt like an eternity. Until finally, ignition. The branches caught. The fire roared to life. Charlie helped him drag more fuel around it, and together they built a crude but vital campfire. Luke tossed her his kukris. Keep watch. He mumbled, slumping sideways. Charlie nodded. He didn't know if it was exhaustion, sleep, or death coming for him, but Luke closed his eyes and slipped into darkness. Hours later, Luke jolted awake, his body tense, lungs gasping like he'd surfaced from a nightmare. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. The fire was still burning, larger now, crackling with renewed strength. Someone had fed it more fuel. Standing beside the flames was Princess Charlie. She held both of his kukris with practiced familiarity, her skeletal frame still and alert, scanning the dark horizon like a silent sentinel. Not moving. Not resting. Just watching. I survived, he whispered, almost not believing it. The system pinged. You have survived your first night of baptism. Congratulations on this achievement. Unlocking tutorial information. New lines of text scrolled in front of him. Luke's eyes widened as he read. Tutorial, Midnight Terror. In a ruined world, only a single kingdom remains. Beyond its walls lies nothing but frostbitten wastelands, a frozen desert where life cannot thrive. Objective, gather the scattered clues hidden within the city to uncover the portal's location and escape this cursed realm. But escape is no simple task. The portal beyond this world is guarded. It remains hidden, protected by forces that will not allow just anyone to pass. Be warned, the lords of this land do not tolerate defiance. They watch. They wait. And only the strongest will survive. City. Luke muttered, glancing around. But all he saw was snow. Endless white stretching in every direction. Not a wall. Not a road. Not a sign of civilization. Great, he sighed. Dropped me in the middle of nowhere. Miles from the mission zone. Behind Luke, there was only forest. Snow-covered trees stretched endlessly in every direction. No roads, no smoke, no signs of life. In a way, he was grateful. Nothing had tried to kill him while he slept, not a beast, not another player. Even with the fire burning, nothing had wandered close. Charlie, did you see or hear anyone? He asked. The skeletal warrior shook her head. He didn't know how long he'd slept, maybe a few hours at most. Which meant he had probably arrived sometime before dawn. The system message had congratulated him on surviving his first night. Now the sky was growing brighter, and he could finally see the terrain better. Midnight Terror, huh? Luke murmured. So that's the name of this tutorial. But what does it mean? Tutorials always had a central event or structure, an internal logic that governed the challenge. Some lasted a week. Some, a month. There were rumors of rare ones that stretched across an entire year. Luke opened his system log and reread the notification. Find the city. That was the first step. He pulled up his inventory and tapped on the crocodile chestplate. The armor materialized over his torso, light, flexible, and surprisingly durable. Then he equipped the gloves taken from the Crypt Guardian. Anything that could shield him from the cold, even a little, was worth using. One kukri in hand. The other, he passed to Princess Charlie. Even though he'd survived hypothermia, the cold still bit at his skin. Moving away from the fire felt like punishment. His breath left his lips in thick clouds. He looked down at the fire ring on his finger. If it weren't for this, I'd be dead. The faint warmth radiating from it pulsed against his skin like a heartbeat, just enough to remind him that he wasn't alone in the cold. He clenched his fist around it. The weather here, it's just as deadly as any monster. If he'd had to make a fire manually, rubbing sticks or striking flint, he'd already be a corpse. Staying put too long was dangerous, though. He was exposed, vulnerable. Anyone or anything could come by at any moment. He scanned his surroundings again. Where to go? To one side, a dense stretch of snowy forest. In the distance, the foothills of a mountain range. That must have been where he'd first fallen from, his long, chaotic descent through the snow starting high above. Ahead of him, a wide, frozen lake. Its surface glazed over in solid ice. And in the center, a small island. He stared out over the water and remembered what he'd seen beneath it, the bodies. Dozens of them. People like me, he muttered, his voice low. They came through the portal, and ended right here. Cold. Forgotten. And drowned in silence. Luke scanned the area around the lake. Was a tutorial supposed to be this difficult from the start? Wasn't I supposed to wake up near other survivors? Some kind of safe zone. Something about this didn't sit right. Those bodies beneath the ice, they weren't ancient. The way they were preserved, perfect, untouched by decay, it didn't feel like time had passed at all. And the lake had been frozen when he arrived, yes, but only just. The surface was thin, fragile. It had refrozen recently. That meant one thing, those people had fallen in hours before him. Not days. Not weeks. Hours. They were part of the same wave. The same tutorial. The same batch of victims. They hadn't even made it to the first trap. They just died early. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. He pushed the thought aside. Lingering on it wouldn't help. I'm going to scout the area, Luke said, glancing at Princess Charlie. She nodded as he turned toward the nearest tree. He climbed with difficulty, occasionally using a knife from his holster to help. The wood was cold and icy, but Luke had equipped the gloves he got from the dungeon. At least his hands weren't touching the freezing bark directly. He hauled himself upward. The tree wasn't tall by any means, but the elevation gave him a clearer view. What he saw stopped him. In the distance was a massive forest. The trees were towering and white, but it wasn't just snow. Their leaves shimmered with a strange, unnatural blue, almost crystalline, like sheets of ice swaying in the wind. What the hell is that? He tried to see beyond them, but the height of the trees blocked his vision entirely. Looking back down, he noted his surroundings again. Two options. Cross the frozen lake, risking another plunge into death, or head toward the strange forest, risking whatever unnatural things lived beneath those icy leaves. Neither was ideal, but standing still wasn't an option. Fear began to creep in again, but Luke smothered it. I just need to keep going, he whispered. Keep surviving. 1 minute at a time. He dropped from the tree, rolled to his feet, and pulsed mana into his fire ring. The warmth flared faintly around his hand, and he began to walk, Charlie close beside him. Hours later, Luke was shivering violently. The cold wasn't fading. If anything, it was getting worse. Each gust of wind that swept through the skeletal trees was like a blade, slicing across his body with ruthless precision. The air itself seemed to bite him, freezing his breath mid-exhale. He kept pumping mana into the ring on his finger, using it as a makeshift heat source, a flickering ember he clung to near his core. It wasn't much, but it was something. Every 30 minutes, like clockwork, he would unequip and re-equip his outfit through the system menu, using the brief warmth from inventory storage to chase away the worst of the chill, even if just for a moment. It was grueling. Tedious. Miserable. But it kept him alive. Along the way, he tested Princess Charlie's range, returning her to his soul, then summoning her again at various distances. He learned something that worried him. If she got too far, he couldn't pull her back. What would happen if she died while outside that range? Was it permanent? The system hadn't said. It was just another unknown Luke had to deal with. For now, Charlie was adapting. She had a pile of sticks and branches stuffed between her ribs, tucked into the cavity of her torso like a skeletal backpack. Earlier, they'd knocked over a tree and salvaged what they could. Now she carried a chunk of burning wood in one hand, like a makeshift torch, and one of his kukris in the other. It was their way of fighting the cold together. A strange, haunting sight. An undead woman with burning wood in her ribs, guarding her master with a flaming club and a knife. But Luke wasn't in a position to judge aesthetics. Every half hour, he repeated the cycle, cycling clothes through the inventory to stave off the worst of the frost. Survival wasn't pretty. Even with a kukri in hand, Luke hadn't seen or heard a single soul. Nothing. Just him. A few ordinary trees still surrounded him, their trunks dark and gnarled, but in the distance, he could see them, the massive, whitewood trees with glimmering blue leaves. Silent. Ominous. Watching. I swear, I'll burn this whole forest down if a snowstorm hits, he muttered to himself. He hadn't found a single sign of civilization. And yet the tutorial description had been clear. Beyond its walls lies nothing but frost-bitten wastelands, a frozen desert where life cannot thrive. So then, was he inside the kingdom? Had the snow overrun it too? Or worse, was he outside? The darker possibility began to eat at him. Maybe he had been dropped somewhere far beyond the kingdom's walls. Somewhere random. Isolated. An endless white desert. Like being born on the wrong continent. A place where he would never reach the objective. Where he'd die long before ever glimpsing the kingdom. Luke trudged through the snow, limbs heavy. His mana was running dangerously low. That was bad. If it dropped to 0, he wouldn't be able to channel warmth through his fire ring. Wouldn't be able to light torches. Wouldn't be able to keep moving. He'd freeze where he stood. The only option would be to stop and make a fire. But that came with a new threat. Because when he glanced behind him, he saw it. A curtain of white loomed on the horizon, vast and unbroken. A blizzard. Still distant, but closing in fast. Like a tidal wave of ice and wind, it rolled silently toward him, unstoppable. Tiny flakes had already begun to drift through the air around him, delicate at first. They spiraled gently, almost peacefully, settling on his shoulders and lashes. But he knew better. It wouldn't stay soft for long. Luke started running. Hard. His breath came out in ragged gasps as he sprinted, snow crunching beneath his feet. Princess Charlie was behind him, slower, but not far. He glanced back and saw her skeletal frame bounding after him, kukri in one hand, torch in the other, flames dancing against the pale wind. I'm gonna die to snow, he shouted through clenched teeth. Ahead, he saw the blue-leaved forest, but it was still too far. He might make it in an hour, maybe, but the storm would reach him far sooner. And then he saw it. A shadow in the snow. An opening in a rock wall. A cave. He veered toward it, cautious. Dropped into a crouch. He pulled a burning branch from Charlie's stockpile and tossed it inside. The flame hit stone and rolled. Nothing moved. The light flickered across stone and ice. Empty, he whispered. It's a shelter. And not just one. Far in the distance, scattered across the terrain, he could now make out more openings. Caves. Old, hollowed dens. He stepped inside, sighing in bitter relief. But then. A whoa. The sound froze him in place. The first sound, besides the wind or Charlie's rattling bones, since he got here. A whoa. Another. Soft at first. Then louder. Moving. Luke squinted toward the white hills and saw the snow move. No. Not snow. Something within it. Pale fur. Low profiles. Bodies that blended seamlessly into the frost. AWO. The howl was guttural. 4 forms burst forward, barreling through the snow. Wolves. But not normal wolves. Their frames were oversized, long, skeletal limbs, muscles thick beneath shaggy coats of pale ice. Their eyes burned blue. Their breath steamed in the cold. They were hunting. And Luke had just been spotted. 4 wolves charged at full speed through the snow, growling low and fast like storm winds. Luke activated Identify. Mist Wolf, LVL 8. Mist Wolf, LVL 7. Mist Wolf, LVL 7. Monsters, he muttered, tightening his grip on a kukri. Princess Charlie stood at his side, holding the other blade, waiting without fear. Luke didn't hesitate. He hurled his kukri. It split midair. 2 blades. 1 strike. The lead wolf was hit before it could even close the distance. The others kept coming. One launched toward him. Luke activated Dark Dash, blinking sideways in a blur of shadow. As he landed, he flung a throwing knife mid-spin, striking another wolf mid-leap. The blade sank deep. The creature yelped and skidded backward, bleeding profusely from its wound. Bleeding? That had to be the effect of his upgraded skill, profane knife throwing. The pack regrouped and began circling. Princess Charlie moved in from behind, slashing with her kukri, but the wolf dodged, bounding aside with uncanny speed. The wolves stormed into the cave from different angles. One leapt toward Charlie, trying to pin her. The rest surged at Luke. He raised a kukri in one hand, a throwing knife in the other. He threw, then dashed. His blade caught the nearest wolf mid-charge, sending it tumbling in the snow. Charlie, now towering and heavier than before, yanked one wolf back by the tail, pulling it off balance. Two others closed in on her, trying to flank from both sides. Luke leapt onto a wolf's back before it could pounce, but the creature twisted violently, throwing him off. Charlie wasn't idle. She grabbed another that lunged at her, slammed it into the cave wall, and dragged it across the stone, bashing its skull. One wolf pounced onto her back, clawing wildly. She staggered, but triggered charge, surging forward with explosive momentum. She smashed the wolf against the wall like a living battering ram. Luke spotted Charlie's kukri buried in the ribs of a fallen wolf as she turned to bare-knuckle the others trying to overwhelm her. He rolled to his feet and summoned both kukris back into his hands. Sprinting forward, he drove both blades into the next wolf, pinning it to the ground as it tried to flee. Dead. The last two came at once. Luke hurled his kukris. They duplicated again, 4 blades in the air. The first wolf dropped with a gurgling snarl. The second leapt directly at him. He dived backward, crashing outside the cave. The wolf followed, jaws snapping. Luke brought one kukri up just in time and stabbed it into the beast's mouth. The wolf thrashed, trying to bite down, but a skeletal hand grabbed it by the throat. Princess Charlie tore it off him, charged forward, and slammed the wolf's skull into the cave wall with brutal force. The cracking echo rang out like thunder. Princess Charlie has slain a mist wolf, LVL7. Asterisk the warrior, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 5. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Princess Charlie has unlocked a new class skill. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Luke stood, panting, blades ready. But there were no more enemies. He stepped to the cave entrance. The blizzard had arrived. Whiteout conditions. Nothing but swirling snow and cold wind. No sign of more wolves. Still, one question stuck in his head. Were these wolves living here, or were they tracking me? Because the cave had shown no signs of recent use. No bones. No fur. No scent. Just empty. Until now. Good job, Luke said, letting out a breath. Princess Charlie raised her hand. A skeleton high five. Luke blinked. All right, just this once, he muttered, and slapped her bony palm. She rattled happily in response. Wasting no time, Luke pulled the branches she'd been storing inside her ribcage and tossed them into a pile on the floor. Then he dragged the dead wolves, one by one, into a rough circle around the fire pit. He didn't care about the blood. Not anymore. The cold was so merciless it stripped away hesitation. He slumped down, leaning against one of the corpses, using its thick fur to block the wind. Then, channeling mana into his ring, he ignited the fire. Heat. Immediate. Glorious. He almost melted into the moment but stayed alert. Keep watch, he said softly. Charlie was already at the cave's entrance, kukri in hand, scanning the whiteout beyond. The cold didn't bother her. She didn't need to rest. Luke's eyes drifted to the wolves. Their fur was thick and coarse but dense, perfect for insulation. I need gear, he whispered to himself. He ran his fingers through the pelt of the closest one. It was soft beneath the outer layer. Warm. I could make my own coat. He filed that away for later. For now, warmth was the priority. He pulled the wolves closer around him, turning the corpse circle into a nest of heat. Blood slicked his arms, but he didn't care. Then he glanced at Princess Charlie again. Her combat style still didn't quite fit the kukris. She fought with power, not finesse. The kukris were short and fast, meant for agile users. Charlie's size, especially in her new form, was made for heavier, longer weapons. He pulled up her system window. New class skill available, select one. 5 options. Luke scrolled through the first. Quick dodge, common, the warrior uses agility to evade incoming attacks with a swift sidestep. Effectiveness depends on the user's ability to read the opponent's movement. May fail against unpredictable or high-speed strikes. He paused. That could be useful for Charlie. She was strong now, sure, but still fragile in some ways. A good evasion tool could save her when brute force didn't. He kept reading. Quick slash, common, the warrior performs a fast strike, aiming to pressure enemies with rapid movements. Though less powerful than a heavy blow, it's ideal for keeping up mobility and controlling the pace of battle. Luke shook his head. Not now. She doesn't have a proper weapon. Her current weapon was a kukri, barely a match for her towering skeletal frame. A proper sword or greatsword would make a difference. Then came the third skill. Double strike, uncommon, a fluid combo of 2 rapid attacks, each targeting vulnerable spots. Though each hit does reduce damage, the rapid sequence increases pressure on the enemy and makes defense more difficult. This skill seemed like a better version of the previous one, and its rarity was higher. He remembered that when he reached level 5 in the assassin class, he had also been offered options with higher rarity skills, like in the case of the assassin's dash. Weak taunt, uncommon, the warrior lets out a loud, intimidating shout that draws nearby enemies, forcing them to focus on the user. Effective for protecting allies, but may fail against higher-level foes. Luke tilted his head. He couldn't imagine Princess Charlie yelling. Not really. But still, it was a useful skill, perfect for moments like the one with the wolves. Drawing aggro to protect others. The problem was, she's still too fragile, he murmured. The skill relied on Charlie being able to take hits, and right now, she couldn't. Even with her new body, they needed offense or survivability, not reckless tanking. That one was out. The earlier two, quick slash and double strike, also relied too much on weapon synergy. And Charlie still didn't have a proper weapon. That only left one more skill. Luke tapped it and blinked. Iron Fist, uncommon, the warrior channels stamina into their fists to deliver strikes of raw, brutal force. A single charged blow can shatter wood or crack stone, devastating against unsuspecting enemies. Luke read through the skill, then glanced at Charlie. It would be perfect for her, especially since she didn't use weapons. What do you think, Charlie? Should I pick the last skill? Princess Charlie nodded enthusiastically. Alright, Princess. You're not unarmed anymore. Now you can use those fists. Princess Charlie has learned, Iron Fist. She stared at her hands for a moment, then clenched her fists. They began to glow, dull silver, gleaming like steel. Her skeletal hands transformed, briefly taking on a full metallic sheen. Literal iron fists, Luke muttered. Well, that's direct. The glow faded, her hands returning to bone, but the potential was still there. Charlie looked at him, visibly pleased, and pointed at his gloves, the skeletal-styled, metallic pair he'd looted from the dungeon. Then she pointed at herself. Then at him. Luke chuckled. Yeah. We match now. Suddenly, the wind stopped. No warning. No slow fade. Just silence. The howling of the storm was gone, replaced by stillness. Luke stepped toward the cave's mouth, cautious. He peered into the clearing ahead. Moonlight spilled across the frozen terrain. Everything shimmered. The icy world around them, just moments ago a deadly hell, now looked like artwork, painted in strokes of silver and white. He turned his gaze toward the whitewood forest. And froze. Bathed in moonlight, its towering trees of pale bark and glacial blue leaves stood like silent sentinels. But it wasn't the trees that caught his eye. It was what he saw on one of them. On the trunk of one, something. His breath caught for a second. His eyes locked. His body went rigid. In that moment, Luke knew he was in trouble. Luke crouched outside the cave, scraping blood and sinew from the pelt he'd skinned off one of the wolves. The cold made everything harder, slower, but he kept at it, rubbing the hide clean in the snow. One pelt was already drying near the fire, imperfect, but usable. With a little luck, it wouldn't freeze solid by morning. Thank God for survival class. It had become mandatory in schools across the world after the system appeared. He'd barely passed the practical exams back then. Now. That half-forgotten curriculum was the only reason he wasn't dead yet. Nearby, a thick wolf haunch roasted over the flames, sizzling. Luke finished cleaning the second pelt, gave the frozen trees one last glance, and stepped back into the cave. He placed the second hide near the fire, next to the first. The other, he folded and tucked between Princess Charlie's ribs, something to keep in reserve, or maybe use later for extra warmth. If he could cut a few crude slits into the remaining one, maybe he could wear it as a makeshift cloak. Not much, but enough to keep his blood from freezing. He sat down and opened her system window. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 2. Rank, F. Class, Warrior, LVL 5. Race, Skeleton. Title, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 166/170. Mana points, MP 30/30. Stamina, 103/120. Stats. Strength, 20. Agility, 11. Endurance, 12. Vitality, 17. Perception, 5. Intelligence, 3. Free points, 1. Class skills, basic weapon handling, common, heavy strike, common, charge, common, iron fist, uncommon. Race skills, demonic servant perception, uncommon. Luke studied her frame from across the fire. Her bones glowed faintly in the firelight, the reinforced skeletal structure making her look even more imposing in stillness. Her stats hadn't changed, he thought, but her body definitely had. When he first summoned her, she'd barely been 5 feet tall, now she towered over him. That evolution after he mutated his class, it didn't just make her look stronger. It made her stronger. He'd read once that racial structure defined a creature's power baseline. A level 1 dragon wasn't the same as a level 1 human. Maybe it was the same principle here. With that in mind, he dumped her final point into vitality. It would help her recover and endure, especially now that she had Iron Fist as an option for close-range combat. Stats updated, Princess Charlie. Vitality, 17-18. Free points, 1-0. Health points, HP 166/170-176/180. Luke exhaled. Then, finally, he picked up the cooked meat. He bit in. Stop chewing. Is this chicken? It tasted like chicken. Like, perfectly. Juicy. Crisped on the outside. Tender inside. He looked at the wolves. Then the meat again. I don't care what it is. That's incredible. Charlie clacked her teeth in amusement as she watched from the entrance, vigilant as ever. The fire crackled beside him. The wolf pelt steamed slightly, drying. Luke's gaze drifted to the tree-line. His face hardened. He hadn't forgotten what he saw. Earlier, just past the edge of the whitewood forest, lit faintly by the moonlight. He had seen something hanging from the trees. Large. Pale. Wrongly shaped. By the time he'd focused, it had disappeared. A gorilla. That was the closest approximation his brain could make. But he knew better. That thing wasn't natural. I need to find the damn wall, he muttered. The tutorial's briefing had been clear: one kingdom, protected by a great wall, surrounded by a frozen wasteland. That meant he'd been dropped outside the objective zone, on the wrong side. A survival test. Just like everything else. Maybe that's the real first challenge, he said aloud. Reach the kingdom. But right now, all he had were two options: mountains to the north or the whitewood forest to the east. Neither sounded safe. He pressed 2 fingers to his temple inside. Great, he mumbled. Strong monsters, no map, and the environment wants me dead just as much as everything else. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Luke tightened the last knot on the wolf pelt bundle strapped to Princess Charlie's chest. Inside, tucked among the firewood and fur, were strips of wolf meat and a rolled pelt, an emergency backup. His own cloak was fashioned from a second wolf pelt, slung over his shoulders with 2 crudely cut armholes. Not elegant. But warm. It was the best he could do with what he had. If a blizzard hit again, Luke had a plan: dig a shallow pit, line it with one pelt, cover himself with the other, and use Charlie as a living barricade to block the wind, her skeletal frame holding the fur taut like a living tent pole. Then he'd huddle inside, using the fire ring to survive the night. Not a perfect shelter. But it might keep him alive. With preparations done, the two of them moved out, heading toward the whitewood forest. The moment they crossed into the tree line, Luke felt the shift. The forest was immense. The trees were towering spires of pale bark, so tall the tops vanished into the sky. Their leaves were a shimmering, icy blue, and though the trees were widely spaced, the sheer height of them made the world feel smaller. Colder. More oppressive. Luke kept walking in a straight line, marking the trunks with faint cuts from his kukri every 10 trees. He couldn't afford to get lost. If he did, he'd never find his way back to the cave. Then. A sound shattered the stillness. A deep, guttural scream, almost like a war horn filtered through a beast's throat. It echoed between the trees, primal and wild. Luke dropped low, diving behind a root-twisted trunk. Princess Charlie mirrored his movement with mechanical precision, crouching beside him. Dozens of thick branches curled around the nearby trees, and for a moment, each twist of bark looked like a silhouette, something watching. Something moving. And then he saw it. High above, perched on a branch, something massive crouched. Luke froze. There it is. The creature from earlier. It resembled a gorilla, if gorillas had snow-white fur, exposed muscle around the shoulders, and massive boar-like tusks jutting from their lower jaws. A system ping flickered across his vision. Cliff Yeti, LVL 10. Luke narrowed his eyes. Level 10. That meant nothing definitive. After what happened in that nightmare of a dungeon, Luke had stopped trusting the identify skill completely. It wasn't as precise as he'd once believed. Sure, it showed a creature's race level, but that was only part of the story. There was also class level, and maybe even more. The skill didn't reveal that. Which meant some monsters might have a high race level but a low class, or the other way around. And Luke still wasn't sure if monsters leveled up like humans did. From what he'd seen, they often came in groups with identical stats, no variation, no surprises. That could be luck. Or it could mean he'd just been naive. Even so. It was all he had. He clenched his kukris, exhaling quietly. I need to be the predator, he whispered to himself. Not the prey. He crept forward through the snow, slow and deliberate. The Yeti crouched on a massive branch ahead, surveying the forest. It hadn't seen them yet. There was no clear way around it. The path ahead narrowed, snowdrifts, ice-choked ravines, and ancient tree roots twisting through the terrain. If Luke moved past the beast, it would notice. Sooner or later. And he didn't want it behind him. No. He'd face it now. Luke sprinted out from cover. The Yeti shifted its weight, sniffing the air, sensing movement. Luke raised his hand to his lips and let out a short, sharp whistle. The sound cut clean through the frozen air. The beast turned its head, just as a black kukri whipped through the branches and slammed into its face, burying deep in its jaw. The monster lost its footing and crashed down from the treetop. Arg. Before it even hit the ground, a shadow streaked past, carving a deep gash across its flank. Luke rebounded upward, landing lightly on a high branch. His balance held, but just barely, the frost made everything slick. The Yeti roared, slamming into the forest floor in a violent heap of white fur and rage. But it wasn't down for long. Like a gorilla, the creature launched upward with terrifying speed, swinging from branch to branch using its massive arms, tearing through the forest canopy like it was nothing. It was fast. Faster than Luke. He glanced back, too close. Luke vaulted higher, reaching for a branch above, but the Yeti came from above this time, bearing down like a falling boulder. Arg. It lunged to grab him midair. And then something erupted from Luke's core. A skeletal figure shot forward from behind, its fist glowing with raw power. Bam. The iron fist connected directly with the monster's jaw. A sickening crack echoed through the trees. The Yeti was blasted out of the air, its body pinwheeling through the canopy, smashing branches on the way down before slamming into the earth with a ground-shaking thud. Luke didn't stop. While the beast reeled, he bounded through the branches above like a phantom, kukris flashing in his hands, eyes locked on his target. The Yeti groaned, dazed and disoriented, clutching at its skull. Roar. It staggered to its feet only to see a black blur flicker just beyond its reach. Too slow. Luke circled fast, low to the ground, throwing knives as he moved, carving bloody lines across its fur. One kukri returned to his hand mid-motion. The other was still buried in the creature's flesh. The Yeti swiped. Luke slid beneath the blow, close enough to smell the beast's breath, and jammed his kukri deep into its calf. It shrieked in pain, staggering. He leapt back, then recalled the kukri embedded in its leg, ripping it free as it spun back into his grip. The beast turned again, too slow. Luke hurled both blades. One buried itself in the Yeti's eye. The scream that followed was deafening. The creature clawed at its face in fury, wrenching the kukri free, only for a shadow to lunge from the tree-line. Another slash tore across its exposed chest. Luke landed, crouched, and both kukris flew back to his hands with a magnetic whisper of steel. Then he struck again, fast, precise, relentless. Blood sprayed the snow. The monster raised both arms to slam him flat. But that was when it happened. Crack. Two massive, glowing fists crashed down from above, slamming into the creature's skull like twin meteors. Princess Charlie had been waiting. Patient. Silent. Hidden in the trees. She timed her descent perfectly. The impact made the Yeti's knees buckle. For a moment, its vision went black. It tried to move. To breathe. And that's when it saw him. Luke. Dashing straight toward it, eyes cold and focused. He jumped. Twin blades gleamed. One pierced its remaining eye. The other drove deep into the cracked skull. The beast didn't even scream. It just went still. Collapsed. You have slain a cliff Yeti, LVL-10. The body hit the ground with a final, muffled thud. Blood soaked the snow beneath it. Princess Charlie stepped closer, silent as always. Luke stood over the fallen Yeti, studying its massive corpse. In a head-on fight, that thing would have crushed me. He turned, walking forward without looking back. But strategy and precision beat brute strength. Each word came out calm, focused. It wasn't arrogance, it was analysis. That's how an assassin fights. He doubled back, retrieving the bundle of supplies wrapped in the wolf pelt, extra firewood, scraps of meat. When Charlie returned to his soul, anything she carried was left behind. Too risky to lose. Luke tucked the bundle back into the gap between her ribs and spine, making sure it was secure. Then a sound shattered the stillness. A roar. Another followed. Louder. Closer. Luke froze, eyes narrowing. That wasn't a lone predator, it sounded like a fight. Then a scream. He immediately ducked into the shadows of the trees, motioning for Charlie to follow. The two of them advanced swiftly but silently, weaving between white trunks and snow-covered roots. The noises grew louder. Heavy impacts. Crashing branches. Guttural howls, and a voice, shouting in panic. Luke reached the edge of a small clearing. He froze. His eyes widened. A human. Up ahead, just beyond the tree-line, Luke spotted movement, 3 Yetis circling something. No. Not something. Someone. A boy, roughly his age, was locked in combat with the beasts. He wielded a sword, slashing desperately as the creatures lunged and swung their massive limbs. What stunned Luke even more was the structure nearby, a small wooden cabin half buried in snow. Another participant. It was the first human he'd seen since the dungeon. Since the prisoners. Luke instinctively stepped forward, then stopped. He couldn't forget the prisoners. Just because someone looked normal didn't mean they were. This was still the tutorial. Some participants were monsters in human skin. He crouched low in the snow, watching from cover. The boy fought hard, but he was clearly overwhelmed. One of the Yetis slammed him into a tree. He held on to his sword, barely. With a shout, he lunged forward, stabbing one creature in the gut and spinning to slice another, only to be struck from behind by a thick branch. He staggered, and a Yeti kicked him across the clearing. Shit. Luke made a decision. He moved. A kukri flew through the air and embedded itself in the shoulder of the nearest Yeti. At the same time, Princess Charlie burst from the trees, slamming her iron fists into another. The Yetis roared in fury. One swung at Luke, but he dashed to the side, slipping between snow and shadow. The boy groaned, pushing himself up from the ground, spitting snow. You all right? Luke called out. More or less, the boy wheezed. The creatures advanced. The boy leapt, and jumped again, mid-air, as if he'd stepped on solid ground. Luke's eyes widened. Double jump. The teen came down hard, driving his blade into a Yeti's skull. The beast thrashed wildly, blindly swinging and smacking another of its own. Luke and Charlie pushed forward. Kukri spun through the air, duplicating mid-flight and striking true. Charlie rushed in, shoulder-charging a Yeti into a tree, then unleashed a brutal barrage of punches, her iron fists pummeling its head with bone-cracking force. She leapt back as Luke dashed in, sinking both blades into the creature's neck. It dropped, lifeless. Only 2 left. Luke turned and watched as the boy danced between their blows, rolling and jumping with speed and grace. Luke hurled both kukris again. They split in the air and tore into a Yeti's face. The boy seized the opening. His blade shimmered with energy as he spun in a clean arc, blood sprayed. The creature's head fell moments after its body. 1 left. But then the boy collapsed, dropping to his knees in the snow. Luke didn't wait. He dashed forward just as his kukris returned to his hands. 1 flew again, slicing into the final Yeti's throat. As the creature raised a hand to react, Luke closed the distance and drove the second blade deep. You have slain a cliff Yeti, LVL-10. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. 3 corpses hit the ground. We did it, Luke said, retrieving his kukris. The boy shakily stood, raising his sword. Who the hell they are? He dropped, unconscious. Princess Charlie looked at Luke and raised her hands in mock surrender. Not my fault. Luke sighed, walking over to check on the stranger. The moment his hand touched the boy's skin, he understood. Cold. Too cold. But sweating. Shivering. Hypothermia. Luke rushed toward the cabin, dragging the boy across the snow. The small wooden structure was empty, bare walls, no supplies, no furniture. Not even a bedroll. Great. Not even a pile of straw. You've got nothing. He laid the boy down and quickly tossed the wolf pelt over him. Then he gathered some branches, sparked them with his fire ring, and set up a crude fire pit in the corner. I'm gonna help you, he muttered, crouching near the flame. Because I need answers. And I doubt I'll get any if you die. The fire cast flickering shadows across the walls. Luke glanced around again. No supplies, no tools, nothing to suggest this guy had been here long. Just his clothes, a basic sword, and a strange pendant hanging around his neck. An item? He tried to use identify, but it didn't work. Luke handed the boy's sword to Princess Charlie, who stood by the door like a skeletal sentry. Temporary weapon. If anything shows up, warn me first. The skeleton nodded, then looked back at the unconscious boy, head tilted. Luke raised a brow. Relax. I'm watching him. Charlie turned and stepped outside. Luke remained seated, staring at the boy's pale, shivering form. He opened his system and used identify. Nothing. The skill failed to return a name, level, or class, just empty symbols. He frowned. So it doesn't work on humans, huh? The skill didn't trigger, even though he was so close and focusing. Luke hadn't been able to test identify on the criminal since he'd only observed from a distance, so this was the first time he was actually using it on a human being. Maybe it's a level difference, or maybe humans are just harder to scan. The boy groaned in his sleep. Sweat beaded on his forehead, even with the wolf pelt and fire. Fever. His body was fighting back, but barely. Luke sighed, scooping snow into his palm. He heated it with his ring, then gently tipped the water into the boy's mouth. Outside, Charlie returned with both skeletal hands cupped, filled with snow. Luke blinked. More capacity, huh? Good idea. She tilted her head proudly. He melted the snow in her hands and drank. When he did, Charlie suddenly turned away. Luke narrowed his eyes. What? What was that? The skeleton's skull shook side to side rapidly. Nothing. 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 He stared. You are the weirdest undead I've ever met. She fidgeted awkwardly. Time passed. The storm returned, howling outside. Luke let Charlie back inside and barricaded the door with every piece of wood he could find. The fire crackled loudly, its warmth filling the small chamber. He sank to the floor, tearing into a chunk of roasted wolf meat, his eyes flicking constantly toward the door. No signs of more yetis, yet. He'd shaped one of his gloves into a makeshift water cup, letting snow melt inside and sipping it slowly. Then. Mom. The boy stirred, voice faint and broken. Luke looked up. The kid was delirious, muttering in his sleep. Great, he muttered. Now I'm a babysitter. He leaned back against the cabin wall, letting his head rest for a moment as he tossed another stick into the fire. Outside, the storm still howled, wind lashing the trees and snow battering the roof, but in here, for now, it was warm. The flames crackled and popped, casting flickering light across the cramped shelter. Then the boy whimpered again, lost in fevered dreams. Luke turned to look at him, his eyes narrowing. I better get some damn answers when you wake up. Hours passed. The darkness of night had finally lifted, giving way to a pale, icy dawn that crept across the frozen terrain. The blizzard had spent its fury. No more screaming wind. No more stabbing snow. Just stillness. A heavy, absolute silence blanketed the land, so complete it felt like the world itself was holding its breath. Everything was frozen in place. Untouched. Waiting. Inside the cabin, Luke tilted the makeshift water cup, his repurposed glove, and gently poured a trickle of melted snow into the unconscious boy's mouth. Then the boy's eyes snapped open. Startled, he shoved Luke's hand away, sending the glove clattering to the floor. He scrambled to his feet, breath ragged, eyes wide with panic. Who the hell are you? Luke didn't move. He kept his voice calm. Relax. You're safe. I helped you. You were fighting 3 yetis, remember? The boy's gaze darted around the cabin. His back hit the wall as he searched for exits, weapons, answers. Then he froze. Why'd you take my shirt off? Luke raised a brow. It was soaked in blood, and frozen. You had a fever. I didn't strip you for fun. It's over there. He pointed toward the corner, where the shirt lay in a stiff, frozen bundle. Despite the calm tone, Luke kept his kukri in hand, watching closely for any sudden moves. Then the boy's expression changed. Panic. Desperation. My necklace. He reached for his throat and visibly relaxed when his fingers brushed the cold jewel still resting against his skin. Luke rolled his eyes. Yeah, calm down. I didn't steal anything. Well, okay, I borrowed your sword. Briefly. But the boy wasn't listening anymore. A glint of red light flared in the air as the sword vanished from Charlie's skeletal hands and reappeared, instantly, in the boy's grip. Inventory link. Luke's instincts flared. He moved. But not fast enough. The cold steel of the blade pressed against his chest. That speed. The boy's eyes were sharp now. Focused. His fever was gone, replaced by raw tension. I want answers, the boy said, voice low and steady. The blade pressed against Luke's chest with startling speed. I want answers, the boy demanded, eyes sharp and focused. Luke didn't flinch. Instead, he met the force with equal resolve, slapping the sword aside. Then I want some too. The boy shifted back briefly, about to strike again. But something moved behind him. A blur of white. A hand gripped him by the collar and hurled him across the room. He hit the wooden wall with a dull thud, groaning. By the time he looked up, a kukri was pressed against his neck. A skeleton? What the hell? The boy panicked, trying to raise his hand to fight back, but Luke grabbed his wrist mid-motion and pushed his own blade inches from the boy's eye. If you touch her, Luke said calmly, his voice like ice, you're going to lose an eye. I won't kill you. But I won't hesitate to blind you. The boy froze, breath caught in his throat. Luke continued. You know, I'm a little irritated myself. I dragged your frozen ass out of the snow, built that fire, gave you a blanket, even made sure you didn't die of dehydration while unconscious. The least you could offer is a little damn courtesy. The boy glanced between Luke and the skeletal figure beside him. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he dismissed his weapon into his inventory and raised both hands. My name's Allison. Luke, he replied, nodding toward the skeleton. Allison is a girl's name, but this guy's a man. Maybe in his country it's unisex. At his signal, the skeletal warrior backed off. Luke never lowered his guard. You're friends with that thing. It's not going to kill me, right? She's not going to kill anyone, Luke replied, picking up a chunk of meat that had fallen onto the floor. Unless you give her a reason. Sorry, about before, Allison said, rubbing his arm awkwardly. And, thanks. For helping with the Yetis, and everything. Forget it. We're both tutorial participants. Watching each other's backs is kind of the point. At that moment, a loud growl echoed through the cabin. Allison's face went red. That was my stomach. Luke exhaled and gestured toward the fire, where a slab of meat roasted on a crude spit. Can I eat? And while you do, we're going to talk. Apparently I've become a babysitter. They sat by the fire, sharing the warmth and the meal. Allison was still wrapped in a makeshift wolf pelt blanket, holding the steaming meat like it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. He began explaining his side of things. Unlike Luke, he'd already spent 3 full days in this frozen nightmare. So you're just as lost as I am, Luke muttered. Yeah. From what I understand, we were supposed to spawn close to the main group, probably near the city. But for some reason, you and I got dumped way out here in the wild. Luke considered his words for a moment. That's not exactly what happened to me. Allison looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? I wasn't teleported far from the others, Luke said, voice low. Actually. I spawned right next to them. But, then why? There was a problem. Unauthorized reproduction, this story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. What kind of problem? Luke's gaze drifted toward the memory of the frozen lake. They were all dead, he said quietly. Other participants. At first, I thought the ice had always been solid, but no. Just like me, they must have landed on the lake, broke through the surface, and got dragged under by the current. They froze to death, trapped beneath the ice. If I didn't have a way to make fire, I would have joined them. Allison fell silent, the weight of those words settling on him. Then, like pieces falling into place, his expression changed. You're saying? He started. That others probably arrived in this world at different times, just like we did, Luke continued. But most of them didn't stand a chance. The cold killed them before monsters even had to try. You survived longer because you found this cabin. But anyone stuck out there in the ice fields, without anything to fight the cold, they're gone. Allison turned toward the frosty window. The wind outside had picked up again, and the world beyond the walls looked colder than ever. If you hadn't found me, he muttered, I'd be dead too. Either from the Yetis, or just from the cold. Luke sighed, rubbing his fingers together near the fire. It was worse than he thought. But maybe not hopeless. Still, Luke said slowly, some people must have made it to the wall. Or maybe a few were lucky enough to be teleported inside the city right from the start. Allison nodded, his expression suddenly shifting. If I had gear like yours, I would have gone already. Luke blinked. Wait. What do you mean? You haven't seen it. Seen what? The wall, Allison said, confused. You didn't know. Luke straightened. You saw the wall. It's visible past the forest, a few hours out, Allison replied, pointing vaguely in the direction. It's not exactly nearby, you'd need a couple days to reach it on foot, but it's there. You just have to keep moving through the trees and cross the next frozen ridge. I was planning to go, but you didn't have the gear to survive the trip. Exactly, Allison admitted. I was stuck here. I knew if I wandered too far without something to fight the cold, I'd freeze long before I saw anything. And when the Yetis showed up, I couldn't leave the area without risking death either. I thought this cabin would protect me. And then you came. Luke considered the situation. Allison wasn't wrong. Without fire, shelter, or proper cold weather gear, traveling even a few miles in this frozen wasteland was basically suicide. And even if more survivors had been dropped in similar places, they'd likely meet the same fate as the ones under the ice. They'd die before ever reaching civilization. Luke stood. Then we go together. Allison looked up, hopeful. I'd really appreciate it. If you'd lend me one of those wolf pelts, or maybe help me skin one of the Yetis, though they don't have much fur. His eyes nervously shifted to Princess Charlie, who stood silently by the door, arms crossed and aura looming like a silent judge. She didn't seem thrilled about someone asking for Luke's supplies. I'll lend you the wolf pelt, Luke said. Don't worry. Allison exhaled in relief, though he avoided eye contact with the towering skeletal guardian. Luke glanced toward the exit. Can you walk? I don't want to waste another minute stuck in this place. Allison nodded quickly. Yeah. Let's move. They moved quietly through the snow-covered forest, their steps muffled by the thick white floor beneath them. Allison had fashioned his wolf pelt into a crude coat, mimicking Luke's design by cutting holes for his arms and head. The results weren't exactly elegant, but they did the job. Still, Luke noticed how the boy kept some distance from Princess Charlie, as if expecting her to snap his neck at any moment. There, Allison pointed ahead. We're almost there. He let Allison take the lead, keeping a few paces behind. Luke hadn't ruled out the possibility of a trap. This whole forest could be part of an ambush. His eyes scanned the treetops while his hand hovered near his weapon. Princess Charlie, he whispered. Better carry a few more branches, just in case. She nodded. Wait, Allison said, his tone puzzled. The terrifying skeleton is a princess. Princess Charlie turned her head sharply. The air grew heavier. Even without facial expressions, Luke could feel her irritation from the shift in posture alone. You mean to say she doesn't look like a woman? Luke said, mock offended. You're telling me you can't appreciate the graceful curves of her finely sculpted, death-defying bone structure? Allison blinked, panic settling in. And no. That's not what I meant at all. I'd never say she's not, elegantly terrifying. Charlie's mood visibly lifted. Allison exhaled. I just didn't realize you two were so close, he added, side-eyeing Luke. Not that I'm judging, of course. Totally support whatever kind of relationship you two have. Luke shot him a flat look. What? Me and the princess? We're not like that. We're just friends. Right, Charlie? The towering skeleton tilted her head, then slowly shook it. More than friends, the gesture said without words. Don't deny it like that. Luke hissed. You're making it sound like something else entirely. I don't judge. Allison said quickly. In fact, I support it. Love is love. Princess Charlie seemed pleased by the declaration. Luke was about to fire back when he suddenly lunged, tackling Allison to the snowy ground and pinning him there. Wah, hey. What are you doing? Allison squirmed. This better not be part of your weird dynamic. Shoo, Luke hissed, placing a finger to his lips. He gestured forward. Charlie crouched beside them, her skull lowering like a soldier scanning a battlefield. Just ahead, the trees ended. And so did any sense of safety. Beyond the tree line, the snowy plain stretched toward what looked like a ridge, but they weren't alone. A dozen Yetis stood motionless in the open. Massive. Silent. Eyes locked on the trees. Luke's heart sank. They're not wandering. They're waiting. They knew we were coming. This is an ambush. The three of them crouched near the tree line, breaths shallow, eyes fixed on the edge of the forest ahead. They'd spent the last few hours navigating the mountain ridge, searching desperately for another way through. No luck. The forest runs right up to a cliff, Allison muttered, slumping down onto a frozen rock. His voice was tired, edged with frustration. The sun had already slipped beyond the ice-covered horizon, leaving behind only the dim, silvery glow of a cold night sky. Luke remained standing, unmoving, his gaze locked on the distant clearing where the Yetis still lingered. 20 of them, maybe more. Perfectly still. Perfectly alert. Those weren't scouts. They were the pack. He narrowed his eyes. The one we fought must have been a forward scout. When it didn't return, the rest locked down the exit. Now they're waiting. He turned his gaze to Allison. They weren't hunting me. They were after him. I just got caught in their net. I could handle 3 at once, Allison muttered, rubbing his arms for warmth. Maybe 5 if they're dumb enough to clump together, but that's a pack of 20. Luke turned to him, expression unreadable, and tilted his head slightly. What's your class? In response, Allison slowly unsheathed his weapon, a katana, narrow and elegant, its blade catching just enough moonlight to gleam faintly in the dark. Swordsman, he said. My class focuses on high-speed strikes. Luke watched the weapon, eyes narrowing. That explains how he managed to draw on me so fast earlier. He glanced at Princess Charlie. Her warrior class was the opposite, built for raw force and brutal pressure. And you? Allison asked. Assassin. Allison nodded slowly. Makes sense. In any other situation, Luke would have kept his cards close. But if they were going to work together, survive together, then knowing each other's strengths was essential. Classes defined group dynamics, mages and archers in the back, fighters up front. Luke had no reason to lie. If they were going to travel together, it made sense to be honest, at least a little. I need to get to the wall as soon as possible, Allison said. I've got reasons. Urgent ones. But we have to be careful. Do you think they'll move if we wait them out? Luke had already considered that. He'd watched the way those creatures operated. This wasn't random animal behavior. It was tactical. They won't move, he said flatly. We killed their scouts. They're waiting. If they do leave, it'll be a small group. The rest will stay behind to hold the exit. He tapped a finger against the bark of a nearby tree, thinking. Why aren't they rushing us? They could overwhelm us with numbers, but they haven't. They're not reckless. They're being deliberate. His thoughts drifted back to when he found Allison, weak, half-frozen, nearly unconscious. And then it clicked. They didn't attack him when he first arrived. They waited. Waited for him to weaken. For hunger, cold, and fear to wear him down. Then they struck. Luke's expression darkened. They're not guarding that exit because they're scared, he said. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Allison looked up. Then why? They want us to back off. To retreat deeper into the forest. Let the cold, the hunger, the sleepless nights grind us down until we're too weak to fight back. He stared into the trees, feeling a chill crawl up his spine, not from fear, but from realization. That wasn't random instinct. It was strategy. He'd seen it before. That was how predators hunted. The way they moved. The way they waited. Luke could feel it now, this wasn't brute instinct. It was calculated. Predatory. They were acting like a pride of lions, singling out the weakest in the herd. Waiting for exhaustion, hunger, and cold to whittle their prey down to nothing before striking. Blocking off the only safe path down the mountain was intentional, they wanted them cornered. But the Yetis had made one critical mistake. They weren't the only predators here. Luke tightened his grip around his kukris. Predators, huh, he muttered. Fine. Let's see how they handle being hunted. He glanced at Allison, clad in a rough white cloak made from wolf pelts, then at Charlie. I've got a plan, he said. It's time we hunt some Yetis. Night had fallen. At the forest's edge, a group of Yetis prowled restlessly. Their massive forms shifted in the dark, breath rising in thick clouds of steam against the frozen air. Muscles coiled tight, eyes locked on the tree line. Some gripped boulders the size of barrels, knuckles white, ready to crush anything that dared emerge. Grr. One snarled, slamming a fist against its chest in rhythmic warning. Another crouched low, clawed fingers tracing crude shapes in the snow. A stick figure holding a weapon. A small square beside it. The cabin. Grunts and clicks passed between them, primitive but purposeful. A language of tension and instinct. Plans were forming. Crunch. Footsteps. They snapped to attention. Rocks lifted. Eyes sharpened. But what stepped out of the underbrush wasn't prey. It was one of their own. No. A human. Draped in a white cloak, blood-spattered and calm, dragging something behind him. The Yeti stilled as Allison stepped into full view. His face was unreadable. His blade, sheathed. In one smooth motion, he tossed the severed head of a Yeti into the snow at their feet. Its eyes still open. Its jaw locked mid-scream. Allison rolled his neck until it cracked. Then, with a calm that chilled more than the air, he said, that one was easy. Who's next? For a moment, no one moved. Then came the roar. Roar. The pack exploded into motion. Allison spun on his heel and bolted, vanishing into the forest like a ghost through smoke. Behind him, the Yetis thundered after him, howling with unrestrained fury. Trees shook under their weight. Some launched themselves into the canopy, tearing through branches to gain speed. Others hurled boulders the size of heads, which shattered against bark and snow in deafening crashes. Allison ducked low, rolled beneath snapping limbs, and weaved between trunks, his cloak whipping behind him. He didn't slow. He couldn't. He was pulling them exactly where he wanted. Deeper. Faster. The trees began to thin. The ground beneath his boots turned from soft snow to packed frost. The forest opened. He skidded to a stop. Ahead was nothing. Just a sheer drop, a black abyss stretching out over the cliff's edge. Behind him, at least a dozen Yetis, snarling and gaining ground. Shit, he muttered under his breath. A chorus of howls erupted behind him, savage and deafening. The Yetis surged forward, a stampede of raw fury. Snow flew in every direction under their charge. Boom. The earth shook violently beneath their feet. A thunderous crack echoed through the forest like the sky itself had split in two, followed by the chaotic snapping of branches and the groan of shattering wood. The Yetis froze. Their instincts screamed. But it was already too late. From the ridge above, an avalanche of massive logs burst into view, dozens of them tumbling down the mountain like battering rams. Trees were ripped apart. The slope became a blur of motion and violence. One Yeti shrieked as a log crashed into its chest, hurling it off the cliff in a sickening arc. Panic set in. Some tried to leap away. Others tripped over each other in the chaos. Allison didn't wait. He leapt high into the air, activating his double jump in mid-flight. His figure soared above the destruction, cloak trailing behind him. Below, the forest floor became a graveyard. One after another, Yetis were swept away, crushed beneath the weight or launched screaming into the void. You have slain a cliff Yeti, level 10. You have slain a cliff Yeti, level 9. You have slain a cliff Yeti, level 9. Princess Charlie has slain a cliff Yeti, level 10. You have slain a cliff Yeti, level 10. Princess Charlie has slain a cliff Yeti, level 9. Princess Charlie has slain a cliff Yeti, level 10. Princess Charlie has slain a cliff Yeti, level 10. Princess Charlie has slain a cliff Yeti, level 10. Princess Charlie has slain a cliff Yeti, level 9. Princess Charlie has reached level 3, skeleton, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point. Princess Charlie has unlocked a new race skill. Luke stood on a rocky ledge above the chaos, his breath steady, eyes sharp as he watched the final log crash over the cliffside, dragging a Yeti screaming into the void below. He let out a quiet chuckle, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Nice work, Princess Charlie, he murmured, not needing to look to know she was near. His hands moved as if by instinct, reaching into the air, gripping the familiar hilts of his kukris as they blinked into existence from his inventory. He drew them with a soft metallic whisper. Now. His gaze shifted to the tree lean below, where the surviving Yetis had scattered, some limping, others crawling into shadow. The pack was broken. Wounded. Disoriented. Our hunt begins. Princess Charlie had drained most of her stamina hammering trees barehanded with iron fist until they were weak enough to fall. But after her race level up, she'd fully recovered. Roar. The Yetis howled in unison, their eyes burning with primal rage. I don't want to interrupt the couple's moment, Allison muttered, stepping back, but we've got a problem. A Yeti lunged. It came down like a gorilla, both fists slamming the ground hard enough to send a shockwave of snow exploding outward. Flurries pelted the group as others behind it hurled massive snowballs with terrifying force. Luke hurled his kukris in response, each blade whistling through the air, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Allison darted forward, his sword meeting the Yeti's incoming strike. Clang. A flash of light burst from the impact. The Yeti stumbled back, snarling. It was a skill that Allison explained to Luke, called perfect parry. There was a small chance it would happen if he defended perfectly. More Yetis charged. They threw wild, sweeping blows that forced the group to split. Charlie surged forward like a charging bull, both fists glowing with the energy of Iron Fist. Her strike collided with a Yeti's chest, sending it staggering backward. Now! Luke shouted. Allison spun like a dancer, his katana tracing an arc of light as it sliced clean through the stunned Yeti's neck. The beast's body collapsed before it realized it was dead. A second Yeti rushed in. But before it could land a blow, Luke blurred into motion with a basic dark dash, reappearing behind the beast and driving both kukris into its back. Still, they were surrounded. Fists flew from every direction, massive limbs crashing down like falling trees. The trio dodged and danced between strikes, Charlie hammering into one Yeti's ribs while Luke cut through another's tendons. Then, for the briefest moment, everything stilled. The air turned colder. Thicker. Luke's instinct screamed, something worse was coming. A roar louder than the rest tore through the trees. A massive Yeti charged, nearly twice the size of the others. Its fur shimmered with a faint yellow glow. Luke turned, too late. The beast grabbed him by the torso and hurled him across the battlefield. He slammed into a tree with a wet thud, snow bursting outward as he hit the ground. The Yeti didn't stop. It rushed him, fists raised, and began pummeling. Thud. 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 Each hit smashed him deeper into the snow and bark. The tree groaned under the force. But Luke didn't close his eyes. Time didn't slow. He did. His breath. His heartbeat. The pain. The panic. It all fell away. In that instant, one heartbeat from death, he felt it, that fleeting moment of assassin's clarity. Focus sharpened like a blade, steady and cold. A breath of stillness amidst chaos. Insight. Allison landed on the beast's back with a double jump, driving his sword into its skull. But the Yeti barely flinched. It grabbed Allison and hurled him into a nearby tree with a crunch of cracking wood. The beast yanked the blade free and turned back to Luke, stabbing downward. Luke twisted aside at the last second, the sword sinking into the snow beside his head. Charlie struck. Her iron fist slammed into the creature's stomach, sending it staggering. Luke took the opening, flinging both kukris into its chest. As they returned, he launched them again, faster, harder. The Yeti howled, its fist glowing white with condensed cold mana. Then it punched the ground. Boom. The shockwave tossed all three of them like dolls. Luke tumbled across the snow, rolling until he crashed into a fallen branch. Crack. Pain lanced through his back. He groaned and tried to move but froze. He reached behind him. The sharpened end of a thick branch had stabbed through his cloak. It had almost skewered him. His armor had saved him by inches. He ripped the branch free just as another snowball crashed into him, sending him rolling again. His vision blurred. The world spun. More snowballs came raining down. Dozens. They weren't random anymore. They were being targeted. Focused fire. Luke growled through gritted teeth and pulled himself upright. Allison was barely keeping up with the giant Yeti. Each of its punches struck the earth like thunder, shockwaves tearing through the snow and knocking him off balance. He had to stay on the move, constantly retreating just to stay alive. Luke wasn't about to let him fight alone. He rushed toward two other Yetis barreling toward him, both snarling with bestial rage. Arg. One hurled a stone. Luke slid low, avoiding the impact. The second launched a snowball, too fast. He blocked it with his forearm, but the sheer force sent him skidding backward. Wham! A fist slammed into him before he could recover, launching him into the air. But just before the follow-up came, a skeletal fist soared upward. Crack! Princess Charlie landed a brutal uppercut to the creature's jaw. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. The Yeti staggered, dazed. Its jaw had shattered. Luke pounced, driving a kukri straight into the monster's face. The blade sank deep, and he followed with the second, stabbing again and again, carving through flesh with rapid, merciless precision. The beast flailed wildly, trying to grab him. Charlie struck again, this time in the gut. The Yeti lurched forward. It fell. Dead. Another Yeti roared and sprinted toward them, lifting a leg. Bam! Luke was kicked clean across the snow. He tried to call his kukris back. Nothing. He looked up. The last corpse had landed on top of his weapons. Perfect. He muttered. The charging Yeti bore down on him. With no other choice, Luke hurled his throwing knives while ducking and weaving. Blades flew. The monster growled as slashes opened across its chest, but it kept coming. Charlie moved to help, only to be intercepted. The massive Yeti, the Alpha, grabbed her mid-sprint and flung her like a ragdoll into a tree. Thud. She didn't move. Luke's focus narrowed as the remaining Yeti advanced. Then Allison appeared. He dropped from above, spinning like a cyclone. His katana drew a silver arc through the air, slicing through the beast's side in one clean motion. Arg. The Yeti howled. Allison didn't stop. He struck the calf, then the shoulder, then the face, then the gut. A relentless flurry of blows carved the beast open as he dashed around it in a blur. The monster roared and raised its fist, but Allison was already gone. He slid back calmly and sheathed his sword. Luke blinked. Boom. The Yeti's body erupted in a blast of compressed wind. Dozens of slashes exploded across its flesh, tearing it apart mid-scream. It fell, dead before it hit the ground. Luke barely had a second to process it. The Alpha Yeti came crashing down. Roar. It slammed both fists into the ground. Luke and Allison were launched in opposite directions. Luke hit hard, rolling uncontrollably through the snow, until he saw it. The cliff. Shit. He jammed a throwing knife into the ground and dug his other hand into the snow, barely stopping himself before sliding over the edge. Too close, he muttered. Snarl. He looked up just in time to see the giant beast charging him again. He threw himself aside, dodging by a hair. Still, the edge of the creature's punch clipped him, knocking the air from his lungs and sending him tumbling again. The Alpha Yeti didn't let up. It kept coming. Faster now. Stronger. More precise. Roar. Blood poured down its face from the wound in its skull, covering its eyes, mixing with its rage. Then it dropped low, almost like a predator on all fours, and charged. Luke didn't even have time to run. Crack. The beast's tusks slammed into his side, lifting him off the ground. He felt them dig in. Then he was launched again, flying through the air like a discarded doll, crashing down hard, bouncing across the ice. The Alpha Yeti roared and charged after him. Straight for the kill. Bam. Princess Charlie's iron fist slammed into the Alpha Yeti's jaw. One of its tusks went flying, spinning through the air and landing with a thud near Luke. The beast froze. It reached for the side of its face, fingers tracing the empty socket where the tusk had been. Then it let out a roar so loud the very snow shook. Roar. The air exploded with sound and wind. Snow was blasted in all directions, scattering through the trees like a blizzard detonating from a single point. The Yeti turned its fury on Charlie. Fists blurred. Blows rained down like thunder. She tried to block, but even with enhanced strength, she couldn't keep up. Bones cracked. Shards of white splintered from her arms as the relentless assault battered her guard. Luke glanced toward Allison, who was barely pushing himself up on one knee, still dazed from the earlier hit. Shit. Luke sprinted toward the fallen Yeti, the one whose corpse still pinned his kukris beneath its weight. He grabbed the creature's arm and tried to lift it. It didn't budge. Damn it. He looked back. Charlie was still fighting, but it was getting worse. She landed a solid punch to the beast's ribs, but it didn't flinch. It grabbed her with one massive hand and hurled her into a tree with bone-shaking force. Then, without hesitation, it tore off her arms and snapped them like twigs. Crack. Luke froze. It wasn't fear. It was calculation. Cold, sharp shock. Seeing his skeletal warrior torn apart didn't trigger sorrow, it triggered rage. Controlled, seething rage. Charlie was his edge. His vanguard. His blade. And now she was out of the fight. Roar, the beast roared again, slamming its fists into her and launching her deeper into the woods. She disappeared into the shadows. Bone fragments scattered. She vanished between the trees. Silence. Luke didn't hesitate. Heat climbed in his chest, cutting through the cold. He moved. He sprinted forward, but there was no time to get his blades. That's when he saw it. The tusk. It lay half buried in the snow, glinting under the pale moonlight. Not ideal, but it would do. He snatched it up and spun it once in his hand, testing the weight. It was awkward, unbalanced, but sharp. Tough. He'd used worse. The Yeti turned toward him, seething. It charged. Luke ducked the first punch by inches. He twisted and slid around the massive fist, then drove the tusk into the beast's side. SKRTCH. The Alpha screamed in rage and swung its elbow in a wide arc. Luke leapt back, but not fast enough. The hit grazed him, knocking him off his feet. He hit the ground hard but rolled, twisting to his feet just in time to see both fists descending toward him. Crash. The snow exploded upward. But Luke wasn't there. He'd already slipped to the side, and as the Yeti's fist sank into the earth, he slashed upward across its hand, carving open flesh and tendons. The creature shrieked and retaliated with wild, furious blows. But Luke didn't back down. He surged forward, diving under the next punch and dragging the tusk across the beast's thigh. Blood splattered across the snow. The monster stumbled, but its massive frame still held strong. It retaliated with a flurry of savage jabs. Luke dodged the first. Then the second. But the third hit home. Wham! Luke was launched, skidding across the snow like a broken doll. He gasped, lungs struggling to draw air. But even mid-flight, he twisted, driving the tusk into the ground to slow his slide, spinning his body with the momentum. He landed hard, but on his feet. Spitting blood, he stood tall once more. The Yeti bled from a dozen wounds. Its breath was ragged. Slower. But its eyes. Its eyes burned with killing intent. So did his. This was no ordinary fight. It was predator versus predator. And in that chaos, Luke found stillness. His breath slowed. His heartbeat steadied. His mind went quiet. The Alpha Yeti lunged, its claws slashing forward with terrifying force. Luke moved like a shadow, leaping at the last second, twisting midair, and driving the broken tusk deep into the creature's shoulder. It sank in with a sickening crunch. Greyerg. The beast roared, flailing as it tried to catch him. But Luke was already gone, flipping off its back and rolling through the snow, rising fluidly to his feet. The Yeti spun, its bloodied arm hanging low. And Luke ran straight at it. No hesitation. No fear. He slid beneath the monster at the last second, carving the jagged tusk across its ankle as he passed. SHRKKK. The tendons snapped like twine. The beast stumbled, howling, collapsing to one knee. Luke didn't stop. He dashed behind the creature and sprang upward, landing once more on its massive back. It thrashed wildly, but this time he didn't give it the chance. With a single, precise thrust, he jammed the broken tusk into the exposed cavity at the base of its skull. The Yeti convulsed. Its claws twitched. But its strength failed it. The monstrous body locked up, then slowly slumped forward, crashing into the snow with a heavy, final thud. Silence settled. Luke stood over it, chest heaving, blood streaked across his face. The wind bit at his skin, cold, sharp. He didn't move. Just breathed. The fight was over, but it didn't feel like a victory. He stared down at the corpse. Then, low and steady, he muttered, "You picked the wrong prey. You have slain a Yeti Berserker, LVL 12. You have reached level 5. Half Demon, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point, ***. An item has been added to your inventory. You have unlocked a new race skill." System windows appeared, flashing across his vision. He ignored the first few. But then 5 options appeared. Race skills. And not just any skills, demonic ones. Luke's eyes widened as he read them. The power described in those skills, it was something else entirely. Something dangerous. And it was calling to him. The battle was over. Yeti corpses littered the snow, their twisted bodies sprawled across the clearing like the aftermath of a massacre. Luke stood silently, staring at the broken corpse of the Berserker Yeti. But he didn't linger. His wounds, those that should have torn muscles and broken bones, were already gone. Restored the moment he leveled up. One of the fallen Yetis had collapsed directly over his kukris. He walked over, eyeing the body, then let out a low sigh. "I'm an idiot," he muttered. Instead of trying to lift the beast, Luke opened his system interface and tapped the kukri icon. In an instant, the blades vanished from beneath the corpse and reappeared in his hands, gleaming with cold, spectral steel. He stared at them, almost embarrassed. I could have done this from the start. He'd been so used to relying on the magnetic return function that he completely forgot about the basic inventory recall. Granted, it only worked if he was close enough to the item, but still. It would have worked. And instead, he'd used a broken fong like some caveman with a shiv. He chose not to dwell on it. Behind him, Allison finally rose to his feet, leaning heavily on his katana. A shallow cut bled at his temple, and his stance was shaky. "I screwed up again," he said, voice bitter. "One hit to the head and I was out of the fight. If you hadn't been there, we'd both be dead." He gripped the sword tighter, frustration burning in his eyes. Luke looked at him, then at the trail of Yeti blood that stained the snow. The kid had fought hard. "You made it through," Luke said quietly. "That matters. All you need now is experience. And that comes with time." He thought back to the dungeon, the forgotten temple. That nightmare had nearly killed him, but it had sharpened him too. Hardened him in ways that were impossible to explain. "You still played your part," Luke added. "You baited the Yetis into our trap. If not for your double jump, we couldn't have pulled that off. And the final blow? I drove the fong into the wound you created." Allison didn't respond at first. But slowly, some of the tension in his shoulders faded. "And Charlie," Luke continued, glancing toward the trees. "That fong came from the punch she landed." Right on cue, the skeletal warrior came stumbling out of the forest. Armless. Her once intimidating form now looked strange, awkward even, with both arms torn from their sockets. She approached them, glanced at the fallen Yeti, and then looked at Luke. Her eye sockets dimmed slightly. Luke gave her a small smile. "Looks like you're going to be on break for a while." Maybe she'd regenerate if he returned her to his soul. Or maybe not. If she'd been completely destroyed, it might have worked, but like this? He wasn't sure. Either way, she wouldn't be throwing any punches soon. They didn't linger in the clearing. If more Yetis came, and they probably would, it wasn't safe to stay. When they finally left the forest and crested the hill beyond the tree line, Luke saw it. A dark shape on the distant horizon. The wall. Massive. Imposing. It stretched across the landscape like a silent guardian. "That's it," Allison said quietly. "We've got a few days' walk ahead of us." Neither of them could see what lay beyond. But somewhere on the other side of that wall was a city. And somewhere inside that city, the portal that would take them out of this frozen nightmare. Luke exhaled, his breath fogging in the cold air. "Looks like we'll be walking for a while." Allison nodded silently, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular. Luke could tell he was probably navigating his system menu. The boy had mentioned leveling up his class after the battle. That gave Luke an idea. He opened Princess Charlie's status screen. She had also gained a race skill after leveling up. This time, though, a choice appeared. Last time, when she reached level 1, the system had simply assigned her a race skill without any options. But now I get to choose. Race skills weren't tied to combat classes, they were bound to the very structure of one's body. Luke had 2 race skills himself, Identify and Demonic Perception. Not exactly offensive tools, but invaluable for awareness and strategy. Princess Charlie, so far, only had her own version of Demonic Perception. They were support-type skills, useful but not offensive. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Until now. When the new list appeared, Luke felt his eyes widen. The first option caught his attention immediately. Skeletal Leap, uncommon, the legs reinforced with additional bone, becoming stronger and more elastic. Grants the ability to perform high, agile jumps, useful for avoiding danger or reaching difficult terrain. Luke blinked, impressed. Mobility. Escape. Height advantage. Charlie could turn into a frontline jumper or even dodge in emergencies. Race skills can be this useful. Do humans get something like this too? He moved to the second. Skeletal Claws, uncommon, the phalanges elongate and shape into sharp bone blades, turning fingers into natural cutting weapons. Enhances melee lethality with rapid, slicing attacks. Okay. He muttered. That's terrifying. He couldn't help but glance at Charlie's skeletal hands, imagining those fingers transforming into bladed claws. So undead can do this? Or is it something only Charlie gets because she's bound to me? The more he used the system, the more questions piled up. Next came the third skill. Bone knuckles, uncommon, the bones in the hands become denser and more durable, amplifying striking power and physical resilience in close-quarters combat. Luke frowned. It wasn't bad, if anything, it would make her punches stronger. But with Iron Fist already in her arsenal, it felt redundant. Sure, stacking both might boost her damage, but it would also pigeonhole her into a specific combat style. And once she started using weapons again, she'd be stuck with two skills she wouldn't fully utilize. He needed flexibility, not brute force. Then came the fourth. Vertebrae whip, rare, a segment of the spine can detach and transform into a whip-like bone weapon. Luke winced. It was creative. Unique. Creepy as hell. But not practical. She already had powerful melee tools. Unless she lost her arms again, which, given how often it happened, might not be out of the question, it just didn't feel worth it. I need something that lets her adapt. Stay versatile. His eyes reached the final option. And the moment he read it, a thrill surged through his chest. This was it. The one. Basic bone regeneration, rare, by consuming HP, the skeleton can restore lost limbs and mend broken bones, ensuring its body never remains incomplete for long. The greater the injury, the higher the cost. Luke stared at the system notification, then glanced over at Princess Charlie. She was sitting quietly nearby, shoulders slumped, her skeletal form incomplete, both arms torn off during the battle. She tried not to show it, but it was clear. She was upset. Luke looked back at the skill again. It would be idiotic not to choose this. But he didn't rush the decision. He forced himself to break it down, pros and cons. It wasn't true regeneration. It was a sacrifice. HP would be the currency for recovery. That meant Charlie could rebuild her body, at a price. And in a real fight, that price could be deadly. If she had just lost a limb and was already low on HP, using this skill could push her to the brink. Worse, it could leave her one hit away from shattering completely. It was a double-edged blade. A powerful trump card, if used at the right time. But not something to rely on recklessly. Luke narrowed his eyes. HP doesn't regenerate naturally. At least, not that he'd noticed. Since the moment he got the system, there hadn't been a single day he hadn't taken damage. So any natural recovery, if it existed, was practically invisible. If anything, it might be something absurdly slow, like 1 point every 24 hours. Stamina came back with rest. Mana regenerated slowly depending on your total MP pool. But HP? It was a resource that once lost, stayed lost, until healed by outside means. Still. When weighed against the alternatives, this skill wasn't just useful. It was necessary. A fallback. A survival tool. A way to keep Charlie in the fight even after devastating damage. Without hesitation, he selected it. Princess Charlie has acquired the race skill, Basic Bone Regeneration. This skill will show its true value later on. As Luke analyzed the numbers, the possibilities unraveled in his mind. The more vitality Charlie has, the less HP she'll lose with each use. At some point, she'll have so much health that the cost won't even matter. Unless. What if it's percentage-based? His strategy would collapse instantly. His dream of turning her into a walking mountain of HP, useless. If the skill drained a fixed percentage instead of flat numbers, there'd be no escaping the trade-off. Still, it was powerful. Worth the risk. He glanced at Princess Charlie. Despite her skeletal form lacking facial features, something about her felt brighter, more animated. He couldn't explain it, but he could feel her emotions radiating through their link. That connection between master and servant, it lets me feel what she feels. Luke opened her status interface. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 3. Rank, F. Class, Warrior, LVL 5. Race, Skeleton. Titles, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 167/190. Mana points, MP 40/40ths. Stamina, 113/130. Stats. Strength, 21. Agility, 12. Endurance, 13. Vitality, 19. Perception, 6. Intelligence, 4. Free points, 1. Almost immediately, she began to activate the new skill. A soft glow pulsed from her shoulder sockets. Bone began to stretch and twist from the exposed ends, slowly shaping into full arms. But something caught Luke's eye. It's consuming HP, yes, but also MP. Mana and health were being drained simultaneously. So it wasn't just a matter of stacking vitality. Even if Charlie had a massive health pool, she'd still need a reservoir of mana to rebuild herself, especially in drawn-out battles. I'll need to invest in her intelligence too. She's not just a tank anymore. She's a regenerating tank. Luke allocated the spare point into her intelligence. Stats updated, Princess Charlie. Intelligence, 4-5. Free points, 1-0. He closed the screen and glanced over at Allison, who was still locked in thought, likely reviewing skill options after leveling up. Time to see what I got from that berserker. Luke opened his own inventory, and what he found made his eyes widen. Now this is actually useful. Luke opened his inventory and tapped on the newest edition. A brief shimmer flickered on the screen as the item's description appeared, glowing faintly in the air before him. His eyes narrowed. It's useful, but not for me. Yeti Fong, uncommon. Description, a longsword forged from the fong of a furious Yeti. Requirement, level 5+ in any fighter class. So that was the catch. He couldn't use it. Not because of strength or skill, but because his class didn't qualify. Still, he tried equipping it. Nothing happened. The system rejected the action, and the weapon refused to materialize in his hand. With a quiet sigh, he dragged the item into Princess Charlie's inventory slot. Good to know I can equip her with class-restricted weapons like that. Princess Charlie summoned the weapon, but without her arms, it dropped to the ground with a dull clatter. Luke walked over and picked it up. It was heavier than he expected. Solid. Powerful. Still, at least now he'd confirmed something, he could interact with the weapon through her. That much worked. But he knew better than to hope. The system wouldn't be fooled. The sword didn't recognize him. It didn't respond to his stats or his class. He wasn't a fighter. And no matter how clever the workaround seemed, the system would never bend for him. Which meant the weapon was useless to him. Allison, leaning against a tree nearby, watched with folded arms. He gave a nod of approval. That's going to be real useful on the road. Luke glanced toward the distant wall of the kingdom, just visible along the horizon. The wind stirred his cloak. Yeah, he replied. Let's get moving. The snowstorm hit harder than either of them had expected. Dig faster. Allison shouted, his voice nearly swallowed by the wind. They clawed at the ground with frantic urgency, hands tearing through the snow as it piled up around them. Allison's pace faltered quickly, his bare fingers turned red, then numb. The cold was merciless. Luke, however, pressed on. His dungeon-forged gloves granted him precious resistance, and he kept digging with grim determination. That's deep enough. Luke called out to Charlie over the howl of the storm. He flung open his wolf pelt cloak and spread it across the base of the pit. Allison did the same, tossing his cloak to Charlie. Without hesitation, she moved to cover the entrance. Both boys dropped into the narrow burrow, curling in on themselves against the cold. Charlie pulled the remaining pelt over the top and sat on it, anchoring it down with her own weight to keep the wind from ripping it away. Outside, the blizzard screamed like a starving beast. Shit, it's freezing, Allison muttered through clenched teeth, shivering uncontrollably. Darkness wrapped around them like another layer of ice, but then, with a soft flick, Luke summoned a flame from his ring. It flickered to life, casting dancing orange light across the tight space. Warmth crept into the air, slow but steady. If it weren't for your gear, Allison murmured, cradling his frozen hands near the flame, we'd have frozen to death before the second storm even hit. This wasn't their first time doing this. Since leaving the Yeti-haunted forest, they'd been forced to dig makeshift burrows with every new storm. One after another. It had already been a full day of trekking across endless snowfields, and not a single sign of civilization. In a standard tutorial, they might have expected checkpoints. Maybe even groups of survivors. But nothing about this place was standard. Every single step forward made that more obvious. Stolen story, please report. Luke had already tested Charlie's new race skill, basic bone regeneration. The process was slow but functional. It hadn't been enough to fully restore both her arms, barely enough for one, actually, so he returned her to his soul space. 24 hours later, she came back whole. The skill had clear value. It was far from perfect, but still better than waiting a full day without her. Luke suspected if he poured enough stat points into her vitality and intelligence, she could heal more and faster. The HP and MP drain will be a problem long-term, though. But if she ever gets wiped out in battle, this could mean the difference between returning, or staying dead. We'll reach the wall by this time tomorrow, if we keep pace, Luke said. Across from him, Allison huddled closer to the fire. His fingers were a pale purple, and Luke frowned as he noticed the early signs of frostbite. That's the hope, Allison replied through clenched teeth. The tutorial mentioned the inside of the city isn't this cold. Just gotta survive until then. The fire crackled gently between them, a small, flickering flame pushing back against the chill. Its warmth was fragile, temporary, barely enough to fight the storm that howled just beyond the walls. Outside, the blizzard raged on. Unforgiving. Unrelenting. A force of nature that cared nothing for who lived or died beneath it. But tomorrow, they'd reach the wall. The edge of the kingdom. And beyond that, things wouldn't get easier. They'd only get more complicated. The storm hadn't stopped. Most blizzards came and went, brief, brutal flashes of nature's wrath that faded within minutes, maybe an hour at most. But this one, it had been raging for over 4 hours, and it showed no signs of slowing. The wind screamed like a chorus of dying spirits, hurling itself against the frozen earth with a fury that felt anything but natural. Inside the cramped burrow, the world was still, quiet, except for the muted howling beyond the firs that covered the opening. Luke had dimmed the flame of his ring. Instead of letting it burn openly, he focused on something else, mana control. By channeling just enough energy into the artifact, he could maintain a steady warmth without producing visible fire. It required patience and precision, something he'd been practicing since their descent began. It wasn't much. But it was enough. Enough to keep the walls from icing over. Enough to keep their breath from turning to frost. Enough to keep the cold from becoming death. Their shelter, for now, was not a tomb. Allison was sleeping, or at least pretending to. Luke didn't mind. The guy was always alert, even in rest. But Luke was the same way. Even when his eyes drifted shut, his instincts remained razor-sharp. With the storm refusing to die and no point in wasting time, Luke pulled up his system interface and opened his skill options. 5 choices appeared. One immediately unsettled him. A demonic skill. He stared at it for a moment, heart pacing just a little faster. The idea of leaning deeper into his demonic side always left him with a pit in his stomach. With each new choice, it felt like he was drifting further away from being human. But he also knew something else. Right now, power mattered more than pride. He needed every edge he could get. The first skill was Advanced Survival Instinct, Human, gain deep knowledge in wilderness survival, including hunting, fishing, foraging, and finding shelter. Invaluable for long journeys or resource-scarce regions. However, its usefulness is limited in urban areas or highly technological environments. This was an excellent skill, one that gave him knowledge he didn't have. Even with the basics of survival, there were things he didn't know, and that skill would cover all of his needs. The problem was that his concern wasn't unfounded. Instead of rarity, the skills were showing him the race they belonged to. The second skill had a sharper edge to it. Enhanced 5 senses, human, sharpen your senses beyond human norms. Detect faint sounds, hidden movements, and sense with pinpoint precision. Surprise attacks become far less effective. That was closer to what he'd call a superhuman skill. It wasn't just practical, it had real battlefield applications. A heightened awareness of everything around him, down to the breath of an ambusher or the vibration of footsteps across snow. But the third skill. Luke's hand froze over the interface. Poisonous blood, demon, your blood contains a mild toxin. Any enemy who makes direct contact with it will suffer its effects. With further upgrades, the venom can become significantly stronger, and eventually lethal. He stared at the words. My own blood, as a weapon. A twisted part of him saw the potential immediately. With his throwing knife mastery, it wasn't hard to imagine what he could do: coat a blade with his blood, let it fly, and watch the toxin do the rest. Silent. Unseen. Deadly. The perfect tool for an assassin. But it came at a cost. Not just mana or health. It was a choice. A step deeper into the abyss. Luke took a slow breath, eyes narrowing as the storm howled louder outside. One skill granted survival. One granted awareness. The third offered something else entirely. Power. Real power. Would he give in to his human side, or his demonic one? As a half-demon, Luke understood now, his racial skills would always come with a choice. Human instincts versus demonic power. The fourth option appeared on his screen. Mental focus, human, sharpen your concentration to an extreme degree. Greatly enhances your ability to perform tasks requiring precision, such as deciphering ancient texts, solving intricate puzzles, or executing meticulous actions. However, this skill has no direct impact on combat. It looked unimpressive on the surface. But Luke saw what many might miss. In battle, focus could be a deadlier weapon than strength. He thought back to the moments when his mind slipped into that eerie stillness, the pure clarity of an assassin about to strike. This skill, it felt like a way to harness that state permanently. Had the poisonous blood skill not appeared, he might have chosen this one without hesitation, but now, he hesitated. It wasn't just a decision about utility. It was about identity. Poisonous blood was lethal. Silent. It turned his own body into a weapon, a perfect complement to his style, his mindset. It was efficient, elegant, and merciless. It was everything a demon would choose. And yet, it wasn't the last choice. The final skill appeared, and in a single breath, all the other options vanished from his mind. His pulse slowed. His instincts, sharpened through countless near-deaths, screamed not in warning but in awe. This wasn't a skill. It was temptation incarnate, a demonic power that eclipsed the rest, not just in danger, but in sheer potential. The fifth skill hung in front of Luke like a whisper from something ancient. The system's screen pulsed softly in the dim light. Dark blood, demon, your blood becomes a living, symbiotic organism that feeds on the essence of your enemies. This blackened blood strengthens your body, enhancing your resistance and regeneration. But it is not merely a part of you. It grows. It learns. And one day, it will no longer remain confined to your veins. When that time comes, it can manifest as a second skin if you allow it. An extension of your being. Together, you will become something far greater. Luke stared at the text in silence. This wasn't a skill. It was a transformation. Unlike the other options, dark blood didn't grant immediate strength or utility. It was a seed, one that promised to bloom into something monstrous. And it would grow inside him. A living organism, inside my veins. He felt a chill crawl up his spine. Not from fear, but from imagining the implications. His biology wouldn't just change, it would be redefined. This thing would drink his enemy's essence, mutate, evolve, become something more. And eventually, it would try to escape. Not violently. Not rebelliously. It would ask to be let out. To cover him. To fight with him. He clenched his fist. Would his blood still be his? Would a single scratch expose the truth? Pitch black blood leaking from his wounds like a curse etched into his flesh. No hiding that. No going back from it either. It was the most powerful choice. No doubt about it. But also the most alien. He'd been circling this decision for an entire day, weighing each option, trying to ignore the quiet hunger in the back of his mind that begged him to choose it, to embrace it. Now he was tired. Exhausted, both physically and mentally. And still unsure. With a long, steady breath, Luke closed his eyes. He didn't choose. Not yet. Finally. I don't believe it. Allison shouted, his pace quickening as he sprinted ahead. Lady Skeleton, we made it. They'd done it. After days of trudging through frozen death, the two of them, along with Charlie, had reached the edge of the cursed tundra. Luke's boots sank not into snow, but into solid earth. Grass. He glanced behind him. The transition was so sharp it looked unnatural. Snow fell from the sky in a continuous curtain, yet refused to pass beyond a certain invisible boundary. As if the storm was being held back by something. Magic? Tech? A divine barrier? He didn't know. And right now, he didn't care. Because for the first time in days, it wasn't freezing. The temperature was still cold, but not lethal. Luke could move without feeling the threat of death breathing down his neck with every gust of wind. Trees with living green leaves swayed nearby, birds chirped faintly in the distance. It was surreal. Allison slid down a low hill toward the tree-line, practically stumbling in his excitement. You see it, don't you? Luke called out behind him, gaze fixed on the structure looming in the distance. This wall, it's endless. A sheer, towering wall of stone stretched across the landscape as far as the eye could see. No visible gate. No towers. No guards. Just a smooth, seamless barrier reaching skyward until the sun itself became blinding. It reminded Luke of Attack on Titan, if the Titans never even got the chance to fight back. Allison stood at the base of a tree, scanning the branches with wide, hopeful eyes. No fruit. Nothing edible. Luke already knew what that meant. They were out of food. What little he had left was gone by day 1. They hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours. Still, they were alive. And for the first time since the tutorial began, they were close. He stared up at the wall again. Beyond it lay the kingdom. And somewhere inside, the portal that could take them home. But this was far from over. This was only the beginning. They had been following the wall for hours, hoping to find a gate, an opening, anything that resembled an entrance. But the stone stretched on endlessly, unbroken and indifferent. Instead, what they found was something else. More trees. A forest had begun to take shape as they continued, dense enough that the treetops obscured the distant sun. The farther they moved, the more the snow receded. Eventually, the soil beneath their boots turned soft, damp. Something trickled nearby, a faint stream of water. The three of them followed it cautiously, until it led them to a small recess at the base of the wall. A perfectly carved tunnel. Water flowed from it in a steady stream, and at its mouth was a set of thick, tightly crossed bars, both horizontal and vertical, forming an impenetrable grid. A sewer drain, Allison muttered, stepping closer. The water looks clean, though, Luke noted, eyeing the stream. Sewers have clean water lines too. Don't forget that. They inspected the metal. Not even a pinky could slip through the gaps. It was sealed tight. Allison took a breath, gripped his katana with both hands, and swung. The blade rang out with a metallic clang, sending a vibration up his arms, but the bars didn't so much as bend. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Luke stepped forward. That thickness, it's no joke. Princess Charlie raised her massive sword, focused her energy, and activated Heavy Strike. The hit echoed through the tunnel like thunder, but again, nothing. Luke followed up, slashing with his kukris. No enhancement, no empowered strike, just raw force. The result? Minimal at best. Then Charlie switched to her fists, activating Iron Fist. Her punches hammered the bars with enough force to make the stone vibrate. Blow after blow, she pounded the metal. The sound echoed deep into the tunnel like a drumbeat of war. Still nothing. Unmoving. Untouched. Solid as ever. This just keeps getting worse, Allison groaned, stepping back and wiping sweat from his brow. There might be another drain, Luke said. If there's one, there could be more. They exchanged looks. Then turned their eyes down the wall. Only one way to find out, Allison said, disheartened. With that, they kept moving. They crouched low in the woods, concealed by the underbrush and shadows. They'd found 2 more sewer drains along the way, each one locked down just like the first. Unbreakable. Unyielding. But now, something else had caught their attention. Light. Flickers of fire in the distance. At first, they thought they might have finally stumbled across survivors. But as they crept closer, the shapes of crude wooden homes came into view. A village, hidden within the forest. But it wasn't human. Larger than average humanoids moved between the buildings. Thick, brutish bodies. Gray-green skin. Tusks curling from their jaws. Primitive weapons strapped to their backs, axes of stone, spears of bone, shields made from hide and scrap metal. Orc Scout, LVL. Some were labeled by the system, others were obscured, marked only with question marks. But one thing was clear. They were all the same species. Orcs. Luke lay prone in the brush, only a few meters away from one of the patrols. He watched in silence, then retreated carefully back to Allison and Charlie. It's definitely an orc, he whispered. They look like something ripped straight from a fantasy novel, raw muscle and primal aggression made flesh. So, what do you think the odds are they'll kill us on sight? Allison asked, voice dry. Luke exhaled. I'd say the odds are very high. The orcs wore crude, cobbled-together accessories, necklaces made of bone, scraps of leather stitched with sinew, and some even wore makeshift helmets crafted from the skulls of fallen yetis. But that wasn't what drew Luke's attention. Pikes were planted around the outskirts of the encampment. Each one crowned with a human skull. Princess Charlie instinctively touched her own bony head as she stared at the grisly display. I get the feeling they're not fans of skeletons, Allison muttered in her direction. But that wasn't the only problem. Nor was it the worst. A short distance from the village, nestled at the base of the wall, was an open sewer tunnel. Torches lined the dirt path leading up to it, crude wooden posts with flames flickering atop them. 2 orcs stood guard outside the entrance, their posture rigid, eyes scanning the darkness. Luke quickly noted their pattern. They operated in pairs. Each orc wore a small iron bell strapped to their gear. Likely an alarm system. Any attempt to ambush them quietly would fail, especially with others stationed on the rooftops, keeping watch over the whole area. And even if they did make it past the outer sentries, there was no guarantee the tunnel itself was unguarded. They silently retreated into the forest, putting as much distance between themselves and the orc camp as possible. If it hadn't been night, the flicker of torchlight would never have gone unnoticed. In daylight, they'd have walked straight into danger. Once they reached a safe clearing, Allison finally spoke. Their intelligence definitely surpasses the Yetis. Luke nodded. Yeah. They're assigning roles, guarding strategic points, sharing basic commands, even if it's just grunts and growls. He thought back to the moment he tried using Identify on one of them. By the way, you know why Identify doesn't work sometimes? Allison nodded. If the enemy's level is too high or if they're intelligent enough, the system might block you. The smarter the target, the less accurate the reading. With humans, it's even worse. Figures, Luke muttered. That lines up. There are other factors too. Some monsters have natural resistance to identification. Others might have equipment or awakened skills that block it. That's why, in the end, you rely on what you can see and what you can feel. They started sharing everything they'd noticed from their observation, the orcs' routine, their weapons, their tactics. It was clear they weren't acting like wild beasts. They were a trained unit. Disciplined. There was a massive boar roasting in the center of the camp, proof they hunted and preserved their food. Their patrols were tight, their guards disciplined, and their structures reinforced. This wasn't just a roaming group of monsters. This was a base. I'm convinced, Allison said grimly. No other participant made it here. At least not through that sewer entrance. And if someone did. He glanced toward the camp, toward the iron bells, the patrols, the heads on spikes. They probably turned back and hoped to find another way. Luke didn't respond. But in his gut, he knew Allison was right. Their situation had just gotten a whole lot worse. This tutorial keeps getting more and more unnatural, Luke muttered. Allison stared through the trees, his gaze fixed in the direction of the orc village. I counted about 25 of them. Maybe more. A few could be inside those wooden huts or asleep. But even with what we do see, it's going to be way harder than the Yetis. Luke said nothing, but he agreed. Even if the orcs were smaller than the Yetis, they were far more dangerous. They weren't brutes. They were organized. He glanced at the twin kukris in his hands, silent, deadly, precise. We only have two options, he finally said. Either we keep searching for another sewer entrance, or we deal with the orcs. Just the three of them. No backup. No other tutorial participants. No margin for error. If there had been others nearby, hell, even a small squad, they could have planned something bigger. Maybe launched a proper raid. But now. This is too risky, Allison said. Let's look for another way in. Something, anything else. Luke gave a silent nod. He agreed. But as they turned to leave, he hesitated for just a moment. Because deep down, they all knew the truth, that might be the only entrance. And if they didn't find another, they would have to come back. And the three of them would be forced to take on the entire orc village. The night had passed. Morning light broke through the clouds as Luke and Allison trudged down yet another slope. They had walked through the entire night until they reached the third sewer tunnel. Another sealed one, Allison muttered, slumping to the ground. Luke stood silently, staring at the thick iron bars. You want to keep walking? Maybe another 12 hours, he asked calmly. Allison groaned, pushing himself upright with his katana. And if we turn back, it'll take at least a full day to return. 48 hours lost, just like that. They fell into silence. In all the sewer tunnels we've seen so far, not a single mark, not a trace of anyone else, Allison finally said. Luke didn't reply immediately. He just stood there, eyes fixed on the barred tunnel entrance, understanding exactly what Allison meant. I really hope someone out there was lucky enough to be teleported inside the wall, Luke said after a while. Because outside, there's nothing. No sign of life. Just us. They had no other choice. They started the long trek back toward the orc encampment. Their only viable path into the city. If the wall really surrounds the entire kingdom, it might be circular, Allison offered, trying to sound optimistic. There could be thousands of sewer entries. If others were teleported out here too, maybe they found another way in. Or, Luke countered, it's just a straight line. A wall cutting across the land, ending at a natural barrier, like the ocean or a mountain. They walked in silence for a while, the crunch of their steps through undergrowth the only sound between them. The decision had been made. They would face the orcs. Luke lay flat in the tall grass, hidden deep in the shadows, eyes locked on the orc encampment. 2 days of observation. Allison was posted elsewhere, scouting from another angle. Luke had told him he wanted time alone, to watch. To learn. The orcs moved with heavy steps and crude discipline. Tall, muscular, bestial humanoids with thick arms, tusks jutting from their lower jaws, and makeshift weapons strapped to their backs. Some wore bone necklaces or crude helmets fashioned from yeti skulls. The smell of blood and ash lingered in the air. Luke's eyes moved from one target to another, studying everything. The way they lifted weapons. Which hand they favored. Who trained with bows, and how fast they loosed arrows. He watched the ones that split logs with axes, calculating the force of their swings, the balance of the blades, even the slight curve in the steel that caused the wood to splinter sideways. Every movement told a story. Every action revealed something he could exploit. He wasn't just watching monsters, he was watching patterns. Learning. Absorbing. The thud of an axe, the shattering of wood. The quick pull of bowstrings. The rhythm of patrol routes. The flickers of their attention, the moments when their eyes drifted. Instinct. That's what it was. These creatures weren't trained, they were born with these roles. They moved with purpose coded into their bones. The narrative has been illicitly obtained, should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. A lion isn't taught to kill. A snake doesn't learn to strike. They just do. And maybe that calm he felt sometimes, those rare moments when his heart slowed and the world became sharp and clear, maybe that was his own instinct awakening. Not something taught. Something buried deep. Waiting. Luke's hand tightened on the grip of his kukri as he absorbed even more knowledge. Luke slipped away into the forest, moving silently while Allison kept watch back at the edge of camp. Under the cover of shadows, he opened his system screen. There it was, the final decision, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat in the corner of his vision. He had held off long enough. I won't be ruled by instinct, he muttered, eyes fixed on the glowing text. I'll weaponize it. That includes you. You have acquired the race skill, Dark Blood. Pain erupted through his body like wildfire. He dropped to his knees, clutching his chest as if his veins were boiling. It wasn't just heat, it was movement, as though something alive had been injected into his bloodstream and was now writhing through every inch of him. Gritting his teeth, Luke refused to scream. He forced himself upright, trembling as he fought against the surge of energy inside him. Something slithered beneath the surface of his skin, tiny motions like insects crawling under his flesh, coiling along his arms and spine. When the pain finally dulled, he reached for one of his kukris and slashed the palm of his hand. Blood dripped out, deep red at first, then black. A thick, inky fluid oozed from the wound. Luke narrowed his eyes and gripped the black droplet between his fingers. It pulsed in his hand, almost, curious. You obey me. Not the other way around, he said coldly. You're part of my body. My will. Got it? The black drop twitched, as if responding. Good, Luke said, releasing it. The black fluid hovered for a moment, then slithered up his arm and slid smoothly back into the cut, vanishing beneath his skin like it had never left. Atop the highest watchtower in the orc camp, 2 sentries stood guard. One held a primitive bow, the other a jagged stone spear. They stood motionless, eyes scanning the forest edge for intruders. Far below, orcs moved with purpose, sharpening weapons, cooking over fire pits, organizing patrols. Crude huts lined the tree-line, each one made from timber and bones. One of the sentries grunted and pointed his bow. A faint flicker of orange danced in the distance. Fire. He grabbed the small bone bell at his belt and rang it sharply. Tink tink. Seconds later, the entire camp responded in kind. Dozens of bells echoed in unison. An immediate ripple of movement followed. A hunting party armed with spears and axes sprinted toward the forest, half vanishing into the trees while the others circled for a pincer approach. Everything moved like clockwork. Disciplined. Coordinated. The archer turned to alert his partner, only to find him on the floor, blood pooling beneath his neck. The corpse rolled off the tower and hit the logs below with a dull thud. The orc spun, panic rising. He reached for an arrow, muscles tense. Then stopped. There, clinging to the outer frame of the tower like a shadow made flesh, was a human. No. Something far worse. Black kukri clenched in his teeth, another in hand, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Unblinking. Unhuman. The orc loosed a choked growl and yanked his bowstring. Too slow. The blade left Luke's hand in a single, fluid motion, hissing through the air. It buried itself in the orc's throat before he even realized he'd been hit. Squelch. The black metal embedded into the orc's hand. His fingers spasmed, the arrow slipping from his grip and clattering to the wooden floor. He tried to scream, but the human was already there. Too fast. Too silent. Cold steel punctured his chest. Again. 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 Each strike was surgical, like the killer was carving something into his flesh. His bow fell. His body jerked. He lashed out in desperation, but the human vanished like smoke. Dizzy, breath ragged, the orc's eyes fluttered. Something sharp entered his skull. He tried to turn his head, instinct, confusion, desperation, but there was nothing left to see. A kick sent his limp body flying backward. As he fell, vision dimming, the last thing he saw were those eyes. Not hateful. Not angry. Just cold. Just final. Swoosh. A second blade spun through the air. It shimmered, duplicated mid-flight, and the copy sank straight into his face. Boom. The body crashed into a wooden shack below, obliterating it into splinters. The entire camp froze. Thud. Another corpse slammed into the ground nearby. Orc patrols turned as one, staring toward the source. At the peak of the watchtower, silhouetted by the full moon, stood a lone human. Cloak fluttering in the wind. Arms bloodied. Eyes glowing like dying stars. And when he raised his hand. Swish. 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 12 throwing knives launched from his fingers. Mid-air, they doubled. 24 blades descended like a storm of steel and death. Squelch. 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 Screams erupted. Orcs clutched at their throats, their chests. Blood sprayed the snow. Arg. Panic. They turned to charge the tower. Growling. But then a different growl split the air. They spun around. And saw them. Another human, sword drawn, stance ready. Beside him, something inhuman, a towering skeleton wielding a long blade. Its eye sockets glowed faintly, and blood still dripped from its bone-white hands. At their feet, 2 orc bodies lay still. Weapons trembled in dead hands. The assassin on the tower was not alone. The remaining orcs snarled, eyes darting between the rooftop and the ground. Their formation broke. Some roared in defiance, others in fear. Up above, Luke watched them all. His breathing slowed. The black blood inside him pulsed like it could feel the moment. No hesitation. No mercy. Just the kill. And then. The real battle began. The village wasn't just any orc camp. It was military. Tactical. Every detail had been considered, alarm bells, curfews, patrol routes. These orcs were disciplined. Trained. Luke knew he couldn't just assassinate them one by one. They'd notice. They'd adapt. The situation would spiral fast. And if reinforcements existed in nearby regions, they'd be called without hesitation. The orcs were paranoid and organized. When they noticed the fire, they didn't just send scouts, they sent a full unit. Not to investigate. To hunt. To kill. Luke and Allison realized at the moment they saw how coordinated the enemy was. That's why everything had to be resolved in a single night. In one decisive strike. And that's exactly what was happening. Right now, they were three. Three against the entire fortified orc camp. An assassin. A swordsman. And a skeletal warrior. That village had become a hell of blades and shadows. Allison tore through the ranks of orcs like a storm of steel, his katana slicing clean red arcs through the air. Limbs fell before their owners even realized they were dead. Beside him, the skeletal warrior surged forward, her new longsword gleaming in the dark like a sharpened fong. Crack. Her blade split an orc's face open, the skull snapped back with a sickening crunch. The strangled scream died in his throat. Allison leapt, a double jump. The scent of smoke and blood burned his nostrils. The distant clang of weapons and screams echoed across the battlefield, while cold wind slashed across his face. There was no room for hesitation. For a moment, he hovered above the orcs, gauging the best position to strike. They had to move fast. Agility and speed were their best defenses. That's why he needed to help eliminate the frontline warriors alongside Charlie, while Luke focused on the ranged threats. There were only 3 of them. If even one suffered a serious wound, the rest would fall to the horde. Slash. Slash. Allison spun midair, his katana carving deadly lines into the orcs below. They staggered, confused, and dropped in silence. Charlie stepped back and then lunged. Her fist lit up as Iron Fist activated, smashing into the snarling face of an oncoming orc. Bam! The shockwave sent the creature flying, its body slamming into 3 others like a wrecking ball made of flesh and bone. Charlie didn't stop. Her blade flashed into her hand, cutting down the orcs trying to rise again. She blended swordplay with brutal punches, every strike rattled her bones. Of the 3, she was the most fragile, a single blow could shatter her. So she played dirty, striking with the sword then surprising them with a punch to finish the job. For a brief moment, her gaze flicked to Luke. Even in the chaos of battle, she watched him when she could, always worried for his safety. Meanwhile, Luke moved above them all, a shadow gliding effortlessly across the rooftops. The archers below scrambled for their warning bells, but no reinforcements would arrive in time. He had to be fast. They'd drawn some of the orcs toward the fire in the forest, but the rest would be arriving any minute now. As he sprinted across the rooftops, Luke's eyes calculated in an instant what had to be done, take out the orc archers fast. One orc gasped just as Luke dropped down from above, his black kukri sinking deep into the crown of the orc's skull. The body crumpled backward, dead fingers twitching around a bell that would never ring. You have slain an orc scout, LVL 11. The problem wasn't just the orcs' level, it was their numbers and how well they fought together. Arrows sliced through the air. Luke rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the first volley. Then, a different sound, a sharp, whistling hiss cut through the night. A glowing arrow streaked toward him. Crash. It exploded against the rooftop behind him, sending shards and flames bursting into the sky. The heat scorched his skin, and wooden splinters zipped past his face, dangerously close. That was way too close. Luke leapt to another rooftop, kicking an orc archer square in the chest mid-fall. The creature's body crashed through a barrel below like a sack of meat. Another glowing arrow screamed behind him. He dove flat just as the projectile exploded, blowing a nearby water barrel into splinters. A damn magic archer. That was dangerous, not just for Charlie and Allison but for him too. Luke ran. More arrows rained down as he moved, blurring across the rooftops like a living shadow. An orc lunged into his path, axe raised high. Luke slid beneath the swing, kukri flashing. The orc's leg was sliced clean at the thigh. As it fell, he shoved the body forward, right into the path of the incoming arrows. Squelch. Squelch. A dozen arrows impaled the orc, turning him into a grotesque pincushion. Luke grabbed a discarded wooden shield from the ground and raised it just in time. Arrows hammered into it one by one, each impact pounding like a war drum. Shit. Splinters flew with every hit. The next one could break through and pin his arm. Then, that whistle again. He spun aside as the glowing arrow screamed past him, detonating a nearby hut in a fireball of shrapnel and smoke. Too close again. His heart pounded. He dodged on instinct and thanks to his heightened perception field. Down below, Allison fought near Charlie. His blade moved faster now, sharper, cutting down an orc trying to flank with eyes burning in fierce resolve. Charlie swung her sword in a savage arc, deflecting a club, then countered with a clean thrust to the gut. The magic archer was already turning his aim toward them. Luke couldn't let that happen. He leapt to another rooftop, moving fast. His kukris flashed, slicing down 2 archers before they could even knock their arrows. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. You have slain an orc scout archer, LVL 9. You have slain an orc scout archer, LVL 11. Another jump, another roof. The dangerous archer spotted him, already drawing another glowing arrow aimed directly at Luke. For a moment, Luke froze. He was rushing straight toward a marksman who had him in his sights. But if the orc had a ranged weapon, so did he. The kukri whistled through the air, a perfect throw. But the orc smirked, leaning aside at the last second. The blade grazed him and missed. Luke dove, dodging left, but then. Shunk. The orc's eyes bulged as a sharp pain shot through his back. The kukri had returned, pulled back by magnetic return, and embedded itself deep in his spine. The orc staggered, grunting. He blinked. Basic dark dash. Luke materialized right in front of him, in the middle of the strike. Splurt. The kukri sliced through flesh and bone. The orc's head hit the rooftop a moment before his knees buckled. You have slain an orc scout archer, LVL 12. Rising to his feet, Luke spotted 2 archers taking aim. With a precise motion of his kukris, he deflected both arrows mid-air, then lunged forward. One kukri spun through the air toward the second archer while Luke charged the first. Slash. The blade cut wide, but the orc dodged, grinning as he reached for another arrow, until he froze. The bowstring had been severed. Luke tilted his head, a faint smirk curling his lips. Not on my watch. Moving with lethal precision, 2 black kukris, 1 heartbeat, the orc's world went dark. You have slain an orc scout archer, LVL-10. But there was no time to breathe. The second orc charged, roaring with rage. Luke rolled to the side just in time to see a flash of steel. A hand axe came flying toward him. Clang. The impact rattled his guard, throwing him off balance. And then. Crash. The orc tackled him straight off the rooftop. Luke fell. The hit slammed into his back and he crashed through the lower rooftop, slamming into the floor of a house below. Pain flared through every muscle as he rolled across the ground, breath ragged in his ears. The taste of blood filled his mouth, but he couldn't show weakness. Instinct kicked in. He rolled and rose, aching, breathless, bleeding. But the orc dropped in after him, relentless. Bam. A massive fist crashed into Luke's jaw. Pain exploded through his face. He heard the snap of bone, his own. His vision blurred for a heartbeat, flashes of white, his brain rattled from the impact. Desperate, he lashed out with a kick, knocking the orc back, but it wasn't enough. Too late. 2 more orcs burst through the ruined wall, a trap. Luke realized he was surrounded. He turned to escape, but... Wham! A punch slammed into his back. Crack. An elbow smashed into his temple. He stumbled, vision spinning. Blood dripped from his lip. Thunk. A rock struck his shoulder from behind. He turned just in time to see another orc tackle him and hurl him across the room. He slammed into the wall hard. The impact knocked the air from his lungs. Tight space. No exit in sight. 4 orcs closing in fast. This is bad. Then he saw it. One of the orcs pulling back the string of a bow, aiming straight for him. The others held him in place to guarantee the shot. He knew the danger. He tried to move, but another orc grabbed him and punched him in the back. Desperate, Luke ducked just as an arrow screamed past his face. His heart nearly burst. If he'd moved a second slower, it would have pierced his skull. No time to recover. Another axe came flying at him. He dove to the side, evading the orcs, only to land into a brutal uppercut. His teeth rattled. His head spun. But he didn't fall. He didn't run. Instead, he gripped his kukris tighter. He focused. Calm. Cold. Not because he wasn't afraid of the orcs. He was afraid of dying. And if he gave in to that fear, he would. He had to turn the fight. The first orc charged, swinging his axe in a wide arc dark dash. Luke vanished and reappeared behind him, his kukri stabbing deep into the orc's skull. The body twitched and dropped. You have slain an orc scout, LVL-10. He'd taken one down. Spitting blood onto the floor, Luke locked eyes with the remaining enemies. An orc archer raised his bow, but too late. One kukri pierced his shoulder, the second buried itself into his skull. A third orc roared and slammed Luke against the wall, unleashing a barrage of fists. Bam. 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 Blood exploded from Luke's nose. His vision blurred. Each punch felt like it was caving his skull in. He was almost certain one of his eyes had collapsed into its own socket. He tried to recover, but the orc didn't let up, pounding him relentlessly. Consciousness began to slip. Then, the archer with the blade in his skull dropped. And the system responded. You have slain an orc scout archer, LVL-11. Your class, Demonic Assassin, has reached level 9. Demonic Assassin has granted bonus attribute points, +5 perception, +4 strength, +4 agility, +3 vitality, +2 intelligence, +3 free points. Power surged through Luke's body like a live current. The pain vanished. A wave of heat and strength flooded his muscles, like an invisible flame igniting from within. The world sharpened. His senses expanded. But more than that, he felt it, the full weight of the level up pulsing through him. It was the first time he had leveled up as a demonic assassin, and the difference was staggering. His entire body felt honed, stronger, faster, sharper. The flood of raw stats filled him, every muscle vibrating with renewed force. And then, another punch hit his face. But this time the pain didn't come, not like before. Luke didn't flinch. He smiled. The orc froze, its fist still pressed against the human's cheek, confused at the grin it now saw. Luke raised a single hand, just one, and caught the next punch midair. Stopped it cold. The room went still. Even the air seemed to hold its breath. The orc tried to pull its arm back. It didn't budge. Luke's eyes burned, twin shards of steel in the dark. My turn. Crack. The orc's arm snapped like a twig. It howled in pain, just as another orc rushed in, swinging a hand axe at Luke's neck. He ducked, the blade grazing just over his head. A second later, an arrow zipped toward him. Without hesitation, Luke yanked the screaming orc in front of him, using the creature like a living shield. Thunk. The arrow buried itself in the orc's chest. Luke didn't stop. He hurled the bleeding body forward, smashing it into the archer like a sack of meat. Then he moved. Kukris flew from his hands in a deadly rhythm. Slash. Duplicate. Return. Repeat. Orcs dropped like cattle, staggering, gasping, blood spurting from deep wounds they never saw coming. One orc charged him from the side. Luke turned just in time. Swish. A kukri flashed. A severed hand hit the ground with a wet slap. The orc screamed and stumbled back, but too late. Luke drove a boot into its chest, kicking it straight through the wall. He leapt after it. Wham! His knees crashed into the orc's torso with explosive force, and a kukri rammed straight through its heart. No hesitation. No mercy. You have slain an orc scout archer, LVL-11. Rising slowly, Luke swept his gaze across the battlefield, moving like a predator among corpses. Then he saw her. Charlie was locked in combat with one orc, completely unaware of the second one closing in behind her. Luke couldn't let that happen. He moved like lightning. The second orc barely had time to open his mouth. Slash. His throat split open, spraying a crimson fountain. You have slain an orc scout, LVL-10. Charlie turned just as the body hit the ground, catching only a glimpse of Luke already vanishing into motion, his focus locked on the next kill. Another orc charged at him, roaring, a massive axe raised high. Luke met the beast head-on, his movements razor-sharp, refined by his newly acquired agility. The clash became a deadly dance of steel and fury. Each kukri strike cut deeper. Each dodge, more precise. Luke felt it, the difference in his body. The speed. The reaction time. Sharper. Faster. Those 5 points in perception had mattered more than he expected. The orc lunged, Luke ducked low, and from above came the final blow. Shunk. A long sword drove through the orc's skull. The body stiffened, then collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Luke turned. Thanks, Charlie. The skeletal warrior gave a short nod before diving back into the fray. Luke smiled and bolted forward, speed surging through his limbs. In one fluid motion, he vaulted onto a barrel, barely touched the top, and leapt onto the roof of a nearby hut. He needed eyes on the entire village. Below, an orc archer scrambled to grab a bough beside a fallen comrade. Luke didn't hesitate. Swish. A kukri pierced the orc's chest. The creature gasped, and before it even hit the ground, another blade followed. SHNK. Right through the throat. You have slain an orc scout, LVL-10. Another corpse added to the pile. But then, something shifted. A presence. Something had arrived. And it was going to be a problem. The orc collapsed lifeless at Luke's feet, its weapon clattering to the ground beside it. And yet, something felt off. His gaze swept across the battlefield. The village had descended into chaos, flames licking the shattered remains of cabins, thick smoke twisting into the night sky in choking ribbons. Some of the destruction was their doing. But most of it was the orcs. They fought with savage brutality, tearing through everything in their path. Beasts that knew no fear. Across the clearing, Allison and Charlie were finishing off the last of them, their blades gleaming with brutal precision in the firelight. Luke took a step forward, and his perception screamed. He turned on instinct. Whoosh. A spear sliced through the air, grazing his arm with a whisper-sharp edge. Blood welled in a hot, narrow line. Pure reflex. He hadn't seen it coming. The strike came from behind, out of the darkness. He knew who had warned him, his demonic perception. He pressed a hand to the wound, feeling the sharp sting begin to set in. Then he looked toward where the spear had come from, eyes narrowing. His perception dug into the dark, unraveling what hid beneath the tree line. They had arrived. From the shadows, a second wave of orcs emerged. Different. Faster. More disciplined. These weren't scattered brutes. They were trained fighters. Downhill, Charlie and Allison had just cut down their final opponents. But behind them, more orcs stepped into the torchlight. The patrol sent to investigate the forest fire had returned. They froze, their eyes scanning the carnage. Mutilated bodies. Blood in the soil. Slaughtered kin. Silence tightened like a noose. And then. Roar. The night shook as dozens of orcs roared in unison, a thunderous war cry that tore through the air. We've got a problem. Allison called out, rushing to regroup. Luke, Charlie, and Allison formed up, backs to one another, weapons raised as the orcs encircled them. And then the charge. Luke raised his kukris. Allison, his katana. Charlie gripped her longsword in one hand and raised her other, fist clenched. Broken bones or not, the skeletal warrior was still ready to fight. As the orcs barreled toward them, whistles cut the air. The arrows came next. Dozens of them. Split. Luke commanded. Charlie and Allison nodded and scattered. The trio moved at full speed, weaving through the barrage with fluid precision. An orc rushed in, Charlie drove a fist straight into its throat. Allison dropped from above, katana cleaving the beast in a single clean stroke. Another orc charged, but twin black kukris flew through the night, slicing into its leg and dropping it mid-run. Charlie followed, her fist crashing down with punishing force. Then, more whistles. Arrows again. A cluster aimed directly at Allison's chest. But he moved like light, dodging mid-leap, steel flashing. His blade was a streak of motion, faster than the eye could follow. But the orcs were adapting. One lunged, spear aimed straight for Allison's chest. He turned to counter, too late to see the second orc flanking from the side. Thud. The blow struck his ribs. A sharp gasp escaped as the air was knocked from his lungs. Luke sprinted to help, but another orc was already on him. Wild eyes. A crude iron-tipped spear. He raised his hands, calling his kukris back to block the strike, but, too late. Crash. The blow hit first. Luke was launched into the side of a wooden hut. The wall exploded into splinters as his body crashed through it. Arg. He hit the ground hard, rolling, shards of wood embedded in his flesh. The scent of blood and iron filled the air, his own. But he pushed to his feet. His hand ached, wounded. The orc with the spear charged again. Swoosh. Swoosh. Thrusts came fast, aimed at his chest, throat, eyes. No space. No time. But Luke didn't need time. He needed a clean opening. He raised both kukris. Clang. The blades crossed, trapping the spear's shaft. Crack. The wooden shaft splintered in two. Before the orc could react, Luke rolled beneath its legs. Shunk. The kukri slashed cleanly across the backs of its knees. The beast roared, toppling forward just as Luke drove a blade deep into its spine. Squelch. The scream ended in a wet gargle. You have slain an orc scout, level 10. Luke's eyes snapped toward Allison. He was holding his ground. Safe for now. He was bloodied, hurting, but still standing. Still fighting. He scanned for his closest ally. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Charlie, he called. Leaving her alone, especially in her damaged state, was a risk he couldn't afford. But then. Swoosh. Luke's instinct screamed again. He dove sideways just in time. A spear whistled past his head. He hit the wall of a hut hard. His heart pounded. He wasn't dodging by luck anymore. This was perception, maybe enhanced by his level up or a raw manifestation of his demonic class. Whatever it was, he needed to understand it. He couldn't rely on luck. Quick reflexes meant nothing if he wasn't fast enough to use them. Grimacing, he raised his kukris with effort, eyes locking on the source of the spear. There, another orc. Taller. Stronger. Smarter. It picked up a spear from a fallen comrade and growled low, voice guttural and cold. Roar. The big orc charged, and 2 others joined him. Luke didn't hesitate. He hurled a kukri at the charging brute, forcing it to dodge. In the same motion, the orc grabbed another spear from the ground. Luke's hand wasn't broken, but gripping the handle hurt like hell. The orc lunged. Luke blocked the strike, but the pain from the impact surged like lightning up his arm. The orc spun the spear. Whoosh. Bam. The butt of the weapon cracked against Luke's skull. The world reeled. He staggered, stumbling like a drunk. He flung another kukri but missed completely. Another orc rushed him head-on, slamming Luke into a wall. The second kukri clattered to the ground. Luke grunted, straining and pushing against the orc. He rammed the brute toward a wooden post where a torch burned. Thud. The orc slammed into it and dropped. Shit. Luke gasped, gripping his bleeding head. I can't die. A wave of nausea hit as Luke tried to steady himself. More orcs closed in. His kukris were somewhere on the ground. His heart pounded. Weaponless, he turned sharply, reached to the holster on his thigh, and summoned throwing knives. Swish. 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 The blades flew with deadly precision, striking 3 enemies before they could react. Luke sprinted toward the advancing orcs, activating magnetic return. His kukris snapped back into his hands like shadows pulled on a string, and he launched into the fray. Below, Allison was fighting hard. His blade clashed against the enemies with raw pow, but they were outnumbered, forced into a slow retreat. Charlie moved to assist, but there were too many. Luke stepped forward to join the formation, ready to strike. Then everything changed. An orc caught Allison in a crushing bear hug, grotesque muscles wrapping around him like steel cables. Bones cracked audibly. He struggled to break free, but the beast's strength was overwhelming. Luke charged forward. He had to help. Boom. A burst of ice exploded outward, shattering the air in a blast of crystalline force. The orc was hurled back, instantly encased in jagged frost. It hit the ground dead, frozen through. Allison dropped hard but rolled with the fall. Before he even fully stood, he raised a hand. Swoosh. Spheres of ice shot from his fingertips, sharp, fast, like magical bullets. They struck the charging orcs mid-step, locking their limbs. Eyes wide in shock. Bodies stiff. Luke froze for just a breath. Ice. Allison had never shown magic before. But there was no time to question it. The orcs were still coming, roaring, swinging, relentless. Allison raised both hands. The air shimmered around him. Crack. Crack. The sound of splitting air and snapping frost filled the night. A layer of ice spread out from his feet, crawling across the battlefield. It swallowed the ground beneath the enemy charge. The orcs slipped, stumbled, and fell as their formation collapsed, panic replacing discipline. That's when Allison moved. He grabbed his katana and spun. Swish. 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 A deadly rhythm. A frozen waltz. Each strike sliced through half-frozen flesh. Blood crystallized midair. Disoriented, slipping, the orcs couldn't hold their ground. They couldn't mount a defense. Allison's strikes were brutal, efficient, terrifying in their elegance. Charlie, stay close, Luke said, moving in beside her. She nodded, sword rising in one hand. Arrows rained down from the treetops above. Charlie ducked low, dodging, then surged forward, her blade plunging into an orc's chest while her other hand tore across his side. Another enemy charged, and she activated a skill. Slash. Luke, Allison, and Charlie moved as one. Every strike, every dodge, every kill flowed into the next, a deadly symphony of motion and steel. Their rhythm was merciless. Precise. Devastating. Orcs fell one by one, cut down, crushed. Then the last one charged, a monstrous brute with muscles thick as armor, gripping a serrated spear with both hands. His eyes burned with rage, radiating raw bloodlust. Luke recognized him. Even injured, he didn't hesitate. But a hand moved in front, Charlie. She gestured for Luke to stay back and stepped forward alone. Wounded, Luke and Allison stood still, watching as she raised her sword and advanced. The orc locked eyes with her, raising his spear, and they ran straight at each other. Their blades met in a blinding clash. Sparks flew, steel screamed against steel. Power met precision. Neither gave ground. The orc snarled and lunged, swinging his spear in a wild, crushing arc. Charlie stepped in to meet it head-on. Bam. The impact shook the earth beneath them as her fist rocketed upward, shattering the orc's jaw with a thunderous crack. Crack. The sound echoed like a gunshot. The orc staggered, blood pouring from his mouth, but he didn't fall. He wiped his lip with the back of his hand, rage burning in his eyes. He was the last one standing, and he wouldn't go down easily. Charlie raised her blade. The orc roared. They charged. The clash rang across the ruined village. Sword against spear. Tactics versus fury. Charlie slipped past each strike, her blade whispering against metal, controlling the rhythm of the fight. The orc answered with raw strength, every blow heavier, more reckless, but Charlie was faster. Luke wanted to intervene. Wanted to help. But he stopped. He knew this fight belonged to her. She told him, without words, without expressions. He felt it, deep in their soul bond, let me do this. And so he did. With a final roar, the orc pulled back, preparing one last charge. Charlie tightened her grip on the sword. They rushed at each other. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with deadly precision, but Charlie wasn't there. At the last moment, she moved. A subtle shift. A fraction of a second. Just enough. The spear's tip slid harmlessly along her ribs, missing completely. A fatal mistake. Charlie fought dirty. She had no flesh to pierce, and she used that to her advantage. Slash. Her blade came down in a clean, precise arc. SHNK. The orc froze, eyes wide as blood burst in a crimson arc. His weapon dropped. Hands clawed at his throat, useless. But Charlie wasn't done. She raised her sword with both hands. A pale light shimmered along the edge. Heavy strike, activated. BAM. Her blade came down like judgment. Crack. The orc's skull split clean in two. His body crumpled in silence. Princess Charlie has slain Orc Patrol Commander, LVL-13. Asterisk the warrior, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 6. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. And then silence. The clash of steel faded into nothing. Wind howled through the broken village, sweeping past shattered bodies and splintered weapons. Smoke drifted lazily between collapsed rooftops. They stood surrounded by carnage. And nothing moved. They had won. We did it, Allison said, his voice finally breaking the silence, followed by a breathless, almost disbelieving laugh of relief. Charlie raised her skeletal hand in celebration. Without hesitation, Allison met her hand with a solid high five, smiling. Luke stood a few paces behind, kukri still drawn, scanning the battlefield. But there was nothing left. No movement. Just blood, smoke, and the eerie quiet of aftermath. Ahead of them, the entrance to the sewer tunnel stood exposed, dark, open, waiting. The path to the walled kingdom was finally clear. They could complete the tutorial mission and return to the world. Luke exhaled deeply, but then something flickered at the edge of his vision. His system lit up. No, not his. A wave of notifications poured in, flooding his interface. His brow furrowed. They weren't his alerts. They were coming from Charlie. And then. A single message hovered in the center of his view. Warning, Princess Charlie's warrior class has undergone a mutation. The orcs were dead. Finally. The path to the sewer entrance lay open, and for the first time in days, there was a glimpse of hope. Hope that the other side of the wall might hold safety. Shelter. Answers. Allison stood among the bodies, breathing heavily, his katana dripping with blood. I can't believe we actually pulled it off. Luke didn't respond. He walked silently from corpse to corpse, stabbing each one without hesitation. Just to be sure. The sound of steel sinking into flesh echoed through the quiet. We only won, Luke muttered, wiping his kukri on an orc's tattered tunic, because part of their forces ran toward the burning tree. Allison approached, pulling a ring off his finger. Speaking of which, here's your fire ring. Luke took it back. The plan had worked better than expected. The orcs had charged into the woods with blind fury, weapons drawn and murder in their eyes. They didn't even hesitate, Luke said flatly. Didn't stop to question. They just wanted to kill whatever they found. Allison nodded. Nearby, Princess Charlie was methodically piercing every fallen orc with her sword. Just to be safe. Luke opened his system window. Before the battle, he'd spent a free stat point in vitality. But now, after leveling up his new class, he had more to allocate. 3, to be exact. His eyes flickered with something close to excitement. He was getting stronger. Name, Luke. Level, 5. Rank, F. Class, Demonic Assassin, LVL 9. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. Titles, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 286/430. Mana points, MP 47/260. Stamina, 148/220. Soul fragments, 13/1000. Stats. Strength, 37. Agility, 46. Endurance, 22. Vitality, 43. Perception, 37. Intelligence, 26. Free points, 3. Inventory, throwing knife holster, demonic twin kukris, ring of fire, stalking crocodile chestplate, crypt guardian's gloves, novice adventure set. Class skills, basic blade handling, common, profane knife throwing, uncommon, twin blade, common, basic dark dash, rare. Race skills, identify, common, demonic perception, uncommon, dark blood, uncommon. Bloodline skill, servant of the Dark Lord, unique. Servant, Princess Charlie, skeleton, LVL 3. He applied the 3 new points without hesitation. Stats updated. Strength, 37-38. Endurance, 22-23. Intelligence, 26-27. Free points, 3-0. Luke sighed and closed the screen. I got a new pair of boots and leveled up my race, Allison said with a grin. Guess we're all growing stronger. Ready to move out? Allison paused, then added, no offense, but your face looks like it got hit by a wagon. Luke touched the side of his face. Cuts. Swelling. One eye nearly shut. If a woman saw me right now. He murmured, terrible first impression. Charlie turned to look at him. He stared back at her blank skeletal expression. What? Allison coughed awkwardly. They'd still think you're cool. The three of them made their way toward the intact cabin on the edge of the camp. But something tugged at Luke's thoughts. I thought you were just a swordsman, he said flatly. But I saw you using ice magic. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Allison froze mid-step. You saw that? Silence stretched between them. Look, Allison sighed. I've got secrets too, all right. It's not personal. But I'm not exactly eager to announce I've got magic to a stranger traveling with a creepy skeleton lady. Luke shrugged. I'm not judging. Just surprised. Allison slid his katana into his inventory. But don't count on it in every fight. My ice magic's weak. Basic stuff, limited use. Just a few tricks, for now. They moved forward again, boots crunching against the debris. Smoke still rose faintly from the far side of the village. Up ahead was a single wooden cabin, still standing. But can swordsmen even awaken magic? Luke asked, eyes narrowing. Sounds more like a mage thing. Or, did your class mutate? Allison stopped in his tracks. He pressed his lips together and looked down, hesitating before he finally spoke. There is a class evolution for magic swordsmen, he admitted. But I haven't met the requirements. My power didn't come from that. He looked up, gaze meeting Luke's with surprising weight. I suspect it came from the same place yours did. Luke's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? Allison's glance flicked toward Charlie. Then back to Luke. My ice power, it came from my bloodline, he said slowly. Just like your skeleton did. Silence stretched between them. Allison crossed his arms. You can't summon a familiar without at least reaching level 10 in your race. So that skeleton of yours, it's not a normal summon. If I had to guess, it's tied to your lineage. Just like mine. Luke didn't reply. He could have hidden Charlie. He could have sealed her back into his soul the moment Allison showed up. But he hadn't. He needed all the help he could get. Especially when traveling with a stranger. Once we cross the wall, keeping Charlie visible won't be an option. They stepped into the cabin. I've got a question, Luke said, side-eyeing Allison. If your powers are ice-based, how did you nearly freeze to death? Shouldn't you be immune to cold? Allison flushed. What? You have knife skills, doesn't mean you're immune to getting stabbed, right? Luke chuckled. Good answer. They searched through the wooden houses of the abandoned village. Looking for clues. Resources. Any sign that someone else had come this way, dead or alive. Luke hoped other humans had reached this place before them. But so far, nothing. Only silence. And for the first time since this tutorial began, Luke felt the weight in his bones. His body ached. Hunger gnawed at his stomach. His eyelids grew heavy. Days without proper sleep. Living on scattered fruits and sheer adrenaline. I think we should rest, Allison said, surprisingly fresh. I leveled up, so I'm not tired or hungry anymore. But you? You look like you got run over by a warhorse. They approached the last cabin, the largest structure in the village. Luke picked up a worn mug from the ground. The wood was cracked, but the shape. It was made for a human hand. He frowned. All the furniture, the utensils, they were designed for humans. No way an orc could use this. Without another word, he tossed the mug aside and kept walking. This world was created by the tutorial, Allison said, stepping over some broken debris. All of it designed for humans like us. Look at the houses, the ceiling height. If this were really an orc village, the doors would be huge. Half of them wouldn't even fit through here. They stepped into the main house, the one that would have belonged to the village leader. But it was just ruins now. Broken walls. Ashes. Silence. Luke ran his fingers along a splintered table. This tutorial. He murmured. Doesn't feel like something that ends in a few weeks. Allison lowered his head. Feels more like the kind that lasts months. They both knew it. They just hadn't wanted to say it out loud. Luke moved through the ruined house, checking each room with clinical focus. I never really understood much about tutorials, he said. Could barely find anything about them online. Allison nodded grimly. The world government censors it. Everything's locked down. Unless you've been selected, you're kept in the dark. Luke stopped and looked back at him. But you know something, don't you? Allison nodded. There are several types of tutorials. Most work like a training field, you can't leave until you hit a certain level. Others are more rare. Like survival types, where people get dropped on an island and have to endure until the timer runs out. Luke narrowed his eyes. Like a battle royale. Exactly. But this one's different. Allison stopped in the middle of the room. It didn't give us a timer. No minimum level. Just a single objective, and it's too simple. Luke understood what he was getting at. Find the portal. Allison crossed his arms. Right. Too simple to be real. And then it mentions that the lords will try to stop us. Luke felt a chill run through his spine when he heard that word again. They stepped into a wider room, half storage, half chaos. Broken furniture. Stacks of chopped wood. The orcs had repurposed it into a crude supply depot. At the center sat a large, weathered sheet of parchment. Drawings. They moved closer. Stick figures, humans. Next to them, arrows pointing from orcs holding weapons. And over the humans, a giant red X. On the other side, a monstrous orc seated on a throne. This is a warning, Allison muttered. They were ordered to kill humans. Luke stared at the sketch of the throne. And someone's commanding them. He'd seen something like this before. A being on a throne. The memory of the forgotten temple dungeon surged back. That overwhelming pressure. That sensation of being watched by something far beyond his level. And now, here, again. Lord. Coincidence? Before he could dig deeper into the thought, Charlie came sprinting into the room. She pointed furiously at a door in the back. Luke and Allison drew their weapons instantly. But Charlie shook her head. It wasn't danger. She was pointing. The princess found something, Allison muttered, following her. They reached a door. Carved into its wooden surface, a simple symbol. A treasure chest. The three of them stood before an old wooden door, half buried in snow. A carved symbol, simple, unmistakable, decorated the center. A chest. Princess Charlie had been the one to find it, tapping her bony finger against the carving like a dog pointing out prey. Luke's heartbeat picked up. You've got to be kidding me. A loot room? Allison was already making his way down the half-frozen stone steps. Only one way to find out. He grabbed the iron handle. Click. Nothing. Locked. Luke grinned. That's not a problem. Charlie agreed without a word. Her skeletal fist started to glow with that now familiar metallic sheen, ready to reduce the door to splinters. Wait. Allison raised his hands, alarmed. No need to get violent. Just hand me two of those throwing knives. Luke blinked, then tossed them over with a shrug. Allison knelt at the base of the door, sliding the knife tips into the old lock with practiced care. His fingers moved with surprising delicacy, eyes closed as he listened to every subtle shift in the mechanism. A few tense seconds passed. Click. The lock gave way. Allison stood up smoothly, arms crossed, smug. Used to sneak out of the house a lot when I was a kid. Luke raised an eyebrow. Couldn't just climb out your window. Allison sighed. I lived on the 15th floor. Luke stared at him. Fair. They stepped inside cautiously, weapons still drawn. The room was small, just a carved, but it was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of silence that made your instincts twitch. A glowing crystal sat embedded in the ceiling, casting a soft bluish glow. The light pulsed gently, and the shadows seemed to shift with it, subtle, almost like they were breathing. But no one cared about the stonework. Not really. Because all that mattered now were the 6 chests. Perfectly aligned along the far wall. Identical. Untouched. Waiting. Finally, something good in this godforsaken wasteland. Allison blurted, rushing forward like a kid seeing presents under a tree. Luke didn't move. He gave Charlie a short nod. Top of the stairs. Keep watch. If anything moves, you warn us immediately. Charlie turned and obeyed, footsteps clattering up the stone. Luke's eyes lingered on the entrance for a moment. Even after days of watching the orc village, even after counting every patrol, every gap in their defenses, there were still too many unknowns. The tunnels. The forest. Whatever else might be watching them. Luke turned toward the nearest chest. Every step forward brought more tension, more anticipation. A weapon. Rare gear. A stat item. A hidden artifact that might change everything. He grabbed the lid. Lifted it. Silence. Luke blinked. Bras. The chest was filled, no, stuffed, with women's underwear. Bras. Lingerie. Dresses. Stockings. Lacy things he couldn't even name, let alone describe. Silence again. Allison didn't move. And maybe don't touch that one. He muttered, gaze glued anywhere but the chest. Luke slowly, carefully, lowered the lid. The tale has been stolen, if detected on Amazon, report the violation. Took a breath. Tried again. Second chest. Men's clothes. Allison crouched beside the next one. Hey, clothes are useful. If your system outfit gets burned or shredded, you'll be glad to have spares. Repair timers aren't instant. Luke shrugged. Sure. But how are we supposed to carry all this crap? In our arms. Allison laughed and tossed something to him. A leather pouch. I found something useful in these chests. There are a few of these around. Luke caught the pouch mid-air and tossed some clothes inside, still frustrated. They opened more chests. Shirts. Shoes. Nothing special. But when they lifted the lid of the last one, Luke stopped. Bread? Luke pulled a loaf of bread from the chest, staring at it in disbelief. There's food in here. Allison crossed his arms and grinned. That's a spatial storage chest. First time seeing one. Luke kept digging, his curiosity growing, until he touched something unexpected. Canned food. He held the tin in his hands like it was a relic. I've seen chests that store more than they should, he muttered, but never thought they could preserve food too. Allison pulled out a few more cans. The space inside is sealed with temporal magic. Food stays fresh. Time doesn't move in there. Luke glanced down into the chest. So if I throw myself in and stay for a year, I won't age? Allison laughed. Nice try. Living things don't work. Luke dug deeper, and this time, his fingers brushed against glass. He pulled the object toward the light. His eyes lit up. Healing potion. He reached in again. And again. Glass. 5 potions in total. This is amazing, Allison said. Maybe we won't be on the brink of death all the time now. Luke lined the potions on the floor. How do we split them? Allison thought for a moment. 2 each. The last one's yours, you're still hurt from the fight and haven't recovered your HP. Luke didn't argue. He picked up one potion and downed it in a single gulp. The effect was instant. Heat rushed through his body. Bruises vanished. Pain faded. His vision cleared. He touched his face. Normal. He smirked. Am I handsome again? Allison glanced over. You're less terrifying. Luke chuckled under his breath. After all those punches, it actually felt nice having a face that wasn't broken. Back during the fight, when that orc's fist connected with his nose, he swore he heard something crack. That was the moment the rage hit him. And then he snapped the orc's arm like dry wood. Now, the two of them were moving through the loot like scavengers in a gold mine, filling their bags with whatever they could carry. Rations, tools, anything remotely useful. Luke considered giving a pouch to Charlie, but quickly dismissed the thought. If she had to return to his soul, anything she carried would vanish with her. Better not to risk it. Besides, all the food fit fine in his own bag. Carrying extra weight just for show would only slow him down in a fight. There wasn't that much food left anyway. They split the remaining supplies between themselves. We should leave the rest here, Allison suggested, holding up a few sealed cans. It's all perishable. Better to grab it when we're about to move. Luke nodded in agreement. He sorted through a pile of folded clothes, looking for something that might actually fit. This one looks alright, and it's clean. Without hesitation, he started undressing, stripping down to nothing but his underwear. What are you doing? Allison practically leapt back, spinning around like he'd just walked in on a crime scene. Luke rolled his eyes. Here comes that shy guy with that thing again. He wouldn't even pee near me, he's a real gentleman. I'm putting on a pair of shorts I found, Luke said calmly, already slipping them on. If I remove my system gear, I'll end up naked. Wearing this underneath avoids unfortunate exposure. Allison stayed turned away, hands hovering awkwardly. Alright, got it. Luke tossed another pair of shorts at him. I suggest you do the same. Trust me. You don't want to be caught pantsless. Especially out in the cold. He let the silence hang for a beat. It's brutal. They scoured the entire village. Every cabin, every shattered wall, every drawer that hadn't been reduced to splinters by orc fists. Nothing was left unchecked. They took anything remotely useful, mugs, small iron pans, bits of dried fruit from the withered trees behind the huts. Scavenged rags became bandages. Broken tools were stripped for parts. Anything could matter later. Luke made the call. They'd stay the night. He needed time to recover stamina, restore mana, and let Charlie do the same. Entering that tunnel while running on fumes was a death sentence. They set up in the village's wooden watchtower, the tallest structure left standing. It offered a full view of the tunnel entrance and everything around it. If anything moved out there, Charlie would see it first. Before resting, they cleaned up the battlefield. Every orc weapon was stashed in the supply chests. Leaving blades and bows scattered was asking for disaster. If something, or someone, showed up and armed themselves, it could turn ugly fast. Especially with the bows. Better to secure it all now. At least, if another survivor reached the village, they'd find something useful waiting. Luke looked up. Above him, the stars shimmered in the frozen black sky, sharp, distant, unblinking. Cold light from a cold world. For a moment, just a fleeting second, his thoughts drifted home. The Bowmans. Their house. Are they worried about me? Or maybe relieved? Relieved the problem child finally vanished into a tutorial he'll probably never leave. He sighed and turned onto his side, pulling his cloak tighter. Those thoughts wouldn't help here. Not now. Not with a tunnel waiting at sunrise, dark, deep, and filled with unknowns. He closed his eyes and exhaled. Slow. Quiet. Controlled. Then broke the silence. What do you know about bloodlines? What do you know about bloodlines? Luke broke the silence. Specifically, bloodline skills. Across the tower platform, Allison lay down with his bag as a pillow and his wolf pelt draped over his shoulders. For a moment, he didn't answer. Besides the obvious, like someone inheriting power from a parent, there are other ways, Allison finally said. Sometimes a powerful being can grant their bloodline to someone else. That's how you got yours. Same way I got mine. Luke's brow furrowed. Why would something like that choose me? So where did the first bloodlines even come from, he asked. I mean, the first skills. That question brought silence. Heavy. Measured. Allison exhaled, slowly. What I'm about to tell you isn't public knowledge. Luke sat up a little straighter. This is the kind of thing only the upper tiers of guilds and the world government know. And how do you know it? Allison just shrugged, his face unreadable. I have my sources. Luke didn't push. He wanted answers about bloodlines. Especially his own. There are all kinds of bloodlines scattered across the multiverse, Allison said, his voice quieter now. Some are powerful. Others are useless. It all depends on who granted it, how strong they were. He lifted one hand. A thin layer of frost shimmered along his fingers, icy mist curling in the night air. Luke watched in silence. The system exists everywhere out there, Allison continued. In nearly every universe. Ours was one of the few that was excluded. Until recently. Luke narrowed his eyes, trying to picture it. A civilization where the system wasn't just some magical interface, it was the foundation of reality. Think of a bloodline as an inheritance, Allison said. The further a creature climbs the system, the stronger their legacy becomes. At a certain point, when they've reached true power, they can choose to pass that legacy on. But only once. Luke's thoughts raced. Only once. Not just power, but intent. Purpose. Judgment. They don't choose just anyone, Allison added. They pick someone, worthy. A chill ran down Luke's spine. So why did that being choose me? Just thinking about it raised more questions than answers. It's like succession, Allison said at last. A transfer of legacy. The silence after that said enough. Either he couldn't say more, or he wouldn't. Luke didn't press. But one more question still burned in his mind. What about class mutations, he asked. Are those related? Allison turned slightly. No. That's something the system grants directly. Based on affinity. Or how well you embody your class. Allison folded his arms. Two people can be the same class and still be nothing alike. Mutations are like personalized evolutions. The system watches your growth. If you push far enough, if your path is clear, it offers a new one. Luke thought about that. So, you haven't reached yours yet. Allison sighed through clenched teeth. Frustrated. Not yet. There are hidden conditions. Unique to each person. I just haven't figured mine out yet. Luke stared into the flickering sky above, his thoughts drifting back to something Allison had said. Hidden requirements. He hadn't known class mutations worked like that. So how did I meet mine? His class changed after killing William. But it wasn't just the level up. Something shifted inside him that day. He remembered it vividly. A choice, one he didn't fully understand at the time. Maybe it's not just about stats or strength. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Maybe it's mindset. It's kind of like the philosophy of names, Allison explained. Philosophy of names? There was this ancient culture, long forgotten, from another time, another world. They believed people were born without names and only received one when they came of age. The name wasn't chosen, it was given, based on the person's actions throughout life. Just like the system. Just like the classes were assigned. Interesting, right? Luke paused, thinking. Names and meanings, the system and classes. That's how I got my name, Allison continued. My name is Allison, not because of who I am as an individual, but because of what the name stands for. He looked at Luke. I believe class mutation works the same way. You don't choose it, it's something you earn. Like a name that's deserved. That thought lingered in his mind, coiling tighter with every breath. Eventually, he noticed Allison had dozed off, his breathing slow and steady beneath the wolf pelt. The faint glow of starlight danced across his face. Luke opened his system window and scrolled to Charlie's profile. The words were right there, bold, undeniable. A familiar prompt followed, almost identical to the one Luke received for his own class evolution. Princess Charlie's warrior class has undergone a mutation. A class molds itself to its bearer. Depending on how it is wielded, its role, tools, skills, race, and even intent, it may evolve into forms more aligned with its master's path. Many factors influence this metamorphosis. Once chosen, certain futures become closed forever. Choose wisely, for the shape of your strength will never be the same. Luke's eyes narrowed. His own class mutated at level 8. Charlie's, triggered at level 6. Why? Was it because she's a monster? Or did she meet some unseen condition? The mutation options materialized before him. Unlike his own experience, which offered 3 paths. Charlie had 4. Luke took a deep breath. He'd already read them once when the prompt first appeared. But he read them again. Every word mattered. This decision would shape her future. Their future. Charlie wasn't just a summon. She was his partner. The first option glowed faintly at the top of the screen. Tomb Fire Warden, an undead warrior who has awakened the fire of the grave. No longer a mere melee fighter, she trades steel for sorcery. The flames of the underworld pulse through her hollow bones, consuming flesh and spirit alike. As she grows, her mastery over pyromancy deepens until her very body becomes an extension of spectral fire, an avatar of cursed flame that devours all in its path. Attribute bonuses per class level, plus 4 INT, plus 3 END, plus 2 STR, plus 2 VIT, plus 1 AGI, plus 3 free points. Luke stopped breathing for a second. This was exactly the monster that killed Charlie in the crypt dungeon. The same burning skeleton that almost took his life. That thing was a Tomb Fire Warden. Choosing this would completely change her combat role. She'd become a mid to long range caster. Her physical defense and melee output would fall behind, forcing Luke to take more aggro and cover for her. That bonus, plus 3 intelligence and plus 3 free points per level. That was huge. It meant her low mana pool wouldn't be a problem for long. Stat scaling alone would solve it. Tempting. Extremely tempting. But risky. Because if she focused too hard on magic, she'd lose what made her so reliable up close. And this was just the first option. Luke tightened his grip around his knees. The decision wasn't about what sounded cooler. It was about survival. And if he chose wrong, it could cost both their lives. Skeletal Golem, a fusion of brute force and unrelenting defense. The user's bones thicken, their body becomes a living monument of density and mass. They move like a siege weapon, slow, deliberate, and unstoppable. Strikes that would cripple lesser beings barely register. In time, their body rivals black steel in durability, and their fists alone can crack armor and shatter enemies like porcelain. Attribute bonuses per class level, plus 5 STR, plus 4 END, plus 2 AGI, plus 1 VIT, plus 2 PR, plus 2 free points. Luke frowned. He already knew where this one came from. Iron Fist. Charlie had spent so much time without a weapon, using her bare hands to fight, defend, and protect. The system noticed. And adapted. She hadn't chosen this direction. But every decision mattered. Even the ones made in desperation. Even silence shaped destiny. This was that result, a class forged from habit. Born of necessity. A wall of fists and bone. But not the only path. Another option flickered into view. Ossified tyrant, a bone-clad berserker who thrives in the chaos of combat. Each wound only fuels the rage, each kill strengthens their resolve. This warrior doesn't retreat. Doesn't fear death. They fight beyond exhaustion, beyond logic. When battle turns into bloodshed, they transform into a reaper made of wrath and marrow. Attribute bonuses per class level, +4 STR, +3 END, +3 AGI, +1 VIT, +2 PR, +2 free points. Luke narrowed his eyes. There it is. This path was pure evolution from the base warrior class. It wasn't a deviation like the golem, it was a culmination. Charlie had always fought on the front lines. She never hesitated. She wanted to be in the thick of it, clashing steel and cracking skulls. A berserker class wasn't a surprise. But it was a gamble. The ossified tyrant would keep her mobility. She'd retain her swordplay. She'd hit like a truck. But she'd become unpredictable. More aggressive. Possibly harder to control in critical moments. Luke hesitated. Between the golem and the tyrant, he knew which one Charlie would prefer. And it wasn't the walking fortress. She liked swords. Liked motion. The ossified tyrant was the obvious upgrade to her style. But then. The final option appeared. This wasn't raw power. It wasn't impenetrable defense. It was something else. Something larger. His fingers hovered over the name as the text filled the screen. Death Knight, a cursed knight who treads the veil between life and death. Shadows follow her blade. Her steps leave behind echoes of the beyond. As she grows, her bond with the dead deepens, those slain by her hand do not vanish. Their souls remain, lingering. Waiting. One day, they will rise again, not as enemies, but as soldiers beneath her banner. Attribute bonuses per class level, +3 STR, +3 END, +2 AGI, +2 VIT, +2 INT, +1 PR, +2 free points. Luke leaned back, staring at the screen. There it was. Not the most brutal. Not the most defensive. But by far, the most complete. A hybrid class. A leader's class. A tank. A fighter. A commander of the dead. The potential here was overwhelming. And the synergy with Charlie's race and role was perfect. It was even more than that. It was his path too. Dark blood. Demon instincts. A summoned warrior forged from bone and bound by soul. Luke chuckled quietly to himself, shaking his head. A death knight. Ha. Of course. He looked at Charlie's figure nearby. You're not just my blade anymore, he whispered. You're the first piece of an army.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.